Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1804 to Chapter 1891. Just like now, the Northern and Southern dynasties were able to use the eternal immortal wind to absorb the chi essence of the great sovereign while resisting the slaughter dragon's seal. The instant the chi essence of the great sovereign entered the bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties, it fused with the internal organs of the Northern and Southern dynasties and was completely absorbed by them. In just the blink of an eye, all the injuries suffered by the Northern and Southern dynasties were fully healed. The immortal armor on their bodies was intact. Their cultivation base had also reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm. Haha. Xianxia, what can you do to me? The Northern and Southern dynasties laughed wildly. The violent eternal immortal wind rushed out of them once more, turning into spiritual snakes that penetrated deep into the spatial zone. Damn it. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. He didn't expect this to happen, but Xianxia had already seen it clearly. As long as the Northern and Southern dynasties were in the depths of this relic, they would be invincible. He had countless means to improve his cultivation base and combat strength in a short period of time. If this continued, he was afraid that the Northern and Southern dynasties would soon advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. At that time, it wouldn't be him chasing after the Northern and Southern dynasties, but the Northern and Southern dynasties. Xianxia knew that he had lost the upper hand. It was no longer possible for him to kill the Northern and Southern dynasties. Roar, however, Xianxia would never give up so easily. The violent slaughter dragon seal was struck out by Xianxia once more. At the same time, Xianxia transformed into a true blood-red dragon, fusing with the slaughter dragon. At this moment, Xianxia had become a mighty king of slaughter, capable of slaughtering all living beings in the heavens and earth. It's useless, Xianxia. You can't kill me now. I'm going to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm very soon. When that time comes, it will be your death. The golden hair of the Northern and Southern dynasties fluttered wildly in the wind, boundlessly arrogant, without the slightest hint of fear. The hand of heaven was executed once again, and its might was much stronger than before. Although it was still a little weaker than Xianxia's powerful killer move, the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't care at all. Even if they had to risk being injured by Xianxia again, they didn't care. This was because the new great sovereign chi essence would appear soon, pushing his cultivation base to the half-step immortal venerable realm. At that time, Xianxia would be killed like an ant in his hands. Rumble, the violent energy wreaked havoc once more. The outcome was just as the Northern and Southern dynasties had expected. The Northern and Southern dynasties were sent flying by Xianxia once more. Although they suffered some injuries, they were still far from death. As soon as Xianxia's attack ended, the eternal immortal wind brought out some great sovereign chi essence and fused it into the bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties. They were instantly absorbed by the Northern and Southern dynasties. There was no need to refine it, because it originally belonged to the Northern and Southern dynasties. Kong, violent waves of chi rushed out from the bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties, forming a golden storm. Currently, the Northern and Southern dynasties were the center of the storm. Their chi continued to rise, advancing to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Xianxia, you asked for this. Wait until I advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. I will kill you first. The Northern and Southern dynasties had turned into an emperor, looking down at the world. This bastard is unstoppable. If I don't leave now, I will be killed by him. Xianxia frowned, feeling very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He had already lost the best opportunity to eliminate the Northern and Southern dynasties. It would have been better if he could stop the Northern and Southern dynasties from entering the remains, but it was a pity that the people of the Northern and Southern dynasties were too shrewd. They had waited until the last moment to rush in, not giving him any chance to stop them. Just as Xianxia was about to give up and leave, his eyes suddenly lit up. Eternal immortal wind. Xianxia's body quivered. Rays of divine light flickered in his eyes. This bastard is using the eternal immortal wind to find the hidden chi essence of the great sovereign. I too know the eternal immortal wind. The essence of the eternal immortal wind is the same as that of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Although it won't be as easy as the Northern and Southern dynasties, I have the great divination art. I can use the eternal immortal wind to calculate the location of the chi essence. My current cultivation base has already reached the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm, and I'm only a step away from advancing to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. If I can absorb some of the Qi essence, it will be a piece of cake for me to advance to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It seemed like the battle with the northern and southern dynasties had brought him some benefits. At least, the northern and southern dynasties had taught him how to absorb the Qi essence of the great sovereigns. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia immediately cast out the eternal immortal wind from his body. The violent wind waves imitated the style of the northern and southern dynasties, going deep into the spatial zone. Upon seeing this, the complacent faces of the northern and southern dynasties froze. Only now did they realize that Xianxia could also cast out the eternal immortal wind. Xianxia, you have stolen my eternal immortal wind. Do you think you can extract the hidden Qi essence of the great sovereign just like that? The northern and southern dynasties bellowed. Of course. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a cold smile. With a jolt of his body, the eternal immortal wind that had gone deep into the spatial zone flew out again, bringing with it traces of golden great sovereign Qi essence and rushed into Xianxia's body. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties changed once more. They had never thought that Xianxia would be able to find the location of the great sovereign Qi essence so easily and successfully extract it. This made them incomparably angry. In their point of view, the Qi essence belonged to them and was their personal treasure. Xianxia was robbing them of their Qi essence. Xianxia, so what if you have obtained the Qi essence of the great sovereign? Can you absorb it directly like I can? Humph. I'm the reincarnation of great sovereign Badian. The Qi essence is completely compatible with my body. If you want to refine and absorb it, you will need a lot of time. Do you think I will give you the time? I'm going to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm soon. That will be the time for you to die. The northern and southern dynasties gritted their teeth and spoke. They had already made up their minds. The moment they advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm would be the time to kill Xianxia. Xianxia was their mortal enemy and a great trouble that must be eliminated as soon as possible. Today was a great opportunity for them to do so. That's not necessarily true. Xianxia's Qi was like a rainbow. As soon as the great sovereign Qi essence entered his body, it was immediately devoured by the dragon transformation skill. If it was someone else, it would naturally be the same as what the northern and southern dynasties said, it would be incomparably difficult to refine the Qi essence completely. However, Xianxia was different. The dragon transformation skill could refine all kinds of energy in the heavens and earth, including the Qi essence of the great sovereign. As soon as it entered his body, it would be completely refined by the dragon transformation skill. Wing, his Qi instantly became agitated. New dragon marks were condensed one after another. Xianxia was exhilarated. The Qi essence of the great sovereign was truly incredible. It was truly a peerless treasure. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The northern and southern dynasties was utterly shocked when they saw the state of Xianxia. Blood was about to seep out of their eyes. This was completely beyond their imagination. How could Xianxia refine and absorb the Qi essence of the great sovereign that belonged to them? The northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but be shocked. No one would be able to remain calm in such a situation. Xianxia's actions had gone beyond common sense and the rules. What were the rules? What was in line with the boundless universe ethics was the rules. The great emperor's essence was naturally a good thing, but it had a master and had its own attribute. In the world, only the northern and southern dynasties had this attribute. Therefore, apart from the northern and southern dynasties, no one else could directly absorb the great emperor's essence. Ordinary people would definitely try their best to refine and absorb the great emperor's essence and fuse it into their own attribute. This was in line with the rules. Xianxia's performance had far exceeded the rules. However, the existence of the dragon transformation skill itself was a kind of heaven-defying rules, or it could be said that it had already exceeded the rules. It was something that was truly superior. Therefore, Xianxia's possession of the dragon transformation skill was equivalent to possessing a set of rules that belonged to him, an omnipotent rule. The dragon transformation skill could refine all the energy in the world, including the great emperor's essence in front of him. Therefore, in terms of absorbing the great emperor's essence, Xianxia was essentially no different from the northern and southern dynasties. He could directly absorb the great emperor's essence without any hindrance. In the northern and southern dynasties, there is nothing that is impossible in this world. It's just like how you think that you will always be superior and that you are the emperor standing at the top of the pyramid. But when you meet me, everything will be changed. Your nobility is worthless in front of me. Xianxia wouldn't let go of any opportunity to ridicule the northern and southern dynasties. This was a blow to the invincible faith of the northern and southern dynasties. As fated enemies, strong faith was the strength that supported each other to fight. Once the faith was defeated, the other party would also be weaker. However, the faith of the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't be defeated so easily. This was a powerful opponent. If they were defeated so easily, they wouldn't be qualified to be Xianxia's enemy. What a joke. Xianxia, I admit that you're a rare genius in the heavens and earth, but my strength isn't something that you can suppress. The advantages that I have in this ancient ruin are beyond your imagination. Xianxia said with a smile. After a short period of shock, the northern and southern dynasties completely recovered their momentum. Xianxia shook his head secretly. This was indeed an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. His mentality was almost comparable to Xianxia's. Nothing could shake the emperor's heart. Of course, Xianxia didn't plan to cause any damage to the northern and southern dynasties. Both of them chose to stop talking, because they knew that it was useless to say anything. It wouldn't cause any harm to the other party. What they needed to do now was to race against time to improve their cultivation base before the other party. Their combat strength was on par with each other. If one of them advanced, it would be a huge blow to the other party. Wing. Violent waves of qi kept rushing out of their bodies like tidal waves. While the northern and southern dynasties were striving to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm, Xianxia was also trying his best to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. The number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body was still rising. Very quickly, it reached 1.35 million, which was the number needed to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Kong Long, along with violent dragon roars and storm-like waves of qi, Xianxia was the first to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Just as Xianxia advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, the northern and southern dynasties also successfully advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Xianxia, go to hell. Without saying a word, Nan Beichao unleashed the powerful hand of heaven. His eye of falsehood seemed to be able to see through Xianxia's essence. The terrifying hand of heaven seemed to be able to control everything. It was a huge palm that looked like a heavenly barrier. Any wave of qi it emitted was enough to destroy a huge mountain. In the face of the powerful attacks of the northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia wasn't willing to be outdone. He struck out the slaughter dragon seal. The battle dragon roared, its eyes glinted with merciless light, and collided with the hand of heaven once more. After all, both of them had advanced a level in their cultivation base. The spatial turbulence was completely destroyed. Cracks began to appear on the indestructible spatial barrier. Such a powerful movement had once again attracted the attention of those peerless venerables outside. Many experts had sensed the anomaly, but no one dared to enter the spatial turbulence to find out what was going on. After all, it was too risky to do so. In their minds, it was normal for any kind of incredible movement to happen in the remains of an ancient great sovereign. In the spatial battlefield, a strong collision had pushed the northern and southern dynasties and Xianxia hundreds of meters back, but judging from the momentum, they were equally matched. Humph. Xianxia, I'll spare your life for now. Next time, I promise you that you won't walk out of this place alive. The northern and southern dynasties left a threatening remark, then vanished with a sway. This time, Xianxia didn't choose to chase after them because he knew that it would be useless even if he did. Given his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill the northern and southern dynasties. He had to admit that the northern and southern dynasties were growing too fast in the remains, so fast that he was caught unprepared. Xianxia had to keep the threatening remark left by the northern and southern dynasties in mind. He knew that the northern and southern dynasties were boasting. No one knew where the northern and southern dynasties had gone. In this place, the northern and southern dynasties had an advantage over everyone else. They could find the most beneficial help for themselves. It seems like I have to find the central area of the remains as soon as possible to stop the northern and southern dynasties from obtaining the treasures. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop the rise of the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's expression was grim, but he knew that it wouldn't be an easy task to find the central area of the remains. Apart from the difficulty, it would also be filled with danger. Normally, such a place would be set up with layers of restrictions by great sovereign Badian. Except for the northern and southern dynasties, it would be extremely difficult for outsiders to enter. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to start with the essence of the great sovereign. The northern and southern dynasties would certainly plunder the essence of the great sovereign in this place. Even if the essence couldn't be used up, it could be stored and refined by the people around him in the future. Given Jiang Chen's current situation, just the essence of the great sovereign was enough to push his cultivation base to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. At that time, his combat strength would increase once again. Improving his combat strength and cultivation base was the most urgent thing that Jiang Chen had to do now. The northern and southern dynasties were constantly improving. He could only catch up with them to shorten the gap between them. Inside the spatial turbulence, Jiang Chen didn't come out. He was like a dragon, constantly appearing in different places. Every time he arrived, he would use the eternal immortal wind to absorb some of the great sovereign's essence. Jiang Chen was very clear that the northern and southern dynasties were also constantly plundering the great sovereign's essence. Given the speed of the northern and southern dynasties, it wouldn't take them more than half a day to collect all the remaining great sovereign's essence. Moreover, he had the strength to do so. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let the northern and southern dynasties have their way. He didn't care about what kind of treasures were hidden in this ruin. What he needed to do now was to stop the northern and southern dynasties and plunder the resources of the northern and southern dynasties. It had to be said that the space inside the great sovereign's remains was really big. There were many places where the great sovereign's essence didn't exist. The great sovereign's essence was very scattered. Moreover, the speed of the northern and southern dynasties was too fast. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties were the reincarnations of great sovereign Badian. He knew better than anyone else where the rich great sovereign's essence would appear. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the great divination art. He could calculate the location of the great sovereign's essence. Humph! This guy is really fast. The great sovereign's essence in this space has been completely absorbed by the northern and southern dynasties. It seems that I have to go in a different direction, otherwise, I won't get anything. Jiang Chen was incomparably depressed. He had always been domineering and domineering. Only the northern and southern dynasties could make him suffer. Jiang Chen's body flickered and went in a different direction. The intention of the northern and southern dynasties was very clear. They wanted to absorb all the great sovereign's essence first. Jiang Chen must seize every second to plunder it. Under the guidance of the great divination art, Jiang Chen quickly found a spatial zone where the qi essence of a great sovereign was denser. The eternal immortal wind was unleashed like a tornado, sucking in all the qi essence of a great sovereign. Then, he circulated the dragon transformation art and immediately absorbed all the qi essence. Jiang Chen was going to spare no effort to refine the qi essence of these great sovereigns to improve his cultivation base. Nothing was more important than improving his strength, especially when there was a great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties in this spatial zone. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, he would be able to advance to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm by using the qi essence of the great sovereigns. As for the remaining qi essence of the great sovereigns, he would keep it for his friends after he got out of this spatial zone. Putting everything else aside, the overall strength of the Great Qian Empire would improve if they could bring these martial monarch qi back to the Great Qian Empire. Very quickly, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body increased by another 10,000. This kind of improvement couldn't be compared to absorbing other kinds of energy. The qi essence of the great sovereigns was too pure. Even Jiang Chen's foundation had been stabilized. It wouldn't affect his foundation at all. In other words, Jiang Chen could absorb the qi essence of the great sovereigns to his limit, but he was only an immortal emperor after all. How much could he absorb at once? As the chi essence of the great sovereigns continued to be collected, Xianxia began to rejoice that he had the great divination art. Without the great divination art, even if he had the eternal immortal wind, it would be almost impossible for him to obtain a large number of great sovereigns' remains. After all, the chi essence of the great sovereigns wasn't only scattered, it was also hidden very deeply. It was very difficult for ordinary people to discover it. Those who could discover it and obtain it would be considered a stroke of luck. Without the great divination art, even if Xianxia had other means, it would be useless, because he was destined to be half a beat slower than the northern and southern dynasties. This half a beat was enough for him to eat the farts of the northern and southern dynasties. On the other side, while the northern and southern dynasties were collecting the chi essence of the great sovereigns, they could sense that the chi essence of the great sovereigns was decreasing rapidly. They knew very well that Xianxia was competing with them for it. Damn it! These are all my things. How dare you eat them? I will make you spit them out sooner or later. The northern and southern dynasties were infuriated. Xianxia was the person they wanted to kill the most. As the number one genius of Nanbei family and the reincarnation of great sovereign Badian, they had always been successful in every endeavor. However, they had been constantly losing face in front of Xianxia, which had seriously hurt their lofty self-esteem. Eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties sped up their pace. They and Xianxia were almost engaged in a final match, neither of them giving way to the other. One was defending his treasures, while the other was forcefully plundering, not giving the other a chance to grow quickly. Among the thousands of people who had entered the spatial remains, many were still in a daze. They didn't know that two people had already begun to plunder the treasures. The spatial remains left behind by great sovereign Badian were too vast, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Furthermore, there were layers upon layers of space, with void cracks and turbulence everywhere. No one knew where the ancient roads extended to. It was full of danger. Hurricanes and waves would often appear in the void. Many of these hurricanes contained powerful formations. Once an ordinary person fell into them, they would immediately lose their way and would eventually be torn apart by the hurricanes. However, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. It was said that great sovereign Badian had raised a large number of puppets, which were distributed in different places in this spatial remains. These puppets were full of evil and had incomparably powerful means. Coupled with the environment here, they could appear and disappear unpredictably. Not long after the relic opened, many people had already died in the hands of these puppets. Other than that, there were even more terrifying living beings. There were all kinds of strange gods that were bloodthirsty. This was something that almost every ancient ruin must have. After all, this was the ruin of a great sovereign. There was an abundance of spiritual chi, resentment from the roars of death, the essence of a great sovereign, and the chi of death left behind from battles. Under the influence of these airflows, many evil creatures were born. They relied on the superior environment here to survive and grow very fast. Some of them even lived in groups and couldn't be killed completely. If someone fell into the encirclement of these groups, the consequences could almost be imagined. In a small illusory space, the surroundings were rippling with variegated colors. 7 or 8 powerful cultivators were walking together. Their faces were full of excitement and they were walking very cautiously. Each of them spread out their divine sense like a tide, hoping to find some benefits. Suddenly, someone grabbed the void and caught a golden chi of great sovereign. When he sensed the chi of great sovereign exuding from the chi of great sovereign, he immediately went crazy with joy. Chi of great sovereign, it's the chi of great sovereign. This is the chi of great sovereign Badian. Haha, I'm really lucky to have obtained a trace of great sovereign chi. The cultivator burst into laughter, completely unable to conceal the excitement and joy in his heart. There was no reason for this cultivator to not be excited. The chi essence of a great sovereign was a supreme existence to them. Let alone obtaining it, they wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Now that he was holding the chi essence in his hand, his heart was filled with excitement. Although it was only a trace of chi essence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the late immortal emperor realm if he could refine it completely. Although it was only a trace of chi essence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the late immortal emperor realm. However, the real benefit wasn't just the advancement of his cultivation base, but the transformation of his physique. This was the scariest part. Given the talent of this cultivator, he wouldn't have the chance to reach the immortal venerable realm even if he cultivated for his entire life, but with the help of the chi essence, he would have the potential and opportunity to break through to the immortal venerable realm. To the countless cultivators who had entered this place, any trace of chi essence of a great sovereign was a supreme treasure. It was their fortune and great luck. Seeing the essence of the great sovereign, the others immediately felt envious. Some of them even felt greedy. However, this kind of greed only existed for a moment before disappearing. After all, before they came here, they had already made mental preparations. Survival was their top priority. That was why they joined forces. Before they joined forces, they made it very clear that the treasure belonged to whoever obtained it. They were not allowed to snatch it from each other. They could only join forces to snatch it from others. It's really the chi essence of a great sovereign. Damn it. Isn't this bastard's luck a little too good? He can even get a peerless treasure like the chi essence of a great sovereign. AI. Why don't I have such luck? Yeah, he's really lucky. If he refines the chi essence of a great sovereign, his cultivation base will immediately advance to the late immortal emperor realm. His physique will also undergo a tremendous change. How enviable. Let's not be envious. This place is left behind by great sovereign Badian. There might even be something left behind by Empress Ninine in it. The chi essence of a great sovereign will certainly be abundant. As long as we're lucky enough, we might be able to get it. They were envious, but the appearance of the chi essence of a great sovereign had aroused their excitement, making them feel that it was worthwhile to come here. Unfortunately, was their luck really that good? They were afraid that it wasn't the case. Just as the cultivator was about to put away the great emperor's essence, an invisible wave of air suddenly rushed out of the void and swept away the great emperor's essence in the cultivator's hand. Who? The cultivator was instantly enraged. A battle sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the void. This was too hateful. It wasn't easy for him to obtain this treasure. He didn't even have time to put it away before it was snatched away by someone else. This was something that the cultivator couldn't accept. From obtaining to losing, it was simply way too fast. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to take it. Clang, a powerful hand reached out from the void and tossed the sword in the cultivator's hand to the side. Soon after, a man wearing a golden robe walked out. He was incomparably mighty and his eyes were as cold as a viper's. The 7 or 8 cultivators were immediately frightened out of their wits, knowing that they had offended someone tough. A bunch of trash like you dares to dream of obtaining this emperor's item? That's simply an insult to this emperor. You guys shouldn't have entered this ruin at all. Coming in here is an act of disrespect towards this emperor. Since you're here, all of you can go and die. After the man finished speaking, he waved his hand and sent out a wave of chi, which immediately engulfed 7 or 8 people. The wave of chi turned into a hurricane, which was like a cold blade that could tear everything apart. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, and 7 or 8 people died tragically in an instant. They were originally very lucky, and they originally had endless fantasies about these ruins, but in the next moment, they lost their lives. It could be said to be incomparably tragic. None of them would have thought that they would suddenly meet such a tragic end. After all, they didn't offend anyone after coming in. They didn't even know how they died. If the other party wanted to snatch the great sovereign's chi, they didn't resist. If they wanted to take it, they could just take it. Why did they have to kill all of them? Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to figure out the reason even if they reached the Yellow Springs. The ones who killed them were none other than the Northern and Southern dynasties. Therefore, not only were they unlucky, but they were also extremely unlucky. How arrogant were the Northern and Southern dynasties? In their hearts, there was only themselves. They were high and mighty, looking down on all living beings. Other than themselves, they wouldn't put anyone else in their eyes. In their point of view, these lowly trash who dared to touch the great sovereign's chi was an insult to themselves. They deserved to die. Apart from that, the Northern and Southern dynasties had accumulated boundless anger in their hearts because of Jiang Chen's matter. This anger had been accumulated since the incident in Golden Horizon. They needed to vent it out very badly. These pitiful people had become the target for the northern and southern dynasties to vent their anger because of a wisp of great sovereign's chi. It could be said that they were really unlucky. Humph. From now on, no one will be able to stop my rise. Those who stand in my way will die. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly. With a sway, they vanished once more. This was a ruthless and peerless god of slaughter. Among the thousands of people who had entered this place, some of them were destined to be the unlucky ones. The northern and southern dynasties would regard everyone as disrespectful to their remains. Given their current situation, they were afraid that they would kill anyone they saw. The tragic death of these cultivators was just the beginning. On the other side, Xianxia was still absorbing the great sovereign's chi essence. The number of dragon marks in his body continued to rise. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. In just a few hours, Xianxia had condensed 40,000 new dragon marks. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached a terrifying 1,390,000. He was only a step away from the late immortal emperor realm. When the number of dragon marks in his body reached 1,400,000, Xianxia would advance to the late immortal emperor realm. Currently, Xianxia's cultivation base had reached the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. Xianxia's current combat strength was many times stronger than when he had just advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Given his current combat strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if he fought an ordinary intermediate immortal venerable expert. This was the terror of the dragon transformation skill. Under the dragon form, he was invincible. I've almost reached the limit. The great sovereign's chi essence in my body has reached a saturation level. I'll store the remaining great sovereign's chi essence and give it to the others later. There isn't much great sovereign's chi essence left in this place and it's too scattered. I'll collect some more before stopping and see if there are any other benefits. After another 2 hours, Xianxia decided to stop after collecting some great emperor's essence. At this point, it was no longer suitable for him to continue searching for the great emperor's essence because the remaining great emperor's essence had been divided by him and the northern and southern dynasties. The remaining insignificant great emperor's essence was no longer enough for Xianxia to spend a lot of effort to search for it. Now, he had to do something else. I'm going to walk out of the spatial turbulence and enter the real ruins to have a look. Maybe I can find other treasures left by great Emperor Badian. Moreover, there must be countless evil creatures in the ruins of a great emperor like this. It just so happens that my Zulong Tower needs these creatures to upgrade. Xianxia immediately locked on to his next goal. This was something he had to do in any ruins in the past. In addition to improving his cultivation, the Zulong Tower was also the most important thing. At this moment, the Zulong Tower had only condensed 45 floors, which was still far from reaching the perfect 99 floors. Moreover, the further one went into the Zulong Tower, the more difficult it would be to condense it. It required a large amount of terrifying energy to support it. Usually, it was not easy to find a large number of evil creatures as nourishment for the Zulong Tower. Therefore, Xianxia would not miss such a great opportunity when he came to such ruins. He knew how important the Zulong Tower was to him. It was Xianxia's biggest secret and also his biggest reliance. Sooner or later, the Zulong Tower would bring him an unexpected surprise. The entire space within the ruins was like a world of its own. There were layers upon layers of space, and if one was not careful, they would fall into it. Within the variegated small space, rumbling sounds could be heard. Storms rippled in the sky, and from time to time, the roars of evil spirits could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. At this moment, in the center of the space, a sky-high hurricane was wantonly wreaking havoc. It was like a violent gale and a thunderous sound broke out. Rumble, the hurricane was too terrifying. It was simply the king of hurricanes. Even a tornado couldn't compare to 1/10 of it. The entire hurricane emitted a destructive aura of death. From the ground to the sky, it was like a dragon with no end in sight. It shook its head and wagged its tail, sending sand and stones flying. The hurricane rotated very quickly. Even a small gust of wind was like a sharp blade, cutting the void with a crackling sound. It was hard to imagine what kind of danger it would be to fall into the depths of this hurricane. Moreover, this hurricane seemed to have fused with the heaven and earth spirit formation. Even if a venerable one were to fall into it, it would be very difficult for him to get out. In other words, he would not be able to get out at all. At this moment, there were 3 people standing outside the hurricane. 2 young men and 1 old man. The 3 of them were looking at the hurricane in panic, their faces filled with terror. "Elder, what should we do now? Sect Master has been in there for half an hour, and the hurricane is getting more and more terrifying." A young man asked. "That's right, Elder. Could it be that even the Sect Master is trapped inside?" Another young man said anxiously. "This hurricane is too terrifying. It is fused with the bewilderment grand formation that Great Sovereign Badian has deployed. It will be very difficult for anyone to get out of it. Although the Sect Master is an intermediate immortal venerable, I'm afraid that he won't be able to get out of it." The elder also frowned, his face filled with endless worry. Even though they weren't very clear about the true danger of the hurricane, they could tell from its momentum that it was like a powerful natural formation. Nothing good would come out of being trapped in it. This could be seen from the fact that even an intermediate immortal venerable Sect Master couldn't get out of it after falling into it. "What should we do now? What should we do now? We don't even know where the old ancestor is. If anything happens to the Sect Master, our Feng Luo sect will be in danger." The 2 young disciples were no longer able to maintain their composure. "Enough. Both of you, shut up," the elder reprimanded loudly. He too was feeling vexed, but there was nothing he could do. His cultivation base was merely at the half-step immortal venerable realm. If he were to enter the hurricane, not only would he not be of any help, he would also bring unnecessary trouble to the Sect Master. At this moment, a spatial crack appeared not far away from them. A white-cloaked figure walked out of it. The sudden appearance of this person naturally couldn't escape the senses of the 3 of them. They immediately looked over, and when they saw who the person was, their faces immediately revealed a look of ecstasy, because this white-clothed youth was none other than Xianxia. All of them were disciples of Feng Luo sect. Due to the incident of Xianxia causing havoc in Feng Luo sect half a month ago, everyone in Feng Luo sect knew about Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had already recovered from his dragon form. The dragon form was, after all, a form that he would only use in battle. He wouldn't use it unless he was fighting an ultimate battle. "Brother Xianxia," the elder called out. Xianxia immediately came forward to greet them. He didn't know who they were, but he could recognize the uniform of Feng Luo sect. "Why are you guys here?" asked Xianxia. "Brother Xianxia, please think of a way to save our Sect Master and the elders and disciples of Feng Luo sect." The elder's tone was so anxious that he almost burst into tears. He had been really bad for the past half an hour, but unfortunately, he wasn't capable enough to do anything. He knew that although Xianxia didn't seem to have a very strong cultivation base, he was an extraordinary person who might have a solution. Of course, he was afraid that Xianxia wouldn't have any means to deal with the hurricane that even the Sect Master couldn't do, but they were in a desperate situation. Seeing an acquaintance was equivalent to seeing a ray of hope. "What's going on?" asked Xianxia. "Brother Xianxia, a group of people from Feng Luo sect entered this space by mistake. At least 7 to 8 elders and disciples were swept into the hurricane. The 3 of us were lucky enough to escape. We then sent a distress signal to the Sect Master, and he entered the hurricane to save them. However, there's still no movement after half an hour." The elder recounted everything that had happened, hoping that Xianxia could help them save the people of Feng Luo sect. Especially since the Sect Master had fallen into the hurricane, it would be an unimaginably huge loss for Feng Luo sect if anything happened to Feng Huizi. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately looked at the hurricane and cast the Great Soul Derivation technique. An enormous amount of soul energy rushed out instantly. Even he couldn't help but frown at the sight of the powerful hurricane. This is an extremely destructive hurricane that contains the ingenious array of Great Sovereign Badian. Not to mention your Sect Master, even your old ancestor will be trapped to death if he is caught in it. Xianxia's words made the 3 of them feel despair. They could tell that Xianxia wasn't boasting. Besides, this hurricane formation might be even scarier than what he said. After all, it was left behind by Great Sovereign Badian. The existence of a Great Sovereign was supreme. No one could understand how powerful a Great Sovereign's true means could be. Moreover, the fact that Feng Huizi hadn't come out after such a long time had basically proved that Jiang Chen's words weren't baseless. If even an old ancestor was trapped to death, who else could come to save Sect Master and the others? If anything happened to them, the future of Feng Luo sect would be unimaginable. By that time, the enemies would definitely attack Feng Luo sect, plunging Feng Luo sect into an irrecoverable situation. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Their bodies began to tremble. What should we do? We're finished. Feng Luo sect is going to be finished. Even old ancestor can't save them. Who else can? Our sect has just suffered the betrayal of Xianxia and his son, and now we're facing such a crisis. The two disciples' faces were filled with despair. Shut up, both of you. The elder reprimanded once more. He was, after all, a half-step immortal venerable supreme elder. His temperament was much better than theirs, so he could still maintain his composure. After a brief moment of despair, the old man suddenly saw a calm expression on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen was looking at the hurricane formation in front of him with a calm expression, and there wasn't a single ripple in his eyes. This made the old man's eyes light up, and he hastily said, "Brother Jiang Chen, do you have an idea?" The old man asked with the attitude of giving it a try, but his tone was filled with expectation, because what he saw from Jiang Chen was confidence, and not the kind of nonchalant attitude of someone who didn't care about anything that was related to him. Although this hurricane formation is terrifying, it can't stop me. No matter how powerful a hurricane or a terrifying formation is, there will always be a flaw. As long as I can find the flaw, I'll be able to break it and escape. Jiang Chen said plainly. So? Can Brother Jiang break this hurricane formation? The elder asked in disbelief. I'll give it a try. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen flew towards the hurricane. As soon as he got close to the hurricane, he was sucked into the violent hurricane and vanished in the blink of an eye. Brother Jiang! The elder called out. When he saw that Jiang Chen had already entered the hurricane, he couldn't help feeling touched. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Even he, a loyal elder of Feng Luo sect, didn't dare to enter. Jiang Chen was considered as an outsider who could ignore it and continue to search for his treasures. However, he had disregarded his own safety and entered the hurricane formation to save the people of Feng Luo sect. Such a heroic spirit wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Apart from feeling grateful and touched, the elder also saw a glimmer of hope. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was absolutely not a reckless person. He had always been meticulous in his work. This could be seen from how Jiang Chen killed Xianxia and his son in Feng Luo sect alone. Therefore, since Jiang Chen dared to enter the hurricane formation, the elder believed that Jiang Chen absolutely wasn't acting recklessly. He must have a certain degree of confidence in breaking the hurricane formation. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chen was so confident, he firmly believed that Jiang Chen was an extraordinary person. The confidence in his eyes had calmed the elder's heart for a short while. Elder, Jiang Chen is merely an immortal emperor. Isn't he courting death by entering the hurricane formation? A disciple spoke. What do you know? Brother Jiang is different from ordinary people. I believe that he must have some means to break the hurricane formation. Otherwise, only a fool would take the initiative to court death. Does he look like a fool to you? Do you think that a person who has the guts to break into Feng Luo sect alone and eliminate the great elder is a fool? The elder glared at the disciple as if he was looking at a fool. The disciple stopped talking, because he suddenly felt like he was talking to an idiot. Although Jiang Chen was also a young man, he knew that he wasn't on the same level as Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen dared to attack, there must be a reason behind it, and the reason behind it was his formidable strength. That's right. For the trio of Feng Luo sect, all that was left was anticipation and waiting. Inside the hurricane formation, there were a total of 9 people, including Feng Huizi, surrounding each other in a circle. Each of their faces was incomparably grim. Many of them had suffered from either light or heavy injuries. The surrounding hurricane had formed an impenetrable wind wall, making it impossible for them to find an exit. It was undoubtedly very dangerous to enter this kind of large formation. The surrounding hurricanes were unpredictable. Even if you found a weak point, by the time you attacked, it would have already disappeared. This was like a trap formation with great confusion. It would trap people inside until they died. Apart from the trapping formation, there would be powerful hurricane attacks from time to time. Each wave of attack was incomparably terrifying. Each wind blade was extremely sharp. Even a mighty venerable would be injured if they were careless. Their faces darkened to the extreme. Many of them had a look of despair on their faces. Now that even their sect master couldn't break the barrier of the hurricane, their last trace of hope was shattered. Roar, all of a sudden, a thunderous roar reverberated. A monster that was a dozen meters in size rushed out of the hurricane. It was incomparably ferocious. Its entire body was formed by the hurricane. It was the scariest thing in the hurricane formation. It didn't have a fixed killer move. It was completely hidden in the hurricane. No one would be able to tell when it would attack from which direction. The injuries of the experts of Feng Luo sect were caused by these monsters. Be careful! Feng Huazi yelled. The monster in front of them was enormous. With the enhancement of the hurricane and the formation, its combat strength had already reached the immortal venerable realm. In addition to the environment, its attack was swift and violent. Ordinary immortal venerables would find it hard to defend against it. Feng Huazi held a sword in his hand and accurately slashed at the monster's body, splitting it in half. However, the two halves of the monster turned into a hurricane and disappeared into the surrounding wind. Sect Master, these gale beasts are too terrifying. We can't kill them at all. An early immortal venerable elder spoke. This is the item left behind by Great Sovereign Badian. It's very terrifying. We have to be extra careful. As long as we persist, we will surely find a way out. Thunderous roars constantly erupted from the hurricanes. The surroundings were like an impenetrable fortress. The roars of the fierce wind beasts came from different directions. It was unknown how many fierce wind beasts there were, but they were all existences that couldn't be killed. They were born from the hurricanes and the Great Formation, so they couldn't be killed completely. It was enough to grind away people's minds. The people of Feng Luo sect were on the verge of despair, especially those who had suffered serious injuries. Looking at the surrounding hurricanes, they had lost all hope. Under the leadership of the sect master, they had tried all possible means, but in the end, they couldn't find any chance of survival. Sect master, it's all because of us. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have been dragged into this. That's right, sect master. Feng Luo sect can do without us, but it can't do without you. If anything happens to you, we will be the sinners of the entire sect. We won't be able to forgive ourselves even in death. At this moment, the people of Feng Luo sect weren't afraid. When a person was truly in despair, they wouldn't feel fear. They just felt sorry for Feng Huazi, but at the same time, they felt very proud to have such a sect master. At the critical moment, it was the sect master who stepped forward bravely and barged in without fear of danger. They couldn't deny that if Feng Huazi hadn't rushed in at the critical moment, there wouldn't be more than 3 of them standing here. However, it was because of them that Feng Huazi had fallen into such a dangerous situation. How could they not blame themselves? They were well aware of Feng Huazi's importance to Feng Luo sect. Just like what they said, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace if something happened to Feng Huazi because of them. At most, we'll live and die together. Feng Huazi's chi fluctuated. As the sect master, he had to tie the safety of his subordinates and his own safety at all times. It wasn't easy for a high and mighty person to do what Feng Huazi did. Why are you so discouraged? Aren't we all living well? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from within the hurricane. In the next moment, a white-robed Xianxia appeared before everyone's eyes. He walked through the hurricane with ease, as if he was taking a stroll in a park. He completely ignored the sharp blades of wind around him. There was a smile on his face. Just this aura alone was enough to cause people to praise him in their hearts. Brother Jiangchen. Seeing the arrival of Jiangchen, everyone was directly dumbfounded. Even Feng Huazi did not expect that Jiangchen would appear here at this time. Everyone knew that this was an extremely dangerous place. Coming here was equivalent to digging a grave for oneself. Since I've encountered you, I, Jiangchen, naturally can't just sit back and watch. I can't just watch all of you die here. Jiangchen said. He clearly heard the conversation between Feng Huizi and the others before. His good impression of Feng Huizi doubled again. A person who valued friendship and righteousness would never be hated by others. Brother Jiang, you really shouldn't have come here. This place is left by Great Emperor Badian. The hurricane is indestructible. Even I can't do anything about it. Feng Huizi sighed and said with a slight reproach. In his opinion, it was a very unwise choice for Jiang Chen to come here to die. Sect Master, don't worry. Since I dare to come here, I have the means to deal with this hurricane. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Asterisk roar, asterisk a ferocious roar suddenly sounded out from behind Jiang Chen. A violent hurricane rose once again, and a gigantic gale beast dashed towards Jiang Chen with extreme speed. Brother, be careful. Feng Huizi's expression changed dramatically. It was Jiang Chen's first time coming here and he didn't know about the gale beast. If he was attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, it turned out that Feng Huizi and the others' worries were completely unnecessary because Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. The gale beast merely tore apart an afterimage of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen appeared beside Feng Huizi leisurely and turned to look at the gale beast that disappeared after its attack failed. What a terrifying speed. Everyone sighed with emotion, and at the same time, they were secretly sweating. If they were in Jiang Chen's shoes, they would have been severely injured even if they didn't die. Just this alone was enough for Jiang Chen to earn their respect. You're right. However, they also recalled the time when they were in Feng Luo sect. Shen Ao had repeatedly attacked Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen always escaped easily. Jiang Chen's speed could be described as unparalleled. Brother, this is the gale beast. It lives on the hurricane and the array. It's the most terrifying thing here. It hides in the hurricane and we can't find any trace of it. Moreover, it's good at sneak attacks. It's extremely fast and lethal. What's more terrifying is that this gale beast can produce a crystal similar to demonic spirit. As long as the crystal isn't destroyed, even if the gale beast is killed, it can still be resurrected by the hurricane. Feng Huizi explained and introduced the situation of the gale beast to Jiang Chen. During this period of time, even he, the sect master, had suffered a lot in the hands of the gale beast. I see. Jiang Chen was enlightened, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, because he had seen creatures like the gale beast more than once. Back then, the Ice Demon King was also one of them. Due to the environment, such creatures were very hard to kill, but they weren't immortal. Brother Jiang Chen, do you have any good ideas? Feng Huizi looked over at Jiang Chen. He could sense that Jiang Chen's qi was much stronger than before. Although Jiang Chen was still only an immortal emperor, Feng Huizi didn't dare to look down on Jiang Chen. He had already regarded Jiang Chen as an existence on the same level as him. Furthermore, he was sure that Jiang Chen must have his own means since he had come in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in so rashly. Of course, sect master, just watch. These gale beasts are nothing. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a smile. He was very happy now, because he had a reason to be happy. From the moment the gale beast attacked him, Jiang Chen had already seen through the gale beast. This kind of gale beast was formed from the energy of wind. There were crystals in its body, just like the demon soul of a demon beast. Naturally, Jiang Chen had his own means to deal with them. He didn't need to use fire or dragon transformation skill. He only needed the eternal immortal wind. The eternal immortal wind was a supreme existence created by great sovereign Badian. In terms of grade, these hurricanes were too low compared to the eternal immortal wind, including the gale beasts. More importantly, the eternal immortal wind contained traces of great sovereign Badian. The origin chi it emitted could suppress any hurricanes in this spatial zone and even gain the approval of the formation. The eternal immortal wind might not be the most powerful wind in the immortal world, but it was absolutely the most supreme wind in this ruin, because it represented the existence of great sovereign Badian. Otherwise, Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't have been able to obtain the chi essence of the great sovereign so easily. Jiang Chen was standing not far away from the front. With the help of the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, he could easily find the gale beasts hidden in the hurricane formation. These gale beasts were condensed from pure wind energy. They were extremely powerful. If the ancestral dragon pagoda could absorb them, they would definitely be top-grade nourishment. There were opportunities everywhere in the ruins of a great sovereign. Jiang Chen had already obtained tremendous benefits not long after he entered. The chi essence of the great sovereign and the gale beasts were the second. Feng Huazi and the other experts of Feng Luo sect stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Their eyes were still filled with doubt and disbelief. After all, they had deeply experienced the terror of the gale beasts. They had almost lost all hope in this hurricane formation. However, Jiang Chen's confidence had given them some hope. After all, Jiang Chen's performance in Feng Luo sect was already very outstanding. A figure like him was bound to have some extraordinary abilities. Asterisk roar sounded from the hurricane once more. This time, 3 powerful gale beasts rushed out from different directions. Their target was clear, Jiang Chen. Be careful, brother Jiang. Seeing this, Feng Huazi hurriedly reminded them. Each of the 3 fierce wind beasts had the battle strength of an immortal venerable. When they joined forces, it was even more terrifying. Humph. Eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The violent eternal immortal wind rushed out in an instant. The wind waves formed by the eternal immortal wind were even more terrifying than the hurricane. The instant the eternal immortal wind appeared, the raging gale beast immediately retracted its tyrannical aura. It looked at the eternal immortal wind in fear and became docile. The people of Feng Luo sect were stunned. They had never seen such a situation before. After fighting the gale beasts for half an hour, they deeply understood the terror and ferocity of the beasts. This was the first time they had ever seen such a situation, but they weren't fools. They instantly knew that it might be because of Jiang Chen's wind wave. They could feel that the immortal wind cast by Jiang Chen was obviously of a higher grade than the hurricane formation. It was an essential difference, a gap of a higher grade. Moreover, the gale beast was subconsciously afraid of the immortal wind, and even revered it. Asterisk Chi La. Chi La asterisk the 3 gale beasts were torn into pieces by the eternal immortal wind. Even the crystals that were formed in their bodies couldn't escape. The torn gale beasts and the crystals were absorbed by Jiang Chen's ancestral dragon pagoda. The energy of the 3 gale beasts made the pagoda emit a strong buzzing sound. The 45th level was fully condensed in an instant, and the 46th level began to condense. What a pure wind energy! Let me see how many gale beasts there are. The more the better. Jiang Chen's eyes were sparkling. He couldn't hide his excitement. Among all the people in this spatial zone, Jiang Chen was probably the only one who wished for as many gale beasts as possible in the hurricane formation. Amazing! Those gale beasts have been killed by Brother Jiang. That's right. They're completely killed. They're completely different from the ones we killed before. What's truly terrifying is that after the gale beasts encountered Brother Jiang's attack, they didn't take the initiative to attack. That seems to be a form of suppression. That's incredible. The people of Feng Luo sect couldn't keep their composure anymore. This was unbelievable to them. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Of course, apart from astonishment, Jiang Chen's performance had brought them more excitement and hope, allowing them to see the hope of survival. The combination of the great soul derivation technique and the great divination art had exposed all the secrets of the hurricane formation to Jiang Chen. Each of the gale beasts in the hurricane formation was clearly visible to Jiang Chen. There were more than 30 gale beasts in the hurricane formation alone. Many of them had the combat strength of an immortal venerable. If all of them were absorbed, the 46th level of the Zulong Tower wouldn't be a problem at all. Come out now! Jiang Chen bellowed. The violent eternal immortal wind emerged once more. Each gust of immortal wind was like a sharp sword, piercing into the hurricane. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk endless roars were heard. One after another, powerful gale beasts rushed out along the immortal wind. Without exception, all the gale beasts were shredded into nothingness by Jiang Chen's immortal wind the instant they appeared. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Or perhaps, these gale beasts had completely given up resisting under the control of the immortal wind, allowing themselves to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. My God! This is too incredible. Brother Jiang's methods are simply unimaginable. He can actually take the initiative to draw the gale beasts out. Did you see that? Those originally violent gale beasts don't even know how to resist under Brother Zhang's celestial demeanor. It's as if their subjects have encountered a respected past. Incredible. At this rate, it won't take long for all the gale beasts to be killed by Jiang brother. Then, we'll have a chance to leave this place. The people of Feng Luo sect had completely witnessed what a miracle was. Even Feng Huazi was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Only after experiencing it personally did he know how terrifying the gale beasts were. And the more it was like this, the more impressive Jiang Chen's performance was. In just a few minutes, all the gale beasts in the hurricane had been completely refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen. The whole process was effortless. The 46th floor of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed and a small part of the 47th floor had been condensed. Such benefits were simply unbelievable to Jiang Chen. Not only that, the condensation of the Zulong Tower had also brought great benefits to Jiang Chen, increasing the number of dragon marks in his body and pushing his cultivation base to the peak of intermediate Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the late Immortal Emperor realm. Sect Master, I have already eliminated all the gale beasts here. Now, we only need to destroy the hurricane barrier and open an exit. Jiang Chen spoke. Good. Jiang brother is truly amazing. I admire you, but this hurricane barrier has been fused with the restriction left by Great Sovereign Badian. It won't be easy to break it. Feng Huazi's face was full of excitement, but he still felt somewhat helpless about opening the hurricane barrier. Huff. Huff, the surrounding hurricanes were still as violent as ever. The wind wall formed by the hurricane still looked indestructible. Even though the gale beasts had been eliminated, this place was still a sealed formation that was integrated with the restriction of Great Emperor Badian. It wouldn't be easy to get out of this place. This was also the reason why Feng Huazi and the rest were still worried. Of course, they didn't know that with the eternal immortal wind, these powerful hurricanes were completely the same as the ferocious gale beasts. The eternal immortal wind could easily break through the hurricane barrier. With the combination of Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique and great divination art, it was a piece of cake for him to find the flaw of Great Emperor Badian's restriction. Standing there, Jiang Chen operated the great soul derivation technique and great divination art to the extreme. Waves of wind gushed out from his body like sharp blades and finally formed into a dragon-shaped storm that charged towards a certain direction. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the originally indestructible hurricane wall was directly penetrated by Jiang Chen, creating a huge hole. Even the intricate restriction had collapsed. Jiang Chen wasn't blindly choosing the spot to attack. He had found the weak point of the restriction with the combination of the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, allowing him to break it in one strike. What are you waiting for? The hurricane and restriction can recover automatically. We won't be able to get out if we're late. Jiang Chen yelled at the shocked members of Feng Luo sect before turning into a streak of light and walking out of the hurricane array. Only then did Feng Huazi and the rest react. They didn't have the time to be excited. They immediately increased their speed to the extreme and passed through the hurricane array. To them, it was just like a dream. They had completely given up hope, but they didn't expect to be rescued at the last moment. That kind of feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. Outside the hurricane formation, the three geniuses of Feng Luo sect were pacing back and forth nervously. When they saw Jiang Chen and the geniuses of Feng Luo sect walking out of the hurricane formation, their faces revealed a look of ecstasy and hastily went forward to welcome them. Sect Master, are you all right? The elder was on the verge of tears. His eyes were brimming with tears when he saw Feng Huazi in one piece. This showed that Feng Huazi's status and character in Feng Luo sect were very popular. It's fine. It's all thanks to Brother Jiang this time. Otherwise, all of us would have died inside. Feng Huazi couldn't conceal his excitement. He strode towards Jiang Chen with everyone from Feng Luo sect following behind him. Brother Jiang, Feng Luo sect will never be able to repay your kindness. Feng Huazi said and saluted Jiang Chen. The people behind him also saluted at the same time. In the entire world, perhaps only Jiang Chen could make the dignified Feng Luo sect master personally salute him. If it was during normal times, even if Feng Huazi was willing to salute someone, his subordinates wouldn't be willing to do so. After all, Feng Huizi represented the face and dignity of Feng Luo sect. But now, everyone saluted him willingly. They would never forget what happened in the hurricane array for the rest of their lives. To them, apart from feeling grateful to Xianxia, they were more shocked. The hurricane array that so many of them couldn't break was actually broken by Xianxia so easily. How many people in the entire world could have such an ability? No one on the scene was a fool. Each of them had very sharp eyes. In their point of view, although Xianxia was merely an immortal emperor, his future achievement would be unimaginable and limitless. To put it bluntly, this white-robed youth was absolutely the most heaven-defying genius they had ever seen. No one in the entire younger generation of Feng Luo sect could match Xianxia. This had already become a fact, because Shen Yifei, who had the support of the number one genius of Feng Luo sect, had died tragically in the hands of Xianxia. The gap between the two of them had long been revealed. "Sect master, you don't have to be so polite. I have never treated you as an outsider." Xianxia hastily helped Feng Huizi up. By saying that he had never treated them as an outsider, he had straightaway pulled the relationship between him and Feng Luo sect closer. This made everyone in Feng Luo sect feel incomparably comfortable. "Brother Jiang, if there's anything you need in the future, Feng Luo sect won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you." Feng Huizi patted his chest and spoke. The others nodded in agreement. By this time, they had already regarded Xianxia as one of their own. Apart from being one of their own, he was also their benefactor. There were many kinds of kindness in this world, but there was one kind that couldn't be repaid, the kindness of saving one's life. Everyone only had one life, live or die. To the experts of Feng Luo sect, Xianxia had given them a chance to live. How could they repay such a great kindness? Just like what Feng Huizi had said, they would go through water and tread on fire. "Since everyone has gotten rid of the danger, I'll be taking my leave. The ruins of the great monarchs are filled with danger, so please be careful when you leave." Xianxia cupped his fists at Feng Huizi before vanishing like a specter. Time was of the essence. He had to find the center of this ruin as soon as possible to stop the northern and southern dynasties. He didn't have time to waste on the people of Feng Luo sect. In this ruin, the northern and southern dynasties were the most important and potentially the greatest danger. "Sect leader, this time, we owe Brother Jiang a big favor." Looking at the place where Brother Jiang disappeared, an elder could not help but ask. "Okay, in the future, if Xianxia needs our help, Feng Luo sect will definitely do our best." "Alright, don't forget Brother Jiang's reminder. Be extra careful when you travel in this space," Feng Huizi said. "Understood, sect master." Everyone answered in unison. After experiencing a life-and-death situation, they naturally cherished their lives even more. They would certainly be very cautious in their future journey. In the following period of time, Xianxia kept shuttling to different places in the ruins, killing plenty of evil spirits and puppets. The Zulun Tower had reached the 48th floor, but Xianxia's cultivation base was still at the peak of intermediate immortal emperor, showing no signs of breaking through to the late immortal emperor realm. Xianxia didn't insist on it. He knew that it wasn't the right time yet. When it was time to advance, he would naturally advance. Next, Xianxia prepared to use the great divination art to divine the location of the deepest part of the ruins. The secrets of Great Sovereign Badian, Empress Ninine, and the immortal burying coffin had always been on Xianxia's mind. It had been a long time since the remains of the Great Sovereign had been opened. Countless experts had entered this place. At this time, the place had become very lively. Powerful battle fluctuations could be heard at any time. Apart from the battles between humans, evil spirits, and puppets, there were also many battles that broke out for treasures. One had to admit that there were indeed a lot of treasures in the remains of Great Sovereign Badian. There were powerful venerable great immortal weapons and even emperor great immortal metastones. Whether it was venerable great immortal weapons or emperor great immortal metastones, they were unimaginably attractive to the experts who had entered this place. An emperor great immortal metastone was a necessity for peerless venerables. Without the support of an emperor great immortal metastone, even if one had the strength to advance to the half-step sovereign realm, he wouldn't be able to do so. Therefore, a large part of the reason why many venerables came here was for the Emperor Great Immortal Metastone. Emperor Great Immortal Metastones were too rare. Since the Emperor Great Immortal Metastone was the remains of Great Sovereign Badian, it was only natural that there would be a lot of Emperor Great Immortal Metastones scattered around. In addition to immortal weapons and Emperor Great Immortal Metastones, there were also many rare treasures, such as rare herbs, high-grade demon spirits and powerful secret manuals. How could the things left behind by Great Sovereign Badian be ordinary? The preciousness of these treasures directly led to the intensity of the competition. Many of the things here were very attractive to Xianxia, such as the Emperor Great Immortal Metastone. Xianxia didn't care about those immortal weapons and secret manuals, because he had the Zulong Tower and the Heavenly Saint Sword. Unless it was the natal sovereign weapon of Great Sovereign Badian, Xianxia wouldn't be tempted. However, how could the natal sovereign weapon of Great Sovereign Badian be found here? He must have kept it for the northern and southern dynasties. This was what Xianxia was most worried about. Xianxia similarly didn't care about the cultivation technique. No matter how powerful the cultivation technique was, it couldn't be compared to the dragon transformation skill. Besides, his true dragon combat technique was unparalleled. The only thing that could attract Xianxia was the Sovereign Great Immortal Metastone and those rare spiritual herbs, especially the Sovereign Great Immortal Metastone. Xianxia cultivated the dragon transformation skill. Every time he advanced, the amount of immortal metastone he needed would be incomparably terrifying. He was only an intermediate immortal emperor now. When he advanced to the immortal venerable realm or the higher sovereign realm, the amount of immortal metastone required would be incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, no matter how great the attraction was, Xianxia couldn't put all his attention on it. If there was no northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia would certainly not hesitate to collect the treasures everywhere. However, it was different now. He didn't have time to waste on this. If he delayed, he would only create opportunities for the northern and southern dynasties, which would eventually lead him to an irrecoverable state. Xianxia had divined using the great divination art. The physical body and natal sovereign weapon of Great Sovereign Badian were still here. These two things were the most precious and treasures in the entire remains. The purpose of the northern and southern dynasties was very simple. These two things. Once they got their hands on them, even one of them would be a great disaster. It was hard to imagine how powerful Nanbei Chao would become after he fused with the body of the great sovereign from his previous life and obtained his natal monarch weapon. At that time, no one would be able to control him. It would be the doomsday for everyone who had entered the ancient ruin. There was no doubt about this. According to the style of the northern and southern dynasties, once they gained power, they would never let anyone go. What Xianxia needed to do now was to try his best to stop the northern and southern dynasties. His current battle strength was almost equal to that of the northern and southern dynasties. If the northern and southern dynasties obtained the physical body and natal sovereign weapons of Great Sovereign, the situation would be changed in an instant. Xianxia operated the great divination art to the extreme and displayed the Tai Chi diagram. He found a coordinate in the space of the Great Sovereign and found a passage that connected to the depths of the space. Without hesitation, Xianxia walked into the passage. The moment Xianxia entered the passage, a summoning force immediately locked onto Xianxia, causing Xianxia to shiver. This summoning force wasn't unfamiliar to him. It came from the immortal burying coffin. When he saw the coffin for the first time in the ancient tomb, he had already sensed the chi of the coffin. Now, this mysterious summoning force came from the coffin. Why is the immortal burying coffin summoning me? Could it be Xiaoyu? Xianxia's eyes lit up. The Empress Nainin in the immortal burying coffin was most likely Yan Qinyu's predecessor, the daughter of the immortal Slayer King. At this moment, Xianxia was almost certain of this. All along, Yan Qinyu's matter had affected Xianxia's heart, causing him to be unable to remain calm. Now that the immortal burying coffin was summoning him, it was very likely that Yan Qinyu was the one who was calling him. Xiaoyu needs me. I must go there immediately. Without thinking, Xianxia put away the Tai Chi diagram and flew in the direction of the immortal burying coffin's summoning. He was like a wandering dragon in the void, appearing and disappearing in a flash. At this moment, in the deepest part of the great sovereign space, there was an independent spatial zone. It was separated from the outside world by a spatial barrier. It was very secretive. No ordinary expert would be able to find this place. This spatial zone was filled with scorching heat. That was an unimaginable heat. Even a late immortal emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. The void was filled with fiery red air currents. Those with low cultivation base would be vaporized immediately upon entering this place. It was just too terrifying. Long. In front of them was a large sea of magma. The fiery red magma filled the sky, forming an ocean. It floated there like a magma mountain, giving off a very oppressive feeling. At this moment, there were 8 people standing outside the magma mountain. Each of them had an extremely strong cultivation base. The lowest cultivation base among them was at the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. The rest were late immortal venerables and peerless venerables. The old man standing at the forefront had the most terrifying cultivation base. The aura of great sovereign radiating from his body was actually the same as Xiao Wangqing, a mighty half-step sovereign realm expert. Each of them had their eyes locked, staring unblinkingly at the magma ocean in front of them. In the magma ocean, a huge ancient coffin and a soaring sword were fighting fiercely. The chi waves produced by the collision of the 2 sovereign weapons caused the magma to churn violently. Long. The magma became incomparably violent. Apart from the commotion caused by the collision between the immortal burying coffin and the peerless sword, the magma floating in the sky wasn't calm at all. It was a very ancient magma. The temperature of the magma wasn't that high, but because Great Sovereign Badian had refined it and used a great technique to control it in this space, the temperature of the magma was extraordinarily high. It was so high that even an immortal venerable wouldn't dare to stay here for a long period of time. Not even a mighty intermediate immortal venerable would dare to enter the magma recklessly. The ancient fiery red altar was engraved with complicated patterns. Those were the talismans of the great emperors. No one knew how long this altar had existed, but it was filled with the aura of vicissitudes. However, the greatest feeling that this altar gave people was definitely not vicissitudes, but nobility, a high and mighty nobility. If the altar was said to be high and mighty, then the throne placed on top of it was simply supreme. It was a throne made of pure gold. Both sides of the throne were carved with dragon heads. On the throne sat a majestic man wearing a golden robe with his eyes closed. His golden hair was messy. Even though his eyes were closed and he was sitting there motionlessly, his domineering chi couldn't be concealed. This was a dead person, or rather, a corpse. This was the truly terrifying part. A mere corpse was able to emit an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. A corpse that sat upright in the terrifyingly hot magma sea for so many years without rotting. This was enough to show how powerful this person was when he was alive. That's right. This majestic golden-haired man was none other than Great Sovereign Badian, or rather, the corpse of Great Sovereign Badian. Next to Great Sovereign Badian was another man who was wearing the same clothes as Great Sovereign Badian. Golden robe, golden hair, and even his face looked somewhat familiar. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this man was none other than the Northern and Southern dynasties. Even though Xianxia had been trying his best to catch up, he was still one step too late. The Northern and Southern dynasties had already found this place and found the physical body that belonged to him in his previous life. Looking at him now, he was merging with his great emperor's body. The immortal burying coffin, the peerless sword, the throne, the body of a great sovereign, the Northern and Southern dynasties, the sea of magma, and the ancient altar, these were the central scenes of this space. But this wasn't the final scene, because there was another thing here. A fist-sized crystal hovered a few dozen meters above the altar. The crystal emitted a cold light and was surrounded by countless flames. The cold light emitted from the crystal collided with the flames constantly, producing sizzling sounds. The fact that it didn't melt in such a scorching and cruel environment was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Damn it! This is the real treasure in this space. The immortal burying coffin has also appeared here. The sword that is fighting with the coffin seems to be the natal sovereign weapon of Great Sovereign Badian, the monarch sword. That's right. That's the monarch sword, the legendary monarch sword. If I can get it. Forget it, I'd better not think about it because it's impossible. Great Sovereign Badian had planned everything in advance. Even his body is here. Look at that young man, he should be the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Badian. That's right. This kid has already found his previous great sovereign's body and is merging with it. Once he succeeds, the new great sovereign Badian will be resurrected. In the distance, the immortal venerables' faces were filled with astonishment. Their eyes were filled with blazing greed, but none of them dared to make a move. Asterisk bang. Asterisk just then, a dull sound rang out from the void in the distance. A young man dressed in white robes walked over. Everyone looked over. When they saw that the youth was only a peak intermediate immortal emperor, their eyes revealed a trace of disdain. A puny immortal emperor has found this place so quickly. It seems like he's lucky. Lucky? It should be said that he's unlucky. The environment here is just too cruel. An immortal emperor will definitely be turned into ashes in less than half an hour, someone spoke. Then, he no longer looked at the white-robed youth, but shifted his gaze back to the magma ocean. A puny immortal emperor wasn't enough to make them put him in their eyes. The incomer was none other than Xianxia. He was summoned by the immortal burying coffin and found this place very quickly. Presently, he didn't have the mood to pay attention to those experts. His eyes were fixed on the magma ocean, but when he saw the northern and southern dynasties, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. I'm still a step too late. This bastard has already begun to merge with the great sovereign's body. I have to find a way to stop him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. But first, I want to know why the immortal burying coffin has summoned me. Xianxia felt very fortunate that the immortal burying coffin had summoned him. Otherwise, even if he had the great divination art, he was afraid that he would be delayed by the time he found this place. Although the environment here was cruel, the scorching magma didn't affect Xianxia in the slightest. With the fusion of 4 types of supreme flames in his body, no matter how heaven-defying the temperature was, it was like taking a bath to him. Xianxia didn't act recklessly. He wanted to figure out the current situation first, and then make the right response according to the situation. Look, what's that? Only then did someone notice the crystal floating above the altar and asked in surprise. What cold chi? Even the magma ocean can't block the cold chi of the crystal. It's the Nining Profound Heart. That's right. It must be the Nining Profound Heart. My God. It's the legendary Nining Profound Heart left behind by Empress Nining. Rumor has it that Empress Nining was born with 19 meridians. Later on, she condensed the Nining Profound Heart. In the battle between Empress Nining and Great Sovereign Badian, both of them died. This must be the Nining Profound Heart. I finally understand why the immortal burying coffin came here. It seems like it came for the Nining Profound Heart, but it was stopped by the monarch sword. The legendary Nining Profound Heart, the heart of a great sovereign. It's floating here. If I can get it, my cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. Everyone was excited. Even the powerful half-martial monarchs were unable to keep calm in the face of such a scene. The Nining Profound Heart left behind by the famous Empress Nining was a supreme treasure of the world. Anyone who obtained it would become a supreme figure. However, no one chose to make a move. After all, they knew very well that the immortal burying coffin was here for the Nining Profound Heart. If it wasn't for the monarch sword, the coffin would have already left with the Nining Profound Heart. Currently, the northern and southern dynasties were in the process of fusing with the great sovereign's body. They basically wouldn't care about what was happening around them. The only thing that made them afraid of snatching the Nining Profound Heart was the immortal burying coffin. After all, the immortal burying coffin was famous. However, this didn't stop people from becoming greedy. Sometimes, greed was the scariest thing in the world. When greed reached its peak, it would drown people's minds. Once people lost their minds, they would attack recklessly. Xianxia had encountered such a situation many times. Back when he was in Golden Horizon, he had encountered such a situation many times. From afar, Xianxia's eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the Nining Profound Heart. He had heard every word of their conversation. Given his eyesight, it was impossible for him to not know that the immortal burying coffin was here for the Nining Profound Heart, because Empress Nining was lying in the coffin. The Nining Profound Heart was left behind after the battle with Great Sovereign Badian. Therefore, they were here to retrieve it. Empress Nining must be Xiaoyu's previous incarnation. The Empress Ninine in the immortal burying coffin gave me a very familiar feeling. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has already fused with the great sovereign's body in her previous incarnation. Now, she only needs the Ninine profound heart to wake up. Jiangchen seemed to be very excited. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. The secret that had been bothering him for so long had finally been revealed. He also knew where Yan Chenyu was, and this was the most crucial moment. Jiangchen understood that whether or not Yan Chenyu could wake up and return to the peak of her previous life depended on whether or not she could obtain the Ninine profound heart. This is the magma ocean left behind by Great Sovereign Badian. It controls everything here, including the Ninine profound heart. Great Sovereign Badian predicted that Empress Ninine would return one day, so he set up an airtight defense here. Furthermore, with the monarch sword blocking the immortal burying coffin and Empress Ninine unable to stand up from the coffin, it's almost impossible to get the Ninine profound heart under such circumstances. The immortal burying coffin must have summoned me here to help Empress Ninine snatch the Ninine profound heart. Jiangchen thought to himself. The current situation was very clear. The northern and southern dynasties were rapidly fusing with the great sovereign's body. Once the northern and southern dynasties successfully fused, everything would be over. At that time, before the Ninine profound heart could be obtained, the entire great sovereign space would usher in doomsday. Yan Chenyu, who had lost the Ninine profound heart, would never have the chance to wake up again. I must stop the northern and southern dynasties from snatching the Ninine profound heart. Jiangchen gritted his teeth. Even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of him, he would still give it a try. There was no turning back now. Hong long long, raging waves were rising in the sea of magma. Layers of fire waves almost incinerated the entire spatial zone. The immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were engaged in an intense battle. The two peerless sovereign weapons seemed to be secretly controlled. The monarch sword is blocking the immortal burying coffin. Great Sovereign Badian is fusing with the Ninine profound heart. This is the best opportunity. Damn it. I'll definitely risk my life. If I succeed in obtaining the Ninine profound heart, I'll escape immediately. My name will surely shake the world in the future. A peak intermediate immortal venerable expert's chi fluctuated. He gritted his teeth and made a major decision. He was ready to strike. As the saying went, seeking wealth amidst danger. Sometimes, one would have to struggle for one's destiny. If one didn't struggle, one would never know how strong one's luck was. Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, no one wouldn't be moved. No one was willing to give up such a great opportunity for no reason. Even if this opportunity was filled with a slim chance of survival, some of them were willing to give it a try. What if they succeeded? Unfortunately, this what if was really too what if. In the end, the peak intermediate immortal venerable expert couldn't resist the temptation of the Ninine profound heart. He turned into a ray of light and rushed into the magma ocean. His speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already entered the magma ocean. The immortal venerable expert easily crossed the area where the immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were fighting, and came close to the Ninine profound heart. Someone had entered the magma ocean, causing the magma to churn even more violently. The expert of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw someone flying up the altar and rushing towards the Ninine profound heart, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a disdainful sneer. Then, he closed his eyes again. The immortal venerable was less than 3 meters away from the Ninine profound heart. He only needed to take a step forward and he would be able to grab the Ninine profound heart. At this moment, his forehead was already covered with sweat. He was using all the strength in his body to resist the powerful impact of the terrifying heat wave around him. Before entering the magma ocean, he had never thought that the temperature here would be so terrifying. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert like him was on the verge of collapsing. Let's give it our all. The expert wasn't willing to give up. Since he had already come this far, there was naturally no reason for him to retreat. He had to give it his all, regardless of whether he would succeed or not. Without the slightest hesitation, the immortal venerable suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed at the Ninine profound heart. Unfortunately, he had neglected the flickering flames around the Ninine profound heart. These flames were the real terrifying existence. When the expert's palm touched the flames, they immediately turned into a terrifying fire dragon. The surrounding magma began to churn. The hidden seals were also triggered. A whirlpool was formed in the middle of the fire dragon. The immortal venerable expert didn't even have the chance to react before he was sucked into the whirlpool. Arg! By the time the immortal venerable realized that something was wrong, he let out a blood-curdling scream. In an instant, he was devoured by the fire dragon and burned to ashes. Kiss. This step made those experts who were watching from the outside couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Among them, 2 immortal venerables who were preparing to seize the heart were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They hastily retracted their legs and stared at the whirlpool that had already calmed down. It was as though nothing had happened, but a living immortal venerable had vanished just like that. He had vanished completely. The tragic death of an immortal venerable was like a basin of cold water that was poured on everyone's head, waking them up instantly, especially the other 2 peak intermediate immortal venerables. Their cultivation base was the same as the dead immortal venerable. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest thought of snatching the 9 profound heart, because it was equivalent to courting death. Although the treasure was good, one needed to be alive to get it. As the saying went, 9 out of 10 chances of survival was enough to give it a try. But when 9 chances of survival became 10 chances of survival, struggling would become meaningless. Humph. A bunch of overconfident fools. How can anyone touch the 9 profound heart? It's a powerful killer move left behind by great sovereign Badian to prevent Empress 9 from getting it. Let alone you all, even I wouldn't dare to snatch the 9 profound heart. The grey-robed elder who stood at the forefront harumphed coldly. Despite his cultivation base being at the half-step sovereign realm, he still had to say such words. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to snatch the 9 profound heart. None of the surrounding immortal venerables spoke a word. Who would dare to contradict a half-step sovereign? Moreover, this half-step sovereign was from the immortal court. If they offended him, he could kill them with a single slap. Moreover, what the grey-robed elder said made sense. If it was really that easy to obtain the 9 profound heart, there wouldn't be a need for others to snatch it. Aye. This lord is right. We have been too presumptuous. This place is, after all, left behind by great sovereign Badian. How could it be that simple? A peerless supreme expert sighed. Originally, he was also tempted to make a move, but now, he restrained himself. It was impossible for him not to see that if it was him, he would have died without a doubt from the explosion of the seal just now. From afar, Xianxia could clearly see what was happening on the magma altar, but his eyes didn't show any emotion. This situation was within his expectations. Others might not have noticed the look in Nan Beichao's eyes, but Xianxia did. That look had already explained everything. Nan Beichao looked at Xianxia. Buzz buzz, just at this moment, a buzzing sound rang in Xianxia's ears. An invisible will was transmitted into his ears. Xianxia's body trembled. He could sense that the will came from the immortal burying coffin. It was the will of Empress 9. In other words, it was the will of Xianxia. What's more, it's the will of Xianxia. The message was clear. It wanted Xianxia to help Empress 9 snatch the enigmatic heart of 9. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties were probably about to complete the fusion with the main body. Once the northern and southern dynasties succeeded, they would immediately gain control of the Emperor's sword. When that happened, it would be the end of the world for everyone. Even the immortal burying coffin would be powerless. Given the hatred between great sovereign Badian and Empress 9, as well as the personalities of the northern and southern dynasties, once the northern and southern dynasties succeeded, the enigmatic heart of 9 would be the first thing they would do. At that time, Xianxia would lose the enigmatic heart of 9 completely, and she would fall into a deep slumber in the immortal burying coffin, unable to wake up for 10,000 years. Xianxia didn't want to see that happen, and he would never allow it to happen. Even if the immortal burying coffin didn't transmit its will to him, Xianxia was still prepared to take action. However, now that the immortal burying coffin had transmitted its will to him, it meant that the enigmatic heart of 9 could be seized without any delay. Xianxia still had some confidence in seizing the 9 profound heart. He had 4 types of supreme flames with him, so he wasn't afraid of the temperature of the magma at all. As for the restriction that was deployed around the 9 profound heart, it was unleashed by the attack of super strong flames. The flames didn't pose any threat to Xianxia. As for the remaining power of the restriction, Xianxia didn't dare to use his body to resist it. After all, it was something left behind by Great Sovereign Badian. Even if it was just the power of the restriction, he couldn't afford to underestimate it. Moreover, it was a restriction left behind by a great sovereign. Even if Xianxia had the great divination art and great soul derivation art, it wasn't realistic for him to break it in a short period of time. Therefore, if Xianxia wanted to seize the enigmatic heart of 9, the Zulong Tower would be his biggest trump card. The Zulong Tower with 47 floors was no longer the same as it was at the beginning. The current Zulong Tower was extraordinarily sturdy. What was most important was not the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower itself, but the divine qi carried by the Zulong Tower itself. It was a supreme divine weapon, a true dragon supreme treasure. Even if it wasn't a true dragon supreme treasure now, it still contained the origin of deities. Deities were supreme existences that were superior to immortals. They were truly aloof and inviolable. Great sovereigns were naturally the strongest in the immortal world, but they were still immortals. They didn't exceed the scope of immortals. In front of deities, they were always inferior. The restraint of the origin was enough to resist the great sovereign's coercion left by Great Sovereign Badian. Once the coercion of the great sovereign had no effect on Xianxia, it could guarantee Xianxia's basic freedom of movement inside. This was very important. Therefore, the great soul derivation technique, the great divination art, the great void technique, and the protection of the Zulong Tower were integrated into Xianxia's body. When Xianxia perfectly executed these heaven-defying techniques, they gave Xianxia infinite possibilities, allowing him to do things that ordinary people couldn't and wouldn't even dare to think about. This was also the reason why the immortal burying coffin would summon Xianxia and ask for Xianxia's help. It was impossible for Empress 9 to not know the means of Great Sovereign Badian and how difficult it was to obtain the 9 profound heart. It was even more impossible for her to send Xianxia to his death for no reason. Apart from having no other choice, it was also a form of trust towards Xianxia. In Yan Qinyu's subconscious mind, her big brother Qinyu was an omnipotent existence who had created countless miracles. Without hesitation, Xianxia strode towards the magma ocean. There wasn't much time left. He had to obtain the 9 profound heart before the northern and southern dynasties awakened. Xianxia knew that the rise of the northern and southern dynasties was unstoppable. Only by obtaining the 9 profound heart and awakening Yan Qinyu would they be able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia's pace was fast and heavy. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the edge of the magma ocean. Seeing the white-clothed youth walking towards the magma ocean, the expert's facial expression changed instantly. "Brat, don't court death. Is this brat an idiot? Or is he brainless? Even an immortal venerable has died. How can an immortal emperor like him want to obtain the 9 profound heart? He's overestimating himself. Young man, don't be blinded by greed. Treasures aren't as important as your life." Someone tried to dissuade Xianxia. In their point of view, Xianxia was simply overestimating his own capabilities. What he was trying to do was impossible. He was courting death for nothing. Naturally, Xianxia was indifferent to their persuasion. He had no other way out now. He had to snatch the 9 profound heart back before the northern and southern dynasties awakened. Seeing that Xianxia didn't have any reaction, the few experts couldn't help but shake their heads. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. In their point of view, a young man was still a young man after all. His temperament was too unstable. He had clearly learned from the mistakes of others, but he still continued to risk his life. He was no different from a fool. There's no need to pay attention to such a person. There are too many reckless people in this world. The half-step sovereign elder spoke, his eyes full of contempt. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to pay attention to what was happening in the magma ocean, he was afraid that he wouldn't even spare a glance at Xianxia. A young man like Xianxia wasn't worthy of his attention. As a member of the immortal court, he had seen too many monstrous geniuses. An intermediate immortal emperor youth was nothing in the immortal court. Xianxia glanced at the immortal burying coffin that was still fighting with the monarch's sword. With a sway of his body, he transformed into his dragon form. This time, he had to go all out. What? The half-step sovereign elder who was indifferent to Xianxia exclaimed when he saw Xianxia's transformation. His facial expression changed. His eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the half-human half-dragon figure in front of him. His emotions became incomparably agitated. It's him. It's him. The half-human half-dragon form. He's the one that Heaven's sovereign mentioned. The elder muttered to himself. No one knew what he was talking about, but his emotions were fluctuating rapidly. It was very rare for a mighty half-step sovereign to have such a huge fluctuation in his emotions, unless he encountered something that he was particularly concerned about. You can't go in. With a sway, the elder came to the edge of the magma ocean, trying to stop Xianxia, but it was already too late. Xianxia had already transformed into a dragon, flying towards the Nine Profound Heart and went deep into the magma ocean. Damn it, this guy is too reckless. Why did the Sky Emperor give him such a high evaluation? The old man was flustered and exasperated. He had been looking everywhere for a young man who could transform into a dragon. This was also the reason why he appeared in the ruins of Great Sovereign Badian. He didn't expect to meet such a young man, but the result was disappointing. He had long wanted to meet a peerless monstrous genius who was praised by Heaven Emperor, but today, he felt extremely disappointed. He was too impulsive and didn't use his brain at all before acting. But no matter what, now that such a person had appeared, the old man had to pay attention. Someone that the Sky Emperor has taken a liking to shouldn't be bad. I'll see if he can walk out alive. If he can't, then the Sky Emperor has made a mistake. The old man turned and returned to his original spot, watching every move of Xianxia without blinking. He didn't know why Xianxia would do this, but he felt that Xianxia must have his own reasons. For the time being, he chose to believe in Xianxia, or rather, the judgment of Heaven Emperor. This kid has really gone in. I dare say that he won't last a minute in there. 1 minute left. It'll be fine if he doesn't go near the Nine Profound Heart, but if he does, he will be burned to death immediately. That's right. I really have no idea where this kid got his courage from. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable was burned to death, but he still wants to go and die. Everyone sighed. They felt that Xianxia's decision couldn't be any more stupid. If he didn't learn from the mistakes of others, it would still be understandable if he wanted to be the first one to eat the crab. But now, a great warrior had just died, and he was going to die right after that, *swoosh. Sensing that someone had entered the magma region again, the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties opened in a flash. When they saw Xianxia in the magma region, flames shot out of their eyes. Xianxia, how did you find this place so quickly? The northern and southern dynasties spoke loudly. Humph. Northern and southern dynasties, you are starting to feel afraid after seeing me, aren't you? Xianxia harumphed coldly. Haha. Afraid? Are you kidding me? Why don't you take a look at where this place is? Everything is under my control. Once I fuse with the body of my previous life, I will be able to dominate everything. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Xianxia, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you break into my territory? The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. He was still as arrogant as ever, but the moment he saw Xianxia, a trace of uneasiness arose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling of uneasiness had already become a habit of his. Even though he knew that this place was under his complete control and that Xianxia could no longer affect him, the feeling of uneasiness would still appear, because every time Xianxia appeared, it would bring him a bad ending without exception. This was the source of his uneasiness. Who is this man? How can he know the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Badian? And it seems like they are enemies. It seems that things aren't as simple as we thought. There must be a lot of grudges involved. However, this brat is a little reckless for breaking into the magma area. Let's see. Someone who is qualified to be enemies with the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Badian and is valued by the Great Sovereign Badian must not be an ordinary person. The conversation between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties had changed everyone's view of him. Sometimes, one could judge a person's character by looking at his enemies. An enemy that was valued by an expert must not be too weak. Northern and Southern dynasties, you should know that this magma area has no effect on me at all. Xianxia said faintly. With a sway of his body, he directly went up to the altar. A layer of flame spread out from his body. When the surrounding magma came into contact with the flame, it automatically drifted away. The violent aura also became gentle, as if it had seen the King of Flames. Xianxia, you really shouldn't have come in. This place isn't as simple as you think. I can easily control the seals and kill you. The Northern and Southern dynasties said. Then try it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you now. Wait till I get the 9 profound heart. Xianxia did not attack the Northern and Southern dynasties because he was very clear that it would be useless to attack the Northern and Southern dynasties here. Just like what the Northern and Southern dynasties said, he dared to merge with the body of the great sovereign here because he wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Everything here was arranged by great sovereign Badian in advance. No one would be able to cause trouble. Therefore, Xianxia didn't want to waste any effort. Moreover, his current target was the 9 profound heart. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble by dealing with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Compared to Xianxia, the Northern and Southern dynasties weren't that important. Xianxia, this is between me and Empress 9. What does it have to do with you? Do you really have to stick your nose into everything? The Northern and Southern dynasties gnashed their teeth in anger. Judging from their expressions, if it weren't for the fact that they were in the middle of fusing with their real bodies, they would have immediately attacked Xianxia. Xianxia didn't care about the Northern and Southern dynasties anymore. With a sway of his body, he had already arrived in front of the 9 profound heart. Haha, Xianxia, you're too arrogant. So what if you have the flame protecting your body? Do you really think that you can get the 9 profound heart just like that? Retard. Look at how that old man died just now. The defense mechanism outside the 9 profound heart is not something you can handle. Since you're courting death, then go ahead and try. What a pity, I couldn't kill you with my own hands. Of course, there's no difference between dying under the defense mechanism and dying in my hands. The Northern and Southern dynasties laughed out loud once again. They were very confident in the defense mechanism outside the 9 profound heart. Even if Xianxia had the powerful flame protecting his body, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the defense mechanism. Once he was attacked, Xianxia would definitely die. This was almost certain. The Northern and Southern dynasties felt that it was a pity that Xianxia was going to die under the defense mechanism. According to their plan, after they had fused with their real bodies, they would capture Xianxia and let him suffer all kinds of torture in the human world before he died. They would never let Xianxia die so easily. Dying under the attack of the defense mechanism would be too easy for Xianxia. Ignoring the words of the Northern and Southern dynasties, if Xianxia dared to make a move, it meant that he had a certain level of confidence. The immortal burying coffin and the Emperor sword were locked in a stalemate. The Emperor sword could not spare itself to deal with Xianxia. The Northern and Southern dynasties also had no time to spare. Hence, Xianxia could focus on snatching the 9 profound heart. Xianxia stood outside the 9 profound heart. He could clearly sense the terrifying restriction surrounding the 9 profound heart, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. His nerves were tense as he circulated the great soul derivation technique and great divination art to the extreme. He had to understand the characteristics of this restriction before he made a move. The restriction set up by a great sovereign was almost flawless. Even if Xianxia used the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, he wouldn't be able to find a single flaw in the restriction. This was an omnidirectional attack restriction. As long as someone touched the restriction, it would immediately explode, engulfing the person and killing him. That immortal venerable died because he touched the restriction. It seems like I have to rely on the Zulong Tower. Xianxia took a deep breath. The Zulong Tower let out a rumbling sound. The invisible Zulong Tower firmly protected Xianxia, forming an impregnable wall. The restriction was set up by great sovereign Badian. Once it was touched, a powerful great sovereign's aura would erupt. With the defense of the Zulong Tower, no matter how powerful the great sovereign's aura was, it wouldn't affect Xianxia anymore. No matter how powerful the great sovereign's aura was, it was nothing in front of a deity's aura. Look. That kid is going to make a move. He's really bold. But he seems to be able to walk freely in the magma region, as though he isn't affected at all. I never thought that he would be such a miraculous youth. Look. The critical moment is coming. As long as he dares to make a move, the restriction will be triggered. I'm afraid the consequences will be unpredictable. The emotions of those immortal venerables were tense. All of them were eager to know the outcome of the battle. Naturally, the most nervous one was the half-step sovereign elder. Ever since he saw Xianxia in his dragon form, he couldn't help but pay close attention to this monstrous genius. Above the altar, the flames on the surface of Xianxia's body were making crackling sounds. The flames flickered like agile snakes. No one could see the invisible Zulong Tower except for Xianxia. The northern and southern dynasties were staring at Xianxia unblinkingly. They had to witness the death of Xianxia and the process of Xianxia's death with their own eyes. Xianxia, you are overestimating yourself. The northern and southern dynasties sneered. Xianxia ignored them. Presently, he didn't have the mood to care about the northern and southern dynasties. He had already decided to make a move. Now. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. With lightning speed, he struck out with his dragon claw, aiming for the Nining profound heart. The timing he chose was the best. Although the restriction left behind by great sovereign Badian was terrifying, it had a very short moment of weakness. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. Even if they sensed it, they wouldn't be able to grasp it accurately. However, Xianxia was able to do it. However, despite Xianxia's speed, the restriction was still triggered. Rumbling sounds reverberated unceasingly. A huge fire dragon appeared in an instant along with a fiery red vortex, drawing Xianxia into it. Due to Xianxia's precise timing and his incredible speed, he had already grabbed the Nining profound heart when he was drawn into the vortex. An incomparably cold feeling spread all over his body. Xianxia grabbed it tightly. This was Yanqinyu's possession. It was the chance for her to wake up. He would never let it go. Not good. Outside, seeing Xianxia being drawn into the vortex, the half-step sovereign elder slapped his thigh in anger. The ending that he feared the most had happened. No matter how confident he was in Heaven's sovereign's judgment, the tragedy had still happened. It's over. This kid is going to die. AI. This young man is too impulsive and self-righteous. Now, he has lost his life. Like I said, it's impossible for a miracle to happen. The restriction left behind by great sovereign Badian could even kill an immortal venerable, let alone a puny immortal emperor. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. In their point of view, it was impossible for Xianxia to stay alive after being drawn into the vortex. However, would Xianxia die so easily? In the vortex, Xianxia indeed felt the threat of death. The powerful restriction had almost torn the surrounding void apart, turning this place into a land of death. No living being could survive in this place. Unfortunately, the restriction couldn't destroy the Zulong Tower. Not only that, when the powerful force of the restriction was attacking the ancestral dragon pagoda, the pressure of the great emperor that was carried by the restriction actually stimulated the divinity of the ancestral dragon pagoda, causing the ancestral dragon pagoda to operate automatically. The huge door of the ancestral dragon pagoda opened with a rumbling sound. The huge door was like a black hole, crazily absorbing the magma outside. Haha. This was completely out of Xianxia's expectation. Although the Zulong Tower could devour a lot of energy, Xianxia had never thought of absorbing the magma left behind by a great sovereign. After all, despite his confidence, he still had some self-awareness. Now, the Zulong Tower opened its mouth like a black hole and began to absorb the magma like a whale sucking in water. Kong Long, the 47th floor of the Zulong Tower erupted with a rumbling sound. The energy contained in this area was just too massive. In just the blink of an eye, the 47th floor was completely condensed and began to rush towards the 48th floor. Ka-cha, after being impacted by the Zulong Tower, the powerful whirlpool shattered with a ka-cha sound. The restriction laid out by great sovereign Badian began to crumble after losing the support of the magma. What's that? Xianxia, what have you done? Northern and Southern dynasties saw everything that happened. Their eyes turned red as they sensed the magma that was constantly flowing out of this area. Although they couldn't see Xianxia's figure, they were sure that this change must have something to do with Xianxia. Haha. Northern and Southern dynasties, this magma restriction of yours is just SOSO. Not only can it do nothing to me, but it has also helped me. Xianxia's laughter came from the depths of the whirlpool. He didn't look injured at all, as though the destructive force of the whirlpool didn't affect Xianxia at all. What? That brat isn't dead? How is this possible? Impossible. He has clearly been devoured by the whirlpool. How could he still be alive? This doesn't make sense. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable has died tragically in it. How could a puny immortal emperor like him survive? It seems like we have underestimated this man. An enemy that can catch the attention of the reincarnation of great sovereign Badian must not be an ordinary one. This man must have the means to restrain the great sovereign's restriction. When did such a heaven-defying genius appear in Fengqi immortal domain? None of us old ancestors knew about it. No one wasn't surprised. Although they still couldn't see Xianxia's figure, the sonorous voice of Xianxia was enough to prove that he was still alive and well. There was no way they wouldn't be surprised. That place was a killer move left behind by a great sovereign. Not long ago, an intermediate immortal venerable had died tragically in it, but now, an immortal emperor had survived. This was simply a miracle, an unacceptable miracle. Good, the Sky Sovereign's eyes are still as sharp as ever. I didn't expect this kid to be so miraculous. He actually didn't die after entering it. The old half-martial emperor's face was filled with excitement. To him, this was also a miracle. Everyone was shocked, but that was just the beginning. They only knew that there was a huge commotion inside, but they didn't know why. Only the Northern and Southern dynasties could accurately sense that the magma was rapidly losing its energy. According to the habit of the Zulong Tower, once it absorbed the magma, it would never stop. It wouldn't take long for all the magma to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. At that time, no one knew how shocked the people outside would be. Inside the whirlpool, the Zulong Tower had reached its peak. Countless magma began to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning into the purest energy. The 48th level was condensing rapidly. According to Xianxia's estimation, if all the magma was absorbed, the Zulong Tower would be condensed to the 50th level, and Xianxia himself would also benefit tremendously. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the late immortal emperor realm. Rumbling sounds lingered. The speed at which the Zulong Tower was devouring the magma was just too fast. The energy of the magma was disappearing rapidly. Xianxia's wild laughter resounded from the center of the whirlpool. Now, he had no reason to be unhappy. Not only had he successfully obtained the 19 profound heart, but he had also destroyed the ancient domain of great sovereign Badian. It could be said that he had killed two birds with one stone. Xianxia, I advise you to stop what you're doing at once. Otherwise, I will make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. The Northern and Southern dynasties roared at Xianxia with bloodshot eyes, but all he could do now was roar. At this moment, the Northern and Southern dynasties had reached the most critical moment of fusing with the great sovereign's body on the throne. There must be no mistake. Xianxia's action had seriously affected his mind, which was very disadvantageous to the fusion process. Suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead? I wonder who is the one suffering so much. Northern and Southern dynasties, you will never be able to stop me from doing what I want to do. You are destined to be unlucky the moment you meet me. Unlucky, 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 Xianxia's voice turned into layers of sound waves, drifting across the entire region, especially the last two words. The echo lingered for a long time. Xianxia, the Northern and Southern dynasties were so angry that they almost spurted out blood. They finally knew why they felt so uneasy when they saw Xianxia. This damned bastard was simply their natural nemesis. Every time they encountered him, they would be unlucky. Even though they had already dominated everything, their plans were still ruined by Xianxia. If Xianxia hadn't appeared, everything would have been under their control. Once they completed the fusion process, they would be able to put away the 19 profound heart. At that time, they would kill Empress 19 and seize the immortal burying coffin. Then, they would destroy all the living beings in this space. They would be the only supreme existence under the heavens. However, all of this was disrupted by the sudden arrival of Xianxia. Not only was the Nining profound heart taken away by Xianxia, but the entire region was also facing destruction. It's useless even if you roar. The northern and southern dynasties, everything is out of your control. Xianxia continued to provoke the northern and southern dynasties. This incident was completely caused by the Zulong Tower. The supreme divine artifact, Zulong Tower, had exceeded the expectations of the northern and southern dynasties. It was an existence that they couldn't even imagine. Damn it. I have to calm my mind and hurry up to complete the fusion process. As long as I succeed, Xianxia will still die. The northern and southern dynasties gritted their teeth. They didn't know what method Xianxia used to absorb the energy of the magma, but they knew that it was too late to stop it. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to hurry up and complete the fusion process. As long as they succeeded, they would be able to kill Xianxia. In any case, this region was already gone. Rumble, the huge magma area was decreasing rapidly. The people outside had also noticed the anomaly. It was impossible for them not to notice such a huge movement. What's going on? The magma seems to be decreasing rapidly. The energy inside is getting lesser and lesser. How is this possible? That's an area set up by Great Sovereign Badian. There are terrifying seals everywhere. What kind of existence can ignore the seals and absorb the energy in the magma? It's that kid. It must have something to do with that kid just now. That kid is just too miraculous. It seems like the reason why he dared to enter alone is because he has a trump card. Now, not only can he survive, he can also absorb the energy of the magma here. This is too terrifying. Where did this monstrous genius come from? Even the immortal court doesn't have such a young man. None of them could remain calm anymore. Compared to the fact that Xianxia didn't die on the altar, the current scene was the most horrifying one. It was what truly shocked them, an indescribable shock. Good. What a heaven-defying existence. No wonder Heaven's Sovereign said that only this person can help him. When he comes out of the altar, I will reveal my identity and invite him to the immortal court. The half-step Sovereign Elder was incomparably excited. It seemed like he hadn't been this excited for a long time. His eyes were sparkling as if he had seen infinite hope. On the altar, the northern and southern dynasties were sitting on the thrones, trying their best to carry out the final fusion with their bodies. Xianxia was still madly absorbing the energy of the magma. It wasn't easy for him to encounter such a great opportunity. Xianxia would never miss it. Moreover, now that the Zulong Tower had taken the initiative, it was impossible for Xianxia to stop even if he wanted to. Of course, Xianxia didn't have any intention of stopping. His chi was surging as he advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. A large number of immortal metastones were refined and absorbed by Xianxia. He felt fortunate that he had asked for a large number of immortal metastones from Yu family back in Fengli City. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for him to advance to the late immortal emperor realm. The amount of immortal metastones I have consumed to advance to the late immortal emperor realm is just too enormous. The remaining immortal metastones aren't enough for me to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. I must find a way to get more immortal metastones after I get out of here. Xianxia thought. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill was a bottomless pit and a tremendous consumption process. Fortunately, Xianxia was already mentally prepared. Plus, it wasn't difficult for him to collect a large number of immortal metastones. After advancing to the late immortal emperor realm, Xianxia would collect a large number of venerable grade immortal metastones. The higher his cultivation base was, the more immortal metastones he needed. As a large number of immortal metastones continued to be refined and absorbed, the barrier of the late immortal emperor realm finally loosened, producing a cracking sound. The number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached 1.4 million. The space of his chi had become extremely vast. It was like a boundless ocean, densely packed with the silhouettes of dragons. The roars of dragons rose and fell one after another. Each of the dragon marks was like a true dragon dancing in the air. The whole scene was magnificent to the extreme. 1, 4,000,000 was the sign of advancing to the late immortal emperor realm. At this moment, Xianxia's cultivation base had successfully advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, and the 49th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed. 1, 4,000,000 dragon marks definitely wasn't the limit of Xianxia. The energy absorbed through the Zulong Tower was the purest energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to absorb it unlimitedly. At this rate, when all the magma was absorbed by the Zulong Tower, the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body would reach at least 1.42 million, and the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. Very quickly, more than half of the magma in the area had been reduced. Many of the seals set up by Great Sovereign Badian had collapsed due to the lack of magma. One should know that these seals were made from the magma. Without the magma, the seals would naturally cease to exist. There was no need for powerful attacks. Half of the magma has disappeared. Such a scene is too shocking. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying method this kid has used to devour the things left behind by the Great Sovereign. It seems like all the energy in this area is about to be absorbed. The reincarnation of Great Sovereign Badian is in the process of fusing with his physical body. He won't have the time to make a move now. The crowd was getting more and more shocked. They didn't even dare to imagine such a scene. Each of them found it hard to breathe. Their eyes widened in shock. The immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were still entangled, but it wasn't the monarch sword that was blocking the monarch sword. The monarch sword had been summoned by the northern and southern dynasties to kill Xianxia. Naturally, the immortal burying coffin couldn't just stand by and watch. It blocked the monarch sword, not giving the monarch sword any chance to get close to Xianxia. Xianxia's actions had always been earth-shattering. The portal of the Zulong Tower was getting bigger and bigger. The speed at which it absorbed the magma was also getting faster. Judging from the situation, the final outcome would be that the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't leave a single scrap of the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks in Xianxia's GC continued to rise. The 49th floor of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed. The portal of the 50th floor opened immediately. Xianxia knew that the secret of the Zulong Tower was divided into 3 stages. The first was the 33rd floor, the second was the 66th floor, and the last was the 99th floor. When the 33rd floor was completely condensed, it gave Xianxia a huge surprise. The change of the time law had given Xianxia an excellent place for cultivation. Now that the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed, Xianxia was looking forward to the secret of the 66th floor. Xianxia estimated that the benefits of the second stage would be better than the first. Very quickly, all the energy of the magma was absorbed by the ancestral dragon pagoda. At this time, just as Xianxia had expected, the condensing of the 50th level of the pagoda had just been completed. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached a terrifying 1.42 million, stabilizing his cultivation base at the late immortal emperor realm. Xianxia had seen the performance of the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia couldn't help but praise them. The northern and southern dynasties were indeed outstanding figures. Under such circumstances, they were still able to concentrate on fusing with the body of a great sovereign. As a matter of fact, this was the best choice for the northern and southern dynasties, because they could clearly see the development of the situation. They knew that the magma region was definitely going to be destroyed, so they might as well give up on it. The most important thing was to fuse with the body of a great sovereign. Once the fusion was successful, the physical body alone would be extremely terrifying. At that time, a huge mountain would be turned into ashes with a flick of a finger. After all the magma had vanished, Xianxia's silhouette reappeared. The portal of the Zulong Tower had already closed. After devouring so much energy, the Zulong Tower seemed very satisfied. It had also become incomparably quiet and obedient in Xianxia's body. The people outside couldn't help but sigh when they saw all of this. What a heaven-defying kid. His cultivation base seems to have improved a lot from the intermediate immortal emperor realm to the late immortal emperor realm. Advancing by 1 level isn't a big deal. The key is that he has even destroyed the restriction of a great sovereign. This is something to be proud of. If it was us, not even the half-step sovereign sir could do it. That's right. One will never know how terrifying a sovereign realm is without touching the sovereign realm. This kid has broken the restriction of a peerless great sovereign with just an immortal emperor cultivation base. This alone is enough for him to be proud of. Everyone was full of praises for Xianxia. They were all old ancestor-level figures. Some of them came from super-large sects, some came from ancient aristocratic families, and some came from the immortal court. Given their identity, they had seen too many geniuses in their lives, but this was their first time seeing a young man like this. The one who was the most excited was still the half-step sovereign old man. He came here with a certain goal in mind, and that was to help the Heaven Sovereign find a genius who could change the Heaven Sovereign's fate. Now, not only did he find the genius, his performance was incomparably miraculous, and it had exceeded his expectations. On the other side, the Emperor's sword was still engaged in a fierce battle with the immortal burying coffin. The immortal burying coffin emitted an excited aura. A beam of light rushed out of the immortal burying coffin and landed in front of Xianxia. The immortal burying coffin had torn an opening. Xianxia knew that this was the best opportunity. Without any hesitation, Xianxia took out the Nine Profound Heart and placed it on the ray of light. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared, and the Nine Profound Heart entered the immortal burying coffin. What is he doing? Why did you throw away the treasure that you already have? Why did you give it to the immortal burying coffin? That's right. Is this kid stupid? He should know the value of the Nine Profound Heart. He spent so much effort and took such a great risk to obtain it, and now he just gave it to the immortal burying coffin. Why? The crowd couldn't understand. The Nine Profound Heart was equivalent to a treasure. Some people even wanted to snatch it from Xianxia, but they didn't expect that Xianxia would give it to the immortal burying coffin. If they were in Xianxia's shoes, they would immediately run away after obtaining the Nine Profound Heart. They wouldn't stay here for even a second, and it was impossible for them to give the treasure to someone else. But immediately, they saw something strange. Because the immortal burying coffin was covered by a layer of frost, they couldn't see the situation inside. Now that the Nine Profound Heart had entered the immortal burying coffin, the layer of frost had disappeared, and the situation inside could be seen clearly. A beautiful woman was lying quietly in the immortal burying coffin. After the Nine Profound Heart entered the immortal burying coffin, it automatically entered the body of the Empress, where her heart was located. Look, there's a woman lying in the immortal burying coffin. The Nine Profound Heart has been absorbed by her. It's the Empress Nine. That's right, it must be her. I finally understand why the immortal burying coffin suddenly came to the Monarch Mountain. It turns out that Empress Nine is lying in the immortal burying coffin. She came here for the Nine Profound Heart. The immortal burying coffin is the natal monarch weapon of great sovereign Xianxia. Why is Empress Nine lying in it? It's said that Empress Nine is the daughter of the immortal execution king, and the immortal execution king and great sovereign Xianxia are sworn brothers. It's said that he's Empress Nine's godfather. So it's not strange that Empress Nine is lying in the immortal burying coffin. What I'm curious about is why this young man helped Empress Nine. What's his relationship with her? Chaos, it's too chaotic. The battle between the great sovereigns in the past has continued to this day. Now, the reincarnation of great sovereign Badian has found this place, and Empress Nine has appeared again. It seems like these two peerless figures will be resurrected in different ways. Shocking, too shocking. It was as if the greatest secret had been revealed. To the people present, great sovereign Badian and Empress Nine were ancient figures, not to mention the immortal execution king and great sovereign Xianxia. They were peerless figures from ancient times, figures that only existed in legends, the pinnacle of the immortal world. After the Nine Profound Heart entered Yanqinyu's body, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were still fighting, firmly protecting Yanqinyu from harm. Therefore, Xianxia didn't need to worry about Yanqinyu's safety at all. If the immortal burying coffin couldn't protect Yanqinyu, then no one in this world could. Asterisk swish. Asterisk Xianxia suddenly turned around, his sharp eyes looking at the northern and southern dynasties. He wouldn't stand by and watch the northern and southern dynasties merge their bodies. He had to take some measures. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the heavenly saint sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. Without saying a word, the heavenly saint's sword in his hand turned into a 300 meters long peerless sword and fiercely slashed at the northern and southern dynasties. Even if this strike couldn't kill the northern and southern dynasties, it would affect their minds, making them unable to concentrate on merging with the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Kong Long, unfortunately, just as Jiang Chen's sword touched the heads of the northern and southern dynasties, a layer of golden light suddenly rushed out from the thrones under the northern and southern dynasties, firmly encircling the northern and southern dynasties. When Jiang Chen's sword slashed at the layer of golden light, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Dang dang dang. The northern and southern dynasties slowly opened their eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with ridicule. Jiang Chen, your action is ridiculous. If you can break this layer of defense of mine, wouldn't the illustrious reputation of great sovereign Badian be in vain? After that, the northern and southern dynasties closed their eyes again and fell into a state of cultivation. Jiang Chen gently wiped off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, then kept the heavenly saint's sword and his dragon form. Although he wanted to cause damage to the northern and southern dynasties, even if he could only affect their minds, Jiang Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the northern and southern dynasties even if he exerted all his strength. Just like what the northern and southern dynasties had said, that layer of defense was just too terrifying. If he could break it so easily, he wouldn't be great sovereign Badian. At the same time, Jiang Chen was shocked by the strength of a great sovereign. Given his late immortal emperor cultivation base, he could even kill an intermediate immortal venerable if he transformed into his dragon form. He could even put up a fight against an ordinary late immortal venerable. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to attack. However, such a powerful force couldn't even break the layer of defense laid out by the great sovereign. This showed how terrifying the great sovereign was. No wonder he was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the heavens and earth. If one didn't touch that realm, one would never understand how terrifying it was. Once the northern and southern dynasties merge successfully, the consequences will be unimaginable. It will be the end of the world for everyone in this spatial zone. Now, I can only pray that Xiaoyu can wake up with the help of the Nine Profound Heart as soon as possible. Currently, only Xiaoyu can fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He was afraid that no one was a match for the northern and southern dynasties except for Xianxia, not even the half-step sovereign outside. The cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties had already reached the immortal venerable realm. If they merged with the body of a great sovereign, Jiang Chen estimated that the cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties would at least reach the peerless venerable realm, which was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Additionally, the reincarnation of the great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties had comprehended the great sovereign law. Even if they weren't a half-step sovereign, they could still kill a half-step sovereign. Apart from that, the northern and southern dynasties would be in possession of the most terrifying monarch sword, a peerless sovereign weapon. Who could resist it? Even Xiao Wangqing would only face death. Jiang Chen left the area. What he could do now was to wait, hoping that Xianxia would wake up before Nanbei Chao. At least, she couldn't wake up before Nanbei Chao. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swoosh. Just then, a late immortal venerable elder came to Jiang Chen's side with a ferocious smile and said to Jiang Chen, "Kid, hand over the treasure that you used to absorb the magma and I can spare your life." Jiang Chen darted a cold glance at the elder. There was no lack of people like this who would take advantage of the situation. Jiang Chen knew that the performance of the Zulong Tower had already attracted the attention of these experts. So it was normal for them to be greedy. In the immortal world, the weak were prey to the strong. "Old man, you'd better think about what you're doing." Jiang Chen spoke Lung. He was in a very bad mood. If it was in the past, Jiang Chen would have to run away if he encountered a late immortal venerable, but now, he didn't put the opponent in his eyes at all. Moreover, this elder had just advanced to the late immortal venerable realm. His cultivation base wasn't stable yet. Jiang Chen could fight him with all his strength. He didn't even need to use the Great Void technique to escape. Humph! What an arrogant kid. You're able to enter the Great Sovereign's area without dying and absorb the energy of the magma inside. It must be because of the rare treasure in your hand. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. As long as you hand it over, I'll spare you. the elder harumphed coldly. With his powerful cultivation base, he was confident that he could defeat Xianxia. Furthermore, he was planning to snatch the 9 profound heart from Xianxia when he came out, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would give the 9 profound heart to the immortal burying coffin, causing his plan to fail. However, he was very tempted by the treasure in Xianxia's hand that could absorb the energy of the magma. He hadn't found any decent treasure in the remains of a great sovereign. Now that he had finally found one, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Pa. All of a sudden, a loud slap landed on the elder's face. The slap sent the late immortal venerable elder flying dozens of meters away. His teeth and blood spurted out from his mouth. Bastard, the old man was flustered and exasperated. Unfortunately, before he could finish cursing, he had already seen the person who had attacked. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak. A gray-robed elder appeared in front of Xianxia. It was this gray-robed elder who slapped Xianxia. He was the only half-step sovereign on the scene. How dare you snatch my treasure in front of me? The elder Linglin spoke, unleashing the chi of a half-step sovereign. The terrifying pressure made the elder kneel on the ground with a puff. Please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life. The elder was terrified. No matter how greedy he was still afraid of death. Offending a half-step sovereign was no different from courting death. Scram! The gray-robed elder bellowed. The terrifying sound wave sent the immortal venerable flying hundreds of meters away, causing him to spurt out blood. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. Thank you for sparing my life. The immortal venerable elder scrambled to his feet and flew away. He finally understood a fact. In front of a half-step sovereign, he wouldn't even get a chance to rob. Who wouldn't covet the treasures in Xianxia's hands? In his point of view, the reason why the half-step sovereign attacked him was to rob the treasures in Xianxia's hands. That was equivalent to him fighting a half-step sovereign for the treasures in Xianxia's hands. Humph. Still want to leave? Xianxia harumphed coldly. He would never give his enemies any chance. This immortal venerable intended to rob him and even wanted his life. Xianxia would never be polite to such an enemy. Swoosh. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he transformed into his dragon form and used the Great Void technique to catch up with the fleeing elder. Then, he thrust out the heavenly saint sword and pierced through the elder's head. The immortal venerable stared at Xianxia with widened eyes, feeling the life force in his body fading away. Even in his dreams, he wouldn't have thought that he would die in the hands of an immortal emperor in the remains of a great sovereign. Puchi. However, such a scene set off another wave of shock. Everyone gaped at the scene, including the half-step sovereign elder. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at the indifferent face of Xianxia. My God! This young man is too terrifying. How is it possible for a late immortal emperor to kill a late immortal venerable with a single strike? What a terrifying bastard. Even though that expert was severely injured by the half-step sovereign, he was still a late immortal venerable expert. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It's impossible for him to be killed by an immortal emperor. Also, did you all see that? That expert didn't even have the chance to resist when he died. That Xianxia's speed is just too fast. Incredible. I can see the murderous energy that he unleashed instantly. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert isn't a match for him. That bastard was severely injured by the half-step sovereign, which is why he died tragically in Xianxia's hands. He's indeed a monstrous genius who could destroy a great sovereign's restriction. His strength can't be measured by common sense. Heaven Sovereign's eyesight sure is sharp. Even the peerless geniuses of the immortal court can't be compared to him. Plus, this man is decisive and merciless. I have already spared that immortal venerable's life, but he still killed him. In the immortal world, only such a ferocious man can truly rise. No one could keep their calm anymore. The half-step sovereign elder's eyes were filled with surprise when he looked at Xianxia. If his attitude towards Xianxia wasn't very good in the beginning, everything had changed now. He even began to believe what Heaven Sovereign had told him. Given the current situation that Heaven Sovereign was facing, He was afraid that only a man like Xianxia could truly help Heaven's sovereign. After killing the elder, Xianxia returned to his original spot, clasped his fists at the half-step sovereign and said, "Thank you for your help." Xianxia had always been a person who understood right from wrong. Since this person had taken the initiative to help him, it was only right for him to express his gratitude. More importantly, Xianxia didn't sense any malice from this quasi-emperor, and there wasn't any greed in his eyes. Xianxia's perception was very sharp. If this half-emperor was helping him out of other intentions, Xianxia would definitely be able to sense it. Xianxia could also sense that this half-emperor had no ill intentions towards him. "Your name is Xianxia, right?" the gray-robed elder asked with a smile. "Exactly." Xianxia nodded. Xianxia was not surprised that the elder knew his name. Previously, when he spoke to the northern and southern dynasties, the elder had called out his name more than once, so it was normal for others to know his name. "I'm Han Feng from the immortal court of the Fengqi immortal domain. May I have a word with you, little brother?" Han Feng's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he became extremely cautious. "Oh?" Xianxia was stunned and couldn't help but frown. He carefully observed this elder and was sure that this was his first time seeing Han Feng. He only knew one half-step sovereign in the immortal world, and that was Xianxia. Not to mention that Han Feng was from the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain. Xianxia didn't think that he had any connection with the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain. Seeing that Xianxia didn't object to it, Han Feng waved his hand and struck out a ray of light, forming a layer of protective barrier that surrounded him and Xianxia. This barrier was equivalent to a small-scale restriction set up by a half-step sovereign expert, completely isolating them from the outside world. It was impossible for outsiders to see what was happening inside. "Elder Han, I don't think we know each other, right?" asked Xianxia. He still couldn't sense the slightest malice from the other party. This was the reason why Xianxia was still willing to stand here. Besides, Xianxia also wanted to see what the other party was going to do. He could tell that the other party was looking for him for some secret. "Little brother, I won't hide it from you. I was entrusted by Heaven's sovereign to look for a person who can transform into a dragon. I didn't expect to meet one here today. Furthermore, I'm amazed by your performance." "Heaven's sovereign's eyesight is indeed very sharp," said Han Feng. He had to get straight to the point with Xianxia. He could see that Xianxia was a very astute figure. It was best to get straight to the point in front of such a person. First of all, he had to make the other party remove his vigilance against him. "Who's Heaven's sovereign?" "I don't think I know him," asked Xianxia. He was very puzzled. Since the other party addressed him as Heaven's sovereign, it was enough to show how terrifying this Heaven's sovereign was. At the very least, he must be a true great sovereign. Otherwise, how could he command a half-step sovereign expert? Heaven's sovereign is the sovereign lord of our immortal court. He has just returned to the immortal court not long ago. By the way, Heaven's sovereign said that you will understand when you see this thing," said Han Feng, taking out an item from his hand. A huge ruler glittering with radiance appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's facial expression changed dramatically the moment he saw the ruler. "Myriad Stars ruler," Xianxia almost exclaimed. He couldn't be more familiar with this ruler. It was Nangong Wentian's combat weapon, the Myriad Stars ruler. Previously, when he returned to Saint Origin World to kill Jun Tianshou, he learned that his father and Nangong Wentian had ascended to the immortal world. Nangong Wentian had ascended even earlier than him. Xianxia had found his father, Jiang Zhenhai, and planned to inquire about Nangong Wentian's whereabouts. He didn't expect to see the Myriad Stars ruler here. Han Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Xianxia really knew about the Myriad Stars ruler. "Why is the Myriad Stars ruler in your hands? What's the relationship between Nan and Heaven's sovereign?" asked Xianxia hastily. He was very excited. Nangong Wentian was the only one he didn't know of among his life and death brothers. Now that he had news of Nangong Wentian, he couldn't help but feel excited. "Brother Jiang, Nangong Wentian is our Heaven's sovereign," said Han Feng. "What?" Xianxia rolled his eyes. He staggered and almost fainted. "Nangong Wentian is Heaven's sovereign?" Isn't this 2F** king ridiculous? However, Xianxia nodded silently. Back when Nangong Wendian cultivated the 10,000 everlasting elephants, Jiang Chen had already sensed the extraordinariness of this cultivation technique. It allowed Nangong Wendian to cultivate the power of the desolate ancient elephant, but he didn't expect Nangong Wendian to have such an extraordinary origin. He was actually the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign. That's right. In the past, Heaven's Sovereign had fused with the divine spirit of the desolate ancient elephant in order to break through to a higher realm, but he failed in the end and had no choice but to reincarnate. Although he has returned, the immortal court is no longer the same as before. Although Heaven's Sovereign is still the sovereign lord on the surface, he is actually in a very dangerous situation. There are some things that I believe you should understand. There are naturally people in the immortal court who don't want Heaven's Sovereign to return. Heaven's Sovereign said that in this world, only you can help him. Heaven's Sovereign can't leave the immortal court now. Once he leaves the immortal court, I'm afraid that his life will be in danger. Han Feng said. Although there were many things that he didn't say clearly, Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. Given his intelligence, he had already understood everything. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools down. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The former Heaven's Sovereign was no longer the famous Sovereign Lord. As the supreme ruler of an immortal domain, the Sovereign Lord had supreme authority. Who wouldn't want such authority? Now that Heaven's Sovereign had suddenly returned after such a long time, there would naturally be people who weren't happy about it. Jiang Chen knew that Nangong Wendian must have fallen into a very difficult and dangerous situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent people to look for Jiang Chen. The fact that Nangong Wendian specifically looked for Jiang Chen showed his trust in Jiang Chen. Similarly, to Nangong Wendian, the only person he could trust in the immortal world and had the ability to help him was Jiang Chen. Nan and I are life and death brothers. It doesn't matter if he is Nangong Wendian or the current Heaven's Sovereign. This is something that can't be changed. When my brother is in trouble, I, Jiang Chen, naturally can't just stand by and watch. However, given my current strength, I don't think I can be of much help. May I know what Elder Han wants me to do? Jiang Chen asked. After seeing the myriad star ruler, his grudge against Han Feng was completely gone. Now that Nangong Wendian needed him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. In this world, there was nothing that could scare Jiang Chen, not even the high and mighty immortal court. If I take you to the immortal court directly, it will definitely attract the attention of others. The current immortal court is different from the past. Almost all the major powers are under the control of Star Sovereign, but Heaven's Sovereign still has a say in the matter. After I return, I will ask Heaven's Sovereign to issue an order. A month later, the Immortal Court will hold a selection competition for the young generation of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Given your strength, it won't be a problem for you to enter the Immortal Court through the competition. When you become a disciple of the Immortal Court, you won't arouse Brother Xing's suspicion. When you arrive at the Immortal Court, you can meet Heaven's Sovereign. Han Feng said. It seemed that he and the Sky Emperor had already thought of everything. 1 month? Alright, I will definitely go to the competition on time. Jiang Chen nodded. If it wasn't for Nangong Wendian, he wouldn't even bother to participate in the selection competition, but the situation was different now. He had to go to the Immortal Court to help Nangong Wendian. 1 month was just the right time for him to visit Fengqi Immortal Domain. Then it's a deal. Heaven's Sovereign and I will be waiting for you in the Immortal Court. Han Feng kept the myriad star ruler and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He heaved a sigh of relief as he had finally completed the task given to him by Heaven's Sovereign. Kong Long, at this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard from the outside. Han Feng hastily removed the protective barrier. Jiang Chen saw an extremely strong wave of qi rushing out from Nan Beichao's body. His body was glowing with boundless light. That was the light of an emperor, high and mighty. No one dared to offend him or blaspheme him. Not good. The northern and southern dynasties have completed the integration of the bodies of the great sovereigns. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. He didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would integrate so quickly. At this moment, the throne that Nan Beichao was sitting on had vanished. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His qi kept rising. Just as Xianxia had expected, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal venerable realm. He was only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm, and it seemed like he could step into that realm at any time. More importantly, the northern and southern dynasties had completed the initial integration with the bodies of the great sovereigns. Their progress in the future would be very fast. There wouldn't be any bottleneck in their cultivation. Today, they were at the peak of immortal venerable realm. Tomorrow, they would advance to the half-step sovereign realm. The rise of the northern and southern dynasties was unstoppable. Haha. Monarch sword. The northern and southern dynasties laughed wildly. With a stretch of his hand, the monarch sword that was fighting with the immortal burying coffin flew into the hands of the northern and southern dynasties as though it was being summoned. The monarch sword danced in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties joyfully. In this world, only the northern and southern dynasties had the ability to control the monarch sword. What a powerful wave of qi! Great Sovereign Badian has come back to life. This is too terrifying. Will he kill us? With the monarch sword in hand, we can annihilate everything. Who can stop us? Everyone's face darkened. The northern and southern dynasties were just too powerful. Although they were only at the peak of immortal venerable realm, even Han Feng couldn't resist the powerful qi that they exuded. Haha, under the heavens, who can stop me, Nan Bei Chao? Xianxia, today is the day you die. And you lowly ants, how dare you step into my forbidden area? That's a humiliation to me. All of you will die today, none of you will be able to live. The northern and southern dynasties had gone berserk. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Now that their wish had finally been fulfilled, they were determined to start a massacre to establish their prestige as the monarch emperor. Not good. This bastard is a killing maniac. He's going to kill all of us. The return of great Sovereign Badian is unstoppable. Let's go now, or we'll all die here. Everyone began to panic. How would they dare to stay any longer? Each and every one of them pushed their speed to the limit, fearing that they would slow down. Han Feng wanted to leave too, but was stopped by Xianxia. He knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had gained the upper hand, they would certainly turn into killing maniacs. Anyone who tried to leave first would die first. Although Han Feng was a half-step sovereign, he would still be killed by the monarch sword. Haha. You have profaned my prestige. Do you still want to leave? Sure enough, Nan Bei Chao made his move when he saw those people trying to escape. The monarch sword in his hand turned into the noblest sword in the heaven and earth. Nan Bei Chao casually slashed out cold and sharp sword light. Each of the sword light was a deadly weapon. Its speed was extremely fast, catching up to everyone in a flash. Arg! Han Feng's face turned somewhat unsightly. The reincarnation of great Sovereign Badian was just too terrifying. He could kill so many immortal venerables with a wave of his hand. He could see that given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, even if he attacked them personally, he would be killed instantly by them. Even if he didn't use the monarch sword, he would still die tragically in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. However, when Han Feng saw the calm face of Xianxia beside him, he couldn't help but raise his thumb to Xianxia inwardly. He was a dignified half-step sovereign, but his temperament wasn't even comparable to that of a young immortal emperor. The fact that Xianxia could still maintain his composure under such a situation showed that Xianxia was destined to be a powerful figure. After killing those immortal venerables, the northern and southern dynasties shifted their gaze to Xianxia once more. The corner of his mouth was wearing a grim smile. His killing intent soared to the sky. His powerful aura locked onto Xianxia and Han Feng. Xianxia, I've said it before. You're no match for me. You'll die in my hands sooner or later. Now that I've gained enough power, you're just an ant in front of me. I can crush you to death with just a finger. What else do you have to say? Xianxia said coldly. The arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties was boundless. At this moment, he truly didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. In his point of view, Xianxia had already become a turtle in a jar. There was no way that Xianxia could escape from his hands unless there was a miracle. Is that so? You should have thought that there would be an accident every time. Xianxia's face was still as indifferent as ever. Hearing this, the faces of the northern and southern dynasties that were laughing wildly suddenly became ferocious. Jiang Chen's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart, because Jiang Chen's words were not wrong. Whether it was in the mortal world or the immortal world, every time he was certain to defeat Jiang Chen, a miracle would happen in the end and change the outcome. Originally, he had the upper hand, but in the end, he became the unlucky one. Therefore, even though the northern and southern dynasties were certain that they had Jiang Chen in their grasp, the uneasiness in their hearts still surfaced. Jiang Chen, I want to see what kind of miracle will happen today. The northern and southern dynasties clenched their teeth. Their killing intent grew thicker and thicker. They had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Brother Jiang, I'll hold him off first. You should leave quickly. The celestial sovereign still needs your help. Even if I have to risk this old life of mine today, I'll ensure your safety. With a sway of his body, Han Feng appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded to himself. He had a good impression of Han Feng. No matter what, Han Feng was very loyal to Nangong Wendian. In order to help Nangong Wendian, Han Feng was willing to sacrifice his life. Old man, since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. The northern and southern dynasties said and slashed at Han Feng with the monarch sword. Asterisk rumble, asterisk at this moment, the immortal burying coffin moved. The huge ancient coffin blocked in front of Han Feng. When the indestructible monarch sword slashed at the immortal burying coffin, it produced a clanging sound and a lot of sparks. However, no matter how powerful the monarch sword was, it could not leave any mark on the immortal burying coffin. Great Sovereign Badian was powerful, but he was still inferior to the ancient great sovereign Xianxia. In a sense, the reputation of the monarch sword was a level lower than that of the immortal burying coffin. Damn the immortal burying coffin and Empress Ninine. I'll kill Jiang Chen and that old man first, then I'll deal with you. The northern and southern dynasties said angrily. He used his will to block the immortal burying coffin with the monarch sword, then attacked with his own body. The terrifying hand of heaven shrouded Han Feng and Jiang Chen in an instant. He wanted to kill them with a single strike. So powerful. Han Feng's countenance was incomparably unsightly. He could sense how terrifying the hand of the heavens was. Right now, all his aura had been locked onto by the hand of the heavens. This was a power akin to a towering mountain. With Han Feng's character, even if he unleashed his full strength, the only path left for him was death. Bang, at the most critical moment, the immortal burying coffin stirred again. The heavy coffin lid was lifted, and a beautiful woman in snow-white clothes walked out. After she came out, she waved her hand and struck out. The palm was as huge as the hand of heaven. It was as translucent as jade and looked like an ice sculpture. The entire void was about to be frozen by the icy chi emitted from the huge palm. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk the hand of heaven and the hand of ice collided fiercely, tearing the entire internal space apart. Terrifying airwaves spread out as if the end of the world had arrived. Xiao Yu. Jiang Chen cried out in surprise when he saw Xianxia Yu again. He couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart. It was the first time they met each other since they parted ways in Saint Origin World. Xianxia Yu turned to look at Jiang Chen. Her cold face revealed a trace of a smile when she saw Jiang Chen. She stuck her tongue out at Jiang Chen and said, "Brother Chen." Jiang Chen almost burst into tears when he heard the word Brother Chen. To be honest, he had been worrying whether it would be Xianxia Yu or Empress Ninine who would wake up. But now, it seemed that all his worries were unnecessary. Empress Ninine was dead after all, and Xianxia Yu was just a reincarnated body. Just like the northern and southern dynasties, after he merged with the body of great sovereign Badian, the essence of his body was still that of the northern and southern dynasties. It was just that he had some memories of his past life. The ones who were truly in control were the northern and southern dynasties. It was the same for Xianxia Yu and Empress Ninine. Xianxia Yu was the new empress while Empress Ninine had become the past. In other words, Xianxia Yu was the new Empress Ninine. She had the cold personality of Empress Ninine, but her deep affection for Jiang Chen would never change. It was this affection that made Xianxia Yu the master of the body. Han Feng was dumbfounded. The awakened Empress Ninine was actually Jiang Chen's lover. At this moment, he finally understood why Jiang Chen would risk his life to enter the altar to help Empress Nining snatch the Nining profound heart. The woman in snow-white clothes in front of him was too beautiful. Her beauty was somewhat dazzling. Even with Han Feng's composure, he didn't dare to look straight at her peerless face. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that Yan Xinyu was truly beautiful, especially now that she had merged with the body of her past life. Her body carried the majesty of a supreme great sovereign. Every move she made was like an empress. No one would dare to have the slightest blasphemous thought towards her. The current Yan Xinyu's cultivation base was equivalent to the northern and southern dynasties, peak immortal venerable realm. Judging from the qi radiating from her body, she wasn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had the monarch sword in hand, and Yan Xinyu had the immortal burying coffin. Sometimes, everything was arranged by fate. Empress Nining and Great Sovereign Badian were enemies in their previous life. In the end, both sides perished together. In this life, Yan Xinyu and the northern and southern dynasties were the same. Since the beginning of Saint Origin World, the northern and southern dynasties were the enemies of Jiang Chen. Yan Xinyu wasn't surprised at all. Right now, Nan Beichao and Yan Xinyu were staring at each other. Both of them believed that this was the arrangement of fate. The grudges and enmity between the past and the present life were destined to have a battle of life and death. It seemed like the battle of the Monarch Mountain was about to happen again. Everything had its own destiny. This was the destiny of Empress Nining and Great Sovereign Badian. However, there were certain variables in all destinies. To these two great sovereigns, Jiang Chen was the biggest variable. Perhaps in the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, killing Jiang Chen was more important than killing Empress Nining. He wasn't afraid of the newly awakened empress, but he was afraid of the continuously growing Jiang Chen. The two old enemies of the previous life and this life were now standing here, making it impossible for the northern and southern dynasties to take a step back. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, his heart would never be at ease. Empress Nining, we'll settle the score between us later. Step aside now. I'll kill Jiang Chen first, then I'll settle the score with you. The northern and southern dynasties said to Yan Xinyu. Yan Xinyu's face was cold. She didn't care about the northern and southern dynasties at all. Instead, she turned to Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Big brother Chen, you guys step back first." To Yan Xinyu, this was a moment of happiness. All along, she was most afraid of becoming Jiang Chen's burden. All along, it was Jiang Chen who stood up for her. All along, she could only live a happy life in Jiang Chen's arms. However, that kind of happiness couldn't be compared to the happiness she was feeling now. Finally, Yan Xinyu was able to do something for Jiang Chen. Today, it was her turn to protect her big brother Chen Chen. This day, she had been dreaming about it even in her dreams. Okay, be careful. Jiang Chen nodded his head and retreated with Han Feng. How could he not understand Yan Xinyu's feelings? He also understood her happiness. Moreover, being able to personally witness Yan Xinyu's rise, Jiang Chen's heart was indescribably happy. That kind of feeling was something that others could not understand. Along the way, he and Yan Xinyu had gone through many trials and tribulations. That kind of emotional foundation was not something that others could imagine. Brother Jiang, I admire you. Han Feng wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. The fact that Empress Nining was so infatuated with him was enough for any man in the heavens and earth to prostrate themselves before him. Of course, a man who could make Empress Nining fall in love with him must have his own charisma. Han Feng now admired and felt grateful towards Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he was afraid that he would have already died under the swords of the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who stopped him, he would have fled for his life like those immortal venerables. The consequences were imaginable. Empress Nining, since you are meddling in other people's business, let's have a great battle. I wasn't able to kill you in the past. Today, let's settle our old grudge. The northern and southern dynasties sheathed their monarch swords. Their bodies emitted the supreme monarch qi. He and Yan Xinyu were enemies in both their previous and current lives. Now that they had awakened at the same time, it could be considered as the arrangement of fate. Therefore, a battle was inevitable. Yan Xinyu also sheathed the immortal burying coffin. Xi and the northern and southern dynasties knew very well that even if both sides used their monarch weapons, they wouldn't be able to win. Therefore, they might as well sheath their monarch weapons and have a real battle. Kong Long, the northern and southern dynasties took the initiative to attack. They stretched out their huge palms, unleashing a terrifying hand of heaven that seemed to tear the sky apart. Carrying boundless power and lethality, they grabbed at Yan Qinyu. I seal. Yan Qinyu snorted lightly. She raised her jade-like hand and shot out an icy light. As soon as the icy light appeared, it turned into a world of ice and collided with Nanbei Chao's hand of heaven. Along with a cracking sound, the seemingly invincible palm was frozen and stopped in midair. Even the destructive energy was frozen along with it. A powerful Ninein body was no joke. Moreover, after Yan Qinyu obtained the heart of Ninein, she had also cultivated the heart of Ice God. With the fusion of the two bodies, Yan Qinyu had more potential than the previous Empress Ninein. Apart from being the reincarnation of Empress Ninein, she was also the inheritor of the Ice God. In other words, the reborn Yan Qinyu was destined to surpass the previous Empress Ninein in the future. So powerful. Han Feng sighed. Although he was a half-step sovereign, he understood that he wasn't on the same level as the two in front of him. Both of them had powerful foundations and had fused with the bodies of great sovereigns. They weren't people that a second-rate half-step sovereign like him could compare to. I am the emperor. The northern and southern dynasties moved again. Yang Yu's body began to transform. He unleashed the emperor heaven art to the extreme. At this moment, his body grew 10 zhang tall, making him look like a god of war. His golden robe was fluttering, and his body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He had turned into a true emperor. This kind of emperor was truly high and mighty. He was the emperor of the heavens and earth. An ordinary emperor couldn't be compared to him. Compared to the current northern and southern dynasties, Yang Yu's emperor's qi was like that of a beggar's. Wisdom King's fist. A loud bang was heard. After Nanbei Chao transformed into his monarch body, he struck out a powerful Wisdom King fist. The huge fist seemed to be able to pierce through the entire world, almost breaking the entire space. That golden fist was like a huge mountain. It had locked all of Yan Qinyu's qi activity and arrived in front of her in a blink of an eye. Rome wasn't built in a day. Profounding palm. Facing the powerful Wisdom King's fist, Yan Qinyu showed no signs of fear. She turned into the ice goddess. The cold qi emitted from her body almost froze the entire space. Suddenly, she struck out with her palm. An ice-cold palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A cold vortex could be seen in the center of her palm. It was even bigger than the Wisdom King's fist. Rumble, the Wisdom King fist and the Darking palm collided with each other. This time, the heaven and earth shook. Fortunately, this deep layer of space was created by Great Emperor Badian. Otherwise, this strike would have smashed the space into pieces. It wouldn't have been a problem. Even so, the space trembled violently. Cracking sounds could be heard in the surroundings. Cracks appeared on the spatial barrier. If this continued, the entire space would be destroyed sooner or later. The space was completely agitated. There was a feeling that the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. The void was torn into pieces. The might of the collision between the Wisdom King fist and the Darking palm was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Han Feng's face turned extremely unsightly. Looking at the visual impact of the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth, for the first time, he felt that a half-step emperor was nothing. As a matter of fact, a half-step sovereign living in the immortal court wouldn't have a high status. What's going on? Why do I feel that the entire spatial zone is shaking? It's like a powerful impact has happened in the deep layer of the spatial zone. That's right. It seems like there are supreme experts fighting. Should we go and have a look? It's better not to. Such a commotion isn't something we can imagine. We'd better continue to search for treasures. What if we get caught in the crossfire? Who can we blame? The collision in the deep layer of the spatial zone had attracted the attention of those outside. Countless people's facial expression changed, trying to guess what was happening inside. Many experts began to fly towards the deep layer of the spatial zone, but most of them didn't act rashly. In the remains of a great sovereign, staying alive was always the most important thing. It would be best if they could get some treasures. Even if they couldn't afford to lose their lives here. The battle between supreme experts couldn't be too close to each other. A slight carelessness would cause one to be caught in the crossfire. If one's strength was slightly weaker, the chi waves emitted by the opponent might take one's life. Wouldn't that be a great loss? In the deep layer of the spatial zone, the northern and southern dynasties were still fighting fiercely with Xianxia. One had the innate Nining physique, supported by the Heart of Ice God, and the other had the Monarch Heaven art to the extreme. The power of the Monarch Heaven art was unimaginable. Even Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. The current northern and southern dynasties were really powerful. Even though he had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, he would still die if he fought the northern and southern dynasties. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to make a single move. Even if he used the Great Void technique, he still wouldn't be able to escape. The only thing he could rely on was the Zulong Tower. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties had the Eye of Illusion, which could see through everything. Just like when he was in Golden Horizon, even if he hid in the Zulong Tower, he still wouldn't be able to escape from the senses of the northern and southern dynasties. The final outcome would only be a tragedy. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The growing strength of the northern and southern dynasties had made him somewhat worried and pressured. He was almost sure that it was impossible for Xianxia to eliminate the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia must improve his strength as soon as possible to shorten the gap between him and the northern dynasty. The divine body of a great emperor can crush everything. The northern and southern dynasties seemed to be enraged. Their bodies grew taller once again, as if they had turned into an ancient giant. This was their most powerful killer move. The Eye of Illusion flickered constantly. This time, they didn't use any powerful moves. Instead, they directly charged towards Xianxia with their huge bodies. They were like a huge golden mountain, rampaging forward. The power of this collision was unimaginable to ordinary people. Wherever the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties passed, the void would instantly explode. That was the impact of the powerful energy. Ice God's body, Nining River. Xianxia no longer held back. She displayed her most powerful killer move. Her body began to transform, turning into a huge ice sculpture, the ice sculpture of a fairy. The fairy moved. 9 ice rivers rushed out from her body, carrying an endless cold aura. That was the powerful Nining River, which was stimulated by the Nining profound heart. It was incomparably terrifying. The body of a great emperor and the body of a Nining collided fiercely. This was the most powerful killer move, the most powerful attack of both of them. After this one attack, the winner would definitely be decided. The result of this battle would also be revealed in this collision. Rumble, the collision of the bodies of the great emperors was like the collision of 2 planets. Ice fragments flew everywhere, golden light filled the air, and destructive aura filled the air. The void began to collapse, and the space began to crack. Go! Xianxia and Hanfeng's facial expression changed dramatically. However, both of them reacted very quickly. They immediately turned into 2 phantoms and disappeared. After they left, the place where they were previously at immediately collapsed, turning into a world of chaos. Rumble, the sound of the explosion continued. The space had completely collapsed. With the northern and southern dynasties and Xianxia as the center, the destructive energy spread out, hitting the entire space at an unimaginable speed. Arg, just as a few immortal venerables touched the deep layer of the space collapsed all of a sudden. Powerful energy rushed towards them. Despite their fast reaction speed, they were still hit by the energy. Each of them let out a blood-curdling scream. Some of them had weak cultivation base, and died on the spot. Even the late immortal venerable old ancestor was severely injured. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, which was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Run! Someone yelled. They had no idea what was happening in front of them, but the dangerous chi was very clear to them. Without the slightest hesitation, they began to run for their lives. Sometimes, there was a price to pay for watching a show. Many of them were attracted by the tremors just now, but they didn't expect that doomsday would come. ****, not just them, everyone in the remains was shaken. Even those with weaker strength who were far away from the remains were affected by the tremors, causing them to spurt out blood. It was an injury that came from the depth of their soul. There was no way to avoid it. What happened? Could there be a battle between great sovereigns? The impact was too powerful. The destructive power was too great. What exactly happened inside? Not good. The spatial zone is collapsing. This remains is going to be destroyed soon. We have to leave now. Go. 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 It's too late. For a moment, everyone was panicking, and the entire space was in chaos. Countless people were panicking, because the final collision between Xianxia and Nan Beichao had shattered the deep layer of space that supported the entire inheritance, causing it to collapse bit by bit. This was extremely dangerous. The collapse of the great sovereign's spatial zone would bring about a destructive doomsday. At this time, no one had the mood to search for treasures or study what was happening inside. Even the immortal venerables who were too close to the deep layer of the spatial zone had died, let alone them. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk countless silhouettes began to flee through the spatial passageways, fearing that they would be a step slower. At this moment, nothing was more important than staying alive. Countless figures fled in all directions. Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties were completely immersed in the chaotic battlefield. No one could see what was happening inside. Xianxia and Han Feng kept flashing through the cracks of the space, looking towards the center of the battlefield. For them, the collapse of the space didn't affect them too much. Han Feng was a half-step emperor expert who had almost comprehended the Supreme Great Emperor's law. His control of the power of space was extremely exquisite. It was normal for him to walk through the cracks of the space. Even if the space collapsed, he could still get out. As for Jiang Chen, it was even more different. The Great Void technique had given him the ability to walk through the turbulent space. Brother Jiang Chen, who do you think will win? Han Feng asked with a worried look on his face. He naturally hoped that Xianxia would win. After all, he and Xianxia were now on the same side. With their strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to determine who will win. Jiang Chen shook his head. Great Emperor Badian and Empress Naini were equally powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in mutual destruction. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had awakened at almost the same time as Xianxia. Their cultivation was also equal, and their means were extremely terrifying. Therefore, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, it would be extremely difficult for the two of them to determine a winner under such circumstances. In the center of the battlefield, the violent aura was still raging. Xianxia and Nan Beichao had already returned to their original appearances. However, their conditions weren't very good. Their aura was chaotic, and there were some cracks on their bodies. Both of them were coughing out blood from their mouths. It was easy to tell that this collision didn't determine the winner or loser. Instead, both of them were injured. Empress Nainin, I'll remember what happened today. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Jiang Chen, consider yourself lucky today. The northern and southern dynasties left these words and disappeared in a flash. Xianxia did not chase after the northern and southern dynasties. She knew that it would be useless even if she caught up to them. With her current strength, it was almost impossible for her to kill the northern and southern dynasties. Moreover, she was severely injured just like the northern and southern dynasties. She needed some time to recover. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Jiang Chen flew over and asked with great concern. Seeing that Xianxia was injured, Jiang Chen's heart ached. It's not a big deal, but my physical body is seriously injured. I've only fused with the body of a great sovereign, but I need some time to recover, said Xianxia. This kind of injury was not small, but it was not enough to cause any serious damage to Xianxia. The northern and southern dynasties are now in a stalemate. For eastern Xuanyu, it might be a disaster. Jiang Chen looked at the direction where the northern and southern dynasties disappeared. The ones who benefited the most from this trip to the Monarch Mountain were undoubtedly the northern and southern dynasties. Of course, Xianxia was also one of them. The northern and southern dynasties suffered the same injuries as me. He won't come out now. He'll definitely find a secret place to recover his body. He won't come out anytime soon. So, we don't have to worry about him for now. said Yan Qinyu. No one knew the situation of the northern and southern dynasties better than her. Empress, the space here is about to collapse. Let's leave as soon as possible, said Han Feng. The three of them left the great sovereign space in a flash. The famous Monarch Mountain in the central region had completely collapsed on this day. The mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. The towering mountain peak was about to collapse. The Monarch Mountain was destined to become a part of history, it would cease to exist from now on. Jiangchen, Yan Qinyu, and Yan Qinyu came to a place where no one was around. Yan Qinyu and Jiangchen looked into each other's eyes, their gazes filled with love. Han Feng took the initiative and walked to the side, giving this young couple who hadn't seen each other for a long time some privacy. Big brother Chen, we can finally be together. Yan Qinyu laid on Jiangchen's chest. Being able to lean on this man's chest was the happiest thing that had happened in her life. That's right. When the matters in the immortal world are settled, we'll get married, Jiangchen said with a smile. These days, Jiangchen had been inquiring about Yan Qinyu's whereabouts. Ever since they parted ways with the immortal burying coffin in the ancient tomb, Jiangchen had a knot in his heart. Now that the dark clouds had been dispelled, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. Without a doubt, Yan Qinyu was one of the most important people in his life. Back when they were in Red City, they had already established their feelings for each other. Now that they had come this far, he couldn't help but sigh at the ups and downs they had gone through. However, the road ahead wasn't over yet. The road ahead was still full of obstacles. Jiangchen told Yan Qinyu everything that had happened in the immortal world. Most of it was about his group of people, including Wu Ningzhu, Han Yan, Tyrant, Long San, Jiang Zhenhai, and Nangong Wendian. Yan Qinyu was shocked to hear that Nangong Wendian was actually the reincarnation of a sovereign lord. Brother Jiangchen, the matters here have come to an end. I'll be returning to the immortal court to report to Heaven's sovereign. Don't forget our agreement. You must come to the immortal court selection competition in a month's time, Han Feng said to Jiangchen. Don't worry, old Han. I'll definitely help on An. I'll be returning to ethereal immortal domain in a month's time, Jiangchen said. Even if Han Feng didn't mention Nangong Wendian's matter, Jiangchen wouldn't stay out of it. This matter was related to his life and death brother. Jiangchen would never shirk his duty. Alright, I'll be waiting for you in the immortal court. After saying that, Han Feng left in a flash. He believed that given Jiangchen's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stand out in the selection competition. He had witnessed Jiangchen's strength and miraculousness. Not to mention the major powers of Fengqi immortal domain, even among the geniuses of the immortal court, only a few of them could be a match for him. After Han Feng left, Jiangchen flew towards Fengluo sect with Yan Qinyu. Jiang Zhenhai was still in Fengluo sect. Now that Yan Qinyu had been found, he had to go and see his father first. Brother Chen, what's your plan after meeting Dad? Asked Yan Qinyu. I'm going back. I've been out for quite a long time. Before I left the mess in ethereal immortal domain to Monkey. I don't know what's going on now. I have to go back and have a look. Jiang Chen had come to Fengqi immortal domain in search of Jiang Zhenhai, but he didn't expect that he would be delayed for such a long time. He also didn't expect that so many things had happened. Currently, Jiang Chen was most worried about the situation in ethereal immortal domain. However, this trip to Fengqi immortal domain could be said to be fruitful. Not only did he rescue Jiang Zhenhai, he had also reunited with Yan Qinyu and obtained the news of Nangong Wendian. Most importantly, his cultivation base had advanced by 2 levels and the condensing of the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower. All these benefits and luck were beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu flew all the way towards the direction of Fengluo sect. Jiang Chen had already told Yan Qinyu about the relationship between him and Fengluo sect. To him, Fengluo sect was like Great Qian Empire in ethereal immortal domain. Everyone in Fengluo sect was on his side. He had done a great favor for Fengluo sect and saved Feng Huazi's life in the Monarch Mountain. To put it bluntly, the door of Fengluo sect would always be open for him. After the collapse of the Monarch Mountain, Feng Huazi and the people of Fengluo sect had already returned to Fengqi immortal domain. Everything that happened in the Monarch Mountain had stirred up the entire Fengqi immortal domain. Many people were talking about it, but no one knew why the spatial zone collapsed at the last moment, what caused the collapse of the Monarch Mountain and where the terrifying destructive energy came from. Seeing Jiang Chen's return, Feng Huizi immediately came forward to greet him. He knew that Jiang Chen's father was here and that Jiang Chen would certainly come back. In order to thank Jiang Chen for saving their lives, Feng Huizi and the higher-ups didn't rest at all and came out to greet Jiang Chen personally. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you all right?" Feng Huizi asked with concern. Immediately, he sensed the powerful qi radiating from Jiang Chen's body and found that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced from early immortal emperor to late immortal emperor. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was truly astonishing, but it also showed that Jiang Chen had obtained tremendous benefits in the Monarch Mountain. "I'm fine." Jiang Chen smiled. "Brother Jiang, this is?" Feng Huizi looked at Yanqinyu and felt that this girl was extremely beautiful. However, she was emitting a cold and inviolable qi, like a lotus in the snow. Even though he was the patriarch, he couldn't help but feel a trace of reverence in his heart. Feng Huizi couldn't help but be shocked. At his level, his senses were very sharp. His instinct told him that this girl wasn't simple. Moreover, her cultivation seemed to be higher than his. "This is my wife, Yanqinyu." Jiang Chen chuckled. He liked to introduce his woman like this. "Haha, nice to meet you, Miss Yan." Feng Huizi laughed and secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. A man's life would not be in vain if he could have such a woman as his companion. Yanqinyu nodded in response. She didn't say anything else. "Sect Master, I'm going to see my father now. After that, I'll leave, but my father will stay here for the time being. I hope Sect Master can take good care of him." Jiang Chen spoke. He had decided to let his father stay in Feng Luo sect. Ethereal immortal domain was too chaotic now. He would be surrounded by enemies on all sides if he returned. Comparatively, the tranquil Feng Luo sect was the safest place. No matter how chaotic ethereal immortal domain was, they wouldn't be able to invade Feng Luo sect. Moreover, Jiang Chen had an appointment with Han Feng in a month. He would have to return sooner or later. At that time, he might have to use the identity of a disciple of Feng Luo sect to participate in the selection of the immortal court. "Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Just do what you need to do. Your father will definitely be a distinguished guest if he stays here," Feng Huizi assured. Feng Huizi promised. He couldn't wait for Jiang Zhenhai to stay here. Even a fool could see how great Jiang Chen's potential was. It would be a great thing for the entire Feng Luo sect if he could befriend Jiang Chen. He had been looking for an excuse to befriend Jiang Chen. If he could serve Jiang Chen's father well, they would be on the same side in the future. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chen was willing to let his father stay here indicated that Jiang Chen didn't treat him as an outsider. In that case, Feng Huizi naturally couldn't let Jiang Chen down. "In that case, many thanks." Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Feng Huizi and flew towards Jiang Zhenhai with Yanqinyu. The place where Jiang Zhenhai was staying was the cultivation place of the Great Elder, Shen Ao, which was absolutely the most superior place in the entire Feng Luo sect. Jiang Zhenhai didn't stay idle. He had been in seclusion during the time when Jiang Chen was away. Through the events that had happened these days, Jiang Zhenhai had seen the immensity of the immortal world. He knew that strength was the most important thing here. He didn't want to be a burden to his son, so he focused all his attention on cultivation and strived for continuous progress. Jiang Zhenhai was sitting cross-legged on a boulder in the courtyard. Dense immortal qi was constantly pouring into his body. Upon sensing someone approaching, Jiang Zhenhai immediately stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, his senses weren't weak. At least, he could sense someone approaching him. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Zhenhai immediately saw Jiang Chen and Yanqinyu. He was so surprised that he immediately stood up from his seat. "You are..." Jiang Zhenhai almost burst into tears when he saw Yanqinyu. They were family. They had always been worried about each other. Now that they could reunite here and see his son and daughter-in-law at the same time, Jiang Zhenhai had no reason to be unhappy. "Greetings, father." Yanqinyu bowed deeply to Jiang Zhenhai. As the reincarnation of the Empress, there weren't many people in this world who could receive such a bow from her, and Xianxia was one of them. Good, good. Haha. That's great. Xianxia didn't know what to say, so he just kept saying yes. Father, Xiaoyu and I are going back to ethereal immortal domain for a while. Stay here and cultivate. I'll be back in a month. It's safe for you to stay here, Xianxia said. He didn't want to waste a month's time. Moreover, the distance between Fengqi immortal domain and ethereal immortal domain was incomparably far. It would take some time for him to return. Hearing that Xianxia was going to leave, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, but he still nodded and agreed. Chen, you guys go ahead. I'll be fine here. Xianxia was well aware of the reason why Xianxia asked him to stay. He knew that it was for his own safety. Moreover, even if he followed Xianxia, he would only be a burden given his current strength. Xianxia would also have to take care of him, which was not what Xianxia wanted. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, Xianxia and Yanqingyu embarked on their journey to the ethereal immortal domain. Their speed was extremely fast, at least much faster than when Xianxia arrived. Very quickly, they flew out of the boundary of the Fengqi immortal domain. The law of space flowed ceaselessly in the void, but it didn't hinder them in the slightest. Asterisk rumble, asterisk all of a sudden, the void in front of Xianxia exploded. A towering giant hand emerged. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it locked the surrounding void of 1,000 miles. The giant hand locked onto Xianxia's chi and lunged at him. Boom. 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 It was a simple strike, but it carried unparalleled murderous intent. It wasn't hard to imagine that the attacker wanted to kill Xianxia with a single strike. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. As for who wanted to kill him, he didn't even bother to guess, because there were too many people in the immortal world who wanted to kill him. Humph. Yanqingyu harumphed coldly. With a wave of her hand, an icy ray shot out, shattering the gigantic hand. Although Yanqingyu had suffered serious injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even in her current state, she could still fight against an ordinary half-step sovereign. If she used the immortal burying coffin, she could easily kill a half-step sovereign. Not to mention that the person who attacked her in the dark had a cultivation base below a half-step sovereign even though his killing intent soared to the sky. Moreover, Yanqingyu's injuries were constantly recovering. With the fusion of the Nining profound heart and the heart of the ice god, her recovery speed was much faster than that of the northern and southern dynasties. Who is it? Come out. Xianxia shouted at the void. Xianxia, I've finally found you. Let's see where you can run this time. An incomparably deep voice rang out. Then, a middle-aged man with a majestic figure walked out. Waves of air rolled around the surface of his body, and the aura that he casually exuded showed his strength. When Xianxia saw this middle-aged man, his face immediately turned cold. This man wasn't unfamiliar to him at all. Venerable Xianfeng, Wang Xianfeng, a powerful peerless venerable who had half a foot into the half-step sovereign realm. Previously, he was on the same level as Xiao Wangqing. Of course, that was in the past. The current Xiao Wangqing had already left Wang Xianfeng in the dust. Wang Xianfeng. Xianxia called out the other party's name calmly. That's right, it's me, Xianxia. You've really made it hard for me to find you. Wang Xianfeng said Lung Lung. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Xianxia at all. He had always regretted that he couldn't kill Xianxia because of Xiao Wangqing. Your immortal court is really shameless. Aren't you afraid of Senior Zhao's revenge? Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Revenge? Hee, if I kill you here today, who knows how you died? Who knows who killed you? Besides, don't you think you have taken Xiao Wangqing too seriously? In front of the immortal court, Xiao Wangqing is just an ant. Xianxia has offended the immortal court and desecrated the dignity of the immortal court. That's why he has to die. It's your fortune to die in my hands. Wang Xianfeng spoke aloud. Back then, Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing had reached an agreement that the experts of the older generation couldn't deal with Jiangchen. Unfortunately, Jiangchen was still alive and growing stronger, while the geniuses of the immortal court had been killed. In order to prevent Xianxia from growing any further, Li Wangye had decided to kill Xianxia secretly. That was why he had sent Wang Xianfeng to eliminate Xianxia as soon as he found Xianxia's trace. Unfortunately, it was too late for Li Wangye to find Xianxia. Moreover, the timing wasn't good. Coming out to kill Xianxia now was no different than courting death. If Li Wangye knew that the person standing beside Xianxia was Empress Nining, he was afraid that he wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. Wang Xianfeng, ignorance is very scary. It's a pity that you didn't bring your brain with you. Xianxia shook his head. Since Wang Xianfeng was here, Xianxia would not show any mercy. He would never give his enemies any chance, especially those who wanted to kill him. Xianxia looked at Wang Xianfeng. It's not good for a young man to be too arrogant. Although you have improved a lot during this period of time, you are still just an ant in front of me. Wang Xianfeng spoke in a condescending tone. What he said wasn't wrong. Although Xianxia had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and had the strength to fight an ordinary late immortal venerable, there was still a huge gap between him and a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng. If they really fought, Xianxia would certainly not be a match for Wang Xianfeng. He could only run for his life, but it was different now. He didn't need to run or attack at all. Is that so? In my opinion, you are the ant, Yanqinyu spoke. Yanqinyu said. She wouldn't allow anyone to insult Xianxia. With just a few words, Yanqinyu had sentenced Wang Xianfeng to death. Who are you? Only now did Wang Xianfeng notice the girl next to Xianxia. This was because Yanqinyu had unleashed her aura. That aura made Wang Xianfeng's soul tremble. This caused his expression to become serious. He recalled the icy beam that destroyed his giant palm just now. That icy beam seemed to have been unleashed by this girl. I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Yanqinyu said. She pointed her finger at Wang Xianfeng like a sword. An ice arrow was shot out with extreme speed. Even Wang Xianfeng only had time to react. Not good. Wang Xianfeng knew that he might have encountered a true expert today. He didn't have the time to think and dared not to be careless. He exerted all his strength to resist the attack. Kong Long, Wang Xuanfeng's powerful defense was completely vulnerable in front of the ice arrow. It was penetrated in an instant. Wang Xianfeng was sent flying more than 30 meters away, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. How can she be so strong? Who are those people? She has the qi of a great sovereign on her. I can feel an indescribable pressure. Wang Xianfeng was shocked. He had never expected such a situation. He had already figured out all the details about Xianxia. Apart from Xiao Wangqing, there was no other expert beside Xianxia. But now, there was suddenly a mysterious girl who was even stronger than Xiao Wangqing. Wang Xianfeng was definitely a smart man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached this level of cultivation. Therefore, when he realized that something was wrong, he immediately chose to run away. In this world, nothing was more important than staying alive at a critical moment. Unfortunately, would Yanqinyu spare his life? The answer was yes. Xiaoyu, don't let him run away. This man is a big trouble. Seeing that Wang Xianfeng was about to run away, Jiangchen hurriedly said. Without Jiangchen's reminder, Yanqinyu had already moved. Yanqinyu's thoughts were very simple. Anyone who wanted to kill Jiangchen deserved to die, and they would die eventually. Yanqinyu moved. Her body flashed, and she was like an arrow leaving the bow. In a blink of an eye, she caught up with Wang Xianfeng who was trying to run away. The horrifying cold air was like a cold ocean, covering the sky and the earth, directly forming a field of ice, covering Wang Xianfeng. Wang Xianfeng gasped. He felt the fear that came from the bottom of his heart. That was the fear of death. At his level of cultivation, he would not be afraid of cold, but facing Yanqinyu's cold air, he felt like his soul was going to be frozen. Pucci, before Wang Xianfeng could resist, countless ice blades had already pierced through his body. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Wang Xianfeng, a peerless venerable, died tragically in this desolate and uninhabited void. Wang Xianfeng died. Facing Yanqinyu, who was at the same level as him, the gap between them was huge. Even though Yan Xinyu was injured, it was still very easy for her to kill Wang Xianfeng. In front of Yan Xinyu, Wang Xianfeng couldn't even fight back, he could only wait for death. Only God knew how regretful Wang Xianfeng was before he died. He came here with full confidence to kill Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that he would lose his life in the end. This was probably something that he couldn't even dream of. Wang Xianfeng could never imagine that this time it would be his doomsday. If he knew that there was such a terrifying person following Jiang Chen, even if he was given 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to come here alone to kill Jiang Chen. However, how could he blame others for this? If he didn't have murderous intentions, he wouldn't have ended up dead. This was fate. After killing Wang Xianfeng, Jiang Chen didn't feel excited at all. To him, Wang Xianfeng was nothing. Wang Xuanfeng's death was the beginning of the enmity between him and the immortal court. He wouldn't have a good time in the future. Qingge, looks like you've offended a lot of people. Yan Xinyu said mischievously. When have I ever had a lack of enemies? It seems like the immortal court really wants me dead. Although Senior Xiao has some deterrence, if the immortal court is determined to kill me, I'm afraid that Xiao Wangqing alone won't be enough. Wang Xianfeng is just one of the many people who want to kill me. I'm afraid that Radiance Immortal Domain and Miluo Immortal Domain have also sent their experts to kill me, but they haven't met them yet. Now that Wang Xianfeng is dead, the immortal court will certainly not let this matter go. I'm going to have a hard time in the future. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. Although he hadn't been to the immortal court, he had some understanding of their style of doing things. As the supreme ruler of an immortal domain, nothing was more important to them than their dignity. Furthermore, the immortal court considered itself to be high and mighty and inviolable. Anyone who dared to go against the immortal court was destined to have a bad end. That's not a big deal. We have encountered many powerful enemies. In the end, we still trampled all of them under our feet. Brother Chen is a man of great fortune. Those who go against you won't have a good ending. The immortal court is no exception, said Jiang Chen. Yan Xinyu said. After fusing with the body of a great sovereign, Yan Xinyu became domineering. As Empress Ninine, there was nothing in the heavens and earth that could make her feel afraid. If Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia were still here, the Immortal Court wouldn't stand a chance against them. Immortal Execution King could crush them with one finger. You're right. The stronger the enemy, the more it will stimulate my fighting spirit. If the enemy is too weak, what's the point of fighting? The three immortal courts had better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make them pay the price. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated, and his domineering aura soared into the sky. In his mind, there was no such thing as fear. The stronger the enemy was, the more he would want to step on them. Every successful man had climbed to the top by stepping on piles of bones. Killing Wang Xianfeng was just a small interlude. Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu continued on their way. The ethereal immortal domain was more chaotic than Jiang Chen had imagined. During the period of time when Jiang Chen was away, a lot of major events had happened. Of course, the most important one was the son-in-law selection ceremony of Exquisite Paradise. On that day, Longsher San had killed more than a dozen peerless geniuses of the immortal court in a row, making him famous and the leader of the young generation. However, Longsher San's behavior had completely offended the immortal court. Given the immortal court's style of doing things, they would never let Longsher San go. The immortal court was high and mighty. Normally, they wouldn't show up in the immortal domain, but recently, experts of the immortal court could be seen from time to time, causing the atmosphere of the entire immortal domain to become incomparably tense. Longsher San had arrogantly declared that he would kill every genius of the immortal court that came. Longsher San's arrogant declaration had undoubtedly infuriated the immortal court. Rumor had it that a supreme heaven genius was about to make a move. His cultivation base had already reached the mighty late immortal venerable realm. Such a genius was unimaginably powerful. Even peerless venerables weren't a match for him. Only a half-step sovereign could suppress him. It was also said that such an expert had already emerged and would challenge Longsher San at any time. Apart from the matter of Longsher San, there were other things happening in East Xuanyu. Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty had joined forces. It seemed that they were preparing to wage war against Great Qian Empire. Once the war broke out, the entire East Xuanyu would be alarmed. By then, the entire East Xuanyu would no longer be peaceful. Recently, more than one war had broken out at the border of the three empires. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, the large-scale war between the three empires wouldn't be far away. Exquisite Paradise. The entire Exquisite Paradise was filled with a festive atmosphere. Despite the tense atmosphere in ethereal immortal domain, Exquisite Paradise was still behaving in such a cheerful manner. It was obvious that something joyous was about to happen. That's right. After the selection of son-in-law, Longshan would become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise, becoming a celebrity. Tomorrow would be the wedding day of Longshan and Lingji. No matter what happened outside, Exquisite Paradise still had to hold a grand and magnificent wedding. In the center of Exquisite Paradise, there was an incomparably exquisite courtyard. At this moment, the place was filled with cheers and laughter. At the center of the courtyard was a round table made entirely of green jade. It looked extremely luxurious and beautiful. Longshan was clad in a bright red robe, looking incomparably festive. So was Lingji beside him. The couple had already put on the bride's and groom's outfits. None of the people sitting around them were strangers. Han Yan, Tyrant, Yang Bufan, Yang Lang, Mo Wuqing, and Grandmaster Hao Ran were all acquaintances of Longshan and Jiang Chen. Because of Longshan's wedding, all of them had gathered here. The only one missing from this table was Jiang Chen. Han Yan and Tyrant were invited by Longshan. They knew that this was the most important day in Longshan's life. Therefore, they had to come even if they had to travel thousands of miles. Such a day only came once in a lifetime. As brothers, they would never miss it. Monkey, you look rather pretentious in this robe. Tyrant teased. Tyrant, why are your words so unpleasant? No wonder you can't find a wife. This robe is supposed to be worn tomorrow, but the few of you insisted on wearing it today, as though it's your wedding today. As Longshan spoke, he kept caressing his robe. Judging from his fondness for it, it didn't seem like he was forced to wear it. Monkey, you must be really lucky to find such a beautiful wife. You have just emerged from the rock not long ago, but your luck is already so infuriating. Han Yan didn't forget to provoke Longshan. Of course. Who asked Master Monkey to be so handsome and unrestrained? If the few of you had 1/10 of my charm, you would have had a group of wives and concubines by now. Dragon Shan said with a chuckle. This kind of person simply couldn't be praised. Once he was praised, he would immediately become arrogant. When he became narcissistic, he was absolutely invincible. Big Yellow wasn't here, so Dragon Shan was the narcissistic one. Ayaya, it hurts, let go. As soon as Longshan finished speaking, a jade-like hand landed on his ear. What did you say? Numerous wives and concubines? It seems that this is your true thoughts. The one who made the move was naturally Lingji. I wouldn't dare. I was just bragging. Hurry up and let go. Leave me some face. Longshan begged for mercy again and again. It seemed that there was a price to pay for bragging. Haha, a burst of laughter was heard. The lawless Longshan had finally found his nemesis. As soon as Lingji made her move, he had to submit to her. Lingji giggled. Longshan wore a helpless face. It seemed like he had to pay a price for boasting. Things were different now. It's a pity that little Chenzi and De Huang aren't here. Otherwise, it would be really lively. Yang Bufan said. All along, Jiang Chen had been the backbone of these people. Now that Longshan was getting married but Jiang Chen wasn't here, they still felt a little regretful despite the cheers and laughter. After all, such a wedding wasn't only a happy occasion for Longshan, but also for all of them. If that bastard doesn't come back tomorrow, I'll see how I'm going to settle the score with him the next time I see him. How dare he not show up on such an important day? Longshan couldn't help but speak. His eyes couldn't help looking into the distance. He hoped that Jiang Chen would show up more than anyone else. Tomorrow was the most important day of his life. If his most important brother wasn't present on such an important day, it wouldn't be a perfect day. Jiang Chen may have something important to do, said Lingji. She knew how important Jiang Chen was to Longshan, but this was all she could do to comfort Xianxia. I have a premonition that little Xianxia will definitely show up tomorrow. Monkey, don't worry. We've been in contact with little Xianxia for a long time. When has he ever dropped the ball at such an important moment? Tyrant spoke. All of them could understand Xianxia's feelings. It's all right. Even if he doesn't show up, he can always make up for it the next time we meet. Xianxia smiled. By the way, Monkey, you've been having a lot of trouble with the Immortal Court recently. I heard that a powerful peerless genius of the Immortal Court is going to deal with you. Yang Lang said. That's right. There's a genius called Qi. It's said that his cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late immortal venerable realm. A figure like him is almost invincible below the half-step immortal sovereign realm. Although you're very powerful now, your cultivation base is only at the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. I'm afraid that you won't have any chance of winning against Qi. Yang Bufan said worriedly. After all, Xianxia had said that he was going to kill all the geniuses of the Immortal Court. Now that Qi had appeared, there was no reason for Xianxia not to accept the challenge. Given Xianxia's current condition, he had almost no chance of winning against Qi. It doesn't matter. Let's not talk about this for now. Tomorrow is my wedding day. We'll talk about it after tomorrow. Xianxia's face was still as confident as ever, as though no matter how powerful the opponent was, it wouldn't faze him. As far as I know, Qi has been here since yesterday, but he hasn't challenged you. If I'm not mistaken, he's most likely going to make a scene at your wedding tomorrow. Yang Bufan said. Humph. I'll make anyone who dares to ruin my wedding pay a hefty price. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He didn't care who it was. Tomorrow was the most important day of his wedding. Xianxia wouldn't let the other party off easily if they dared to ruin his wedding. Just as everyone was drinking and chatting merrily, a man walked into the hall in a panic. He was none other than Xianxia of Genius Prefecture. Xianxia was at the same level as Yang Lang. They had entered the Golden Horizon together. He was supposed to stay in seclusion in Genius Prefecture, but now, he had come here. Xianxia, what happened? Yang Bufan asked. From Xianxia's flustered expression, it wasn't hard to tell that something must have happened in Genius Prefecture, and it wasn't a small matter. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't be so flustered. King Fan, something has happened in Genius Prefecture. Xianxia said. A peerless monstrous genius has emerged in the forbidden land of Genius Prefecture. The entire prefecture has fallen into a great shock. Now that the Emperor and Old Ancestor have appeared, they can't suppress it. Not good. It's the heaven-devouring devil ape. Yang Bufan recalled Jiang Chen's words. The cultivation base of the heaven-devouring devil ape was at least at the level of a peerless venerable. Since the devil ape could break free from Yang Juanlong's imprisonment, it indicated that he was no longer a peerless venerable, but a mighty half-step sovereign. At the thought of this, cold sweat trickled down Yang Bufan's forehead. That was a mighty half-step sovereign. Even if the entire Great Qian Empire was mobilized, they wouldn't be able to resist it, unless Xiao Wangqing appeared. But how could he pin all his hopes on Xiao Wangqing? The emergence of the heaven-devouring devil ape was like the arrival of doomsday to the entire Great Qian Empire. It was an extremely brutal and bloodthirsty creature. Once it broke out of the prison, the entire empire would be flooded with rivers of blood. Plus, the heaven-devouring devil ape hated Yang Junlong very much. Once it broke out of the prison, it would surely turn all its hatred into killing intent. It wouldn't stop until it killed everyone in Great Qian Empire. What's going on? Xianxia sensed the seriousness of the situation and asked. Great Qian Empire is facing a real danger. In the past, Old Ancestor had imprisoned a heaven-devouring devil ape in the depths of Genius Prefecture. Now, it's very likely that the ape has already reached the half-step sovereign realm and is about to break out of the prison. I'm afraid that even if my father, the old emperor, and the supreme elders join hands, they won't be able to suppress it. Yang Bufan said in a solemn tone. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. Besides, there was nothing to hide about this matter. He just didn't pay attention to it before. Come, let's go, and have a look. Xianxia said. Monkey, don't go there. The heaven-devouring devil ape can't be dealt with. It's useless even if you go there. I'll go back now and tell the truth to my father and the others. Ask them to disperse the people of Genius Prefecture immediately. Yang Bufan said. Now that Great Qian Empire had reached the most critical juncture, nothing was more important than saving their lives. The matter of the heaven-devouring devil ape was almost a secret to Great Qian Empire. Almost no one knew about it. Therefore, what Yang Bufan needed to do now was to tell Yang Yu about it, so that he could prepare a countermeasure before the devil ape came out. No, the foundation of Great Qian Empire can't be destroyed in the hands of a devil ape. Don't forget that I'm the only one who can deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape. There are two noble bloodlines in the ancient ape race, one is the Battle Saint Ape and the other is the heaven-devouring devil ape. The Battle Saint Ape is the greatest nemesis of the heaven-devouring devil ape. The bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape can greatly suppress the heaven-devouring devil ape. I happen to have the complete bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape. It's not easy to encounter a heaven-devouring devil ape. This is a great opportunity that I can't miss. Long Shersan said. His fiery golden eyes kept glinting. His decision to go to Genius Prefecture wasn't because of the Brotherhood, but absolutely not because of recklessness. He felt that this might be a great opportunity for him. Qi Jin might attack him tomorrow, but the heaven-devouring devil ape had appeared today. Wasn't this an opportunity? Monkey is right. The Battle Saint Ape is indeed the greatest nemesis of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Given our current situation, I'm afraid that Monkey is the only one who can deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape. Let's go and have a look. Great Qian Empire is in trouble now. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Tyrant said. That's right. Tyrant has the powerful God-trembling monument which can play a crucial role. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Han Yan stood up as well. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Yang Bufan clasped his fists at them, then took the lead and flew towards the direction of Great Qian Empire. Long Shersan, Han Yan, Tyrant and the others followed suit. This matter was related to the life and death of Great Qian Empire. To them, it was an obligation that they couldn't shirk. Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. At this moment, Genius Prefecture had fallen into an unprecedented turmoil. The forbidden land that no one could approach during normal days was now billowing with smoke. From time to time, there would be powerful tremors that shook the entire land of Genius Prefecture. An invisible pressure pervaded above everyone's head, making them feel incomparably uncomfortable. Black mist constantly spewed out from that part of the void, and the spatial crack grew larger and larger, as though it could explode at any time, causing the entire void to explode. In the void, the old emperor, the two supreme elders, and the powerful experts that usually didn't show up had appeared. There were a total of 3 late immortal venerables, 6 intermediate immortal venerables, and dozens of early immortal venerables. This was the true strength of Great Qian Empire. When the empire was in trouble, all of them stood up without hesitation. Under the leadership of the old emperor, all the immortal venerables exerted all their strength, striking out countless divine light towards the void, trying to push back the living being inside. What kind of powerful existence is inside? It's just too terrifying. Even the immortal venerables of the empire can't suppress it. I have no idea. This place has been a forbidden area for a long time. All those who have entered this place have died. Only Jiangchen has walked out alive. Perhaps Jiangchen knows what's inside this place. We can't find any trace of Jiangchen now. Even if Jiangchen has returned, I'm afraid that he won't be of any help. Even the old emperor and the others couldn't suppress it. What's the use of Jiangchen? I have a strong feeling of uneasiness in my heart. This might be the most dangerous time for Genius Prefecture. Countless disciples were hovering outside. Under the order of the old emperor, no one was allowed to get too close to the place. It was too dangerous. This wasn't a joke. The old emperor should know what kind of powerful existence was inside. That was why his face was filled with worry. Old emperor, what exactly is hidden inside? Why is it so terrifying? An elder asked. There's no harm in telling you all. There's a heaven-devouring devil ape sealed inside. It was imprisoned by our ancestor, Yang Junlong. Unexpectedly, not only did this devil ape not die, but its cultivation base has also improved tremendously. Now that it's about to break out of the seal, I'm afraid that its cultivation base has already reached a level that even you and I can't reach. The old emperor didn't continue to conceal it and told them about the situation of the heaven-devouring devil ape. In the entire Great Qian Empire, he was the only one who knew the secret of the devil ape. All along, he had never taken it seriously because he believed in Yang Juanlong's means. He was certain that the devil ape wouldn't be able to break out of the seal. After so many years, he had even forgotten about this hidden calamity of the empire. Never had he thought that the devil ape would suddenly break out of the seal. After listening to the old emperor's words, everyone's face changed dramatically. As powerful immortal venerables, which one of them wasn't knowledgeable? The heaven-devouring devil ape was a rare beast that only existed in the legends. Now that it had appeared in Great Qian Empire, they couldn't remain calm anymore. The legendary heaven-devouring devil ape is one of the most bloodthirsty species in the world. It is said that this devil ape has a divine ability that can devour everything. There is an ancient legend that in ancient times, there was a peak heaven-devouring devil ape that could even devour the sky. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is enough to show the terror of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Even old ancestor Yang Junlong could only imprison it instead of killing it. This is enough to show the terror of the heaven-devouring devil ape. If the heaven-devouring devil ape breaks the seal, none of us will survive. It's said that only the bloodline of a battle saint ape can restrain and suppress the heaven-devouring devil ape. Unfortunately, where are we going to find a battle saint ape? The scene was in complete chaos. The higher-ups of Great Qian Empire began to feel somewhat disheartened, especially when they saw that the seal was about to break. Despite so many of them joining forces, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to cause the slightest bit of influence or hindrance. Asterisk roar, asterisk an earth-shattering roar resounded from the seal. The roar sounded as though it came from hell. It was full of endless evil, sending chills down everyone's spine. Many of the disciples of Great Qian Empire felt their souls trembling, as though they had fallen into hell on earth. Everyone was shocked. The heaven-devouring devil ape's roar from inside the seal was enough to make their chi and blood surge. It was incomparably uncomfortable, and this was because of the obstruction of the seal. If it wasn't for the seal, the heaven-devouring devil ape's roar would have killed countless people. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk all of a sudden, a destructive force that was 10 times stronger than before spread out from the seal. Under the impact of this force, the seal was instantly broken. The joint attack of dozens of immortal venerables was useless. A huge hole was blasted in the void, black smoke billowing out. Arg, many of the immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire let out miserable shrieks. They had all suffered a tremendous backlash. One by one, they were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Some of them even began to spurt out blood arrows in midair. The difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. The heaven-devouring devil ape was very likely to have already advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Even the old emperor could be killed in a breath, let alone the others. The thick black smoke continued to roll and directly turned into demonic chi that soared into the sky. Under countless horrified gazes, a figure slowly emerged. It was an incomparably majestic demonic ape. Its body was 10 feet tall, and its body was covered with black hair. Each black hair was like a sharp steel needle, and it could pierce through the void with a casual movement. The demonic ape was born. Its black eyes were like camel bells, and there was a black demonic aura lingering around it. This was an unparalleled great demon, and its body emitted a bloodthirsty aura of slaughter. There was no need to think about it to know that it was a terrifying killing machine that could destroy the world. My God! Is that the heaven-devouring devil ape? It's too terrifying. The aura of a half-step sovereign isn't something we can resist. Great Qian Empire is really in danger now. A powerful heaven-devouring devil ape. It's a ferocious creature that only exists in the legends. Once it's released, it will absolutely wreak havoc. Great Qian Empire was in complete chaos. Despite the alliance of dozens of immortal venerables, they still couldn't stop the heaven-devouring devil ape from breaking out of the seal. To the entire empire, this was an unimaginable doomsday. Haha. Yang Junlong, I'm finally out of the prison that imprisoned me in the past. Today, I'm going to start a massacre. I'm going to kill everyone here to relieve myself of the pain of being imprisoned for so many years. The heaven-devouring devil ape roared with laughter. The disciples of Great Qian Empire couldn't bear the impact of such a powerful sound wave. Many of them began to spurt out blood. "Old Emperor, what should we do now?" Emperor Xianxia asked. "Run. Everyone, run for your lives at once. We can't stay here any longer. The heaven-devouring devil ape has already become a mighty half-step sovereign. He's going to attack all of us." The old emperor's face turned pale. He made the right choice at once, but he knew that it was already too late to escape now. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk at this time, silhouettes flew over from afar. They were none other than Xianxia and the others who had arrived at the critical moment. They were incomparably shocked when they saw the excited and frenzied heaven-devouring devil ape. This was their first time seeing the heaven-devouring devil ape. Just from its appearance, they could tell how ferocious it was. "What are you guys doing back? Hurry up and leave." Yang Yu's bloodshot eyes widened when he saw Yang Bufan and the others returning at this time. He roared at them, almost dying from anger. Great Qian Empire was facing its doomsday. At this time, preserving one's life was the most important thing. Yang Bufan was the bloodline of Yang family. It would be best if he could get out of danger. Besides, Yang Bufan had already gone to exquisite paradise, so he should be safe. But unexpectedly, these bastards came back at this time. Weren't they courting death? Haha. A few more kids have come to seek death. Seeing the arrival of Yang Bufan and the others, heaven-devouring devil ape stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. In any case, in his opinion, Great Qian Empire was about to be finished and had already become his food. He liked to see the despairing expression of people. The scene of people slowly dying in despair fascinated him. Now, there was no need to mention how carefree he was. "Father, it seems like you all know that this heaven-devouring devil ape has already reached the half-step sovereign realm. No one in the entire Great Qian Empire is his match." Yang Bufan came to the side of Yang Yu and the old emperor and said, "I knew you would come back." Yang Yu scolded Yang Bufan. This was the son he was most proud of. Originally, he could have avoided this calamity, but now, this son had delivered himself to his door. This made him want to slap Yang Bufan back to where he came from. Asterisk roar asterisk. The sudden appearance of the battle saint ape immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the heaven-devouring devil ape. This is? It's Xianxia. Xianxia is a battle saint ape. He possesses the complete bloodline of a battle saint ape. Only his bloodline can restrain the heaven-devouring devil ape. This is great. Our empire is saved. Don't celebrate too early. Although Xianxia has the advantage of bloodline, his cultivation base is still too weak, especially when compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape. The gap between him and the devil ape is too big. However, we're truly grateful that he helped us face the terrifying heaven-devouring devil ape. The appearance of Xianxia had calmed the emotions of many people of Great Qian Empire. They more or less saw some hope, but due to the huge gap between Xianxia and the heaven-devouring devil ape's cultivation base, the outcome would be worrying. Yang Yu, the old emperor and those immortal venerables were staring at the sky. They knew how powerful Xianxia was. He was a miracle that could survive after being killed by Old Ancestor Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Recently, he had become a celebrity in ethereal immortal domain. Everyone in Great Qian Empire was grateful that he could appear here today. Regardless of whether Xianxia could fight the heaven-devouring devil ape or not, he was the last and only hope of Great Qian Empire. In the sky, the heaven-devouring devil ape's facial expression finally changed when he saw the saint ape standing opposite him. Battle Saint Ape. There's actually a battle saint ape in this heavens and earth. The heaven-devouring devil ape's tone was incomparably gloomy. Although he had the body of a half-step sovereign, his soul began to feel uneasy in front of the battle saint ape. It was the suppression of the bloodline. The hierarchy of the saint ape clan was strict. The battle saint ape was the supreme bloodline of the ape clan. It ruled the entire ape clan and was the absolute bloodline of the emperor. All the other ape clans had to respect and submit to it, including the heaven-devouring devil ape. For a long time, the bloodline of the battle saint ape had restrained the bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape. However, since ancient times, the sacred battle ape and the heaven-devouring devil ape had almost disappeared. The heaven-devouring devil ape felt that it was the only one in the world and nothing could suppress it. However, it did not expect another sacred battle ape to appear. Devil ape, you've encountered the supreme bloodline of the ape race. Are you still not going to kneel? Long Xianxia said. He was incomparably proud. He was the noblest existence in the ape clan. Even in the face of the powerful devil ape, Long Xianxia still couldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. The heaven-devouring devil ape's face turned incomparably unsightly. It was absolutely impossible for him to kneel. You'd better stay out of my business. I advise you to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite even if you're a battle saint ape. The devil ape gritted his teeth and spoke. He had been feeling depressed after being sealed by Yang Junlong for so many years. Now that he was finally able to get out, he must go on a killing spree and take revenge. No one would be able to stop him. If the battle saint ape in front of him had the same cultivation base as him, he was afraid that he would have already fled, but the opponent's cultivation base was merely at the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm, which was worlds apart from him. At most, the battle saint ape could suppress him in terms of bloodline. It was absolutely impossible for a half-step immortal venerable saint ape to make him retreat. This scene was witnessed by everyone in Great Qian Empire. Everyone's expression was filled with nervousness. The only thing that comforted them was that the devil ape seemed to have an innate fear of the battle saint ape. Otherwise, given the devil ape's character, they were afraid that he would have already killed Long Xianxia with a single slap. Unfortunately, the devil ape didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Just as everyone had expected, Long Xianxia only had the advantage of bloodline in the face of the devil ape. The gap in cultivation base wasn't small. I, Long Xianxia, am determined to interfere in today's matter. Long Xianxia's chi fluctuated. The battle force in his body began to fuse. The battle saint technique was the most effective way to deal with the devil ape. Haha. Kid, you're too arrogant. I might be afraid of you if your cultivation base is the same as mine, but unfortunately, the gap between us is too huge. Since you don't know the meaning of death, I'll kill you today. Once I kill the last battle saint ape in the heavens and earth, no one will be able to restrain me in the future. The devil ape laughed wildly. He was a bloodthirsty bastard. There was almost no room for negotiation when it came to the destruction of Great Qian Empire. Bang. Then, the devil ape made his move. He raised his huge black palm that was filled with terrifying black demonic chi and slammed it towards Dragon Xianxia. Battle saint technique, bloodline suppression. Long Xianxia roared. Even in the face of a powerful half-step sovereign, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He displayed the powerful battle saint technique. Under the burning of the saint ape's bloodline, the power of the devil ape began to weaken. When the black devil wave came in contact with the saint ape's bloodline, it was as if it had encountered its natural enemy and began to shrink. Damn it! The devil ape cursed. This situation made him want to vomit blood. There was nothing in this world that could restrain him like the battle saint ape's bloodline. Under the suppression of the battle saint ape's bloodline, he couldn't even exert 1/10 of his strength. This was a real bloodline suppression, which was much more terrifying than Jiang Chen's flame suppression. Bang. Even so, the huge palm still pressed down and sent Xianxia flying dozens of feet away. As a powerful half-step emperor, even if Xianxia only had 1/10 of his battle strength, it was still not something that Xianxia could contend against. The bloodline suppression is too great, but the gap between our cultivation is also huge. Han Yen sighed. Boy, I don't want to kill you. Get out of here and don't hinder me, said the devil ape viciously. Although he wanted to kill Xianxia, the process of fighting with the battle saint ape was incomparably painful for him. Not only could his bloodline not exert any advantage, but it would also shrink back, which made him feel extremely aggrieved and depressed. That's right, Xianxia. Moreover, the devil ape seemed to have some understanding of the battle saint technique. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill the battle saint ape even with his half-step sovereign body. As long as I'm here today, don't even think about hurting a single person of the Great Qian Empire. Xianxia was incomparably domineering because he knew very well that he couldn't back down at this moment. Xianxia couldn't retreat. Although he didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with the devil ape, he was very clear that if he retreated, the entire Great Qian Empire would be finished. Therefore, he had to persevere and do his best to stop the devil ape. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Xianxia couldn't predict the outcome of today's battle. He might not be able to resist the devil ape and be injured by it in the end, which would lead to the destruction of Great Qian Empire. But no matter what the outcome was, he had to work hard. What Xianxia had to do was to have a clear conscience. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. The devil ape almost went berserk. He felt that he had given a chance to Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't know how to cherish it. It was one thing that he didn't want to fight with the battle saint ape, but it was another thing whether he could kill the battle saint ape or not. Since Xianxia insisted on blocking his way, there was nothing else to say. It seemed that if he wanted to destroy Great Qian Empire, he had to kill Xianxia first. Rumble, the devil ape attacked once again. His violent palm pressed towards Xianxia with boundless destructive energy. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. His opponent was too powerful. A half-step sovereign wasn't someone he could fight. If it wasn't for the suppression of his bloodline, he would have to run for his life. Otherwise, he would be dead. Xianxia didn't have the strength to fight against the devil ape. If it wasn't for his bloodline suppressing the devil ape's power, he would have to run for his life. Fighting symbol art. Xianxia also went crazy. He was a battle maniac. The stronger the opponent, the more it could stimulate his fighting spirit. He exerted the battle saint technique to the extreme. The powerful fighting symbol art flickered in the void and collided with the devil ape. Rumble, the sky was smashed. In the end, Xianxia wasn't a match for the devil ape and was sent flying away again. Barf. This time, Xianxia suffered a greater impact than before. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his aura began to become chaotic. If it wasn't for the strength of his body and the advantage of his bloodline, he would have died more than 100 times from that attack. Be careful, brother Xianxia. Lingji spoke worriedly. Tomorrow was their wedding day. What would Lingji do if something happened to Xianxia today? Not good. Xianxia isn't a match for the devil ape. His bloodline might be able to suppress the devil ape, but the gap between their cultivation bases is too big. That's right. If Xianxia can't stop the devil ape, then our Great Qian Empire will be finished. No one can save us. This devil ape hates Patriarch Yang Junlong to the bone. Now that it is broken out of the prison and can't find the Patriarch, it is venting all its resentment on us. The faces of the people of Great Qian Empire turned pale. Xianxia was their only hope. If Xianxia couldn't make it, no one would be able to save their empire. But now, it seemed that Xiaxia's condition wasn't very good. After all, the devil ape was just too powerful. I told you to leave, but you didn't. I won't give you a second chance. So what if you're a battle saint ape? You'll die in my hands eventually. After I kill you, there will no longer be a battle saint ape in this world. I'll be the supreme ape of the ape race. The devil ape's murderous intent was unparalleled. After repelling Xianxia, it pounced at Xianxia again. It seemed that it didn't intend to give Xianxia any chance. At this moment, a voice that sounded like a great bell resounded. Tyrant made his move. Like a young Buddha, he flew up to the sky and stood side by side with Xianxia. Given his strength, it was no different from courting death to stand against the devil ape. However, Tyrant also had his trump card, the God-trembling monument. Above Tyrant's head was a huge scarlet monument that was 100 feet in size. It was engraved with mysterious runes and emitted an ancient aura. Under Tyrant's control, the God-trembling monument rushed forward and blocked in front of the devil ape. The devil ape, who had already rushed forward, revealed a trace of fear when he saw the scarlet monument. The monument seemed to suppress all evil in the world and was the nemesis of all evil. More importantly, there seemed to be an ancient deity in the depths of the monument, which made the soul of the devil ape tremble. The devil ape was evil in nature, so it was natural that he would be restrained and suppressed by the god-trembling monument. Humph. Trying to fight me with a broken monument? You're overestimating yourself. The devil ape snorted coldly and punched at the steel. He was in a frenzied state right now. He dared to attack anything that stood in his way. He wanted to destroy all obstacles. Although the steel made him feel uncomfortable and suppressed him, the devil ape's cultivation base was strong and he could still resist it. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the devil ape's fist landed heavily on the steel, producing an earth-shattering sound. The void was directly torn apart. In the eyes of the crowd, the devil ape's fist was enough to shatter everything. A steel was about to be smashed into smithereens on the spot, but the reality wasn't like that. The huge steel was only sent flying a few dozen meters away. There wasn't even a single crack on it. What kind of monument is this? Why is it so hard? The devil ape looked at Tyrant in astonishment. He was feeling incomparably gloomy. Today, he had just walked out of the prison and was about to display his prowess. However, he had encountered two weirdos. Although their cultivation wasn't high, they had the means to restrain him. Putting aside Xianxia's battle Saint Ape bloodline, this tyrant's monument could also suppress him. Haha. Good. Tyrant, you and I should be able to fight him together. Xianxia laughed heartily. He didn't expect Tyrant's monument to be so powerful. If the monument and his bloodline were to work together, they might be able to tangle with the devil ape. All right. Tyrant nodded. He didn't rush forward, but controlled the stone tablet to collide with the devil ape. The stone tablet radiated endless brilliance that filled the entire sky, forming a region. In this region, the devil ape felt that his origin was being suppressed. As a matter of fact, the monument was a true divine item. However, Tyrant's cultivation was still weak. Although he had gained control of the monument, he couldn't activate the powerful foundation contained in it. It was the same as Jiangchen's Zulong Tower. Although it was a divine item, he couldn't display the true power of the Zulong Tower due to his cultivation. Once again, the people of Great Qian Empire saw a glimmer of hope. They didn't expect that the little monk would emerge at this critical moment and was also incomparably strong. Or perhaps, it wasn't the little monk who was strong, but the mystical steel. Without the steel, the little monk was nothing in front of the devil ape. It was impossible for him to suppress a half-step sovereign great devil with Buddhism. As a matter of fact, Tyrant rarely took out the steel because he couldn't exert the full power of the steel. He was just relying on the pressure inside the steel to suppress the devil ape. From another point of view, it was the same as Xianxia's Saint Ape bloodline. Xianxia's battle Saint Ape bloodline could suppress the devil ape, reducing his combat strength to 10%. The appearance of the steel could further suppress the devil ape's combat strength. Under this double suppression, Tyrant and Xianxia had the possibility of entangling with the devil ape. Asterisk Kong Xianxia, asterisk Xianxia exerted the battle saint technique to the extreme. Terrifying golden chi waves were everywhere. The space created by the steel had completely enveloped the devil ape. Tyrant stood in the distance and kept chanting. The steel swayed back and forth in the sky, forming a circle. Xianxia and the devil ape were fighting in the circle. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk the devil ape went berserk. He kept roaring furiously. Such a battle was too depressing. The steel had suppressed half of his combat strength and the Saint Ape bloodline had suppressed 1/10 of his strength. In other words, he could only exert 1/20 of his strength. This was the first battle after the devil ape broke out of the prison. It was supposed to be a massacre and a scene of dominating the world, but it turned out to be like this. Xianxia wouldn't be a match for the devil ape even if he could only exert 1/20 of his strength. However, it wouldn't be easy for the devil ape to kill Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had mastered the life symbol art. It wouldn't be easy for him to be injured. Although he still had the upper hand, the battle made the devil ape feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like an adult fighting with the strength of a baby. In addition to the suppression of the stone tablet and bloodline on his soul, he couldn't unleash the power of his bloodline at all. If it were anyone else in his place, they would probably die of frustration. Good, very good. We've finally entangled this violent ape. I didn't expect this little monk to be so powerful. He has a special technique to restrain the demonic ape. I wonder what kind of divine item that steel is. Don't celebrate too early. The demonic ape is not that easy to deal with. Right now, they can only entangle it. The people of Great Qian Empire seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope, but it was only a glimmer of hope. Their mood hadn't completely relaxed yet, because even if Tyrant and Long Shersan joined forces, they could only entangle the devil ape for the time being. After all, the devil ape was a half-step sovereign with heaven-defying means. Unless the devil ape was truly eliminated, it would be a great disaster for Great Qian Empire. Old Emperor, what do you think we should do now? Asked Yang Yu. Long Shersan and the little monk are buying time for us. We must cherish it. Bring the people of Genius Prefecture and leave immediately, said the old emperor. No, as the emperor of Great Qian Empire, I absolutely can't be powerful at this time. It's better for the old emperor to be powerful. Yang Yu shook his head. Your Majesty, old emperor, we are determined to live and die with the empire. If we leave, the dignity of the empire will no longer exist. That's right. We won't leave. The dignity of Great Qian Empire must not be lost. Your Majesty, this old man has just divined with the heavenly secret. The fate of Great Qian Empire isn't over yet. I'm afraid that there will be more accidents today. None of the elders of Great Qian Empire was willing to leave. An elder in Taoist robe spoke with a solemn face. This elder was a late immortal venerable. His strength was almost the same as the old emperor. He had spent his entire life studying the art of divination. He was much more powerful than Tianjizi. Of course, his divination index was still slightly inferior to Jiang Chen's great divination art, but he was still able to divine something. Just like this moment, he had divined that the fate of Great Qian Empire wasn't over yet. There was a possibility that a miracle would happen. Is that so? A hint of surprise flashed in the old emperor's eyes. He had absolute confidence in the divination of this elder. Moreover, the appearance of Long Shersan and the little monk at this critical moment had already represented a turning point. If it wasn't for their appearance, Genius Prefecture would have already been razed to the ground by the devil ape. Now that the elder had divined that the fate of Great Qian Empire wasn't over yet, this was absolutely great news. In the sky above, the battle between Long Shersan and the heaven-devouring devil ape was getting more and more intense. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gradually fallen into a berserk state. Every move he made was a killing move. Even though Long Shersan had mastered the life symbol art, he had still suffered serious injuries. This was a worrisome scene. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk the heaven-devouring devil ape roared incessantly. The black devil chi that had been suppressed on his body vaguely showed signs of rising. Two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You two have completely infuriated me. You two will pay an extremely heavy price for this. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gone completely berserk. The hair on his body stood up like steel needles. Both of his eyes turned blood red. His body grew taller once more, reaching a height of 60 meters. The tyrannical chi that was unleashed from his body couldn't even be suppressed by the monolith. Not good. This bastard has gone completely berserk. Long Shersan yelled. There was still a huge gap between him and a half-step sovereign. Asterisk Kong Long Shersan, asterisk violent energy suddenly surged out of the heaven-devouring devil ape's body like an avalanche. Under the impact of this energy, Long Shersan and Tyrant were like a small boat in the sea, being blown away. Asterisk arg. Arg, asterisk both of them spurted out blood continuously. Both of them had suffered unprecedented injuries. This blow had almost made them lose their combat strength. Because of Tyrant's injury, the monolith had also stopped circulating and returned to Tyrant's body. At this point, the alliance between Long Shersan and Tyrant had completely failed. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gone berserk. There was nothing that could stop him. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk the heaven-devouring devil ape roared again and again. The devil wave on his body surged again. After being suppressed for a long time, this time, he was afraid that the heaven-devouring devil ape would really go berserk. It's over. I can't suppress it anymore. The elder had already circulated his divination technique to the extreme, but he still couldn't find the problem. The old emperor and the others beside him were extremely anxious as they looked at the elder with expectant gazes. What's going on? The old emperor couldn't help but ask. No, this isn't right. Great Qian Empire's luck hasn't run out yet. There will definitely be a miracle. I have been studying divination all my life. Although I can't predict the past and the future, I won't make a mistake in such matters. Even at this moment, the elder still spoke with incomparable confidence. Just like what he said, he had been studying divination all his life and his cultivation base had already reached the terrifying late immortal venerable realm. No one would believe that such an expert didn't even have this little bit of divination ability. But where exactly was the miracle of Great Qian Empire? In the beginning, they thought that Long Shan was the miracle. Later on, they thought that Tyrant was the miracle. But now, both Long Shan and Tyrant were seriously injured by the devil ape. If both of them were killed, where was the miracle? Or perhaps, there was a problem with the divination art? Roar, roar, in the sky above, the devil ape had gone completely berserk. Fortunately, the immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire had set up a layer of defense. Otherwise, the roars alone would have killed countless people. Even so, many disciples with low cultivation base had an unpleasant look on their faces. Their souls had been injured to a certain extent. I'm going to eat you all. I'm going to eat you all. The devil ape's eyes turned blood red. His huge mouth suddenly enlarged, devouring the boundless chi waves. This was the innate ability of the devil ape. The mighty devil ape could even devour the heavens and everything in the heavens and earth. Now that he was in a berserk state, he flew towards Long Shan and Tyrant. He opened his huge mouth and a powerful suction force fell on Tyrant. Tyrant's body flew uncontrollably towards the huge mouth of the devil ape. Upon seeing this, Long Shan hastily flew up and stood in front of Tyrant. At the sight of Long Shan, the heaven-devouring devil ape became irritable once again. However, he still had enough reason to stop devouring. He could eat anything in this world except for one kind of creature, and that was the sacred battle ape. The bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape could digest everything, except for the sacred battle ape. If he ate Long Shan, the final outcome would not be him eating Long Shan, but the bloodline of the sacred battle ape. By then, he would become Long Shan's consumable. Haha, demonic ape, eat me if you can. Long Shan laughed heartily. He knew that the devil ape wouldn't dare to eat him. In fact, he couldn't wait for the devil ape to eat him. In that case, the entire devil ape would be devoured by him and become his tonic. The devil ape wasn't a fool. He wouldn't eat Long Shan, but Long Shan wanted to eat the devil ape. If he could eat the devil ape, his cultivation base would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be impossible for him to advance to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to devour the heaven-devouring devil ape. After all, the difference in strength between them was too great. Unless the heaven-devouring devil ape lost his mind and devoured him, it would be impossible for him to do that. Therefore, unless there was a miracle, it would be hard for Long Shan to keep his life, let alone eating the devil ape. I won't eat you. I'll kill you. The devil ape roared, his terrifying sharp claws slashing at Long Shan. Bang. Long Shan couldn't resist it at all. Despite his quick reaction, the slap landed on his shoulder. Even his strong body couldn't withstand such an impact. One of Long Shan's arms was shattered, blood gushing out. Tyrant, who was behind Long Shan, was sent flying once more, almost fainting. His body wobbled unsteadily in the sky, almost falling from the sky. Brother Shan! Tyrant! Lan Lingji and the others exclaimed. The atmosphere became incomparably tense all of a sudden. The devil ape was just too powerful. Both Long Shan and Tyrant had suffered serious injuries. Given their current condition, they absolutely wouldn't be able to resist any attack from the devil ape. The next time the devil ape attacked, it would surely take Long Shan's life and eat Tyrant. Miracle, 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 the elder kept pinching his fingers. He refused to believe that his divination technique would make such a low-level mistake. This was related to the fate of the entire Great Qian Empire and the safety of Long Shan and Tyrant. If there was any mistake, he wouldn't be able to make up for it even if he took his life. Damn it, Battle Saint Ape. Go to hell now. The devil ape hated Xianxia to the bone. The suppression of his bloodline made him feel like dying. After killing Xianxia, there would no longer be anyone in this world who could suppress him in terms of bloodline. Asterisk dong. Asterisk heaven-devouring devil ape struck out his huge palm once again. The earth-shattering palm shrouded Xianxia. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk at this critical juncture, an ice arrow pierced through the air. Everywhere the ice arrow passed through, the void froze. The ice arrow emitted an ear-piercing hum, and the cold light it emitted made it hard for people to open their eyes. Asterisk Hong Long, asterisk the ice arrow hit accurately on the devil ape's hand and pierced through it. Blood gushed out like crazy. The devil ape let out a roar and retreated more than 100 feet. Who's that? The devil ape roared at the sky. A miracle has happened. The elder who was still divining revealed a look of surprise. His eyes were brimming with tears. At this critical moment, a miracle had finally happened. He didn't know which expert had saved them, but he was sure that the expert must be related to Great Qian Empire. Countless people were excited. The feeling of turning from despair to hope was something that no one could understand unless they experienced it themselves. Draconic Xianxia and Tyrant looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. They could feel the cold attribute of the attacker, but among the experts they knew, there wasn't anyone like that. Everyone inclined their heads and stared at the sky, only to see two silhouettes suddenly appearing. It was a man and a woman, both clad in snow-white robes, akin to immortals. The man was extraordinarily handsome, exuding a domineering aura, while the woman was cold and aloof, akin to the most beautiful celestial maiden in the world. Any woman in the world would feel inferior in front of this woman. This was a pair of peerless lovers, like a golden couple. Little Xianxia, little you. Xianxia, it's Xianxia. Xianxia is back. Haha. So this miracle is Xianxia. This guy always creates miracles. He's the one who came to save our empire at the critical moment. Great. Xianxia is back. We're all saved. The moment the people of Great Qian Empire saw Xianxia, their eyes were brimming with tears. All along, Xianxia had created countless miracles. Xianxia was the only one who didn't die after entering the forbidden area of Genius Prefecture. In their hearts, Xianxia was the embodiment of miracles. As long as Xianxia appeared, their hearts would be filled with confidence. This guy is always playing with people's hearts. Tyrant shook his head, but his spirit was completely relaxed. This was a kind of trust and confidence in Xianxia. In his heart, as long as Xianxia appeared, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. He could finally rest. Who's that girl? Xianxia asked curiously. Although he had lost an arm, such an injury was nothing to him. With the life symbol art, regrowing an arm was as easy as flipping his hand. She's Xianxia, the most important person in Little Xianxia's life. Little Xianxia has finally found little you. We should be happy for him, said Tyrant. He knew the relationship between Xianxia and Xianxia the best. When Xianxia and Xianxia met, Xianxia had never appeared. So it was normal that he didn't know her. TSK. This guy is really lucky with women. Xianxia nodded and praised. At the same time, he returned to his original appearance. Kid, I let you escape last time. I didn't expect you to come back to die today. At the sight of Xianxia, the devil ape gritted his teeth. He would never forget what happened in the sealed space that day. At that time, he and a Huang dog almost became the food of the devil ape. If it wasn't for Xiao Wangqing, Xianxia would have died. Devil heaven devouring ape, looks like you've finally broken out of the seal. Unfortunately, you've encountered me. You're still unlucky. Today, you've harmed my brother. You'll have to pay with your life. Xianxia said lightly. Haha, arrogant brat, with just you? The heaven-devouring devil ape burst into laughter. Me? I'm not the one fighting you today. Xianxia shook his head. With a sway of his body, he came to Tyrant and Xianxia's side. He supported both of them up and channeled a large amount of wood spiritual energy into their bodies. Little Xianxia, Xiaoyu looks very powerful now, but that devil ape is terrifying. Tyrant said worriedly. Xianxia did look very powerful, and he knew that the ice arrow was shot by her. However, the devil ape was a powerful half-step sovereign with a powerful bloodline. Xianxia wasn't a battle saint ape, so she didn't have the ability to restrain the devil ape. That's right. Don't worry. Just wait and see. Jiangchen smiled. The devil ape was indeed powerful, but he wasn't on the same level as Empress Ninine. Even if Xianxia was injured, she could still fight the devil ape. But with the immortal burying coffin in her hand, she could easily kill the devil ape. The devil ape raised his head to look at Xianxia. His pupils constricted. Only now did he realize that the one who injured him wasn't Jiangchen, but this woman. Who's this woman? Yeah, I've never seen her before. But she looks very powerful. She has a close relationship with Jiangchen. She must be one of us. She has such terrifying strength at such a young age. I wonder if she's a match for the devil ape. Countless gazes from the great Qian Empire fell upon Xianxia. They knew that the one who fought against the heaven-devouring devil ape today was not Jiangchen, but this girl. Girl, are you the one who wants to fight me? The devil ape looked at Xianxia and said arrogantly. Kong Long, Xianxia didn't bother to reply. She struck out with her palm, the profounding palm. This was the strongest move of her Ninine physique. Back then, when she fought against the monarch heaven art of the northern and southern dynasties, they were evenly matched. Xianxia had sensed the power of the devil ape, so she struck out with the profounding palm. The huge ice palm blotted out the sky and locked onto the devil ape's aura. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the devil ape. What? The heaven-devouring devil ape, who had been brimming with confidence a moment ago, had a drastic change in his expression when he sensed how frightening the darking palm was. This palm strike had truly made him feel threatened. Roar, the devil ape roared crazily. He struck out with his sharp claws at the profounding palm. Rumble, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire void was shattered. The heaven-devouring devil ape let out a miserable howl. His mountain-like body was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Xianxia's palm strike. His entire body was covered in blood, and his sturdy body was filled with cracks. So powerful. My God! How can this woman be so terrifying? The devil ape is a powerful half-step sovereign, but he was severely injured in the first exchange. Amazing! Amazing! If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The whole scene was stirred up. The people of Great Qian Empire who had been suppressed all this while burst into cheers. Fuck! So powerful! Little Xianxia, hurry up and tell your wife not to kill the devil ape. I'll eat him later. Long Shersan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was too shocking. Xiaoyu, be careful. Don't kill him. Jiangchen whispered to Xianxia. Looking at the injured devil ape, Xianxia couldn't help but shake her head. Obviously, she wasn't satisfied with the result. If she wasn't injured, she wouldn't be able to exert her full strength. Otherwise, that palm would have taken the devil ape's life. Damn it! How can this woman be so powerful? Plus, I can sense the faint aura of a great sovereign from her. I'm no match for her. The devil ape gritted his teeth. As smart as he was, he could tell that even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to defeat this woman. Without saying a word, the devil ape turned around and left. As long as this woman was here, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. He might as well leave for now and come back when he had the chance. Want to leave? Xianxia's ice-cold eyes shot out cold rays. With a sway of her body, she caught up with the devil ape. The immortal burying coffin emerged, crushing the void. However, Xianxia had concealed the immortal burying coffin with countless rays of cold light. Therefore, the attack seemed to have come from Xianxia herself. After all, the appearance of the immortal burying coffin was too shocking. It was better to keep it as a trump card. No, the heaven-devouring devil ape let out a desperate roar. Others couldn't see the immortal burying coffin, but he could feel its existence. It was the chi of a great sovereign, an unparalleled pressure that made him feel a strong threat of death. It was an unprecedented feeling. Even his soul was trembling. He didn't feel such despair when he fought against Yang Junlong in the past. He could clearly see the immortal burying coffin, which was the reason why he was so desperate. Almost everyone knew about the immortal burying coffin that had shocked the entire immortal world. He, the heaven-devouring devil ape, naturally knew about it. An ancient crystal coffin that was exuding incomparable great sovereign qi. What else could it be other than the immortal burying coffin? Who are you? How can you display the might of the immortal burying coffin? The heaven-devouring devil ape cried out in grief. He was very unwilling. He had been imprisoned for so many years, and it wasn't easy for him to break out of the cage and become a powerful half-step sovereign. But now, he had encountered a peerless genius who could display the immortal burying coffin. He was about to die without a burial place. Ordinary people couldn't understand how he felt. Bang. Xianxia remained expressionless and cold. She didn't care about the heaven-devouring devil ape's roar at all. The immortal burying coffin ruthlessly slammed into the devil ape's body. The moment the immortal burying coffin slammed into the devil ape's body, he felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. He let out a painful shriek as his huge body was directly slammed into two halves. Strong, too strong. They're not on the same level at all. This woman's cultivation base isn't even that of a half-step sovereign, but she can unleash the strength to kill a half-step sovereign. I'm afraid her true strength is comparable to a great sovereign. She's a real monstrous genius. Haha, the heaven-devouring devil ape is finished. The crisis of our great Qian Empire is finally over. Jiangchen can always bring miracles. This time, he brought another powerful figure to kill the heaven-devouring devil ape. If it wasn't for Jiangchen, I'm afraid our great Qian Empire would really face the danger of extinction. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. This is too shocking. Everyone was shocked. Everyone in Great Qian Empire was excited. Even if the devil ape didn't die, he was done for. He didn't stand a chance in Yanqinyu's hands at all. Although the heaven-devouring devil ape was split into two halves, he was still alive. After all, it wasn't easy for a half-step sovereign to die. This was mainly because Yanqinyu had shown mercy in the end. She had only shattered the body of the heaven-devouring devil ape, leaving him with a trace of source energy. This was specially arranged by Jiangchen. Otherwise, the heaven-devouring devil ape would have turned into ashes under the attack of the immortal burying coffin. Monkey, it's your turn. Jiangchen said to Long San. Shua, without Jiangchen's reminder, Long San had already rushed over. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. If he could devour a powerful heaven-devouring devil ape, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. His severed arm would also grow back immediately. Roar. Long San rushed to the sky above the heaven-devouring devil ape. He opened his mouth, which was like a black hole that could devour everything. He swallowed the heaven-devouring devil ape in one gulp. No, the will of the heaven-devouring devil ape let out a final despairing roar. He knew that he was going to die. He couldn't devour the Battle Saint Ape, but the Battle Saint Ape could easily devour him and digest everything about him. This was the difference between bloodlines. If the heaven-devouring devil ape devoured Long San, his body would suffer the backlash of the powerful Battle Saint Ape bloodline. In the end, he would be the one who would be injured. However, if Long San devoured him, the situation would be completely different. Under the suppression of the Battle Saint Ape bloodline, his bloodline wouldn't be able to resist at all. In the end, he would vanish into thin air and disappear completely from this world. After the heaven-devouring devil ape was completely devoured by Long San, the energy in his body began to go berserk. Long San immediately came to Jiangchen's side and said anxiously, "Little Chenzi, hurry up. 33rd floor." It was absolutely not an easy task to completely refine and absorb a powerful heaven-devouring devil ape. Even the Battle Saint Ape would need a certain amount of time. Tomorrow was the wedding day of Long San and Lan Lingji. It was impossible to completely refine and absorb the heaven-devouring devil ape in one day. However, it wouldn't be a problem at all if they entered the 33rd floor. It definitely wouldn't delay the wedding tomorrow. Jiangchen didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the portal of the 33rd floor and let Long San in. Now, it was up to Xianxia himself. Yan Xinyu had regained her original cold and elegant demeanor. She stood beside Xianxia again. She was an absolute cold and elegant goddess who kept everyone at a distance. In her eyes, there was only Xianxia. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Han Yan flew up from below and chuckled at Yan Xinyu. Xiaoyu, you and little Xianxia are finally reunited. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Congratulations. Han Yan knew that Yan Xinyu's background was not simple. Therefore, when Yan Xinyu suddenly became so strong, although Han Yan was shocked, he was not too surprised. Furthermore, to be able to see Yan Xinyu's growth, he and Tyrant were happy from the bottom of their hearts. It's really great to see you all again. Yan Xinyu smiled again. Han Yan and Tyrant were truly on the same side. They had experienced life and death together, especially Han Yan. When they were in the Black Sect, he had almost lost his life in order to save her. Yan Xinyu didn't forget about it at all. Alright, let's go down. The Great Qian Empire's crisis is finally over, but I guess these guys still haven't calmed down. Jiangchen said. When they descended from the sky, the old emperor, Yang Yu, and the rest of the higher-ups didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately came over to welcome them. The old emperor took the lead and bowed deeply to Yan Xinyu and Jiangchen. The others behind him also followed suit. This was a huge favor, and it wasn't something that could be repaid with just a simple greeting. Old emperor, there's no need to be so polite. You and I are on the same side, and I am a disciple of Genius Prefecture. Now that the empire is in trouble, I, Jiangchen, naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, I'm not too late. If not, Jiangchen would regret it for the rest of his life. Jiangchen said with a smile on his face. These words almost brought tears to the eyes of the people present, especially Yang Yu. He felt that his vision was really too bright. He really didn't make the wrong choice. Good brother. Brother Jiangchen, who is this expert? Yang Yu looked at Yan Xinyu and couldn't help but ask. Today, it was all thanks to this extraordinary girl who was able to kill the devil ape. In Yang Yu's eyes, she was indeed an expert. This is my wife, Yan Xinyu. The reason why I left this place was to find my father. I didn't expect to find little you here. This is a great harvest. Jiangchen embraced Yan Xinyu in his arms. In Jiangchen's heart, Yan Xinyu was a treasure, the greatest treasure of his life. Everyone was enlightened. Although they had already guessed it, they were still shocked when it was confirmed by Jiangchen. Aside from being shocked, they were also envious of Yan Xinyu. How many women under the heavens could there be? Not only was she beautiful, she also possessed incredible combat strength. If any man under the heavens could find a woman like her, he would have to thank the gods in his previous life. Haha, brother Jiangchen is really lucky. Yang Yu burst into laughter. A girl like Yan Xinyu was a prideful woman. She wouldn't even look at an ordinary man. Under the heavens, perhaps only a man like Jiangchen was worthy of Yan Xinyu. Looking at this pair of golden boy and jade girl, everyone felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Miss Yan, it's all thanks to your help today. You've saved the lives of everyone in the Great Qian Empire. I really don't know how to repay this kindness. The old emperor walked forward and bowed to Yan Xinyu. Although Yan Xinyu was young, she was very powerful. Even the old emperor had to look up to her. Old emperor, you don't have to be so polite. You're brother Chen's friends, so you're my friends too. Yan Xinyu replied with a smile. Being able to help Jiangchen with something and make him feel proud was the happiest thing in Yan Xinyu's mind. By the way, little Xianxia, you said that you're going to find uncle's whereabouts. How is it going? Only now did he know why Jiangchen suddenly left the ethereal immortal domain. It turned out that he had found the whereabouts of Jiangzhenhai. I've found him. He's in the Fengqi immortal domain. However, my father is currently in a very safe place. He didn't come back with me. Everyone, don't worry. Jiangchen said that the trip to the Fengqi immortal domain this time was really a great harvest. This is great. You and your son are finally reunited in the immortal world. Tyrant sighed. He and Han Yan were well aware of the relationship between Jiangchen and Jiangchen. Now that they could reunite in the immortal world, they were naturally happy for Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, you must invite your father to the Deqian Empire in the future. I want to properly host him. The old emperor said. Definitely. Jiang Chen said. All right. You and your brothers must have a lot to talk about after reuniting. We won't disturb you any longer. Now that the heaven-devouring devil ape has been eliminated, many disciples of Genius Prefecture have been greatly shaken and need to be comforted. Bufan, bring Brother Jiang and Miss Yan to a quiet place to sit, Yang Yu said to Yang Bufan. He was a very reasonable person. Now that the matter had been resolved, he naturally had to provide an opportunity for Jiang Chen and the others to reunite. In the residence of Jiang Chen of Genius Prefecture, in a quiet courtyard, everyone was gathered together. Regardless of the current situation in the ethereal immortal domain, this moment was worth celebrating. Miss Lan, why are you dressed so joyfully today? Jiang Chen looked at Lan Lingji and couldn't help but ask. Little Chenzi, you still don't know that tomorrow is the wedding day of Miss Lan and Monkey. Monkey was complaining that you didn't come back just now. Fortunately, you came back in time. Han Yan said with a smile. What? Monkey is going to get married? Haha. Good news, good news. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. This was indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Although Long San and Lan Lingji didn't know each other for a long time, their relationship was very deep. They had experienced life and death together. Not long ago, Long San had displayed his might in exquisite paradise and became the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. Therefore, it was only normal that Venerable Ling Long would host their wedding. Young Master Jiang, where is Brother San now? Lan Lingji asked the question that she had always wanted to ask. Long San had disappeared after devouring the heaven-devouring devil ape. Although she knew that it was done by Jiang Chen, she didn't know about the existence of the Zulong Tower. Don't worry, Miss Lan. Monkey has devoured the heaven-devouring devil ape and is now working hard to digest it. He will absolutely not delay your wedding tomorrow. Jiang Chen spoke. Given Long San's strength, a day was more than enough for him to digest the heaven-devouring devil ape. When Long San walked out of the Zulong Tower tomorrow, his cultivation base would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an even more terrifying level. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lan Lingji felt completely relieved. She had absolute trust in Jiang Chen's words. To be honest, she was really worried that Long San would delay the wedding tomorrow. To a woman, this was undoubtedly the most important day in her life. Little Chenzi, I can see that your cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds. You have already reached the late immortal emperor realm. It seems like you have obtained a lot of benefits in Fengqi immortal domain. Quickly tell us about what happened in Fengqi immortal domain, said Yang Bufan. All of them had seen the changes in Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen left, he was only an early immortal emperor. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. He must have obtained tremendous benefits. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything from these brothers. He then told them everything that had happened in Monarch Mountain, including the matters of the northern and southern dynasties and Xianxia. My goodness! Xiaoyu is actually the reincarnation of Empress Ninine. No wonder she's so powerful. Han Yan was astonished. They really hadn't thought of this. I never thought that the northern and southern dynasties were really the reincarnations of powerful great sovereigns. In that case, I'm afraid that this bastard's current strength is on par with Xiaoyu. That's terrifying. That's right. That person from the northern and southern dynasties is extremely arrogant. No one knows when he will come out and wreak havoc in the world. Now that he has obtained the monarch sword and merged with the body of a monarch, he will be even more difficult to deal with. Tyrant and Yang Bufan knitted their brows. Such figures from the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be extraordinary. They would appear sooner or later. Fortunately, Yan Qingyu was also the reincarnation of Empress Ninine, which could restrain the power of the northern and southern dynasties. Her existence would more or less make the northern and southern dynasties wary. Oh, by the way, I've obtained a large amount of great sovereign essence in the Monarch Mountain. Ah Yan, I can see that your cultivation base has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. If you can get some of the great sovereign essence, It will be very easy for you to break through to the immortal venerable realm. Han Yan possessed the powerful bloodline of Gu Tianma. Even without any assistance, he would achieve great things sooner or later. As for Tyrant, he had the Buddha's relic in his body. Even the God-trembling monument had acknowledged him. He was a true monstrous genius of Buddha sect. Jiang Chen had a feeling that Tyrant's identity was not simple. He might be the reincarnation of a powerful Buddha. Of course, this was only Jiang Chen's guess. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Traces of great sovereign's qi essence appeared in front of the others like spiritual snakes. Feeling the purity of the great sovereign's qi essence, everyone's breathing became heavy. This was a real treasure. Even with their innate talent, they would benefit greatly from the qi essence. Sure enough, it's a powerful qi essence of great sovereign. It will be of great help to our cultivation. Great Master Howren said in surprise. That's right. Great sovereign is supreme. The qi essence of great sovereign comes from the essence of a great sovereign. It will bring unimaginable benefits to our cultivation and foundation. Mo Wuqing nodded his head as well. His eyes shone with brilliance. He couldn't believe that this was real. For them, the essence of a great sovereign was definitely a peerless treasure, especially since there was so much of it here. After refining it, their cultivation base would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Alright, you guys should start refining the qi essence of great sovereign. Try to improve your cultivation by the time of the monkey's wedding tomorrow. Jiang Chen said. Alright. Everyone nodded. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, they couldn't wait any longer. They took their qi essence and found a quiet place to refine it in seclusion. Brother Chen, I think Yan Qingqing is missing from the list of important figures that you mentioned to me, right? Everyone was in seclusion, leaving only Jiang Chen and Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen basically told her everything that had happened in the immortal world along the way. Yan Qingqing was also an important figure, so she was naturally included in the story. Although Jiang Chen was very reserved, a woman's sixth sense was very sharp and accurate. Yan Qingyu could feel that Yan Qingqing was deeply in love with Jiang Chen. Yeah, I don't know how to face her. Jiang Chen sighed. He didn't know how to deal with Yan Qingqing's feelings. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't hide his relationship with Yan Qingqing from Yan Qingyu. Some things couldn't be concealed. Let's go. Bring me to have a look. I also want to see if there's a third woman in this world who's worthy of you other than me and Sister Ning. Yan Qingyu smiled. Facing Yan Qingyu's understanding, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart. Jiang Chen had never deliberately crossed the threshold of love, but there were some things that he had to face sooner or later. Yan Qingyu was like this, Wu Ningzhu was like this, and so was Yan Qingqing. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen nodded. He had always left Yan Qingqing in Qingfan Prefecture to cultivate. Jiang Chen had always felt a little guilty towards this strong woman. Tomorrow was Long Shisan's wedding. He could take this opportunity to see Yan Qingqing. Qingfan Prefecture wasn't far from Genius Prefecture. For Jiang Chen and Yan Qingyu, they could reach there in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen and Yan Qingyu didn't alarm anyone. They went straight to Yan Qingqing's residence, but what puzzled Jiang Chen was that there was no one here. There wasn't a trace of Yan Qingqing's qi. Brother Chen, she wouldn't have left, right? Yan Qingyu asked. She won't. Qingqing is wholeheartedly cultivating here. She will never leave this place easily. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Yan Qingqing wasn't in Qingfan Prefecture. This made him very doubtful. Putting aside the fact that Yan Qingqing wouldn't leave, even if she was powerful, Qingfan would tell him about it. Asterisk Creek. Asterisk at this moment, the gate of the courtyard was pushed open. A white-bearded old man walked in. He was Old Man Bai Wing. Old Man Bai Wing was stunned at first when he saw Jiang Chen. Then, he hurriedly came forward and said, Young Master Jiang, you are back. Seeing Jiang Chen again, Old Man Bai Wing seemed a little nervous. The current Jiang Chen was no longer the Jiang Chen of the past. He was a famous figure in the entire ethereal immortal domain. To Old Man Bai Wang, he was an existence that he could only look up to. Old Man Bai Wang, where's Qingqing? Jiang Chen asked. He remembered that Yan Qingqing was left in King Fan Prefecture under the guidance of Old Man Bai Wang. I was just about to tell King Fan about it. Young Master Jiang, you are here. Yan Qingqing has disappeared. Old Man Bai Wang said. What happened? Jiang Chen asked again. 2 nights ago, a rainbow light suddenly appeared here. When I saw the rainbow light and arrived here, Miss Qingqing had already disappeared. Oh right, she left this behind in the courtyard. Old Man Bai Wang flipped his palm and took out an item. It was a feather radiating rainbow light. The feather was very big, about 3 meters in size. It was comparable to the divine feather of Sunday. This old man's knowledge is shallow. I can't tell what this feather is. Old Man Bai Wang handed the rainbow feather to Jiang Chen. This is the divine feather of Phoenix. Yan Qinyu said. What? Divine feather of Phoenix? Jiang Chen and Old Man Bai Wang exclaimed at the same time. That's right. This is the feather of the divine bird Phoenix. There's no doubt about it. It has the aura of a divine beast. It seems like that rainbow light is related to the divine bird Phoenix. Yan Qinyu said in an affirmative tone. Oh my God. The divine bird Phoenix has disappeared since the ancient times. Could it be that the divine bird Phoenix has returned to the human world? Old Man Bai Wang was extremely shocked. He had been studying this feather for 2 days. He felt that it was very mysterious, but he couldn't believe that it had anything to do with the divine bird Phoenix. It seems like Qingqing has been taken away by some unknown divine bird. To Qingqing, this is probably a great fortune. Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing's talent could only be considered as average. No matter how hard she worked, she would never be able to compete with them. She would never be able to follow in their footsteps. Now that the divine bird Phoenix had arrived and taken Yan Qingqing away, it seemed like the divine bird Phoenix had taken a fancy to her. To Yan Qingqing, this might be a great fortune. Jiang Chen used the great divination art to divine for a while. After confirming that this was Yan Qingqing's fortune, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. Looks like this Qingqing is also an extraordinary person. Only a girl like her is worthy of Big Brother Chen. Yan Qinyu said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The people around him were all very mysterious. Yan Qinyu was the reincarnation of Empress Nining, Wu Ningzhu had obtained all the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, and now, Yan Qingqing had been taken away by the divine bird Phoenix. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that he was very honored. Divine beasts were the noblest existences in the heaven and earth. They had supreme bloodlines and were the symbol of auspiciousness. The arrival of a divine beast represented an auspicious omen. Unfortunately, divine beasts were too rare in the immortal world. Even if they existed, they only inherited the bloodline of divine beasts and their numbers were very few. The bloodline of divine beasts in the immortal world was unique. Long Shersan's battle Saint Ape, De Huang's mutated dragon horse bloodline, Qilin, White Tiger, Qilin, and the mighty divine phoenix. It was conceivable that it was also unique. It was very difficult for a true divine beast to appear in the heavens and earth. It was an existence that was comparable to a divine being. Their bloodline had the potential to become a divine being. In other words, as long as they were given enough time to grow, they would become a divine being sooner or later. Jiang Chen felt that the divine beasts wouldn't go extinct, it was just that they didn't exist in the immortal world. Above the immortal world, there might be a supreme world. This was the feeling he got as he cultivated the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill was endless and boundless. The immortal world was about to reach its end, but Jiang Chen had yet to discover the true profundity and secret of the dragon transformation skill. Plus, he was still very far away from it. The road of dragon transformation skill was still very long. The Zulong Tower could explain everything. Back when he was in Saint Origin World, the Zulong Tower had 99 floors. Until now, it had only condensed to 50 floors. The Zulong Tower followed the heavenly Tao. The immortal world naturally had its own heavenly Tao. The level of energy absorbed indicated the number of floors of the Zulong Tower. The higher the level, the harder it would be to condense the Zulong Tower. Therefore, Jiang Chen felt that even if the Zulong Tower crazily absorbed the essence of peerless great sovereigns, it still wouldn't reach perfection. Perhaps, the top of the Zulong Tower was beyond the reach of great sovereigns. The path of cultivation is boundless and has no end. I can only take it one step at a time. Xianxia gazed into the distance. He liked challenges and the experience of this journey. He liked the feeling of climbing to the peak step by step. It was the same in Saint Origin world, and it was the same in the immortal world. He was afraid that the immortal world wasn't the end. Xianxia would never slack off or stagnate on his journey. Xianxia left with Yan Qinyu. He was looking forward to meeting Yan Qingqing again. All along, he didn't dare to face Yan Qingqing's feelings for him. But now that Yan Qingqing was taken away by the divine phoenix, Xianxia started to worry and miss her. Perhaps, he couldn't avoid this fated feeling. In the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, Longshan was sitting cross-legged on a huge praying mat. The impact of the bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape on Longshan was undoubtedly tremendous. The law of time here was 30 times faster than normal. It was truly a paradise for Longshan to digest the heaven-devouring devil ape. Under the circulation of the life symbol art, the severed arm began to grow back. It was as good as new. Longshan didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. His cultivation base had also begun to increase. The bloodline of the devil-devouring ape was firmly suppressed by the bloodline of the battle saint ape. It was like a 10,000 years old beast king eating a lowly prey. The prey couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, waves of powerful qi rose from the sky of Genius Prefecture, illuminating the entire prefecture. What a powerful qi! Someone is about to advance to the immortal venerable realm. There's more than one. It seems to be the residence of senior brother Xianxia. So many people are advancing to the immortal venerable realm at the same time. This is too spectacular. It's King Fan and the others. Amazing. Truly amazing. Our great Qian Empire has gained so many immortal venerables, and they are all young geniuses. This is great news. Senior brother Xianxia is truly a blessing to our empire. Without senior brother Xianxia, there wouldn't be a bright future for our empire. That's right. Senior brother Xianxia is the great benefactor of our empire. This will never change. He must be recorded in the history of the empire for the future generations to revere. But these are the friends of King Fan, not the people of Great Qian Empire. What do you know? King Fan is on good terms with them. They will always come to our aid at the critical moment. Yesterday, when the devil-devouring ape broke the seal, they all came to our aid despite the danger. This is friendship. You don't understand. The sudden emergence of so many young immortal venerables naturally set off a storm in Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, it was normal for those who were in seclusion yesterday to break through to the immortal venerable realm at the same time. Some of them broke through one level, while some broke through 2 levels, like Mo Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran. The qi essence of a great sovereign had a great impact on the human body. It would change one's temperament, not to mention that they had absorbed so much qi essence of a great sovereign. Their innate talent was superior, so it wasn't strange for them to advance. Looking at the soaring qi, Dongfangyu and Yang Zanqing couldn't help but sigh. The two of them recalled the time when Xianxia first came to Genius Prefecture. They had never thought that there would be such a change today. Such a change was just too fast, catching them unprepared. It seems like our eyesight back then is very sharp. Dongfangyu stroked his beard. But we have still underestimated Xianxia. In my opinion, it will take at least 10 years for such a situation to happen. It's simply a miracle. Yang Zanqing shook his head and sighed. For the first time, he felt old. A heaven-defying figure like Xianxia had completely exceeded his imagination. Kong Long, while everyone was still in shock, another wave of energy that was even more tyrannical rushed out. That wave of energy was golden and dazzling, shooting straight into the sky as if it was going to poke a huge hole in the sky. This was an extremely powerful momentum. As soon as this momentum appeared, it immediately suppressed the other momentum, causing them to become dim and dull. Haha! Master Monkey is out of seclusion. Wild laughter filled the sky above Genius Prefecture. Everyone saw Longshan, who was dressed like a bridegroom, hovering in the sky. His body was radiating unparalleled golden light, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Boundless G waves spread out. His cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Compared to the half-step immortal venerable realm, his combat strength was countless times stronger. It's Xianxia. He's fine. His injuries have all healed. My God. He has eaten the heaven-devouring devil ape. His cultivation base has actually reached such a terrifying level. He has completely suppressed the chi of the others. Amazing. Amazing. This is a true heaven-defying existence. The legendary battle Saint Ape can fight against the heavens. Xianxia's radiance had engulfed everyone and the entire Genius Prefecture. Even the old emperor wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful chi, let alone Emperor Yangyu. An intermediate immortal venerable like Xianxia was already strong enough to fight against a peerless venerable. Any ordinary late immortal venerable would be killed instantly by Xianxia. In other words, the current Xianxia had risen completely. It was hard to find anyone in the entire East Xuanyu who could fight him. The benefits of devouring the heaven-devouring devil ape were just too great for Xianxia. Countless people in Genius Prefecture were incomparably excited. They were grateful to Xianxia. Yesterday, Xianxia fought the heaven-devouring devil ape and bought time for Great Qian Empire. Otherwise, by the time Jiangchen and Yanxinyu arrived, Great Qian Empire would have already been annihilated by the heaven-devouring devil ape. At that time, even if Yanxinyu killed the devil ape, it would be useless. The loss of Great Qian Empire was irreparable. No one would forget Xianxia's contribution to Great Qian Empire. No one would forget the scene of Xianxia fighting the heaven-devouring devil ape despite his injuries. So, when they saw that Xianxia had not only recovered from his injuries but also made great progress in his cultivation base, they felt happy for Xianxia. Moreover, the stronger Xianxia was, the greater the benefits to Great Qian Empire. This was for sure. Although Xianxia wasn't a citizen of Great Qian Empire, due to his relationship with Jiangchen and Yang Bufan, he could be considered as half a citizen of Great Qian Empire. Very quickly, everyone's chi was restrained. Once again, they gathered together and couldn't help but laugh when they saw each other's progress. Monkey, you are getting more and more awesome. You are now a celebrity in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Han Yan joked. Of course, Master Monkey's name is very famous. I heard that Qi Jin wants to challenge me. If he really dares to come, Master Monkey will definitely beat him into dog shit. Xianxia had the right to be arrogant. Given his late immortal venerable cultivation base, even a late immortal venerable genius of the immortal court wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. Jiangchen smiled. Xianxia's fame had almost surpassed his own, which was a good thing for Jiangchen. Once he was done with the matters here, he would head to the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain to help Nangong Wendian. Right, I forgot to tell you guys something. I have news about Anan. Jiangchen looked at Han Yan and Tyrant. Others might not know what happened to Nangong Wendian, but they, who came from Saint Origin World, knew it very well. Furthermore, they were brothers who had gone through life and death together, and they had always been worried about each other. Is that so? Could it be that Anan is also in Fengqi immortal domain? Han Yan asked hastily. Both he and Tyrant looked rather excited after hearing the news about Nangong Wendian. That's right. That bastard has an incredible identity. He's the reincarnation of Heaven's sovereign, the sovereign lord of the immortal court. Jiangchen shook his head and said. He wouldn't believe it if he didn't confirm it himself. What? The sovereign lord of the immortal court? That bastard is so powerful? Han Yan almost fainted. Tyrant was also incomparably surprised. If these words didn't come out from Jiangchen's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, they felt very happy for Nangong Wendian. Amazing, little Chinzi. If Anan is the reincarnation of Heaven's sovereign and the sovereign lord, why should we be afraid of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain? Tyrant said. Anan is indeed the reincarnation of Heaven's sovereign and he has already returned to the immortal court, but it's a pity that he isn't having a good time now. Someone has taken control of the immortal court and they don't want him to return alive. Therefore, I will have to return to Fengqi Immortal Domain a month later to find a way to enter the Immortal Court and help on Nan. Jiangchen said, then told them how he met Han Feng in the inner space of Monarch Mountain and what happened to Nangong Wendian. Han Yan and Tyrant knitted their brows and began to worry. They weren't fools. They could naturally tell Nangong Wendian's current situation from Jiangchen's words. What kind of existence was the Immortal Court? It was the supreme existence that stood at the peak of the immortal world. The more powerful a place was, the harder it was to survive. After the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign, the Immortal Court had already changed its master. Now that Heaven's Sovereign had returned to the Immortal Court, there would naturally be someone who didn't want him to have a good time. Even if Nangong Wendian was the reincarnation of Heaven's Sovereign, he wouldn't be able to change the situation of the Immortal Court. That was why he needed help from Jiangchen. It seems like Nan isn't having a good time, but if you enter the Immortal Court, you will surely be able to help Nan, said Han Yan. Jiangchen was the person they admired the most in this world. All along, there was nothing that Jiangchen couldn't do. Nangong Wendian also noticed this, which was why he asked Han Feng to look for Jiangchen everywhere. The immortal world was just too vast. It wouldn't be easy for them to thrive like they did in Saint Origin World. Although they were very strong now, the opponents they would face would be much stronger. There was still a long way to go in the future. At this time, an old woman holding a walking stick suddenly descended from the sky and came to the courtyard where Jiangchen was. As soon as she saw Long Shan and Lan Lingji, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Saintess, what the hell are you and young Master Long doing? Today is your wedding day. Immortal Venerable has asked me to bring you back. Many guests have already arrived. The old woman spoke anxiously. Yeah. I forgot about this matter. Let's go, let's go. Jiangchen patted his forehead. He had been feeling happy for the advancement of everyone's cultivation base and had forgotten that today was an incomparably important day. Exquisite Paradise had already prepared everything and was just waiting for this pair of newlyweds. However, the two of them were still having fun in Genius Prefecture. Many of the guests had already arrived. If they weren't here, what would Venerable Ling Long do? No one dared to delay any longer. Under the lead of the old woman, they flew rapidly towards Exquisite Paradise. Fortunately, their cultivation base was strong and their speed was extremely fast. Even though the distance between Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise wasn't short, it was still a matter of seconds for them. Exquisite Paradise, a festive atmosphere could be felt from 1,000 miles away. All the buildings in the paradise were decorated with colorful ribbons. Many disciples and elders were bustling about. Today was the wedding of the saintess. Naturally, everyone in Exquisite Paradise had to show a festive atmosphere. Everyone was in high spirits. A tall platform was built on the largest martial arena of Exquisite Paradise. It was at least a few dozen miles in circumference. As the wedding venue of Long Shan and Lan Lingji, a wide platform was specially built. Just this platform alone was 300 meters in circumference. At this moment, the martial arena was filled with guests. The Valley Master of Celestial Flower Valley, Hua Gai, the Saintess Hua Xiaoqian, and the higher-ups of Celestial Flower Valley. On the side of Great Qian Empire, the old Emperor, Yan Yu, and many rogue cultivators whom Venerable Ling Long had befriended had come to congratulate them and bring valuable gifts. Today was a joyous day for Exquisite Paradise. Everyone knew that Venerable Ling Long had always treated Lan Lingji as her own daughter. Therefore, the importance of this wedding had surpassed everything else. On the tall platform, Venerable Ling Long was sitting on the throne with a face full of joy. Jiang Chen's group arrived very quickly. Lan Shan and Lan Lingji flew directly to the tall platform. They had already put on their new clothes and were well prepared. Lan Shan held Lan Lingji's hand and came to the front of Venerable Ling Long. At the same time, he bowed deeply to Venerable Ling Long. Venerable Ling Long revealed a bright smile on her face. She didn't blame them for being late. When Venerable Ling Long sensed the change in Lan Shan's cultivation base, her facial expression changed a little, because she could feel a trace of pressure from Lan Shan. In other words, Lan Shan's current strength was very likely to have surpassed her. Good, good. Venerable Ling Long praised. Sure enough, she didn't choose the wrong person. A monstrous figure like Long San was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. After marrying Lan Lingji today, Long San would officially become a member of Exquisite Paradise. This was a fortunate thing for Exquisite Paradise. Alright, let the wedding begin. Venerable Ling Long waved her hand. Plop Lan Lingji, on the other hand, knelt on the ground with a puff. Tears streamed down her face. She kowtowed 3 times to Venerable Ling Long. Venerable Ling Long, you've treated me like your own daughter all these years. You've raised me up and even hosted my wedding today. I can't repay your kindness in this lifetime. Lan Lingji burst into tears when she talked about the emotional part. Child, why are you crying on your wedding day? Get up quickly. Venerable Ling Long's eyes inadvertently turned red. It could be seen that Venerable Ling Long was a sentimental person. Lan Lingji wiped her eyes and sorted out her emotions. She stood up from the ground and pulled Long San's hand, turning to face the crowd of distinguished guests. Haha, monkey, kiss me. Han Yan jeered. It's such a joyous occasion. I must give her a kiss. Yang Bufan followed suit. Hee, Long San grinned, then turned to the blushing Lan Lingji and said, Lingji, look, this is what everyone wants. We mustn't let our brothers down. Then, regardless of whether Lan Lingji agreed or not, he gave her a deep kiss on her lips and showed a satisfied look. Haha, the crowd burst into laughter. Alright, I now announce that the wedding begins. First vow to the heaven and earth. The old woman at the side shouted loudly. This old woman was also an immortal venerable expert. Her voice was loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear her clearly. Wait. Just at this moment, a shout sounded from afar. The scene that was filled with laughter turned silent in an instant. Many of them looked at the source of the voice angrily. It was very rude to disturb someone else's wedding at such an important moment. Under the gaze of innumerable eyes, an armored man walked out of the void. He seemed to be about 25 or 26 years old. His head was tied with a rope. His body was incomparably strong and heroic. The qi that was radiating from his body gave people a considerable amount of pressure. It's Qi Jin, the supreme genius of the immortal court. Previously, this bastard had declared that he would kill Long San. I had never thought that he would be here on the day of the wedding. This bastard chose to appear at this moment. He must have done it on purpose. It seems like the wedding has to be suspended because of an uninvited guest. Many of them were infuriated by the arrival of Qi Jin, but at the same time, they began to worry. After all, Qi Jin's cultivation base was just too strong. Not even Venerable Ling Long was a match for him. This bastard really didn't come at the right time. Xianxia shook his head and looked at Qi Jin with pitiful eyes. It wasn't just because of the wedding, but also because of the advancement of Long San's cultivation base. If Qi Jin had appeared earlier, Long San would certainly be no match for him. However, Qi Jin had already made up his mind to stir up trouble on the day of Long San's wedding and kill Long San to create a great deterrent. Unfortunately, Qi Jin had never thought that Long San's cultivation base had already reached a level that he couldn't match in just a day. His appearance at this time would only infuriate Long San, which was no different from courting death. Qi Jin, today is a joyous occasion for Exquisite Paradise. You didn't seem to be invited. Venerable Ling Long spoke. Ling. Venerable Ling Long, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I, Qi Jin, will go wherever I want. No one can stop me. It's your fortune that I came to Exquisite Paradise. Qi Jin was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Venerable Ling Long in his eyes at all. Of course, as a peerless genius of the immortal court and a late immortal venerable, he had the right to be arrogant. Qi Jin, how dare you disrespect Venerable Ling Long? This alone is enough for you to die 100 times. Long San was infuriated. He would never allow Qi Jin to be disrespectful to Venerable Ling Long. Moreover, he and Lan Lingji were about to go through the wedding ceremony, but this bastard chose to appear at this time. Such behavior had already crossed the bottom line of Long San. Long San, cut the crap. Come up and face your death. Didn't you say that you will kill every genius of the immortal court that comes? I, Qi Jin, will challenge you now. Let's see what makes you say such arrogant words. Qi Jin looked over at Long San and stated his intention. Alright. Since you're courting death, Master Monkey will fulfill your wish. We'll get married after I kill you. Long San's chi fluctuated. Brother San, be careful. As a matter of fact, many of them were already prepared for Qi Jin's arrival. Qi Jin had already announced that he would kill Long San a few days ago. The reason why he didn't do it was because he had heard about Long San's wedding. He wanted to kill Long San on the day of the wedding. One should know that such a blow was much greater than killing Long San. Not only would he get rid of a scourge, he would also turn Long San into a laughingstock. Long San's body flashed and appeared in the sky, standing opposite to Qi Jin. He was clad in a red bridegroom's attire that looked very festive, but judging from his appearance, Long San's physique wasn't as strong as Qi Jin's. Qi Jin's physique was almost the size of two Long San's. Plus, Long San's cultivation base wasn't as strong as Qi Jin's. In that case, Long San certainly wouldn't be a match for Qi Jin. After all, the visual impact was too great. Unfortunately, strength didn't depend on one's physique. If Long San reverted to his true form, he would be as big as a small mountain. No one looked down on Qi Jin. He was a peerless genius of the immortal court, a late immortal venerable whose combat strength was comparable to a peerless venerable, second only to a half-step sovereign. No matter how many old ancestors or sect masters were present, none of them was a match for Qi Jin. Similarly, no one looked down on Long San either. He was a man who could come back from the dead and kill a dozen geniuses of the immortal court. Who would dare to look down on him? Not even Qi Jin himself would dare to look down on Long San. Qi Jin, choosing to challenge me at this time is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. Long San spoke flatly. In fact, it was true. If Qi Jin had challenged him a day earlier, he would certainly be no match for Qi Jin. Unfortunately, Qi Jin had chosen this time to strike a blow to him. Coincidentally, Long San had advanced 2 levels consecutively, which had widened the gap between them. Long San, it seems like your cultivation base has improved again, but don't be too arrogant. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. But it's good that your cultivation base has improved. Otherwise, I won't have any excitement when I kill you. It's been a long time since I last fought. What's the point of fighting if I trample my opponent to death like an ant? Qi Jin was incomparably arrogant. Even though he could sense the improvement of Long San's cultivation base, he still didn't put Long San in his eyes. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, he was overly confident in his own cultivation base. It was the kind of confidence that came from deep within his bones that made him arrogant and disregard everything. This Long San does look much stronger than before. In that case, given his battle Saint Ape bloodline, he might really be able to fight Qi Jin. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Both of them are heaven-defying existences. Although Qi Jin's bloodline isn't comparable to Long San's, his cultivation base is higher than Long San's. It's really hard to tell how the battle will end. Many people began to discuss it. The originally joyous scene had now turned into a battlefield. No one dared to ignore the peerless geniuses of the immortal court. Be it their identity or status, they couldn't be compared to them. At this time, the ones who looked the most relaxed were probably Jiang Chen, Han Yan and Yang Bufan, because they were overly confident in Long San's strength. It was absolutely not a problem for him to kill a genius who was a level higher than him. They were just pitying Qi Jin for choosing the worst time to challenge Long San. In their point of view, Qi Jin wasn't here to challenge Long San, but to die. Even if he was a peerless genius of the immortal court, it still wasn't a reason for Long San not to kill him. Long San's attitude towards his enemies had always been the same as Jiang Chen's. He didn't care about the opponent's identity or who the opponent was. Anyone who wanted to kill him would be killed in the end. Long San, make your move. Let me see what ability you have to challenge all the geniuses of the immortal court. Qi Jin's chi fluctuated. A pillar of light soared into the sky. The powerful qi stirred the entire void, causing it to tremble violently. The incomparably powerful pressure made the souls of some of the weaker geniuses tremble. Kong. An extremely powerful qi was also released from Long San's body. It was the qi of the purest yang, forming an incomparably bright pillar of light. The emergence of this qi immediately suppressed Qi Jin's qi. What? Upon seeing this, Qi Jin couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't believe that this was true. He stared at the materialized qi of Long San in shock. Only then did he understand that Long San had already reached such a level. Qi Jin couldn't accept such an outcome. One should know that a peerless genius like Qi Jin was invincible among his peers. It was normal for him to challenge those who were at a higher level than him. However, Long San's cultivation base was lower than his, but his qi was firmly suppressed. This alone was an incomparably heavy blow to Qi Jin. Qi Jin, what do you have to be proud of in front of Master Monkey? You're just a weakling. How dare you challenge me? Long San's black and white hair fluttered in the wind, piercing the void like sharp thorns. Long San, don't be arrogant. My means aren't something you can imagine. Qi Jin was infuriated. He took the initiative to launch a punch at Long San. This punch shattered the void, surpassing the limit of space and arrived in front of Long San. The punch seemed to have become the only thing in the heavens and earth, locking all of Long San's qi, leaving Long San no choice but to face it head-on. Of course, Long San had no intention of evading it. As an intermediate immortal venerable, he was stronger than Qi Jin in every aspect. Long San wore an indifferent face. He threw out a punch with incredible speed, colliding with Qi Jin's fist. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the powerful shockwave directly shattered the void, completely tearing it apart. Airwaves began to roll, erupting with unparalleled destructive energy. The punch completely shattered Qi Jin's fist. On the opposite side, Qi Jin's body couldn't help but tremble. Qi Jin's facial expression turned even more unsightly. He had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the first exchange. Such a situation wasn't something he had expected at the beginning. He didn't even dare to think about it. The peerless genius of the immortal court is only SOSO. Long San shook his head. Today, he must fight Qi Jin to boost his morale. Amazing. Isn't Long San's progress a little too fast? That's right. An intermediate immortal venerable can suppress a late immortal venerable like Qi Jin. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. He's a true monstrous genius, just like Jiang Chen. It's a great thing for exquisite paradise to have such a talented son-in-law. Not necessarily. It's very likely to be a disaster. You have to see who Long San has offended. It's the immortal court. Although Long San is talented and incomparably powerful, it's almost impossible for him to go against the immortal court. If the immortal court gets angry, do you think exquisite paradise will have an easy time? Yeah. Forget it. Let's not think about that for now. Let's see how the battle between Long San and Qi Jin is going. Although Long San has gained the upper hand in the battle, Qi Jin isn't that weak. As a peerless genius of the immortal court, he must have extraordinary means. Innumerable people were shocked by the speed of Long San's transformation. They still remembered that when Long San had just returned from Golden Horizon, he was killed by Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. It was a miracle that he had grown to such a heaven-defying level in such a short period of time. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they were afraid that few of them would believe it. In the sky, Long San's words had undoubtedly stimulated Qi Jin's self-esteem. All along, he had been saying such words to others. He had never thought that it would be his turn to say it. Furthermore, due to the fact that he was in a disadvantageous position, he couldn't refute Long San's words at all. Dragon San, don't be so arrogant. I admit that you're very strong now, but do you think that you can defeat me? You're underestimating me. Today, I'll show you what I can do. Qi Jin was infuriated and decided not to hold back anymore. Now, he had completely regarded San as a real opponent. He no longer looked down on San like before. Rumble, Qi Jin's hands continued to draw powerful hand seals. A huge hand seal that was dozens of feet in size appeared. It was densely packed with complicated runes. It looked extremely mystical. The moment the hand seal appeared, a thunderous sound burst out and a big hole appeared in the void. This was an ancient seal technique. It was extremely terrifying and its attacking power was unimaginable. The moment the seal appeared, the sky changed color. Longshan, die! Qi Jin let out a roar, and a powerful hand seal, like a huge compass, rushed towards Longshan with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. This was Qi Jin's most powerful attack, and it carried all of his energy attacks, aiming to kill Longshan in one hit. Unfortunately, in the face of such a powerful magic seal attack, Longshan's expression did not change, and he was as indifferent as ever. This seal technique was indeed incomparably powerful. If Qi Jin were to display it, it would be enough to dominate an area. Unfortunately, such a seal technique was still not on the same level as Longshan's battle saint technique. Bang. Longshan attacked with battle saint technique. The attack of the battle symbol art was far more powerful than Qi Jin's seal technique. The radiance generated by the battle symbol art lit up the entire sky, and countless dazzling rays of light covered the entire martial arena. What? Qi Jin exclaimed once again. Just by looking at Longshan's attack, Qi Jin knew that he was defeated. Sometimes, there was no need for too many fancy moves in a battle between experts. Qi Jin was very clear about the power of his hand seal, which was also his most powerful move. But after seeing Longshan's battle saint technique, he knew that his confidence was indeed a little too blind. Rumble. The collision between the battle saint technique and the powerful magic seal created endless sparks in the void. The void was completely smashed. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had opened up a new fighting space, the shockwaves of the battle would have caused severe damage to exquisite paradise. Even so, some of the weaker disciples felt their souls trembling, feeling the tremendous pressure. Such a battle scene is really shocking. The strength of these two is too powerful. Even if we old ancestor-level experts were to fight them, I'm afraid that we would die for sure. That's right. Compared to these peerless geniuses, we are not at the same level at all. This Longshan is worthy of being in existence with a powerful battle saint ape bloodline. His combat strength is heaven-defying. Some of the patriarchs from the major powers were extremely shocked right now. A battle like this was something they could never have imagined. Even if they were to go up themselves, they would definitely die if they were to go up against any one of these people. In the air, everything was chaotic. Destructive energy was rolling everywhere. Countless gazes looked over, only to see Qi Tian coughing up blood. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was in a mess. It was as though he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. If he continued to fight in his current state, he wouldn't even be able to unleash half of his combat strength. On the other hand, Longshan was as powerful as before. The battle saint technique lingered around him, carrying a soaring domineering aura. The golden brilliance radiating from his body was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was obvious who would win and who would lose in this pinnacle battle. My God! I can't believe that the famous Qi Jin was defeated so thoroughly. He's no match for Longshan. This is unbelievable. I think this is normal. If Qi Jin had come to kill Longshan a few days ago, he might have succeeded. Longshan's cultivation base has just advanced yesterday. He must have obtained a great opportunity that allowed his cultivation base to advance by 2 levels in such a short period of time. Back when Longshan was in Golden Horizon, he was already able to kill geniuses who were a level higher than him. It's not surprising that he could defeat a late immortal venerable with his intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base. That's right. I've been to Golden Horizon and witnessed how powerful Longshan is. Besides, Longshan had also displayed his invincible might in the son-in-law selection. Killing geniuses who were a level higher than him isn't a problem for him. Many people were surprised by such an outcome, but some of them felt that it was normal. Those who had witnessed Longshan's might felt that Longshan's defeat was understandable. Qi Jin could only blame himself for choosing the wrong time to attack. Qi Jin had left the immortal court a few days ago to kill Longshan. Unfortunately, he didn't attack directly, but chose to disrupt Longshan's wedding today, making Longshan's blood spill on the wedding site. Jiang Chen, Han Yan, and the others wore a calm face. They weren't surprised at all, because such an outcome was within their expectations. There was no way Qi Jin would be a match for Dragonshan. In the sky, Qi Jin stared at Longshan, his eyes almost oozing blood. No, this is impossible. Qi Jin couldn't accept such an ending. He had never been defeated in his life. Even among the younger generation of the Immortal Court, he was an absolute elite. Not only was he respected by the people, but he was also appreciated by the higher-ups. His life had been glorious, but today, everything had changed. The existence of Xianxia made Qi Jin finally understand the feeling of failure, especially for someone like him who had always been in a high position. This feeling was really unbearable. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Xianxia appeared in front of Qi Jin with a swoosh. An iron staff appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Qi Jin's head. Cold killing intent radiated from the iron staff. You want to kill me? Qi Jin could feel the killing intent of Xianxia. The killing intent surprised him. In his opinion, even if he failed, Xianxia wouldn't dare to kill him, because killing him meant that there would be no chance of reconciliation with the Immortal Court. Your question is pointless. I have killed the people of your Immortal Court more than once. How much nobler do you think you are compared to those who have died in my hands? Xianxia laughed. There was a kind of self-confidence in this world called brainlessness. Xianxia, do you think you can kill me? Even if I'm not a match for you, you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. Qi Jin sneered, still very confident. I don't know where your confidence comes from. I'll give you a chance to run now. Let's see if you can run away. Xianxia's tone was flat, but everyone could hear his determination to kill Qi Jin. Of course, it was normal for Xianxia to have this kind of killing intent. After all, Qi Jin came here today to kill Xianxia. In that case, why would Xianxia be polite? He didn't need any reason to deal with someone who was determined to kill him. Moreover, just as Xianxia had said, this wasn't the first time he had killed a member of the Immortal Court. The enmity between them had long been irreconcilable. This could be seen from the fact that Qi Jin wanted to kill Xianxia. Everyone knew very well that if Qi Jin failed today, there would be an even more powerful expert appearing in the future to deal with Xianxia. This was almost unquestionable. Therefore, whether Xianxia killed Qi Jin or not, it would not change the outcome. Since that was the case, why did he leave Qi Jin alive, leaving behind a strong enemy for himself? Humph. Qi Jin harumphed coldly. With a sway of his body, he silently flashed into the spatial zone, attempting to escape. Unfortunately, at the same time, Xianxia also moved. His powerful qi shook Qi Jin out of the spatial zone. How can you be so fast? Qi Jin's expression became even more unsightly. He suddenly felt that his escape today seemed to have become a luxury. Qi Jin, if you were at your peak, I might not be able to stop you if you wanted to escape from my hands. However, if I let you escape in your current state, what face do I have left? How am I supposed to face my friends in the future? The iron staff in Xianxia's hand shone brightly. He wouldn't give Qi Jin the slightest chance to escape. Seeing Xianxia's determination to kill him, Qi Jin finally felt a trace of fear, because he sensed the aura of death from the iron staff in front of him. It was something he had never felt before. He had never thought that death would be so close to him one day. Therefore, he began to feel afraid. No one wanted to die, especially when death was really near. The feeling would become very terrifying, causing one's nerves to tighten. Xianxia, if you dare kill me, the Immortal Court will never let you go. Qi Jin said, gritting his teeth. Even if I don't kill you, the Immortal Court won't let me go. Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia, as long as you don't kill me today, I, Qi Jin, will never find trouble with you in the future. Qi Jin's tone began to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. It was his greatest pride to have today's status. He had the brilliance that ordinary people couldn't have. He still had a lot of good times ahead of him. Death was too strange and terrifying for him. From the moment you decided to step into exquisite paradise, you should have thought of such an ending. Killing you won't delay my wedding ceremony. Xianxia didn't waste any more words. He raised his iron staff and smashed it towards Qi Jin. This strike had locked on Qi Jin's qi, making it impossible for Qi Jin to escape. Even if Qi Jin exerted all his strength to resist, he wouldn't be able to. He would certainly be killed by Xianxia. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from afar. This shout contained an unparalleled amount of energy and pressure. Even though it was so far away, it still caused everyone's ears to ring. One could imagine just how powerful the expert who had come was. A silhouette appeared in the sky above Exquisite Paradise. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He looked about 40 years old. His face was dignified, and his chi was incomparably powerful. He was actually a powerful half-step sovereign. Seeing the arrival of this black-robed middle-aged man, Qi Jin, who was in danger, suddenly felt like he had grasped a life-saving straw. He knew that he would be saved once this person arrived. Long Shersan absolutely wouldn't dare to kill him in front of this person. Unfortunately, Shersan was determined to kill Qi Jin. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Qi Jin. With a loud bang, the iron cudgel smashed on Qi Jin's head. Arg! Qi Jin issued a miserable shriek. His head was smashed by Long Shersan's iron staff. Blood mist sprayed everywhere. He died on the spot. This scene caused a huge commotion among the crowd. No one had expected Shersan to be so ferocious. Even when facing the obstruction of a half-step sovereign, he was able to completely ignore it and directly kill it. Boom! All of a sudden, a surge of fury rushed out of the half-step sovereign's body. His face was filled with endless wrath. Long Shersan, how dare you kill a man of the immortal court in front of me? It seems like you are tired of living. Everyone in the martial arts arena, including Venerable Ling Long, stood up at the sight of Li Wangye. Their faces darkened to the extreme. Almost everyone knew about the famous Li Wangye. Back then, when Li Wangye wanted to take Xianxia away, it was Xiao Wangqing who stopped him. Now that Li Wangye had come to Exquisite Paradise, he must have a purpose. Moreover, Long Shersan had killed Qi Jin in front of Li Wangye, which was equivalent to slapping Li Wangye's face and the immortal court's face. I'm afraid that Exquisite Paradise won't have an easy time now that Li Wangye has come. He can directly represent the immortal court. I'm afraid that Long Shersan is finished. I've already said that it's not necessarily a good thing for Exquisite Paradise to collude with Long Shersan and Jiang Chen. The immortal court isn't something that Exquisite Paradise can afford to offend. Many of them began to worry about Exquisite Paradise. As for Long Shersan, he would surely die today. The faces of the people of Exquisite Paradise darkened to the extreme. Today was supposed to be a joyous day, but it seemed that it was basically impossible for the wedding to be carried out smoothly. Now that Li Wangye had come, no one could predict how things would develop, and no one dared to imagine it. It seems like Exquisite Paradise is going to be in big trouble today. That's right. Even a figure like Li Wangye has come. He represents the immortal court. If he oppresses us, how can we resist? Let's wait and see. After all, Li Wangye is a famous figure. Plus, the immortal court won't care about the matters below. Li Wangye's appearance is only for Long Shersan and Jiang Chen. He won't make things difficult for us. The people of Exquisite Paradise were feeling very depressed. It seemed that the wedding couldn't continue. Li Wangye would never let Long Shersan go after Qi Jin was killed. Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu exchanged a glance. Perhaps only the two of them knew why Li Wangye suddenly came. They were afraid that Li Wangye's purpose wasn't for Qi Jin or Long Shersan, but for themselves. Wang Xuanfeng's death had really infuriated Li Wangye. Long Shersan looked at Li Wangye. Even though he was facing the pressure of a half-step sovereign, his face didn't reveal the slightest hint of nervousness. Do the people of Immortal Court like to crash other people's weddings? Don't you know that it's really annoying? Shersan said coldly. If Li Wangye was infuriated, then Shersan was even more infuriated. No matter what, today was his wedding day, the most important day of his life. He was about to bow to the heavens and earth. First, it was Qi Jin, and now, it was Li Wangye who wanted to ruin his wedding. No matter who it was, he or she wouldn't be able to stay calm in such a situation. It's useless to have a glib tongue. How dare you kill a genius of the immortal court in front of me? This alone is enough for you to die 100 times. I'm going to kill you now. Even if you die, you can rest in peace in the underworld. Killing intent burst out from Li Wangye's body in an instant. He was going to kill Long Shersan for no reason. He wanted to let the world know that the immortal court was inviolable. Anyone who went against the immortal court would only have one end, death. Venerable Ling Long frowned when she saw that Li Wanye was going to kill Long San, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't even have the qualification to speak in front of Li Wanye. To exquisite paradise, let alone the entire immortal court, even Li Wanye wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Li Wanye, the reason why you are here today should be because of me, right? Just as Li Wanye was about to attack Long San, a hearty voice was heard. Then, two silhouettes appeared beside Long San. They were none other than Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. Long San smiled. With Yan Qinyu here, Li Wanye wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. No matter how powerful Li Wanye was, he was still slightly weaker than the heaven-devouring devil ape. It's Jiang Chen. I didn't expect him to return after disappearing for so long. Why is that bastard here? Even if he has returned, he should be hiding. Isn't he courting death by coming out now while facing the powerful Li Wanye? That's right. I really can't figure it out. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, he should be able to see the danger today. One should know that in Li Wanye's eyes, Jiang Chen is more dangerous than Long San. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, many people were shocked. Almost everyone in the ethereal immortal domain knew about Jiang Chen. He was a man who had stirred up a storm in the ethereal immortal domain. No matter when or where, he would always be the center of attention. Jiang Chen had been hiding in the crowd, and everyone's attention was on Long San. Therefore, it was normal that no one noticed Jiang Chen's existence. Seeing Jiang Chen, Li Wanye's pupils couldn't help but shrink. A rage that was even more intense than when he was facing Long San rose from his body. When he thought of Wang Xuanfeng's death, his killing intent couldn't be suppressed. Jiang Chen, you actually dared to show up here. I admire your courage, but today, you must give me an explanation. Li Wanye's target immediately shifted to Jiang Chen. What explanation should I give you? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Chen, don't play dumb. I'm here to ask you, did you kill Wang Xianfeng? Li Wanye asked straightforwardly. Wang Xianfeng was dead. When such news came out from Li Wanye's mouth, it immediately set off a storm in the crowd. What? Venerable Xianfeng is dead? It seems to be killed by Jiang Chen. How is this possible? No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he's just an immortal emperor while Wang Xianfeng is a peerless venerable who was only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. What ability does Jiang Chen have to kill Wang Xianfeng? This is absolutely impossible. I absolutely don't believe that Wang Xianfeng was killed by Jiang Chen. It's impossible for a man to be so heaven-defying. There must be something else behind this. Wang Xianfeng is dead. What a pity. He was a peerless venerable. No wonder Li Wanye was so angry. It seems like the reason why he came here today is because of Wang Xuanfeng's death, and not Long San. Wang Xuanfeng's death was shocking, but no one believed that a figure like Wang Xianfeng would die in the hands of Jiang Chen. This had already gone beyond their range of acceptance. Now, it was time to see how Jiang Chen would answer. Li Wanye, you still have the nerve to ask me about this matter? Do you still remember that you promised Senior Shao that you wouldn't attack me in Genius Prefecture? As a result, you, a dignified half-step sovereign, violated the agreement and sent Wang Xianfeng to kill me. Since he wanted to kill me, I naturally have to kill you. Do you think you will just stand there and let someone kill you? The one who killed Wang Xianfeng should be you, Li Wanye. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. He had admitted that he was the one who killed Wang Xianfeng. Moreover, he had downplayed the death of a peerless venerable as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. As soon as these words were out, the crowd became restless once more. No one believed that Jiang Chen killed Wang Xianfeng, because no one believed that Jiang Chen had the ability to kill Wang Xianfeng. However, now that Jiang Chen had admitted it, it must be true. Wang Xianfeng was an important figure of the immortal court. No one would be willing to bear the crime of killing a peerless venerable of the immortal court. Since Jiang Chen dared to admit it, it was enough to prove that Wang Xianfeng was killed by Jiang Chen. My God! It's actually true. But how is this possible? How did Jiang Chen kill Wang Xianfeng? Even if Shao Wangqing didn't take away his sun divine feather, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for Wang Xianfeng. Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. If Xianxia didn't admit it himself, I'm afraid that no one would believe it. I think that Xianxia must have gotten some sort of powerful backing, that's why he killed Wang Xianfeng. If he didn't have such a powerful backing, even if he killed Wang Xianfeng, he wouldn't dare to stand out and admit it. Xianxia is a powerful man, and a smart man. He will never seek his own death. Since he dared to stand out, it means that he has a way to protect himself. At least, he can prevent Li Wangye from killing him. What reliance can he have? His greatest reliance is Xiao Wangqing, but Xiao Wangqing hasn't appeared yet. It's hard to say. Haven't you noticed that Xianxia's cultivation base has improved a lot compared to before? The crowd was agitated. The matter was getting more and more serious. Qi Jin was dead, Wang Xianfeng was dead, and Xianxia had admitted it himself. They were afraid that the immortal court wouldn't let this matter go. Even Xiao Wangqing wouldn't be able to protect Xianxia. After all, no one had ever dared to challenge the dignity of the immortal court since the establishment of the immortal court. Xianxia, it's best that you admit it. You've killed Wang Xianfeng. This time, even if Xiao Wangqing comes, he won't be able to protect you. However, I really want to know how you killed Wang Xianfeng. Li Wangye's killing intent was already very strong, but he still asked curiously. Not only did the others want to know the answer to this question, he also wanted to know the answer urgently. No one knew Wang Xuanfeng's strength better than him. Even if Xianxia had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, it was still impossible for him to kill Wang Xianfeng. I killed him. Yanqingyu spoke plainly in a flat tone. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk this time, innumerable eyes fell upon Yanqingyu. Due to the dazzling halo of Jiangchen and Long Shisan, plus the fact that Yanqingyu had been concealing her qi, no one was able to see through her cultivation base. As a result, they had completely ignored Yanqingyu and treated her as a woman beside Jiangchen. But now, this woman had said that she was the one who killed Wang Xianfeng. This undoubtedly set off another wave of commotion. Who's this woman? She actually has the strength to kill Wang Xianfeng. I don't know. I've never seen her before. She should be Jiangchen's woman, but how can Jiangchen's woman be so powerful? From the looks of it, this woman is truly unfathomable. Even I can't see the depth of her cultivation. Yanqingyu immediately became the focus of attention. She had never appeared in front of them before and she looked really extraordinary. Compared to Jiangchen being able to kill Wang Xianfeng, they were more willing to believe that Wang Xianfeng was really killed by this woman. Who are you? Li Wangye looked at Yanqingyu and asked with a frown. That was because, with his perception of a half-martial monarch, he was shocked to discover that this extremely beautiful young woman's cultivation base was actually second only to a half-martial monarch. This was truly unimaginable. He had actually never seen or even heard of such a genius before. You don't need to know. Today is the wedding day of Long Shisan. You'd better leave this place and let the wedding proceed smoothly. Yanqingyu's tone was very cold but firm. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to talk to Li Wangye like that. There were two kinds of people who would say that. One was someone who had a mental problem and wouldn't even know how they died. The other was someone who was extremely powerful and didn't care about Li Wangye at all. And Yanqingyu didn't look like someone who had a mental problem. Humph. Little girl, I don't care who you are. You killed Wang Xianfeng, so you have to pay the price. Since I'm here today, I won't let you live anymore. I will kill the three of you myself and get rid of all the troubles in the future. Li Wangye harumphed coldly. His murderous aura had reached its peak. Jiangchen and Long Shisan's potential made him feel very uneasy. Now, there was another young Zunqi warrior. This was enough for Li Wangye to kill them without caring about his status. As long as he could kill these three people in front of him, even if he had to ruin his own reputation, it wouldn't matter. Die. Li Wangye made his move. He raised his hand and a gigantic palm that looked like a heavenly barrier came crashing down. This was the mighty aura of a half-step emperor. Countless people were terrified by it and their souls were trembling. However, Jiangchen and the other two looked calm. The smile on their faces didn't even fade. Li Wangye was indeed very powerful, but compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape, there was still a huge gap. Moreover, the heaven-devouring devil ape couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xianxia, let alone Li Wangye. "Chengij, should we kill him?" Xianxia asked. "Don't kill him." Jiangchen shook his head. No matter what, today was Longshirson's wedding day. He was still planning to let the wedding go on smoothly after everything was over. If he killed Li Wangye, the wedding might not be able to continue. Xianxia nodded and asked for Jiangchen's opinion. She already knew what to do. Li Wangye was arrogant, but he would never have thought that his fate was already in the hands of Jiangchen. His life or death only needed a word from Jiangchen. The huge palm had already appeared in the sky. Countless people became nervous. They wanted to see how this girl, whom they had never seen before, was going to deal with the attack of a half-step sovereign. Of course, there were also a group of people who looked calm and relaxed. The old emperor and Emperor Yangyu of Great Qian Empire were the same. After personally experiencing the incident with the heaven-devouring devil ape and witnessing Xianxia's power, they didn't need to worry at all. If they were worried, they would be worried about Li Wangye. It would be too easy for a person who could easily kill a heaven-devouring devil ape to kill Li Wangye. Xianxia looked over with cold eyes. She casually raised her hand and an icy light was shot out, instantly penetrating the huge palm. The gigantic hand was like a fragile crystal. It shattered with a loud bang. The energy that was drifting in the void dissipated completely. The gigantic hand that was supposed to cause severe damage to the enemy had disintegrated just like that. It didn't even leave a scratch on the enemy's body. Jiangchen and the other two didn't even budge an inch. What? Li Wangye's eyes widened. This was no small matter. Not only him, the entire martial arena was boiling with excitement. Who would have thought that a peerless beauty that they had never seen before could actually possess such heaven-defying strength? She could even neutralize Li Wangye's attack with ease. By now, no one had any doubts about Wang Xuanfeng's death. Although Wang Xianfeng was a powerful venerable, it wouldn't take him much effort to kill a peerless venerable who could fight against a half-step sovereign. "Who the hell are you?" Li Wangye was shocked. In his opinion, a young man with such heaven-defying strength was absolutely not an ordinary figure. He must have a great power or background. "I've already said that you don't need to know." Yanqing's tone was still cold. "If you leave now, it's not too late." The mighty Empress Ninyan's monarch prestige wouldn't allow anyone to violate her. Given her vision, how could a mere Li Wangye enter her eyes? In the past, Empress Ninyan's father was the famous immortal execution king, who was doted on by great sovereign Xianxia. Her vision was so high that even the sovereign lords of the immortal court couldn't compare to her. Humph! How powerful can a peerless immortal venerable be? Since you're unwilling to tell me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Today, I'll let you know the true gap between a venerable and a half-sovereign. Li Wangye's aura soared. Since the other party had an expert, he would definitely be much stronger than before when he attacked again. This time, Li Wangye was prepared to use all his strength and kill his opponent with a single strike. Only by doing this would he be able to protect his face. He was a dignified half-step sovereign. If he hesitated to kill a junior for a long time, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the world and lose all his face? However, Li Wangye didn't know how ridiculous his words were. The gap between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign was indeed huge, but it didn't exist for Xianxia. The former great sovereign couldn't even be compared to a half-step sovereign. The gap between a half-step sovereign and a great sovereign was far greater than that between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign. Li Wangye moved again. His palm was filled with pulsating flames. The reddish-golden flames condensed into a mighty fire seal. This was the life-seizing fire seal. Li Wangye's flames were incomparably terrifying. This fire seal was his ultimate killer move. This was also the origin of the name Prairie Burning Fire. Li Wangye had used this move to fight against Xiao Wangqing's unmoved sword in Genius Prefecture. Unfortunately, it was still slightly weaker than Xiao Wangqing. Flames were Li Wangye's strongest attack, but it was a pity that he had met his nemesis today. Could he still burn under the intense flames and the cold chi of Empress Ninyin? Unless it was the supreme flame in Jiangchen's hand, any other flames would automatically be extinguished when touched by Yanqinyu's cold chi. Yanqinyu didn't feel like talking nonsense with Li Wangye. She immediately struck out with her powerful profounding palm. After all, she was still injured. She needed to exert all her strength to deal with a half-step sovereign. Rumble, a terrifying cold air spread out, directly freezing the space in the sky, completely freezing it. After Li Wangye's fire seal came into contact with Yan Qinyu's darking palm, it was immediately hit by the powerful cold air. The fire seal, which was originally burning with raging flames, was instantly extinguished. The remaining energy of the fire seal collided with the darking palm. Rumble, the entire battlefield was instantly filled with chaotic colors. A boundless pressure enveloped the hearts of the spectators. Everyone could see that Li Wangye, who was a half-step emperor, was still no match for Yan Qinyu's powerful profounding palm. His entire body was sent flying, landing hundreds of meters away while coughing up blood. My God, this is unbelievable. Li Wangye couldn't even be defeated by this woman in one move. What's her background? This is too abnormal. Isn't this too abnormal? That's a mighty half-step sovereign expert. The people around this Jiangchen are all heaven-defying experts. Half-step sovereigns have been famous for a long time. But in front of this woman, they are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. This is too shocking. This kind of ending was unacceptable to everyone. Before the real fight, no one had ever thought that things would turn out like this. Originally, everyone was still thinking about how Yan Qinyu was going to fight against Li Wangye. Who would have thought that Li Wangye would lose? Of course, the one who couldn't accept it the most was Li Wangye himself. He knew his strength all too well. Being defeated by an immortal venerable was probably the most painful thing he had ever experienced in his life. What shocked Li Wangye even more was the cold energy that was being emitted from Yan Qinyu's body. That was the coldest energy in the world, and it was the biggest nemesis of his flame. Under the impact of that cold energy, his flame couldn't even burn, let alone unleashing its formidable combat power. At this moment, Li Wangye's blood and qi were tumbling inside his body. He felt indescribably uncomfortable, but compared to the injuries on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. Who the hell are you? Li Wangye asked while gritting his teeth. Today, he came to exquisite paradise for Jiangchen. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful figure. Leave this place immediately. Don't wait for me to change my mind. Yan Qinyu said in a condescending tone. She looked exactly like an empress. The entire scene was very quiet. No one spoke. The wedding of Longshan was full of twists and turns. In the end, a girl that no one had seen before suddenly appeared and defeated Li Wangye with a single strike. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Most of the people present were already numb to it. They didn't even dare to think about what would happen next. Or perhaps, they wouldn't be too surprised no matter what happened today. Li Wangye's face darkened. Yan Qinyu's indifferent attitude had completely stimulated his self-esteem. He had asked her 3 times in a row, but she didn't answer him. It was a sign of disdain, or in other words, she didn't even think that he was qualified to know who she was. This was too much of a blow to a half-step sovereign. All along, Li Wangye had been standing high and mighty, representing the immortal court, a supreme existence. No one had ever dared to ignore him, no one dared to disrespect him. But now, Yan Qinyu's cold eyes made him feel insignificant. Yan Qinyu wanted him to leave right now, and the only thing she didn't do was to tell him to scram. Li Wangye had suffered an unprecedented mental blow, but as a defeated general, he had nothing to say. What a domineering girl. I never thought that there would be such a young figure in ethereal immortal domain. I'd like to meet her. At this moment, an old and deep voice suddenly rang out from within the void, followed by an overwhelming pressure. This pressure was much stronger than Li Wangye's from before. It was on a completely different level and could not be mentioned in the same breath. Swoosh, countless people's facial expression changed completely. 2 words emerged in their minds, Great Sovereign, that's right. The person hadn't appeared yet, but the voice that came from the depths of the void carried such a strong pressure that made everyone's soul tremble. Apart from a true great sovereign, who else could do that? Li Wangye was already a powerful half-step sovereign, but the pressure he exerted wasn't even 1/100th of the pressure this time. This alone proved that a true great sovereign was about to arrive. My God! Is this the arrival of a true great sovereign? I've lived for so long, but I've never seen the true face of a great emperor. Great sovereigns are high and mighty. They usually don't show up. I've never thought that a great sovereign would come to exquisite paradise today. It should be an honor for exquisite paradise, but it doesn't seem to be a joyous occasion now. First, it was Qi Jin, then it was the half-step sovereign Li Wangya, and now even the real great sovereign has appeared. This is the first time such a scene has happened in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Normally, a dignified great sovereign wouldn't show up. It seems like the immortal court is determined to kill Jiang Chen and Long Shersan. Now that even a great sovereign has appeared, Jiang Chen and Long Shersan have no one to rely on anymore. I'm afraid that even that woman is going to die. There was no one who wasn't shocked. A stormy sea was stirred up in the crowd. The shock this time was far greater than before. A supreme great sovereign was a legendary existence to most of the people present. No one had seen a great sovereign before, and no one could understand how powerful a great sovereign was. It was said that a great sovereign could control a deeper level of law and form a powerful great sovereign law in one's body. One could destroy the heavens and earth with just a lift of the hand. Without reaching that level, one would never know how terrifying that level was. The void flickered and an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s walked out. The old man's silhouette was illusory. He stood there as though he didn't exist at all. He didn't have a strong physique, but the aura of a great emperor emanating from his body had already shown his status. This was a real great sovereign. Countless eyes fell on the old man, including Jiang Chen. This was the first time that Jiang Chen had seen a real great sovereign. Although Yan Qinyu and the northern and southern dynasties were reincarnations of great sovereigns, they weren't real great sovereigns yet. There was still a certain gap between them and a great sovereign. Jiang Chen looked at the elder. Even with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he still felt that the elder was unfathomable. It was a kind of supreme profoundness. The elder had reached the true sovereign realm. Every movement of his carried the domineering aura of the heavens and earth. That was a kind of realm. If one didn't touch that realm, one would never understand how terrifying it was. Is this the legendary great sovereign? Dragon Shersan's tone turned solemn. Even with his pride, he had to admit that he was still far from a great emperor. They were not on the same level at all. There were many geniuses in this world, and it was common for them to kill people who were stronger than them. However, very few of them could do it. There was an insurmountable gap between a half-step sovereign and a great sovereign. This gap was much bigger than the gap between an immortal venerable and a half-step sovereign. Yan Qinyu was one of those who could do it. After all, she was different from ordinary immortal venerables. She was once the reincarnation of a great sovereign, and she was much stronger than this old man. Her body contained the foundation of a great sovereign, and her intent realm was much higher than the old man's. He's just a first-grade great sovereign. Don't worry, said Yan Qinyu indifferently, as if she didn't care about the old man. First-grade great sovereign? Upon hearing Yan Qinyu's words, Jiang Chen and Long Shersan were dumbfounded. In their minds, they had always thought that a great sovereign was a great sovereign, and that a great sovereign was a supreme being. They had never thought that great sovereigns were divided into different levels. After listening to Yan Qinyu's words, they suddenly felt that they knew too little about the sovereign realm. It turned out that great sovereigns were also divided into different levels. Judging from Yan Qinyu's tone, it seemed like there were many levels of great sovereigns. Brother Chen, great sovereigns are also divided into different levels. The sovereign realm requires the support of laws, so there are 9 levels from first-grade great sovereign to 9th-grade great sovereign. A first-grade great sovereign is nothing but an ant in front of a 9th-grade great sovereign. I'll explain these things to you later. You will understand them when you reach that realm, Yan Qinyu said. She didn't explain in detail. They were currently facing a formidable enemy, and they didn't have much time. Moreover, it was useless to explain too much. Great sovereign was different from other realms. Without reaching that realm, one wouldn't understand the terror of that realm. As long as one reached that realm, there was no need to explain anything. Jiang Chen didn't ask more about the great sovereign realm. Just like what Yan Qinyu said, it was useless to know more before reaching that realm. Once one reached that realm, even if one didn't want to know, one would still know everything clearly. Furthermore, now wasn't the time to chat. A great sovereign had just arrived. The situation had become tense. Today's matter must come to an end. The power and influence of a great sovereign was undoubtedly great, but with Xianxia here, a first-grade great sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything. Xianxia knew Xianxia's means very well. After fusing with Empress Ninyan's body and obtaining the Nine profound heart, her combat strength was enough to kill a half-step sovereign and fight a first-grade great sovereign. It wouldn't matter even if she was injured. With the powerful immortal burying coffin in hand, fighting a first-grade great sovereign would be a piece of cake. Elder Yuan, I didn't expect that you would be here too. Li Wangya hastily approached the old man and bowed deeply. Although he was a half-step sovereign and had a certain status in the immortal court, it was still far from being comparable to a great sovereign. He didn't dare to act rashly in front of a true great sovereign. I happened to be passing by. The old man nodded as a greeting to Li Wangya. He didn't blame Li Wangya for losing to a woman. Sometimes, winning or losing was out of one's control. No one wanted to lose, not to mention a famous person like Li Wangya. His name is Yuan Xiaolei. I have seen him with old ancestor Yang Junlong. At that time, he wasn't a great sovereign yet. Even if he had advanced to the great sovereign realm, he should have just advanced to the great sovereign realm not long ago. The old emperor of the Great Qian Empire said. He had met Yuan Xiaolei once before, so he recognized him at first glance. However, even if Yuan Xiaolei had just become a great sovereign, he was still a great sovereign. Once a powerful great sovereign stepped into the emperor realm, it would be a supreme rank. Every great sovereign couldn't be underestimated. Elder Yuan, I have brought shame to the immortal court. Li Wangya hung his head dejectedly. He was in a bad mood. He was a famous figure, but he was defeated by a junior. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. Let this emperor see what's so special about this girl. Yuan Xiaolei waved his hand, signaling Li Wangya to step back. He then took 2 steps forward and stood not far away from Xianxia and Jiang Chen. He squinted his eyes, constantly sizing up Xianxia. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. What a strange girl. She's only a late immortal venerable, but her body contains a trace of great sovereign's foundation. The great sovereign origin in her body is even denser than mine. No wonder Li Wangya isn't a match for her. It seems like she isn't simple. Yuan Xiaolei was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. Although Xianxia looked mystical, her cultivation base was only at the late immortal venerable realm after all. It was very difficult to make up for the gap in cultivation base. Therefore, Yuan Xiaolei wasn't worried. He had the strength of a first-grade great sovereign. He wouldn't put anyone below the great sovereign realm in his eyes. The immortal court is really shameless. Even a great sovereign has appeared. It seems like there's no one left in the immortal court. Jiang Chen said with a sarcastic tone. It's more than shameless. It's said that great sovereigns have dignity, but it seems like it's just so. It's our honor that a great sovereign has come down from the immortal court to argue with us. Long Shersan spoke. The two of them echoed each other, making Yuan Xiaolei feel a little embarrassed. Although Jiang Chen and Long Shersan's words were unpleasant to the ear, they were the truth. Given Yuan Xiaolei's identity as a great sovereign, it was really shameful for him to personally deal with them. The people on the martial stage couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After all, in everyone's eyes, great emperors were supreme existences, like gods. They would absolutely not come down to meddle in the affairs of the immortal domain. This was also the reason why many people had never seen a great emperor in their lives, because great emperors had their own dignity. Generally, they wouldn't act easily. It was the first time Yuan Xiaolei came out to deal with a few juniors. Yuan Xiaolei's face suddenly turned incomparably unsightly. He still needed the face of a great sovereign. It was true that he happened to pass by here and saw Li Wangya being defeated by Xianxia. Now that Qi Jin had been killed, Li Wangya had failed, and Yuan Xiaolei himself had come out, the immortal court would lose even more face if he just let this matter go. Therefore, since he had come, he had to do something even if he didn't want his face. It was impossible for him to leave just like that. You are the famous Jiang Chen of Golden Horizon, aren't you? A very good young man, but it's a pity that you have chosen the path of death. Choosing to go against the immortal court is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. You could have had a bright future, but you have ruined your own future. What a pity. Jiang Chen, by the way, and Long Shi-san as well. I've also bullied you too, but since I've come out personally today, I won't return empty-handed. As long as the two of you obediently follow me to the immortal court to receive your punishment, you might still have a chance of survival, said Yuan Xiaolei. What he was doing now was to defend the dignity of the immortal court. Jiang Chen and Long Shi-san were indeed monstrous geniuses of the young generation, but no matter how monstrous they hadn't reached the level where they could threaten the immortal court. However, the two of them had slaughtered the geniuses of the immortal court, which had severely violated the dignity of the immortal court. No one had ever dared to ignore the dignity of the immortal court since the establishment of the immortal court. This was absolutely an act of courting death. Therefore, no matter what, the immortal court had to bring the two of them back for punishment. Only in this way could the immortal court continue to rule the entire ethereal immortal domain. Haha. Old man, are you making sarcastic remarks? Don't treat me, Jiang Chen, as a fool. The grudge between me and the immortal court is irreconcilable. Your immortal court will never let me go. If I go with you, I won't be able to keep my life. You are a dignified great sovereign, but you are interfering with someone's marriage. Don't you think you are a little too shameless? If I were you, I would have left long ago to prevent others from gossiping about me. Jiang Chen laughed. Even if the opponent was a mighty great sovereign, as long as the opponent was his enemy, as long as the opponent wanted his life, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to the opponent, let alone say anything nice. There was no way that Yuan Xiaolei wouldn't be angry. How could a dignified great sovereign be called an old man and shameless? This was a kind of humiliation to him. How could Yuan Xiaolei bear it? Brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you know the consequences of your words? Yuan Xiaolei spoke Leng. In his point of view, Jiang Chen was courting death. I don't know the consequences. I only know that you are delaying someone else's wedding, which is very immoral. Jiang Chen continued to speak indifferently. He had always had his own way of doing things. Once they were enemies, there was nothing more to say. Even if the other party was a mighty great sovereign, he still wouldn't be able to make Jiang Chen give in. Good. It's good for a young man to have such courage, but it's a pity that you have used it on the wrong thing. Since you aren't willing to surrender, don't blame me for being impolite. I will personally take you all to the immortal court. Yuan Xiaolei suppressed his anger. He could already tell that there was nothing he could do with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attitude was firm, and it seemed that Jiang Chen wouldn't leave with him. In that case, he might as well take Jiang Chen and Long Shi-san away. If this continued, he would only lose face. Powerful great sovereign aura spread out from Yuan Xiaolei's body, suppressing everyone in the martial field. Many of them had already prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling violently. You'd better not take action. Yan Qingyu spoke Leng. Given the mentality of Empress Ninine, she wouldn't put a first-grade great sovereign in her eyes. Even if he was only a peak immortal venerable, he could still fight a first-grade great sovereign. Perhaps his injuries weren't enough to fight a first-grade great sovereign, but if he used the immortal burying coffin, he would be able to fight a first-grade great sovereign head-on. Humph. Girl, you are too arrogant. Do you think you can fight me just because you defeated Li Wangye? How childish. This emperor is going to capture Jiang Chen and Long Shi-san right now. This emperor wants to see what abilities a girl like you has to stop me. Yuan Xiaolei snorted coldly and gently stretched out his dry palm. The void was instantly torn apart. The solid space was like a piece of paper that couldn't withstand the slightest vibration. A powerful force gushed out of Yuan Xiaolei's palm, directly imprisoning a large area of space. Jiang Chen and Long Shi-san's countenance changed slightly. The power of a great emperor was really beyond their imagination. Under the imprisonment of Yuan Xiaolei, they felt that it was extremely difficult to move their bodies. They couldn't even cast the Great Void technique. Jiang Chen couldn't help sighing. This was the absolute gap between them. They weren't on the same level at all. Still, no one would understand how terrifying that realm was until they reached the Great Sovereign Realm. However, the two of them weren't nervous at all because Xianxia was here to protect them. She was their biggest reliance. For a man, hiding behind a woman's back wasn't something to be proud of. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, being able to hide behind Xianxia and be protected was a very happy thing. This kind of happiness wasn't something that others could understand. Moreover, Jiang Chen knew that this situation was also the happiest thing for Xianxia. Kong Long, Xianxia moved. Her attack was very decisive. She immediately threw out a powerful darking palm. A terrifying icy light froze the entire space. The terrifying darking ice palm collided with Yuan Xiaolei's palm, instantly shattering a large area of space. The space that had already been sealed by Yuan Xiaolei loosened up once again under the impact of the darking palm. Oh? Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but be surprised. His gaze once again fell on Xianxin's body. If he didn't put Xianxin in his eyes in the beginning, then it was completely different now. Xianxin's attack had given him a great shock. What a good girl. You're just a mere late immortal venerable, but you have such powerful combat strength that you can tear apart my imprisonment space. Who the hell are you? Yuan Xiaolei looked at Xianxin and asked the question that Li Wangye had been asking all along. In his opinion, such a miraculous genius couldn't be a nobody. He began to guess Xianxin's origin. With such a cold body and such a heaven-defying aptitude, it should be easy to guess. However, even after thinking about it for a long time, Yuan Xiaolei still couldn't figure out Xianxin's identity. It doesn't matter who I am. I hope that your immortal court won't find trouble with Brother Chen in the future. Xianxin spoke. In her heart, Jiang Chen's position was unshakable. Anyone who wanted to hurt Jiang Chen would be regarded as her enemy. Since you won't tell me, don't blame me for being impolite. Yuan Xiaolei moved once more. He wanted to kill Xianxin, but it was better to leave some leeway for a figure like Xianxin without confirming her identity. He wanted to defeat Xianxin and take away Jiang Chen and Long Shan to establish the dignity of himself and the immortal court. Terrifying great sovereign qi rushed out of Yuan Xiaolei's body like a tidal wave, sealing the entire void, turning it into a new battlefield. He didn't want his great sovereign qi to hurt the people below. The immortal court rarely interfered in the affairs of the immortal domain. Generally, they wouldn't interfere in the battles between the major powers. Therefore, even Yuan Xiaolei had to be cautious when he attacked. If exquisite paradise suffered a great loss because of him, it would damage the dignity of the immortal court, which wasn't what Yuan Xiaolei wanted to see. As the qi of the great emperor pervaded the air, Yuan Xiaolei's old body suddenly became incomparably tall and straight. In front of him, a vortex-like airwave was formed. The airwave rotated at a high speed, and it was unknown how much energy it carried inside. In the center of the vortex, there seemed to be a dragon hovering, which made people not dare to look directly at it. That was the powerful great Emperor La. Kong Long, Yuan Xiaolei made his move. The huge energy whirlpool was like an energy ball, crashing towards Xianxin. In Yuan Xiaolei's view, this attack was enough to repel Xianxin without hurting her. Then, he would capture Jiang Chen and Long Shan and leave. Sensing the power of Yuan Xiaolei's attack, Xianxin knitted her brows. The next moment, the immortal burying coffin appeared in front of her. The instant the coffin appeared, it crushed the space. The terrifying sovereign weapon of great sovereign Xian was far superior to ordinary sovereign weapons. The power it exuded was earth-shattering. Under Xianxin's control, the coffin crashed into the huge energy whirlpool. What? Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the immortal burying coffin. As a powerful great emperor, it was impossible for him not to recognize the immortal burying coffin. Even if he hadn't seen it before, he had definitely heard of its reputation. In the past, when great sovereign Xian roamed the heavens and earth, it was unknown how many experts had died by relying on this coffin. Moreover, how many people in the world had used a coffin as a weapon? The ancient coffin in front of him was filled with the divine might of a great sovereign. What else could it be other than the immortal burying coffin? Kong Long, the immortal burying coffin slammed into the energy vortex. The vortex that contained powerful energy instantly exploded, shattering the void. If Yuan Xiaolei and Xianxin hadn't separated the battlefield, the shockwaves from the collision alone would have been enough to flatten exquisite paradise. Even so, exquisite paradise was still shaking violently, as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. What a powerful vibration. Who is that woman? She can actually fight against a great sovereign. My God. Why are there so many monsters around Xianxia? He defeated Li Wangya before, and now he can even fight against a great sovereign. It's too terrifying. I have never experienced such a powerful battle before. Even with my immortal venerable cultivation base, my ears are ringing. I can't bear such an impact at all. Everyone was shocked. Such a battle that transcended the heavens and earth wasn't something they could imagine. They had never experienced such a battle before. It could only be described as shocking. Yuan Xiaolei's body swayed. Looking at the immortal burying coffin hovering in front of Yanxinyu, his eyes were about to bleed. The immortal burying coffin. That's the natal weapon of great sovereign Xianxia. How can it be in your hands? How can you display the might of the immortal burying coffin? Who are you? Yuan Xiaolei was too shocked. The immortal burying coffin that had disappeared for a long time had become a legend in the immortal world. Today, he actually saw the reappearance of the immortal burying coffin. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it at all. What? The immortal burying coffin? This woman actually possesses the powerful immortal burying coffin. My God! The famous immortal burying coffin has reappeared in the world. This is something left behind by the great sovereign Xianxia. Who is this woman? How can she control the immortal burying coffin? You should know that a peerless sovereign weapon like the immortal burying coffin has its own spirituality. Even if an ordinary person obtains it, they won't be able to control it, let alone unleash its formidable might. That's great sovereign Xianxia's natal monarch weapon. This woman's identity is definitely not ordinary. I've already said that she must have a strong foundation. Even the immortal burying coffin is willing to let her control it. The reappearance of the immortal burying coffin would definitely cause a huge commotion. Initially, Yanxinyu didn't intend to expose the immortal burying coffin to the public, but now that a great sovereign had appeared in the immortal court, she had no choice but to expose it. She had to exert a strong deterrent force to prevent the immortal court from taking action against Jiang. Who am I? Can't you guess? Yanxinyu said coldly. The cold qi around her body was getting denser and denser. Yuan Xiaolei was even more shocked by the fact that she called herself empress. He knew that this woman was indeed extraordinary. He knitted his brows tightly. The immortal burying coffin was emitting such a dense supreme cold qi. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in his mind as he thought of a terrifying figure. Empress Ninine. You're the Empress Ninine. Yuan Xiaolei exclaimed. The Empress Ninine was also a famous figure in the immortal world. Although she wasn't as famous as the immortal execution king and the immortal burying coffin, she was still a heaven-defying existence. Moreover, she was the daughter of the immortal execution king. Just this point alone was enough to make her extraordinary. No, the Empress Ninine and great sovereign Badian both fell in the battle in the past. You're the reincarnation of the Empress Ninine. Great, I never thought that the Empress Ninine would return again. No wonder you're so powerful. The immortal execution king is your father and the great sovereign Xianxia doted on you the most in the past. No wonder you can control the immortal burying coffin. Yuan Xiaolei finally understood everything. All his doubts were cleared. If there was a woman in this world who could control the immortal burying coffin, then it must be the Empress Ninine. However, everyone knew about the fall of the Empress Ninine. Therefore, the only explanation was that the woman in front of him was the reincarnation of the Empress Ninine. My God! She's actually the reincarnation of the Empress Ninine, the daughter of the immortal execution king and Jiangchen's woman. She actually has such a great background. No wonder she's so terrifying and can fight against a great sovereign. I really didn't expect that the Empress Ninine would appear in this world again. It seems like she has just returned not long ago. Otherwise, her cultivation base wouldn't be just at the immortal venerable realm. Amazing. I'm afraid the immortal court is in trouble now. Even the immortal court wouldn't dare to provoke the Empress Ninine easily. After all, she has the immortal execution king behind her. That's not necessarily true. The immortal execution king and great sovereign Xianxia have disappeared for a long time. They are very ancient figures and have disappeared from the immortal world long ago. Perhaps they have both fallen. There are also rumors that they have left the immortal world for a higher world. In short, the immortal execution king and great sovereign Xianxia are no longer in this world. Empress Nine hasn't fully recovered her cultivation base. Everyone was shocked. Today's matter was full of ups and downs. Even the ancient Empress Nine had appeared with the iconic immortal burying coffin and fought against a half-step sovereign. With the immortal burying coffin in hand, Yuan Xiaolei was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yanqinyu. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Yuan Xiaolei to snatch away Jiang Chen and Long Shisan from Yanqinyu. Li Wanya, who was standing at the back, broke out in cold sweat. At first, he felt that today was the biggest humiliation of his life, but now, it seemed that being defeated by the Empress Nine wasn't shameful at all. Since you have already guessed my identity, you can leave now. Don't bother Big Brother Chen in the future. Yanqinyu said. Yuan Xiaolei's face turned extremely ugly. He glanced at Jiang Chen and Long Shisan and suddenly felt that these two were very big threats. If they weren't eliminated as soon as possible, they would definitely be a threat to the immortal court in the future. After all, the other party was Empress Nine, a name that could scare people to death. No one in the immortal world would dare to disrespect her. But just as Yuan Xiaolei had said, the immortal world today was no longer the same as before. The era of immortal execution king and great sovereign Xianxia was gone forever. It had been a long time and too many things had happened. The immortal world had also gone through many changes. Empress Nine had returned, but unfortunately, she was no longer the same Empress Nine. If Yanqinyu was at her peak in her previous life, even the immortal court would have to submit to her. However, the current Empress Nine hadn't fully recovered her cultivation base. Her greatest reliance was the immortal burying coffin. Moreover, given Yanqinyu's current cultivation base, she couldn't exert the full power of the coffin. Therefore, after some consideration, Yuan Xiaolei felt that the reincarnation of Empress Nine wouldn't be able to pose a great threat to the immortal court. Is that so? Then why don't you try? I'd like to see if you can stop the immortal burying coffin. A bone-piercing chill shot out from Yanqinyu's body. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Jiang Chen today. Humph. Empress Nine, don't go too far. It won't do you any good if we fight to the death. If we really fight here, exquisite paradise will suffer. Plus, given your current cultivation base, you won't be able to exert the full power of the immortal burying coffin. You may not be able to kill me, but the shockwaves from our battle can kill a lot of people. Besides, if this empress is determined to take down Jiang Chen, it won't be difficult for me to take him away during the battle. Yuan Xiaolei coldly snorted. It seemed that he would not give up until he achieved his objective. He indeed did not want to provoke Empress Nine. After all, a person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. However, if Empress Nine insisted on stopping him, he would definitely make a move. Even if she didn't want to admit it, what Yuan Xiaolei said was the truth. After all, Yuan Xiaolei was a first-grade great sovereign, a true great sovereign. If they had a real battle, Yanqinyu wouldn't be afraid at all. With the immortal burying coffin, she was invincible. However, if Yuan Xiaolei's attention was on Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be difficult for him to bypass her defense and take away Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. After all, Yuan Xiaolei was a true immortal sovereign who had mastered the great sovereign law. As for Yanqinyu, she still needed the immortal burying coffin to fight against a great sovereign. More importantly, if the two great sovereigns were to fight here, the damage to exquisite paradise would be immeasurable. Even if Yuan Xiaolei didn't say it, Yanqinyu was well aware of it. The atmosphere became incomparably tense all of a sudden. It seemed like they were about to fall out. The situation of Jiang Chen and Long Shisan had become incomparably dangerous. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He didn't expect that Yuan Xiaolei would be so determined to capture him. Even the deterrence of Empress Nine wasn't enough. However, no matter what, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan couldn't follow Yuan Xiaolei to the immortal court. Once they entered the immortal court, they would surely die. If worse comes to worst, they could only escape. But now that they had attracted the attention of a great sovereign, where could they escape to in this vast world? Kong, a surge of tyrannical cold chi rushed out of Xianxia's body once more. Her attitude became even more resolute. Brother Chen is the most important person to me. I won't allow anyone to hurt him. I will protect Brother Chen even if I have to destroy the heaven and earth. Xianxia's words were cold and resolute, as though they came from the depths of the Nine Nether. It made people's soul tremble, but the impulse to disregard everything for the person she loved was also touching. At this moment, everyone began to feel envious of Jiang Chen. Being able to have a woman who was willing to risk everything for him in this lifetime was a very fortunate thing. Empress Nine, don't be stubborn. I've already said that your deterrence isn't enough unless you recover to your peak state. Yuan Xiaolei also raised his powerful qi. It seemed like a battle between great sovereigns was inevitable. The people below began to panic. If this battle were to break out in the sky above exquisite paradise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if both sides were to start an extraterritorial battlefield, the loss to exquisite paradise would be immeasurable. Kong Long, just as the battle was on the verge of breaking out, a loud vibration reverberated from the distant sky. The sound was incomparably loud like a thunderclap from the nine heavens. The void began to heat up. Everyone saw a sea of fire suddenly appearing in the sky above exquisite paradise. At the center of the sea of flames was the image of an enormous golden crow flapping its wings, and it seemed extraordinarily mighty. After that, the golden crow's body shook, and it transformed into a peerlessly beautiful woman. The woman wore a fiery red dress, and she had a profound figure as she flew over on a fiery cloud. An overwhelming qi spread out. The beauty of the woman was comparable to Xianxia. Both of them had different kinds of beauty. One was as cold as a snow lotus, while the other was as enchanting and charming as a ball of fire. Although she looked indifferent, there was a kind of womanly charm in her bones that made people unable to extricate themselves. Sister Ning. Many people exclaimed when they saw the newcomer. The eyes of Jiang Chen, Yan Xinyu, Long Shan, Han Yan, Tyrant, and Yang Bufan lit up. They couldn't restrain the excitement in their hearts. Back in Golden Horizon, Wu Ningzhu had obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and disappeared. They had never thought that she would appear here today. Judging from her qi, they were afraid that she had already reached the half-step sovereign realm. It seemed like she had completely integrated the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and become the true successor of the Golden Clan. This was truly a joyous occasion. Yuan Xiaolei, who was about to attack, had a slight change in his expression when he saw the newcomer. There were too many changes today. Mysterious figures appeared one after another. First was Empress Nine, who controlled the immortal burying coffin, and now, a young half-step sovereign. Although he was only a half-step sovereign, his strength didn't seem to be weaker than Yuan Xiaolei. Empress Nin's deterrent force isn't enough. I wonder if the deterrent force of me, the successor of Empress Xiaoyao, will be enough. If that's not enough, what about the deterrent force of the Golden Clan? After a series of twists and turns, the sudden appearance of Wu Ningzhu had pushed the situation to another level. The atmosphere became even tenser. It's Wu Ningzhu. She's the one who obtained all the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao in the Golden Horizon. I never thought that she would become a mighty half-step sovereign in such a short time. It seems like the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao is very powerful. Isn't that obvious? Empress Xiaoyao is a supreme expert of the Golden Clan, a true peerless great sovereign with illustrious reputation. The person chosen by her naturally won't be ordinary. If I remember correctly, this Wu Ningzhu is also Jiang Chen's woman. This guy is really enviable. He has two women by his side. One is the reincarnation of Empress Nine, and the other is the inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao. This is going to make all the men in the world jealous. Countless people began to sigh. Apart from marveling at the strength of Wu Ningzhu, they were even more envious of Jiang Chen. It was worth it for a man to live to the extent of Jiang Chen. Yuan Xiaolei looked at Wu Ningzhu and asked, "Who are you? Do you know what this thing is?" Wu Ningzhu didn't say anything else. With a flip of her palm, the Xiaoyao Qin emerged. No one knew how long it had existed. It was a peerless sovereign weapon from the same era as the immortal burying coffin. The surface of the qin was exuding strong great sovereign law. The fire of sun spread across the surface of the qin, making it look very mystical. Yuan Xiaolei's pupils shrank. Just like how he recognized the immortal burying coffin, he could recognize the Xiaoyao Qin at a glance even if he had never seen it before. Both the immortal burying coffin and the Xiaoyao Qin represented an era. Even though countless years had passed, it was still unforgettable. Successor of Empress Xiaoyao, are you going to interfere in the affairs of our immortal court? Yuan Xiaolei's expression turned a little unsightly. He didn't care about Empress Nainin, but he couldn't ignore Empress Xiaoyao. Empress Xiaoyao was the great sovereign of the Golden Clan. No one could forget the contribution that the Golden Clan had made to the immortal world. If this woman only appeared as the successor of Empress Xiaoyao, he might still be able to act arbitrarily, but if she represented the Golden Clan, even he, Yuan Xiaolei, would have to think twice before acting. But in Yuan Xiaolei's view, the Golden Clan had long ceased to exist. I don't care if your immortal court wants to deal with others. But if you want to deal with my man, I won't allow it. Wu Ningzhu was very domineering. With a sway of his body, he arrived beside Jiang Chen. Together with Yan Qinyu, he stood on both sides of Jiang Chen, protecting him firmly. Jiang Chen grinned at Long Shan and sighed, the feeling of being protected by a woman is truly blissful. Bah! Shameless! Long Shan retorted snappily. Today was supposed to be his wedding day, but before he could complete the ceremony, it had already become the venue for Jiang Chen to flaunt his love. Jiang Chen is also your man? Yuan Xiaolei's eyes widened. He was about to faint and spurt out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was enemies with Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. What an expert! Putting aside the fact that the two women in front of him had powerful cultivation base, extraordinary status, and distinguished identity, just their appearance alone was enough to make countless women die of depression. Damn it! Damn it! How can there be a man as lucky as Jiang Chen in this world? Getting either one of these girls would be the happiest thing in my life, but this guy actually has both of them at the same time. Furthermore, both of them appeared at the same time to protect him. Damn it, I can't live with this anymore. What do you know? You can only blame your own incompetence. Which woman in this world doesn't want to marry a man like Jiang Chen? Even if they have to sleep with him once, it would be a great gain. That's right, I see that there aren't many women around Jiang Chen. We still have a chance, hee. All the women in Exquisite Paradise were infatuated. This scene made those men who were on the verge of collapse look up to the sky and shout that they couldn't live anymore. It seemed that as long as Jiang Chen needed it, all the women in the world would take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. However, after a careful comparison, they also discovered the real gap between them and Jiang Chen. It seemed that those female disciples were right. For an outstanding man like Jiang Chen, only Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu were worthy of him. Elder Yuan, what should we do now? Li Wangye asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen must be eliminated, even if the inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao Qin is here. After all, she's just an inheritor, not the real Empress Xiaoyao. A trace of ruthlessness was revealed in Yuan Xiaolei's eyes. It seemed that Jiang Chen was also a powerful figure who would do anything to achieve his goal. You too, I advise you to leave now. Jiang Chen has offended the immortal court. He will die sooner or later. What's the use of following him? Today, I must take Jiang Chen away. Yuan Xiaolei said to Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu. Old man, you're just a first-grade great sovereign, but you sure have guts. Even if Empress Nainin and I can't deter you, do you dare to violate the dignity of the Golden Clan? Even if the sovereign lord of your immortal court comes, I'm afraid that he won't dare to touch the people of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu said Leng. Haha, the Golden Clan has been completely annihilated since the ancient war. You're lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and inherit the bloodline of the Golden Clan. I respect the people of the Golden Clan, so I naturally won't touch you, but you're still lacking if you want to deter me with your identity. Yuan Xiaolei burst into laughter. He had made it very clear that he wouldn't harm Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu out of respect for Empress Nainin and Empress Xiaoyao, but that didn't stop him from capturing Jiang Chen. What a joke! On what basis do you say that the Golden Clan has been completely annihilated? The means of Golden Sovereign isn't something that you can imagine. I might as well tell you that the immortal world is going to face another catastrophe soon. My Golden Clan will reappear in the world. Jiang Chen is our benefactor. Whoever touches him will be the enemy of the Golden Clan. When the Golden Clan investigates the matter, can a first-grade great sovereign like you bear the consequences? Wu Ningzhu's qi and tone became very sharp. Today, Shi and Yanchen you were standing here. They wouldn't agree to touch Jiangchen. What? Impossible. This Wu Ningzhu must be bluffing. She wants to use the reputation of the Golden Clan to scare away the great sovereigns of the Immortal Court. It's hard to say. The Golden Clan is really too terrifying. It's said that when the immortal world was struck by a catastrophe, countless great emperors fell. If it weren't for the Golden Clan, the immortal world would have probably ceased to exist. The Golden Clan saved the entire immortal world. The Golden Great Emperor's means are even more unimaginable. He's a figure from the same era as the immortal Slayer King. He might have left behind a path for the immortal world. What exactly was the catastrophe of the ancient times? I have long heard that many great sovereigns fell during that catastrophe. The Golden Clan became the greatest contributor of the immortal world, but it seems that not many people know what kind of catastrophe it was. Yeah, it was too long ago. We don't know anything about it. Moreover, that catastrophe seemed to have been deliberately sealed off by someone. Not many people know about it. Listening to Wu Ningzhu's tone, it seems that a new catastrophe is coming. Could it be that the immortal world is going to undergo a great change? If the Golden Clan comes back again, the immortal world will definitely be in chaos again. The strength of the Golden Clan is unfathomable. Even if Yuan Xiaolei doesn't give face to Wu Ningzhu and Empress Nining, he wouldn't dare to not give face to the Golden Clan. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Golden Clan was involved in the ancient catastrophe of the immortal world. No one knew if Wu Ningzhu was bluffing, but it was very likely that the Golden Clan would come back again. After all, that clan was too strong. With the ability of the Golden Great Sovereign, he wouldn't let the Golden Clan be completely destroyed. Don't bluff. This isn't a joke. Yuan Xiaolei looked at Wu Ningzhu with a solemn face. Whether it's a joke or not, you can judge it yourself. My Golden Clan will come back again. Do you think you can fight against the Golden Clan or the Immortal Court? Jiangchen is the person that the Golden Clan wants to protect. Since you have touched him, be prepared to accept the punishment of the Golden Clan. Wu Ningzhu said in a heavy tone. She didn't seem to be joking at all. Moreover, she was the inheritor of Empress Xiaoyao. She wouldn't lie. Yuan Xiaolei's eyes were extremely bright as he constantly sized up Wu Ningzhu's face. He wanted to see if she was lying, but unfortunately, he was disappointed in the end. Wu Ningzhu's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He couldn't see anything. Yuan Xiaolei couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Xiaoyao Zither Empress thought highly of him. His temperament was far beyond that of an ordinary young man. Elder Yuan, in my opinion, it's better to believe in this matter than to not believe in it. Li Wangya said in a low voice. You're right. The Golden Sovereign's means are heaven-defying. He might have really left a way out for the Golden Clan. If the Golden Clan really appears and we insist on taking them away in front of so many people, it won't be good if the Golden Clan comes looking for trouble. Yuan Xiaolei nodded. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let Jiangchen continue to grow? Li Wangya said unwillingly. That's impossible. He has killed so many people of our immortal court. Today, he has made us lose face. Moreover, this person has great potential and must be eliminated. However, we can't do it today. Let's find another opportunity to kill Jiangchen in the future. We can't leave any evidence behind, Yuan Xiaolei said. He was a very shrewd person and knew how powerful the Golden Clan was. If they provoked the Golden Clan because of Jiangchen, the losses would outweigh the gains. However, they still had to kill Jiangchen. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Jiangchen in the future. Although Jiangchen's growth was very fast, he was still very weak compared to the Immortal Court. Therefore, Jiangchen wouldn't be a big threat to the Immortal Court in the near future. Let's go. Yuan Xiaolei didn't continue to stay here. Since he had made up his mind, there was no point in staying here any longer. He immediately left with Li Wangya. It could be seen that Yuan Xiaolei was also full of helplessness when he left. The dual deterrence of Empress Ninine and Empress Xiaoyao didn't affect his determination to capture Jiang Chen, but the deterrence of the Golden Clan was enough. Even though he was unwilling, he didn't dare to take the risk. Seeing Yuan Xiaolei and Li Wangya leaving, everyone in Exquisite Paradise heaved a sigh of relief. Monkey, it seems like the wedding ceremony can continue. Jiang Chen patted Monkey's shoulder. Master Monkey can't wait any longer. Seeing the three of you showing off your affection in front of me, I'm holding myself back from slapping you. Long Shersan's body flickered and flew towards the high platform where the wedding ceremony took place. In the sky, Wu Ningzhu kept her Xiaoyao Qin and her qi. Sister Ning, you finally came out. I almost laughed myself to death. Quick, let me give you a hug. After saying that, Jiang Chen extended both of his arms and tried to hug Wu Ningzhu, but Yan Qinyu grabbed his ear and pulled him back. I say, Brother Chen, are you treating me as if I don't exist? Yan Qinyu tightened her grip once more. Ouch. Xiaoyu, let go of my hand. I won't do it again. Jiang Chen begged for mercy. Sister Xiaoyu, this guy has found another Yan Qingqing behind our backs. Today, we sisters will teach him a lesson. Anyway, our cultivation base is stronger than his. He won't be able to resist. Wu Ningzhu said, then grabbed Jiang Chen's other ear. F***ck, Jiang Chen felt his ears buzzing. His whole body felt unwell. His eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. What happened to the public display of affection? We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Shouldn't we show some affection? What kind of logic is this? You even said that my cultivation base is weaker than yours, so I can beat you up. Oh my, even if my cultivation base is stronger than yours, I don't think I dare to fight back. Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu grabbed Jiang Chen's ears, and disappeared from everyone's sight amidst Jiang Chen's painful wails and continuous begging. Miserable, so miserable. It seems that having too many wives isn't a good thing. Bah, this kind of scene is really harmful to a monk. Han Yan and Yang Bufan were gloating as they watched Jiang Chen being taught a lesson. They couldn't help in this kind of couple's domestic affairs. Moreover, they didn't want to help at all. It was already a great pity that they didn't record the scene of Jiang Chen being beaten. Kaka, did you see that? This is called showing affection. You die quickly. Brother, take care. Long Shersan laughed and waved his hand at Jiang Chen's back. He was gloating. Slap. Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice faded, he felt a pain in his ear. A powerful hand had grabbed his ear. Why don't you tell me what showing affection means? You're delaying this old lady's wedding ceremony. How dare you still smile here? Lan Lingji said with a fierce face. She didn't relax her grip at all. Haha, the few of them laughed mercilessly. This was the legendary retribution. This bastard was still laughing at Jiang Chen just a moment ago. In just a blink of an eye, the same fate had befallen Long Shersan. What are you guys laughing at? I only have one ear. It's better than little Chenzi. Long Shersan spoke aloud. What did you say? Judging from what you said, you are going to find another one? Lan Lingji continued to exert force. Oh my god. Long Shersan realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. Before he could say anything, his other ear was pinched by Lan Lingji, causing him to wail incessantly on the high platform. Long Shersan wanted to cry but had no tears. It seemed like the saying that women were tigers was true. Despite their gentle appearance during normal times, they were even scarier than a tigress when they were ferocious. They hadn't even performed the wedding ceremony, but they were already treated like this. If they got married, how would they live their lives in the future? Haha, the entire martial arena burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere was once again filled with joy, as though nothing had happened. Today was a joyous day, so it was natural to rejoice. Despite the fact that Jiang Chen and Long Shersan had been abused, they must be feeling very happy in their hearts. This was true love. The first bow, the second bow. The joyous atmosphere made Exquisite Paradise livelier. Jiang Chen wasn't lucky enough to participate in this celebration. Instead, he was brought to a deserted place in Exquisite Paradise by his two wives. After the commotion, the atmosphere between the three of them returned to normal. To Jiang Chen, this scene was something that he would only dream of. The two most important people in his life had finally reunited. What made Jiang Chen depressed was that Wu Ningzhu and Yan Xinyu didn't pay any attention to him after torturing him. The two girls sat on a huge rock and chatted in full swing, treating Jiang Chen as heir. Jiang Chen tried to butt in a few times, but to no avail. Jiang Chen was so angry that he could only walk around in circles. However, seeing how close the relationship between Wu Ningzhu and Yan Xinyu was, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Although their identities were different now, one was the reincarnation of the female empress, and the other was the inheritor of the great emperor. Both of their statuses and identities were very high, they didn't feel like strangers to each other at all. They were still as close as sisters, just like how they were back in Saint Origin. Sister Ning, will the Golden Clan really reappear? Jiang Chen couldn't bear it anymore. He sat beside Wu Ningzhu and asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. Back in the Golden Horizon, De Huang Dog asked him to do his best to protect the Golden Guards of the Golden Clan. He even said that the Golden Clan wasn't truly extinct, and would reappear in the world sooner or later. If it wasn't for the sake of protecting the Golden Guards, Jiang Chen wouldn't have formed such a huge enmity with the three immortal courts. That's right. The people of the Golden Clan are just in a deep slumber. They haven't truly perished. This is a means left behind by Golden Sovereign. He has sealed the entire Golden Clan in order to seek a chance of survival for the future of the Golden Clan. Back then, the Golden Clan suffered heavy casualties. Golden Sovereign used the time resurrection technique to completely seal the Golden Clan. Now that countless years have passed, the Golden Clan is about to awaken from its slumber. Wu Ningzhu spoke. She had inherited the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and had even integrated with the memories of Empress Xiaoyao. She had already possessed the complete golden bloodline and could be considered as a member of the Golden Clan. Therefore, she knew more about the matters of the Golden Clan. It seems like De Huang is right. The Golden Clan hasn't truly perished. The time there seems to be frozen. The Golden Clan will reappear sooner or later. I want to know what the catastrophe that spread across the entire mortal world was. Jiang Chen asked. This secret had always been tangled in his heart, but he couldn't find the answer. Back then, because Jiang Chen wasn't strong enough, De Huang didn't tell him anything. He only left the desolate ancient land and disappeared. Now that Yan Xinyu and Wu Ningzhu had inherited the inheritance of Great Sovereign and integrated with the memories of Great Sovereign, the catastrophe of ancient times shouldn't be a secret to them. Big Brother Chen, that catastrophe has passed for too long. The structure of the immortal world has undergone great changes. Because of the long time that has passed, the catastrophe has already become a secret. Only a few people know about it, but Sister Ning and I have decided to tell you about it. Yan Xinyu said. Her tone suddenly became solemn. Yes, because a new catastrophe is about to befall the immortal world. It might happen in a year, or 3 to 5 years, or even 10 years. Anyway, the peace and structure of the immortal world will be broken again. It's good for you to know about it in advance, little Chenzi. The Golden Clan will reappear in the world before the catastrophe comes. I think this should be the means of Great Sovereign of Golden Clan. He has already predicted the scene 10,000 years later and the arrival of the second catastrophe. Wu Ningzhu said. What kind of catastrophe is it? Jiang Chen's mind was shaken. His expression turned solemn. It was imaginable that this catastrophe would definitely be a bloody one, and the immortal world would be in chaos. In the starry sky not far from the immortal world, there is another world called the barbarian world in ancient times. In the starry sky not far from the immortal world, there is another world. It was called the barbarian world in ancient times. There lived a race called the barbarian race. The people of the barbarian race look like humans on the surface, but what they worship are barbaric beasts. The bloodline of the barbarian race flows in their veins. The bloodline of the barbarian race is very powerful. They are bloodthirsty, warlike by nature, and love to invade and plunder. In ancient times, the heavenly Tao of the immortal world cracked, giving the barbarian race a chance to invade the immortal world, which led to the great catastrophe. The bloodline of the barbarian race is different from that of the ordinary devil race and demon race. This race is so powerful that it's hard to find an existence that can restrain them. Only the bloodline of a true divine beast can restrain them, but there aren't so many divine beasts in this world. The only powerful one is the Golden Clan, which has inherited the bloodline of the divine bird, Golden Crow. Therefore, the Golden Clan has become the greatest nemesis of the barbarian race. The scene you saw in the Great Thousand Mirror was the scene when the barbarian race attacked the Golden Clan. It was also the final battle between the immortal world and the barbarian world. Empress Xiaoyao fell at that time. Wu Ningzhu recalled the memory of the catastrophe and told Jiangchen about it bit by bit. Although she had entered the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, she was very clear about the final situation of the Golden Horizon. So that's how it is. So that's the catastrophe. Jiangchen sighed. Back then, he had seen a lot of tragic scenes in the Great Thousand Mirror, but he couldn't see the faces of the enemies clearly. Now, after listening to Wu Ningzhu, he knew that those who couldn't see their faces clearly were the barbarians. Jiangchen looked into the distance and couldn't calm himself down for a long time. He needed time to digest what Wu Ningzhu had told him. By this time, he had learned all the secrets of the immortal world. Yan Qingyu's identity had been revealed, the secret of the Golden Clan had been revealed, and the earth-shattering catastrophe had been made clear. The immortal world was likely to face a new catastrophe. To Jiangchen, he didn't know if this was a blessing or a misfortune. Jiangchen loved battles and challenges. Therefore, even if he was facing a powerful barbarian, Jiangchen wouldn't be afraid at all. Instead, he would feel incomparably excited. By the way, do you know the identity of De Huang? De Huang seems to be in existence of that era. Jiangchen asked. This was the question that he was most concerned about. In response, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu shook their heads. De Huang didn't mention his origin, so we don't know if he's the reincarnation of a powerful demon sovereign. Wu Ningzhu shook her head and said. Jiangchen nodded secretly. In fact, he had already expected this situation. He guessed that De Huang Dog was related to the young demon sovereign in the Great Kiliacosm Mirror, but it was just a guess. Empress Xiaoyao might know that young demon sovereign, but he didn't know if the young demon sovereign was De Huang. As for Yan Qinyu, De Huang Dog once said that the youngest daughter of a mortal slayer king was just a baby when he was alive. Therefore, Jiangchen felt that Empress Naining should be a figure who became famous after that catastrophe. She was in the same era as the northern and southern dynasties. Compared to that catastrophe, it was much more recent. Therefore, there shouldn't be any trace of De Huang Dog in Yan Qinyu's memory. After all, Yan Qinyu was just a baby at that time. By the way, do you know where the desolate ancient land is? Jiangchen continued to ask. When De Huang Dog left, he didn't leave anything except for this extremely strange place. Because of his low strength, he didn't tell Jiangchen the location of the desolate ancient land. It seemed that De Huang Dog had already expected that Jiangchen would know the location when he was strong enough. Moreover, if Jiangchen wasn't strong enough, he would be courting death if he went there. For Jiangchen, it wasn't time for him to know these secrets. But coincidentally, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu had undergone great changes, which allowed them to know these secrets in advance. Therefore, Jiangchen was fortunate enough to know these secrets in advance. Now, Yan Qinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Han Yan, Tyrant and Jiang Zhenhai had been found. He also had news about Nangong Wendian. The only thing that Jiangchen was worried about was De Huang Dog. He and De Huang Dog had known each other since they were in Origin Mountain Range. Along the way, the brotherly bond between them was very strong. Moreover, they had never been separated for such a long time. Therefore, Jiangchen was eager to know the location of the desolate ancient land. If he couldn't even find De Huang's location, he wouldn't be able to save De Huang Dog. The desolate ancient land is a different dimension. It exists between the immortal world and the barbarian world. Barbarians often appear there. It's very dangerous. Why do you ask? Wu Ningzhu said. Because De Huang is currently in the desolate ancient land. Before he left me a message. He said that when I'm strong enough, I'll go to the desolate ancient land to save him. If I'm not mistaken, De Huang's situation in the desolate ancient land must be very dangerous. Jiangchen said with a frown. He didn't hide his worry at all. Not good. Yan Qinyu's expression changed. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu looked at Yan Xinyu at the same time. Sister Ning has obtained the inheritance and memory of Empress Xiaoyao, but because Empress Xiaoyao perished in the catastrophe, she didn't know the situation of the immortal world after the catastrophe. When the barbarian race retreated and the catastrophe ended, both the immortal world and the barbarian world entered a state of recuperation. Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Xianxia led the 6th grade Great Sovereigns and above to open up the void and create a new space called the Sovereign Domain. The Sovereign Domain is high above the 9 immortal realms, but it's also connected to the 9 immortal realms. The Sovereign Domain relies on the immortal world and is not separated from the immortal world. However, the Sovereign Domain is built to resist the next catastrophe of the barbarian race. The Sovereign Domain is built between the immortal world and the barbarian world. As for whether there will be any conflicts with the barbarian race, I don't know. Therefore, if we want to go to the desolate ancient land, we must pass through the Sovereign Domain. With our current strength, I'm afraid that we're not qualified to enter the Sovereign Domain. Even if we can enter the desolate ancient land, I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult for us to save De Huang. Yan Xinyu said. Sovereign Domain, Jiang Chen sighed again. It seemed that he knew too little and his cultivation base was too weak. The Great Sovereign Domain was divided into 9 levels. Now, a high and mighty Sovereign Domain had appeared above the immortal world in order to resist the barbarian world. No matter how dangerous it is, as long as there is a chance, I must rescue De Huang. I must rescue De Huang before the new catastrophe comes. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably firm. His determination to rescue De Huang had never been broken, and he didn't dare to relax for a moment. He wouldn't give up any opportunity to enter the Sovereign Domain. Of course, the most important thing now was to improve his cultivation base. Without formidable strength, he wouldn't be qualified to face the catastrophe, and he wouldn't be qualified to enter the Sovereign Domain and the desolate savage land. Moreover, putting aside the high and mighty Sovereign Domain, there were still many grievances in the immortal domain that he hadn't understood yet. Jiang Chen knew that with his current strength, he wasn't qualified to think about the Sovereign Domain. It was still too far away from him. Not to mention the Sovereign Domain, he could only look up to the immortal court. I didn't expect there to be so many secrets in the immortal world. No wonder De Huang refused to tell me about it. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He shook his head and sighed, deeply aware of his own weakness. However, Jiang Chen also understood that he couldn't force anything. He had to take one step at a time, eat one mouthful at a time, and improve his cultivation base step by step. Currently, nothing was more important than improving his cultivation base. Everything in the future required formidable strength as the foundation. For Jiang Chen, knowing these ancient secrets was also very beneficial. At least, it allowed him to find the right direction and motivation, and also let him know what to do next. Little Chenzi, little you, the danger to you has been temporarily lifted. I have to hurry back now. Wu Ningzhu suddenly stood up and said. Where? I came out this time just to tell little Chenzi that I'm safe, but I didn't expect to encounter the great sovereign of the immortal court who wants to harm little Chenzi. Fortunately, I made it in time and I'm relieved to see little sister Xiaoyu. However, the Golden Clan is about to reappear in the world. I have inherited the will of Empress Xiaoyao, so I must do something for the Golden Clan. When I reappear, it will be the day when the Golden Clan reappears. I believe that the next time we meet, little Chenzi's cultivation base would have improved to an unknown extent. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Despite her reluctance, there were some things that had to be done. To Wu Ningzhu, helping the Golden Clan to reappear in the world was her responsibility, her obligation, and also the will of Empress Xiaoyao. Ai. Monkey has already gotten married. I was thinking of bringing you to see my father and asking him to organize a wedding for us, but it seems like it's going to be postponed again. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. He really did have such a thought. All along, he had never given Yan Xinyu and Wu Ningzhu any official status. The relationship between the three of them had grown so close that it was needless to say. Now that Long Shan had gotten married, it was considered as a little stimulation to Jiang Chen. He wanted to give Yan Xinyu and Wu Ningzhu a status, and also to comfort Jiang Zhenhai. But now it seemed that it was impossible. After Wu Ningzhu left, he didn't know when they would meet again. When the matters in the immortal world calm down, you won't be able to run away even if you want to. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Then, her body swayed and disappeared. Wu Ningzhu's appearance was very short, but her influence was enormous. Even the great emperor of the immortal court had no choice but to retreat. Now, Jiangchen completely knew about the catastrophe of the ancient times, the existence of the sovereign domain in the immortal world, and the great difference between great emperors. Big Brother Chen, great sovereign is only a title for the pinnacle. In fact, people like Yuan Xiaolei can't be called great sovereign, but immortal emperor. For a long time, immortal emperors have always been great sovereigns in the eyes of the common people. They don't know that only peak existences like immortal execution king or great sovereign Xianxia can be called great sovereigns. However, this title doesn't matter. Everything depends on strength. Yan Qinyu said. And great sovereign and immortal sovereign are just titles that are meaningless. I was the greatest saint in Saint Origin world back then, so what if I was the most powerful? Immortal execution king and great sovereign Xian are famous, but they are still nowhere to be seen. We just need to do what we should do. Let's go, Xiaoyu. Let's go and see how Monkey's wedding is going. Jiangchen put his arm around Yan Qinyu's shoulder and flew towards the wedding venue. In any case, today was Long Shersan's wedding day. It was somewhat inexcusable for Jiangchen and the others to hide here. On the huge martial arena, the joy of celebration had completely washed away the previous unhappiness. The ceremony of Long Shersan and Lan Lingji had just ended. During the ceremony, they naturally didn't forget to serve tea to Venerable Ling Long. This was basic etiquette. Haha. Monkey, it's time to send you to the bridal chamber. That's right. Monk is going to the bridal chamber for you today. *CK off. Pay attention to your identity. Even if you are a lecherous monk, don't say it on such an occasion. Han Yan and the others began to jeer. Monk's true nature was exposed, making it clear that he was going to the bridal chamber. Such a behavior of a dignified eminent monk made people sigh. There's no need to rush to the bridal chamber. Master Monkey is in a good mood now. I'm going to do something big to celebrate my wedding. Long Shersan spoke all of a sudden. What are you going to do? Lan Lingji had a better understanding of Long Shersan. She could sense that something big was about to happen. Revenge. Long Shersan uttered these two words. Then, with a sway of his body, he turned into a ray of light and sped away. What the hell is he doing? That bastard is the bridegroom. The guests haven't left yet. Why is he leaving? What's more important than entering the bridal chamber? If I was with such a beautiful wife, I would have to put everything aside no matter how important it is. Revenge? Who is this bastard going to take revenge on? Huangquan Gate. He seems to be heading towards the direction of Huangquan Gate. No one had thought that Long Shersan would seek revenge at such a critical moment in the bridal chamber. Someone had already seen through Long Shersan's intention. The direction he was heading towards was the Huangquan Gate. I know. That day, Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and Old Man Corpsine joined hands to kill Long Shersan. Later on, Old Man Corpsine and Corpsine sect were killed by Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation, but the Huangquan Gate remained unscathed. Now that Long Shersan's cultivation base has improved so much that he could even kill Qi Jin, he no longer put Huangquan Gate in his eyes. Therefore, the first thing he did was to go to Huangquan Gate for revenge. He's going to kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and use his head as a wedding gift. Something big is going to happen. Let's go and have a look. Sensing Long Shersan's intention, many experts flew up and headed towards the Huangquan Gate. In the world, everyone knew the grudge between the Huangquan Gate and Long Shersan. On that day, Long Shersan was killed by Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and Old Man Corpsine. Unexpectedly, Long Shersan survived. According to Long Shersan's style of doing things, he would definitely seek revenge. However, Old Man Corpsine had been killed by Jiang Chen. Therefore, this debt was naturally placed on Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. This guy really has a character. Han Yan shook his head. It seems that something big is going to happen today. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen smiled and followed a large number of people to the Huangquan Gate. The Huangquan Gate, located in the huge Yellow Spring mountain range, this place gave people a gloomy feeling. If one stayed here for a long time, it would indeed give people the feeling of the Yellow Spring. In any case, the power of the Huangquan Gate couldn't be denied. As one of the 11 major powers of ethereal immortal domain, Huangquan Gate's strength was imaginable. There were mighty late immortal venerables in the sect and even more powerful experts in the immortal court. However, Longshan had come today. Even if the old ancestor of the sect came out, he wouldn't be killed by Longshan. Old ancestor Yellow Spring was only an intermediate immortal venerable. It would be a piece of cake for Longshan to kill him. It seemed peaceful outside the Huangquan Gate. The few disciples who were guarding the gate looked bored and chatted with each other. To them, guarding the gate was the most meaningless thing to do, because this was the Huangquan Gate, the most powerful existence in ethereal immortal domain. As long as one was sane, no one would cause trouble at the Huangquan Gate, because it was no different from courting death. However, it probably never occurred to them that the real disaster was approaching the Huangquan Gate. Who's that? Their eyes fell on Longshan. They didn't know who Longshan was. Even though Longshan's reputation was very big in ethereal immortal domain, their status in Huangquan Gate wasn't very high. Therefore, they weren't qualified to enter the Golden Horizon. Even when Longshan wreaked havoc in ethereal immortal domain, they weren't present. In other words, existences of their level didn't even have the chance to see such a grand scene. Longshan. Longshan announced his name. Since he was going to invade the Huangquan Gate alone, there was nothing to hide about his identity. What? Longshan? He's the famous Longshan. The expression of the guarding disciples changed drastically. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. For these small fries, Dragon Shan was simply a legendary existence. Although they were all young, they were not on the same level. It was even more impossible to compare them together. Don't be afraid. Master Monkey won't kill you all. You all aren't qualified to die in my hands. Tell old ancestor Yellow Spring to come out and face his death immediately. Longshan's voice was very loud. His voice reverberated in the sky above Huangquan Gate. Even if the few disciples didn't report it, the experts of Huangquan Gate would have been alerted. Asterisk sure enough, as soon as Longshan's voice faded, incomparably strong silhouettes rushed out from the interior of Huangquan Gate. Each of them had incomparably powerful qi. All of them were mighty immortal venerables. As one of the 11 major powers in ethereal immortal domain, Huangquan Gate wasn't any weaker than Great Qian Empire. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. There were more than a dozen immortal venerables here. At this time, Xianxia and the others had arrived, but they didn't go forward. Instead, they stood at a distance and watched. Today was Longshan's business. Given Longshan's current cultivation base, no one in the entire Huangquan Gate could pose a threat to him. There's going to be a good show. Han Yan's face was relaxed. Longshan, aren't you a little too bold? How dare you come to our Huangquan Gate and behave atrociously? Do you want to die? Longshan, I didn't think that you would dare to come to Huangquan Gate to seek your death. This time, you won't be so lucky. The two early immortal venerables immediately spoke harshly when they saw Longshan. They didn't conceal their killing intent. Furthermore, they weren't unfamiliar with Longshan. They were present when old ancestor Yellow Spring and old man Corpsine killed Longshan. That day, old ancestor Yellow Spring tried to kill me. Today, I'm going to kill him. Tell him to come out and face his death. Otherwise, you all will die first. Longshan's domineering attitude was incomparably tough. There wasn't much to say about his relationship with Huangquan Gate. How dare you, Longshan? Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten to kill our old ancestor? Since you are courting death, this elder will fulfill your wish. An early immortal venerable elder shook his qi and lunged at Longshan. The people of Huangquan Gate were incomparably ferocious and arrogant. However, since this elder chose to attack Longshan, he certainly didn't know what had happened in Exquisite Paradise today. If he knew that even the late immortal venerable, Qi Jin, was killed by Longshan, a puny early immortal venerable elder like him would have long retreated. Some people will only remember how to write the word death when they die. The brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that you didn't bring it with you. Longshan shook his head and swung the iron staff forward at lightning speed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk arg, accompanied by a shrill wail, the early immortal venerable elder of Huangquan Gate was smashed into pieces by Longshan's iron staff. He died tragically on the spot. What? The scene set off a storm in the eyes of the people of Huangquan Gate, especially those immortal venerable elders. Each of them widened their eyes and looked at Longshan as though they had seen a ghost. The elder was a true early immortal venerable, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Longshan and was killed. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Not good. Longshan's cultivation base seems to have advanced by leaps and bounds. We are no match for him. Damn it. How did this bastard become so terrifying all of a sudden? How long has it been? We have underestimated him. I have long heard that Longshan's cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds during the selection of son-in-law in exquisite paradise. Even the genius of the immortal court, Qi Jin, wants to kill him. I'm afraid that only the Supreme Elder and the old ancestor of our sect can be his match. Only now did the people of Huangquan Gate recall that Longshan had killed numerous geniuses of the immortal court. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with them now. Go and ask the Supreme Elder and the old ancestor to come out at once. Otherwise, no one in Huangquan Gate will be a match for Longshan. Even the sect master won't be a match for him. An intermediate immortal venerable elder spoke. Immediately, two experts turned and returned to the sect. It seemed like they were going to ask the old ancestor and the Supreme Elder to come out. Old ancestor Yellow Spring, are you going to be a coward? I will count to 3. If you don't come out by then, I will start a massacre in your Huangquan Gate. Longshan's voice was like a thunderclap. The sound waves continued to reverberate in the sky above Huangquan Gate for a long time. Humph. Longshan, aren't you being too arrogant? As soon as Longshan's voice faded, a cold humph was heard from the interior of Huangquan Gate. Immediately, a majestic figure flew out. Who else could it be if he wasn't old ancestor Yellow Spring? One had to admit that old ancestor Yellow Spring was very powerful. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. He was only one step away from the late immortal venerable realm. In addition to his powerful foundation as the sect master, his true combat strength was almost on par with venerable Ling Long. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Longshan. He was very confident in his own strength. Unfortunately, his confidence was based on the fact that Longshan had already advanced to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. If he knew that Longshan had already advanced to the intermediate immortal venerable realm, he was afraid that he would run away immediately without wasting any time. In Longshan's eyes, there was no difference whether old ancestor Yellow Spring's cultivation base was at the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm, late immortal venerable realm, or even peerless venerable realm. All of these were meaningless. Old ancestor Yellow Spring, you failed to kill me that day. Today, I'm here to take your old life. Longshan's chi fluctuated as he pointed the iron staff at old ancestor Yellow Spring. Young man, don't be too arrogant. But I want to know, how did you survive? Is there really a secret technique that can bring the dead back to life in this world? Old ancestor Yellow Spring asked the question that he had always wanted to know. He knew very well what he and old man Corpsine had done to Longshan that day. That kind of injury was absolutely fatal. Moreover, Longshan had indeed lost his vitality that day. Under such circumstances, unless there was a miracle, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive. Even if there was a miracle, it was impossible. However, Longshan had come back to life just like that. That's right, he had come back to life, not reincarnation. This was unacceptable to old ancestor Yellow Spring. Master Monkey has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Today, I'd like to see if you, old ancestor Yellow Spring, can come back to life after your death. Longshan's aura fluctuated again. He didn't want to talk nonsense with old ancestor Yellow Spring anymore. He waved his iron cudgel at an extremely fast speed. The huge iron cudgel was like a pillar that supported the sky, whipping toward old ancestor Yellow Spring. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see how powerful a legendary monster like you is. Old ancestor Yellow Spring was also angry. He was the sect leader of a sect, a supreme being. This was the first time that someone took the initiative to attack him and even threatened to kill him. If he didn't kill his opponent with his divine might, how could he display his dignity as a sect leader in front of his subordinates in the future? How could he establish his prestige? A battle sword appeared in old ancestor Yellow Spring's hand. It was dazzling with cold light and engraved with runes. It was gloomy and gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. Clang! Old ancestor Yellow Spring's battle sword collided with Longshorson's iron cudgel. The void immediately collapsed, but the result made the hearts of the people of Huangquan Gate turn cold. After colliding with the iron cudgel, the extraordinary battle sword was directly bounced out of old ancestor Yellow Spring's hand. Old ancestor Yellow Spring's body was also greatly shaken. He flew back hundreds of meters before he could stabilize his body. His aura was completely chaotic, and his face was extremely pale. Sect leader. The elders hurried forward to support the patriarch of Yellow Spring. Each and every one of them had a look of shock on their faces. The patriarch of Yellow Spring was naturally the most shocked. He had never expected that Longshore-san would become so powerful after such a long time. The collision just now had allowed the patriarch of Yellow Spring to clearly see the huge gap between Longshore-san's strength and the Longshore-san's. He was no longer a match for Longshore-san at all. He could not even make one move against Longshore-san. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura from Longshore-san. It was an aura of death that threatened his life. This scene happened to be witnessed by the people who came to watch the show. However, they were not surprised at all. They only felt sorry for Patriarch Yellow Spring. Many of them sighed, feeling that the Huangquan Gate was really unlucky today. They had witnessed the strength of Longshore-san. Not even Qi Jin was a match for him. There was no one in the entire Huangquan Gate who could fight Longshore-san, unless the experts of the Huangquan Gate who had entered the Immortal Court could return. Given Longshore-san's character, I'm afraid that the Huangquan Gate won't have a good time either now that old ancestor Yellow Spring is dead. Isn't that obvious? Longshore-san didn't even have the time to enter the bridal chamber. He has come to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring first. This shows how determined he is to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring, but it's only right. Remember how old ancestor Yellow Spring and old man Corpse-in treated Longshore-san that day. If it wasn't for Longshore-san's great luck, he would have been dead by now. It's only natural that he would come back for revenge. That's right. If I were him, I would also come back for revenge. This is a hatred of life and death. Many people could feel Longshore-san's determination to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring, but it was only natural. Longshore-san would seek revenge when there was a grudge. This was Longshore-san's character. The current situation of the Huangquan Gate had taught people a truth: some people really couldn't be provoked. Once provoked, the root of the problem must be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. Die, old ancestor Yellow Spring. Not even the gods can save you today. Longshore-san's killing intent sword. He attacked old ancestor Yellow Spring again. His speed was so fast that the elders of the Huangquan Gate could only watch. None of them dared to step forward to stop him. Even if they wanted to help old ancestor Yellow Spring, their rationality told them that it was all in vain. At this time, whoever rushed forward would only be greeted by death. Stop. At this moment, a loud bellow resounded from the inside of the Huangquan Gate. Immediately, a wave of qi rushed out like a tornado and turned into a silhouette, blocking in front of old ancestor Yellow Spring. It was a mighty late immortal venerable old man. He was the supreme elder of the Huangquan Gate. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He stood in front of old ancestor Yellow Spring, but his facial expression changed dramatically when he sensed the scariness of Longshore-san's strike. The supreme elder didn't dare to be careless. He struck out a palm strike with all his strength, attempting to knock Longshore-san's iron staff away, but to his horror, he found out that the power of the staff was as heavy as a mountain. It wasn't something that he could shake. Kong Long, a huge hole was created in the void. The supreme elder was sent flying a dozen meters away before he could stabilize his body. Impossible. The supreme elder felt as though he was dreaming. Given his strength, he wasn't a match for Longshore-san. Not only him, everyone in the Huangquan Gate was utterly shocked. The shock this time was much greater than the failure of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. After all, Old Ancestor Yellow Spring was just an intermediate immortal venerable. It was understandable that he was defeated, but the Supreme Elder was a true late immortal venerable supreme expert. How could he be defeated? This was unacceptable to them. The Supreme Elder had long become a god in their hearts. He was an invincible and unreachable existence. Now that he was sent flying by Xianxia, it was as though the belief in their hearts had been shattered. That kind of feeling was incomprehensible to ordinary people. All right. Since you've come, I'll kill you as well to put an end to the enmity between me and the Huangquan Gate. Xianxia said. The iron staff in his hand locked onto the injured Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, and was about to smash it. Stop. Another expert flew out from the interior of the Huangquan Gate. He was an elder who seemed to be in his 70s or 80s. He looked very skinny, but his eyes were incomparably bright and captivating. Along with the appearance of the Old Ancestor, all the immortal venerables of Huangquan Gate had emerged. 2 late immortal venerables had become the biggest reliance of Huangquan Gate, but now, none of them could feel happy. The reason was very simple: even their mighty Supreme Elder wasn't a match for Xianxia's. Xianxia's strength had exceeded their imagination. Even if the Old Ancestor came out now, the outcome would still be the same. After all, the Old Ancestor was as strong as the Supreme Elder, a late immortal venerable. If even the Supreme Elder wasn't a match for Xianxia, the Old Ancestor wouldn't be able to do anything. Very well. It seems like the foundation of your Huangquan Gate is pretty good, but it's useless in front of Master Monkey. Today, Master Monkey will pay you back for what you did to me in the past. Xianxia's chi was unparalleled. His black and white hair was fluttering in the wind. The iron staff in his hand was radiating reddish-golden light. His killing intent was overflowing. He had no intention of letting go of the Huangquan Gate. Xianxia, I think we should sit down and have a good talk about the matter between us. The Old Ancestor of Huangquan Gate spoke. He didn't make a move right away. After all, he was a smart man. Now that the situation had changed, the Xianxia in front of him was no longer the Xianxia that Old Ancestor Yellow Spring could easily kill. This was the reality. In this world, strength would always be respected. Whoever had the bigger fist would be respected. Today, Xianxia had risen to the point that even the Huangquan Gate couldn't afford to offend him. Even the Old Ancestor of Huangquan Gate had to lower his voice. Perhaps no one in Huangquan Gate had ever thought that such a powerful sect would be reduced to such a passive state. What's there to talk about between Huangquan Gate and me? Xianxia sneered. Xianxia, our Huangquan Gate is a major sect after all. Our foundation is far beyond what you can imagine. Even the Immortal Court has our experts. If you try to kill us, the experts of the Immortal Court won't let you go. It's true that our sect master has hurt you, but you didn't die. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise. Plus, your hands are stained with the blood of our Huangquan Gate. In my opinion, we can write off all the grudges between us. We can be friends in the future. Even if we can't be friends, our Huangquan Gate will never find trouble with you again. The Old Ancestor of Huangquan Gate spoke. He wanted to sue for peace with Xianxia in front of so many people. In fact, he wanted to protect the Huangquan Gate. After all, he knew very well that no one in the Huangquan Gate was a match for Xianxia. If Xianxia went on a killing spree, it was unknown how much damage the Huangquan Gate would suffer. Haha. Old bastard, it seems like you still don't know what happened today. You seem to have made a mistake by threatening me with the Immortal Court. The grudge between me and the Immortal Court is deeper than all of you. Master Monkey doesn't put the Immortal Court in my eyes at all. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring wanted to kill me in the past. Today, I must avenge him. Xianxia burst into laughter. The Old Ancestor of Huangquan Gate wanted to use the Immortal Court to threaten Xianxia. Today, he had just killed Qi Jin of the Immortal Court. Even the half-step sovereign Li Wangye and first-grade immortal sovereign Yuan Xiaolei had to retreat helplessly. How could Xianxia care about the threat of Huangquan Gate? Xianxia, does that mean there's no room for negotiation? The Old Ancestor of Yellow Spring Gate said, gritting his teeth. That's right. I, Xianxia, will take my revenge. I have already given you a lot of face by not annihilating your Huangquan gate today, but old ancestor Yellow Spring must die. Anyone who stands in my way will die together with me. Long Shersan's chi fluctuated wildly. Without another word, he raised his iron staff and smashed it at old ancestor Yellow Spring. Old ancestor Yellow Spring's face darkened. He had never thought that he, a sect master, would be reduced to such a state. Someone had come to his door to kill him, and it seemed that it was impossible for him to escape with his life. Long Shersan, you are too arrogant. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate was infuriated. A black shield appeared in his hand. With a sway, he appeared in front of Long Shersan, blocking Long Shersan's iron staff with the huge shield. Old fart, I've said it before. Whoever stands in my way will die. Since you insist on stopping me, then you can go to hell first. Long Shersan's killing intent soared to the sky. His fiery golden eyes emitted a dazzling light. This time, he had really unleashed his killing intent. Today, he had come to Huangquan Gate. Even if an immortal came, he would not be able to stop his determination to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the iron staff was like a heavenly divine weapon, smashing heavily on the black shield. Under countless horrified gazes, the honorable great immortal weapon was directly smashed into pieces. At the same time, one of the old ancestor's arms was also smashed. What? Countless exclamations were heard. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate's face turned extremely pale. He was no longer in the mood to feel the pain of his broken arm. The shock in his heart was overwhelming. He knew that Long Shersan was strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk without giving him a chance to be shocked, Long Shersan smashed the iron staff again. The iron staff contained endless destructive chi. Its speed was extremely fast. It had completely locked onto the chi of the old ancestor of Huangquan Gate and smashed down. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate could feel that death was approaching him rapidly. He wanted to escape and resist, but found that he couldn't do it anymore. All he could do now was to wait for death. Arg, along with a wail, the head of the old ancestor of Huangquan Gate was smashed into pieces by Long Shersan. The rest of his body fell from the sky. Old ancestor. Upon seeing this, countless people of Huangquan Gate exclaimed. Each of their eyes turned red with anger, but compared to anger, the shock in their hearts was greater. They were looking at Long Shersan as though they were looking at the god of plague. Such a person was just too terrifying. Even a late immortal venerable couldn't withstand a single strike from Long Shersan. Even the old ancestor had been killed. Who else in Huangquan Gate could stop Long Shersan? Old ancestor Yellow Spring, die. Long Shersan ignored everything. He raised the iron staff in his hand once more and smashed it at old ancestor Yellow Spring. How could the old ancestor Yellow Spring, who was already severely injured, resist this strike from Long Shersan? Asterisk bang. Asterisk no one dared to stop it anymore. Even the Supreme Elder didn't dare to make a move. Just like what Long Shersan had said, whoever intervened would die. In any case, old ancestor Yellow Spring was going to die today. Watching their sect master and old ancestor die tragically under Long Shersan's iron rod, the people of Huangquan Gate were grief-stricken. The gloomy sky above the Huangquan Gate seemed to be shrouded by another layer of shadow. All the people of Huangquan Gate were shivering. As one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu of ethereal immortal domain, this was the first time that the Huangquan Gate had suffered such a huge loss since its establishment. But now, they didn't have the time to grieve because they were still in fear. They looked at Long Shersan angrily and fearfully, fearing that Long Shersan would start a massacre and attack the people of Huangquan Gate. Given Long Shersan's current strength, if he really attacked, the entire Huangquan Gate would be finished and follow the footsteps of Corpsine sect. However, after killing old ancestor Yellow Spring, Long Shersan put away his iron rod and left without making things difficult for the other people of Huangquan Gate. To Long Shersan, Huangquan Gate wasn't a threat to him at all. Even if they were kept alive, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him in the future. The main purpose of his visit today was to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring and take revenge for what he had done to him. Furthermore, he had already become very famous and had a very unpleasant relationship with the immortal court. Therefore, Long Shersan didn't want to make things too big for the time being. After all, Huangquan Gate was different from Corpsing sect. Huangquan Gate might really have an expert in the immortal court, a half-step sovereign. Although those who had entered the immortal court would rarely care about the matters below, it would be different if the Huangquan Gate was facing destruction. Long Shan wasn't afraid, but his identity was different now. He had become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise, which meant that he was bound to Exquisite Paradise. Even if he didn't consider for himself, he would consider the safety of Exquisite Paradise in the future. Today, the Huangquan Gate's gate master and ancestor were killed at the same time. It could be said that the Huangquan Gate had suffered a heavy loss. If they wanted to continue to establish a foothold in East Xuanyu, they would have to behave themselves for a period of time. The Huangquan Gate is really pitiful. Han Yan shook his head and sighed. They only have themselves to blame. The fact that they haven't been annihilated is already the monkey's mercy. Xianxia said. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for the Huangquan Gate. As an enemy, the Huangquan Gate's punishment was already very light. If Long Shan had acted recklessly today, an iron stick would have been enough to raise the entire Huangquan Gate to the ground. Even if the Huangquan Gate had sent people to the Immortal Court, it wouldn't be of any help. After all, there was a rule in the Immortal Court that those who came to the Immortal Court today were considered to have left their original sect. In particular, half-step sovereigns were not allowed to intervene in the affairs of other sects in other immortal domains. Even if they did intervene, it would be useless if their sect was annihilated. How sad. The Huangquan Gate has been annihilated this time. They will have to stay quietly in this Yellow Spring mountain range for a long period of time. It's already good enough that they didn't follow the footsteps of Corpsing sect. Offending Long Shan is also a tragedy for the Huangquan Gate. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here and watch the show. Give them some time to grieve. Everyone sighed. In this world where strength was everything, the reality was always cruel. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 10 years and then west for 10 years. When did Long Shan use 10 years to counterattack the Huangquan Gate? The noisy Huangquan Gate instantly quietened down along with the departure of the crowd. However, the people inside the Huangquan Gate couldn't stay quiet at all. The people of Huangquan Gate silently put away the bodies of the old ancestor and sect master. Even though their hearts were filled with anger and killing intent, none of them mentioned the word revenge. Sometimes, people didn't even have the qualification to take revenge. They couldn't even see any hope. The Supreme Elder of the Huangquan Gate had given the order that all the elders and disciples were not allowed to leave the Huangquan Gate for a year. The massive sect began to recuperate. That night, in order to celebrate the wedding of Long Shan and Lan Lingji, all of them sat around a table and drank until midnight. To them, it wasn't easy to find such a relaxing opportunity to gather together. The only regret was that De Huang Dog wasn't here. If De Huang Dog was here, it would be perfect. In the next 3 days, East Xuanyu was peaceful. Due to the influence of Wu Ningzhu and the Golden Clan, the Immortal Court didn't send any more experts to deal with Xianxia and Long Shan. On the surface, it seemed that the past was over, but Xianxia knew that things wouldn't be that simple. The Immortal Court wouldn't let him go so easily, but they wouldn't deal with him openly. Just like how Wang Xianfeng tried to assassinate him in the dark, they might still act impudently. There were still more than 20 days before the 1-month appointment with Nangong Wendian. During these days, Xianxia didn't plan to leave. He stayed in Genius Prefecture, cultivating the dragon transformation skill in seclusion, consolidating his cultivation base and foundation. The trip to the Monarch Mountain had given him a fruitful harvest. His cultivation base had improved a lot, but he needed some time to consolidate it. Both he and Yanqinyu were hiding in the 33rd level. The time law here was the most suitable place for cultivation. To Yanqinyu, it was also the most suitable place. She was already injured, and healing her injuries here was more perfect than anywhere else. 3 days later, the tranquility of East Xuanyu was once again broken. Early in the morning, Jiangchen hurried to the residence of Yang Bufan. Sensing that someone was coming, Jiangchen immediately brought Yan Qinyu out of the Zulong Tower. After 3 months of cultivation in the 33rd level, Yan Qinyu's injuries had almost recovered. Her strength had also improved a little. King Fan, what happened? Jiangchen asked. Little Chen, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty have joined forces and launched an attack on the border of Great Qian Empire last night. Great Qian Empire has lost a dozen cities overnight. The war is still spreading, and it's moving towards the center of Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan said. It seems like these two empires have been planning this war for a long time. Jiang Chen said. Little Chenzi, I don't think it's that simple. Think about it. 3 days ago, Long San went to the Huangquan Gate and killed Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and their Old Ancestor. The entire ethereal immortal domain knows about this. It's impossible for Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty not to know about it. Besides, they also know about the relationship between Monkey and Great Qian Empire. Logically speaking, with Long San around, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty wouldn't dare to make a move, let alone launch a fierce attack. Yang Bufan said. You're right. It seems like Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty have received the help of experts behind them. That's why they dare to initiate the war. Jiang Chen said. Do you think the Immortal Court is helping them in the dark? Asked Yang Bufan. I don't think so. The Immortal Court has its own rules. They won't take the initiative to urge the major powers to fight. Jiang Chen shook his head. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the Immortal Court, he still believed that this matter had nothing to do with the Immortal Court. Father is calling me. Yang Bufan's body quivered as he sensed the call from Yang Yu. Let's go. I'll go to see the Emperor with you. Jiang Chen knew that the Emperor must be summoning him to discuss how to deal with Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. As a member of Genius Prefecture, Jiang Chen naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. I'll go too. Yan Qinyu spoke. The three of them vanished in a ray of light. Very quickly, they arrived at the Imperial Palace of the Imperial Capital. At this moment, many people were gathered in the main hall of the Imperial Palace. All of them were high-ranking figures of Great Qian Empire. Each of them was an immortal venerable, which represented the foundation of the entire empire. Upon seeing the arrival of Jiang Chen and the others, Yang Yu, the old emperor and a group of experts hastily came forward to welcome them. To them, Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu were the greatest hope and support of Great Qian Empire. The incident of the heaven-devouring devil ape was solved by the two of them. Otherwise, Great Qian Empire would have been annihilated by itself. Brother Jiang Chen, Miss Yan, you two have come as well. Yang Yu greeted them. Father, has something big happened again? Asked Yang Bufan. He knew that something big must have happened when he saw so many high-ranking figures gathered here. I've just received news that the border guarding General Lu Xing has fallen. Yang Yu spoke in an incomparably heavy tone. What? General Lu Xing had a cultivation base of peak intermediate immortal venerable realm, which was almost on par with my father. He had been stationed in Crane Hawk City all these years, but even he was killed. Who did they send? That's right. Yang Bufan was incomparably shocked. He knew very well about Lu Xing's cultivation base. Lu Xing was a legendary existence in Great Qian Empire. He was the famous great general of Great Qian Empire. His cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Yang Yu's. Even if the old emperor and supreme elder attacked him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Even if Lu Xing wasn't a match for a late immortal venerable, he wouldn't have any problem escaping. But now, Lu Xing had actually fallen. The only explanation for this was that the other party was simply too powerful. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any late immortal venerable experts in the border war. Ordinary late immortal venerable supreme elders would be guarding the base camp. After all, the war had just begun. To the two empires, this was an opportunity to temper their disciples and soldiers. Things are not as simple as we think. Yang Yu said. Who killed General Lu Xing? Yang Bufan asked. You tell me. Yang Yu looked over at an early immortal venerable elder beside him. The elder's chi was in a mess. Clearly, he had suffered severe injuries. He was from Crane Hawk City, a trusted follower of General Lu Xing. He was lucky enough to escape from the fall of Crane Hawk City and came straight to the imperial capital to report the situation. The one who attacked Crane Hawk City was the great general of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Tianshuang. His cultivation base was on par with General Lu Xing's. The two of them were said to be the greatest rivals of General Lu Shen. During the attack on Crane Hawk City, 3 freaks appeared beside Yun Tianchuang. They were twin brothers who cultivated an unknown evil technique. I'm afraid that not even a late immortal venerable would be a match for them. The elder spoke. It seems like they are evil devils. How is their evil technique? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Their evil technique can release an extremely confusing formation. Once trapped in it, the person who enters will lose himself. General Lu Sheng died tragically because he was careless. Those 3 freaks are too terrifying. After Crane Hawk City fell, they were like a hot knife through butter. They have already broken through 7 or 8 cities in one fell swoop. The elder's face darkened at the thought of the scariness of the 3 freaks. If they continue to advance, it won't take more than half a month for Great Qian Empire to fall. At that time, the experts of the 2 empires will besiege the imperial capital. Yang Yu seemed incomparably angry. The war between empires was different from the war between ordinary sections. Every empire was equivalent to a country. The people of each country had their own faith. If all the experts of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty joined forces to besiege the imperial capital of Great Qian Empire, they wouldn't be able to change the faith of Great Qian Empire even if the empire was annihilated. Therefore, the war between empires would advance step by step, engulfing the entire territory of the country bit by bit, changing the faith of the people of the country, and showing their might bit by bit so that everyone in the country would feel their strength and submit to them from the bottom of their hearts. Father, what should we do now? Asked Yang Bufan. I'm going to personally lead the army to meet those 3 freaks. Yang Yu's chi fluctuated. No, father, as the emperor, you should stay in the imperial capital. If anything happens to you, it will be the biggest blow to our empire. Yang Bufan objected at once. Not only him, but almost everyone present also objected. Besides, even if Yang Yu took action personally, he might not be a match for the 3 freaks. Lu Sheng's cultivation base wasn't inferior to Yang Yu's. Besides, the emperor of the other party hadn't appeared yet. If Yang Yu appeared, he would surely be ridiculed by the other party. Your Majesty, of course you can't join the battle. The old emperor also has to guard the imperial capital. I'm afraid that there are real experts supporting the alliance between Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. It won't be that simple. The 3 freaks have already explained some clues. Let me go and meet them. Jiang Chen spoke. All right. I'll go with little Chenzi. Yang Bufan said. Brother Jiang Chen, this isn't a joke. Yang Yu looked over at Jiang Chen. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I, Jiang Chen, never do things that I'm not confident about. I have my own means to restrain those 3 freaks. I guarantee that I will take back Crane Hawk City. Jiang Chen spoke with incomparable confidence. He had a feeling that killing those 3 eccentrics would bring him tremendous benefits. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Besides, he also wanted to see what Great Cloud Empire was up to. Great Cloud Empire, I'll kill them all. All right. In that case, I'll send Jiao Wangye to go with you. Remember, safety first. All right, I'll go with Brother Jiang Chen. A middle-aged man who seemed to be around the same age as Yang Yu took a step forward. This middle-aged man had an incomparably sturdy build. His cultivation base was the same as Yang Yu's, intermediate immortal venerable realm. Although his chi was slightly weaker than Yang Yu's, it was still very terrifying. He was the 9th Wangye of Great Qian Empire. Brother Chen, I'll go with you. Yan Chenyu said. Little Yu, we still don't know the specific situation of Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Cloud Empire. You'd better stay in Imperial Capital. I'm worried that Great Cloud Empire might have colluded with powerful nefarious devils. You can't judge the actions of nefarious devils with common sense. We can rest assured if you stay in Imperial Capital. If anything happens to Imperial Capital, it will be too late for regrets. It'll be too late for regrets if something happens to the Imperial Capital, said Jiang Chen. He had the great divination art, which allowed him to sense many things. It was best for Yan Chenyu to stay in the Imperial Capital. But Brother Chen, the 3 immortal courts are after your life. Although the deterrence of the Golden Clan has stopped the immortal courts from attacking you openly, there's no guarantee that they won't attack you secretly. So I'm still worried about you going alone. Xianxia spoke worriedly. Don't worry. Immortal sovereigns have their own dignity and pride, especially the immortal sovereigns of the immortal courts. If it's an ordinary half-step sovereign, I won't have a problem staying alive even if I can't handle it. Your brother Chen isn't someone who can be killed easily. Over the years, there have been many people who wanted to kill me, but I'm still alive and well. Xianxia said with a smile. He knew that Xianxia was worried about him, but he wasn't afraid at all. Whether it was the immortal courts or the evil devils of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty, Xianxia didn't put them in his eyes. His life was full of challenges. There was still some time before the appointment with Nangong Wendian. During this period of time, Xianxia had been worrying about having nothing to do. Now that the war had come and Great Qian Empire had fallen into a crisis, Xianxia naturally had to do his part. Furthermore, if he was lucky enough to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, Xianxia's combat strength would be even more terrifying. His priority now was to improve his cultivation base. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to help Nangong Wendian even after he had arrived in Fengqi Immortal Domain. Alright. In that case, you have to be careful, Brother Chen. Xianxia nodded her head. She knew that once Xianxia made his decision, no one would be able to change his mind. Besides, she had always been very confident in Xianxia. From the Saint Origin realm until now, Xianxia had gone through a lot of trials and tribulations, and he had met countless powerful warriors. But in the end, he had still made it to where he was today. All his enemies had turned into dust in the end. Let's not delay any further. Let's depart now. Xianxia said. Subsequently, he led Jiao Wangya, Yang Bufan and the elder who reported the news and left the imperial capital, heading towards the direction of the war. Along the way, the elder followed beside Jiao Wangya and asked in a low voice, Wangya, this Xianxia is merely a late immortal emperor. Why did the emperor give him such an important task? The elder couldn't understand. Although he had heard about Xianxia's deeds during this period of time, because he had never left Cranehawk City, he didn't know much about Xianxia. In his point of view, it was child's play for the emperor to give such an important task to an immortal emperor. Moreover, even someone like Jiao Wangya had to follow behind Xianxia as a foil. The emperor had overestimated Xianxia. What do you know? If we really fight, I won't be a match for brother Xianxia. Jiao Wangya glared at the elder. What? The elder's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Xianxia with disbelief and chose to remain silent. Although he hadn't seen Xianxia's means and didn't know much about Xianxia, he believed that the emperor would never treat this matter as child's play. Moreover, the fact that Jiao Wangya could say such words was enough to prove that Xianxia was extraordinary. Wan City, this was a relatively large and prosperous city, but it was currently engulfed in the flames of war. The general who guarded the city was called Lu Lang, a late immortal emperor. At this moment, he was leading the soldiers of Great Qian Empire to fight against the enemy outside the city gate. They had cast a powerful formation and united their combat strength. On the opposite side, there were hundreds of soldiers of Great Cloud Empire. On the surface, Great Qian Empire seemed to have the upper hand. However, the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire was extremely low because the general of the enemy was a half-step immortal venerable. Additionally, the tragic death of General Lu Xing had cast a huge shadow on their hearts. We're finished. We can't defend Wan City any longer. I think we'd better retreat. That's right. Great Cloud Empire is too strong. That general's cultivation base has already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. Even if we cast the grand formation, we won't be able to hold on for long. The morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire was dispirited. They already had the intention to retreat even before the battle began. Shut up. Wan City must be defended. The imperial capital will send reinforcements soon. Lu Lang, who was clad in military uniform, yelled at the soldiers. The importance of Wan City wasn't any less than that of Cranehawk City. If Wan City was lost, Great Qian Empire would lose half of its territory, which would greatly affect the dignity of the empire. Yes, General. We're willing to live and die with Wan City. A general shouted with bloodshot eyes. They had deep feelings for Wan City. If they were to retreat without a fight and surrender Wan City to someone else, they would be the sinners of the great Qian Empire. Lu Lang, don't put up a stubborn resistance. Great Qian Empire will soon face destruction. Do you think you can defend Wan City with just these people? That's simply wishful thinking. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you surrender, our empire will surely reward you handsomely. The leading general of Great Cloud Empire yelled. He was a half-step immortal venerable expert. Although he had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he wasn't someone that Lu Lang could fight. If you want Wan City, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Lu Lang's chi soared into the sky. He seemed to be an iron-blooded man who would rather die than submit. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Attack. Kill them all. The general gave the order. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire charged towards Great Qian Empire with high morale as if they were injected with chicken blood. In the void far away, Jiang Chen and the others were moving at incredible speed. Given their perception, they could already sense the situation of the battle in Wan City. Jiao Wangya, young Master Jiang, it's a fierce battle in Wan City. That Yun Tianshuang is really fast. The old man said in horror. Wan City is as important as Cranehawk City. It's the gateway of Great Qian Empire. We must not lose it. Jiao Wangya said. Don't worry. Wan City will be safe and they will return all the territories that they have lost. Jiang Chen said coldly. The confidence that emanated from his bones couldn't be faked. The battle in Wan City had reached its climax. Both sides were fighting to the death. Although Great Qian Empire had the advantage in numbers, their morale was too low. As a result, the battle became one-sided and they were completely suppressed by Great Cloud Empire. Lu Lang, go to hell. The general of Great Cloud Empire launched an attack abruptly. A huge palm appeared out of thin air. It was powerful enough to crush a mountain. This move had locked onto Lu Lang's chi, leaving no chance for him to dodge. Lu Lang's eyes lit up. Lu Lang's facial expression changed dramatically. Sure enough, a half-step immortal venerable wasn't easy to deal with. He looked up at the sky and shook his head in despair when he saw that the imperial capital hadn't sent any reinforcements. Then, his eyes glinted with sharpness. A huge black mace appeared in his hand and he swung it at his opponent. Kong Long, the void was immediately shattered. Unfortunately, the gap in cultivation was very difficult to overcome. Lu Lang was slapped down from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He was in a daze and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a single move had seriously injured Lu Lang. He no longer had the strength to fight against his opponent. Lu Lang, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to surrender or not? The general yelled. I'll also give you one last chance. As soon as the general's voice faded, a thunderous voice came from the sky. Then, everyone saw 4 powerful silhouettes appearing at the same time and arriving on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lu Lang and the soldiers, who were on the verge of despair, immediately saw hope. They were all powerful cultivators, so they could feel the terror of the 4 people. Look, that seems to be Jiao Wangya and the young one is King Fan. Haha. Finally, experts from the imperial capital have arrived. We are saved. Wan City is saved. Yeah, damn it, these bastards were so arrogant before, now it's our turn to kill them. Once famous figures like Yang Bufan and Jiao Wangya appeared, even if they didn't make a move, the morale of the people under them would be boosted. The originally dispirited morale of the Great Qian Empire soared in an instant. I'll give you a chance. Kneel. Yang Bufan looked at the opposing general, Lung Lung, and said. Retreat. The general wasn't an idiot, so he was naturally able to sense how powerful the other party was. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around to leave. You still want to leave at this time? Yang Bufan struck decisively. With incredible speed, he appeared behind the general like a bolt of lightning and slammed his palm on the general's head, bursting it into a mist of blood. Yang Bufan was an early immortal venerable. Given his talent, even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be a match for him, let alone a puny half-step immortal venerable. The general has been killed. Let's go. Upon seeing their general being killed so easily, the morale of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire was no longer high. They immediately turned and fled. Kill them all. Don't let any of them go. Lu Lang raised his mace and shouted at the top of his lungs. Lu Lang didn't need to say anything because his men had already chased after them. During this period of time, the soldiers of the Great Qian Empire had been too aggrieved, especially after Lu Xing's death. Everyone seemed to have lost their backbone and had no fighting spirit at all. They had been suppressed in the previous battles. Now that they finally had a chance to kill to their heart's content, they naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Subsequently, Lu Lang didn't have the time to salute Jiu Wanye and King Fan. He dragged his injured body and charged forward. He had to vent his anger. The old man who came with Jiang Chen also wanted to help, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. We don't need to deal with these shrimps and crab generals. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire need their morale, and they have to fight for it themselves. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded, feeling that Jiang Chen's words made a lot of sense. They had to regain the morale that they had lost. They had to find a way to release the accumulated resentment in the hearts of the soldiers. This was also the reason why Lu Lang was able to rush out. Not long after that, Lu Lang led a group of soldiers back to Great Cloud Empire excitedly. Some of them didn't even have time to wipe the blood off their bodies. Lu Lang reached Jiu Wanye and King Fan. Lu Lang knelt on one knee and saluted Jiu Wanye and King Fan. The soldiers behind him did the same. These two were the most important people around the emperor. One was the emperor's closest brother and the other was the emperor's most beloved prince. Now that the emperor had even sent these two people out, it showed that the emperor hadn't forgotten about them and attached great importance to the situation here. Get up. Jiu Wanye said. Jiu Wanye, King Fan, who is this? Lu Lang looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but ask. This is the famous Jiang Chen, the commander appointed by the emperor to replace General Lu Xing. I'm here to assist brother Jiang Chen. Jiu Wanye said, directly putting Jiang Chen's position in front of him. This was also the emperor's intention. Moreover, Jiu Wanye himself admired Jiang Chen so much that he was willing to assist him. What? He's the Jiang Chen who came from Golden Horizon? Lu Lang was shocked. So were the soldiers. Each of their eyes fell on Jiang Chen, trying to figure out what this legendary genius looked like. So he's Jiang Chen, but his cultivation base doesn't seem to have reached the immortal venerable realm. Why did the emperor appoint him as the commander instead of Jiu Wanye? I have no idea. Even Jiu Wanye admires him so much. It seems like he's really extraordinary. It's just that his strength is a little weak. I hope he can lead us to a great victory. It's been too frustrating recently. Your name is Lu Lang? Jiang Chen looked over at Lu Lang. He admired this hot-blooded general very much. He had witnessed Lu Lang's performance during the battle against the enemy. A country needed such loyal and hot-blooded people the most. Yes, Commander. Lu Lang clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. Although he didn't know what kind of ability this young man had to be the commander and make Jiu Wanye follow him, he believed that the emperor wouldn't take this matter lightly. Come here. Jiang Chen said. Lu Lang didn't dare to be negligent. He strode towards Jiang Chen. Being so close to Jiang Chen, Lu Lang could already feel the pressure from this young commander. Although the pressure was very faint, it was enough to strike his soul. This made him feel that this young commander was perhaps really extraordinary. That's right. That's right. Jiang Chen gently stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Lang's shoulder. As a general, Lu Lang's reaction was very fast. Under normal circumstances, he would dodge subconsciously when he saw someone was about to attack him. However, just as the thought of dodging emerged in his mind, Jiang Chen's palm had already landed on his shoulder. Lu Lang was shocked. Jiang Chen's attack might seem slow, but he couldn't dodge it. In the next moment, his body quivered. He felt a stream of clear current flowing into his body through his shoulder. It was as though his cold body had come into contact with a hot spring, making him feel comfortable all over. In less than half a minute, Xianxia withdrew his palm. Lu Lang was shocked to find that the injuries he had suffered in the battle against the half-step immortal venerable had been completely healed. His condition had returned to its peak. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. My God! This is amazing! Lu Lang gaped in astonishment. He couldn't believe that there was such a miraculous method in the heavens and earth. He knew very well how serious his injuries were. It would take him at least 3 days to recover even with the help of miraculous pills, but it only took Xianxia half a minute to completely heal his injuries and restore him to his peak state. Thank you for healing me, Commander. Lu Lang cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Xianxia. At this time, he was completely convinced by Xianxia. He had never seen such an awesome person. Now, he completely understood why the Emperor sent this young genius to be the commander-in-chief. Heavens, did you guys see that? General Lu's injury was actually healed by the commander-in-chief with just a wave of his hand. This is too ridiculous. Miraculous. This is simply a miracle. Isn't this healing technique a little too heaven-defying? Looks like this young commander is not to be underestimated. However, healing methods alone are far from enough. I wonder if he can lead us to reclaim our lost cities. This scene was clearly seen by the soldiers below. Each and every one of their faces were filled with shock. As soldiers and cultivators, getting injured was like having a meal to them. However, this was the first time they had seen Xianxia's heaven-defying method of healing injuries. General Lu, tell us about the current situation. How many cities have we lost? Asked Xianxia. Commander-in-Chief, after the death of General Lu Xing, our army's morale has plummeted. The Great Cloud Empire took advantage of the victory to attack us. Plus, they have many experts, including many experts from Heavenly Jade Dynasty, so we have lost 23 cities so far, said Lu Lang. Lu Lang said, explaining the situation of the battle to Xianxia and the others. He was gnashing his teeth, showing his hatred towards his opponents. Thinking of those soldiers who died tragically in the battlefield, he couldn't help but burn with anger. 23 cities? Humph. Yun Tianshuang really has a big appetite. Brother Xianxia, what should we do now? Jiao Wangye harumphed coldly and turned to Xianxia. Xianxia was now the commander-in-chief, so he had to listen to Xianxia's arrangement. Besides, he had great trust and confidence in Xianxia. We naturally have to take back what we've lost. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. There's no reason in the war between nations. Whoever is stronger will be the reason. Xianxia's body exuded a strong aura of a king. It was an aura that came from his bones, giving people a feeling that he was unreachable. Which city is the nearest to Wan City? Asked Xianxia. It's Huang City. It's guarded by a half-step immortal venerable expert, but, Lu Lang wanted to say something but hesitated. But what? Asked Yang Bufan. King Fan, the general guarding Huang City is called Su Mao. He was one of our generals, but he chose to surrender to the enemy. There should be at least 3 half-step immortal venerables guarding Huang City now. One of them is Su Mao, said Lu Lang. Lu Lang said. He could not suppress his anger at the mention of people like the rebel soldiers who had surrendered. This is a disgrace to our nation. Yang Bufan's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Let's go to Huang City. Without any delay, Xianxia led Lu Lang and the other soldiers to Huang City. Logically speaking, a small city like Huang City didn't require so many people to attack. Yang Bufan alone was enough to deal with it. However, Xianxia didn't think so. The war between nations was different from the war between sections. Morale was the most important. He had brought these people to boost their morale and strengthen the national prestige of Great Qian Empire. Defeating the rebel army in front of all the soldiers would serve as a warning to others. Moreover, once they started their attack, they wouldn't be able to stop. They were determined to kill their way through the city like a hot knife cutting through butter, reclaiming all the lost cities. This was Xianxia's style of doing things. Either he didn't want to fight, or he would fight swiftly and decisively. He would fight to his heart's content and make the enemy tremble in fear. The morale of Lu Lang and his soldiers soared. Previously, they had been passively defending. After losing 23 cities in a row, it was finally time to counterattack. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Counterattacking and passively defending were two completely different moods. Huang City, the scale of this city was similar to Wan City. It was a very magnificent city. Currently, the symbolic flag of Great Cloud Empire had been planted on top of the city. King Fan, I'll leave this city to you. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, King Fan was ready to strike the moment he saw the flag of Great Cloud Empire. As the most famous young king of Great Qian Empire and the heir to the throne of the empire, his sense of honor for the empire surpassed everyone else. He would resist anything that disgraced the dignity of the empire without any hesitation. With a sway of his body, Yang Bufan appeared above the city wall. With a claw, the flag fell into his hand and turned into powder in the next moment. Who are you? How dare you come to Huang City and act wildly? Along with a loud bellow, the leader of the guards rushed out. He was an immortal emperor. Due to the continuous victories of Great Cloud Empire during this period of time, the faces of every soldier of Great Cloud Empire were full of arrogance, as though they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Pa. Unfortunately, as soon as the leader appeared, one of his arms was ripped off from the shoulder by Yang Bufan. Blood gushed out. Even an immortal emperor couldn't bear such a sudden injury in an instant. He let out a shrill wail. That's right. That's right. Initially, I intended to spare your life and let you go in to inform the others, but since you have screamed so loudly, I don't think that's necessary anymore. Yang Bufan shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out from his finger like a sharp sword. With a puchi, it pierced through the middle of the man's eyebrows. The man's scream stopped abruptly and he died on the spot. At the moment of his death, he heard Yang Bufan's words clearly. His heart was filled with regret. Just like what Yang Bufan said, if he didn't scream, he might be able to keep his life. Unfortunately, his scream was enough to attract the attention of the experts in the city, saving him the trouble of going in to inform the others. Whoosh, the shrill scream was incomparably ear-piercing. At such a tense moment, such a scream was enough to attract the attention of the experts in the city. Silhouettes flew out one after another. Then, the gate of the city opened, and a large number of soldiers rushed out. The leader of the group was a half-step immortal venerable. One of them was none other than Su Mao, who had surrendered to the enemy earlier. You're right, Su Mao. Su Mao's facial expression changed instantly when he saw Yang Bufan. As a half-step immortal venerable expert, he had been to the imperial capital frequently. After all, experts of this level were considered as very important talents of the empire. Therefore, he could recognize that this young man was none other than the famous King Fan. Generals, this is King Fan. Su Mao said. Oh? I didn't expect that even the famous King Fan would be here. It seems like the Emperor of Great Qian Empire has attached great importance to the war here. After hearing the identity of King Fan, although one of the generals was a little surprised, he didn't show the slightest hint of fear. After all, they only knew that King Fan had a high status in Great Qian Empire, but they didn't know his real strength. Additionally, the recent victories had inflated their confidence. They didn't put anyone in Great Qian Empire in their eyes at all. With General Yun Tianshuang in Crane Hawk City, whoever came would have the same ending, death. You have invaded my territory and your hands are stained with the blood of my soldiers. No matter what, all of you have to die. Yang Bufan didn't want to waste any more time. Apart from Huang City, there were still a lot of lost territories that he needed to reclaim. A terrifying combat sword appeared in his hand and slashed at one of the generals at lightning speed. After sensing the terror of Yang Bufan's strike, the general's face changed immediately, turning extremely unsightly. This sword strike had made him feel the threat of death. Moreover, this strike had made him witness the terror of Yang Bufan. It turned out that King Fan's cultivation base had already reached the true immortal venerable realm. As a matter of fact, he knew very well that even half-step immortal venerables like them wouldn't be a match for a genius like King Fan, let alone an immortal venerable. What they didn't expect was that Yang Bufan had already reached such a terrifying level not long after he came out of Golden Horizon. Puchi. The half-step immortal venerable general didn't even have the chance to resist before he was slashed into half by Yang Bufan. Blood splashed across the sky. Upon seeing this, the other general didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately turned and fled. Unfortunately, given his ability, if he could escape from Yang Bufan's hands, Yang Bufan wouldn't be able to show his face in the future anymore. Swoosh. Yang Bufan's combat sword slashed across the sky once more. A ray of sword chi pierced through the void, tearing it into half. Arg, the general was struck by the sword chi and died on the spot. His wail was the last sound he left in this world. Retreat! Retreat! The remaining generals and soldiers were terrified. They knew that the true experts of the enemy had arrived. 2 of their generals were killed in an instant. Even a half-step immortal venerable couldn't withstand a single strike from the enemy. If they continued to stay here, only death would await them. Brothers, kill them all. Lu Lang was in high spirits this time. He commanded the soldiers to charge at the experts of Great Cloud Empire. Each of the soldiers roared as though they had been injected with chicken blood. Yang Bufan held the long sword in his hand and looked at Su Mao, who was shivering on the spot. The current Su Mao's face was pale and his body was shivering. Cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Why aren't you running away? Yang Bufan spoke. Putong. Su Mao dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Yang Bufan. Please spare my life, King Fan. I was forced to do this. The reason why I surrendered to the enemy is to save my life temporarily. Once our people arrive, I can act as a mole. Su Mao was trembling. Even his voice was trembling. He was scared out of his wits. It wasn't that he didn't want to run. He was a smart man. From the moment Yang Bufan killed a general with his first strike, he could already see that running away was useless in front of King Fan. He couldn't escape at all. The one who ran first would only die first. The death of that general also happened to prove this point. I don't need a mole like you since I'm here to fight. The generals of the rebel army are the most disgusting. Besides, your ability to lie isn't very good. Yang Bufan looked at Su Mao, who was kneeling in front of him, with disgust. The long sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly, decapitating Su Mao. Under the leadership of Lu Lang, half of the enemies were annihilated, leaving almost 0 casualties on their side. The faces of the soldiers were filled with excitement. It was an incomparably delightful thing to fight alongside Lu Lang. From the previous battle in Wan City to the current battle in Huang City, the hot-blooded battle had completely released all the depression that they had been feeling before. The sight of Su Mao being beheaded by King Fan made them feel incomparably happy. Some of the soldiers who had followed Su Mao in the past expressed their heartache and regret. This is the consequence of betrayal. With a wave of his arm, Yang Bufan recovered Huang City. King Fan is mighty. King Fan is mighty, all the soldiers shouted in unison. King Fan's strength and decisiveness had completely subdued them, making them willing to follow Yang Bufan wholeheartedly. Xianxia nodded silently. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Yang Bufan had begun to establish his prestige as an emperor. Once he ascended to the throne, he would be able to command the world and no one would disobey him. Xianxia also had a smile on his face. He secretly gave Xianxia a thumbs up, deeply feeling that it was worthwhile for Yang Bufan to befriend such a brother. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that Xianxia was creating an opportunity for Yang Bufan. Brother Xianxia, what should we do now? Asked Xianxia. Strike the iron while it's hot. Continue to push forward. While Yin Tianshuang hasn't reacted yet, we'll take back more of our lost territories. Jiangchen spoke. Facing the current situation, there was no need for any strategy or countermeasure. The only thing they had to do was to fight and recover their lost territories, regain the lost morale of Great Qian Empire, and destroy the enemy's prestige. Good. That's how it should be. Xianxia nodded, agreeing with Jiang Chen's decision. After recovering Huang City, Jiang Chen and the others didn't stop at all. They went straight to the next city. From Wan City to Huang City, their speed was so fast that even Yun Tianshuang wouldn't be able to react in time. Most of the generals in charge of the cities here were half-step immortal venerables. Some of them were even immortal emperors. Such a cultivation base was already strong enough. Even if the enemy attacked, they would still have a message talisman to pass the message to Crane Hawk City. Unfortunately, the generals of Wan City and Huang City were killed by Yang Bufan before they had the chance to send out the talisman. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't have a chance, but they had underestimated their enemy. They hadn't expected the Great Qian Empire to react so quickly. Just like that, Jiang Chen and the others advanced with irresistible force and conquered 5 to 6 cities in a row. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire felt their blood boiling. They had never felt so satisfied before. Along the way, neither Jiang Chen nor Jiao Wanye took any action. It was all Jiang Chen's doing. He alone had brought out the national prestige of the entire Great Qian Empire and established his own divine prestige. This merit would certainly be passed on. In the future, it would only be a matter of course for him to become the true emperor. However, the recovery of the lost land had attracted Yun Tianquang's attention. Crane Hawk City, Yun Tianquang's face was full of anger. Behind him stood 3 old men in their 50s. They wore grayish-red robes embroidered with poisonous creatures such as spiders and toads, as well as gloomy skulls, which gave them a very gloomy feeling. The 3 of them looked exactly the same. Their eyes were as cold as venomous scorpions. No one dared to look at them directly. 2 heavily injured soldiers knelt in front of Yun Tianquang, shivering in fright. Damn it! The morale that Great Cloud Empire had painstakingly built up has been destroyed so quickly. Did you see clearly who was the person sent by Great Qian Empire? Asked Yun Tianquang. It's Yang Bufan. One of them said. Only Yang Bufan? Asked Yun Tianquang. Yes. Yang Bufan's cultivation base has already reached the terrifying early immortal venerable realm. We're no match for him at all. Our generals were instantly killed by him. They didn't even have the chance to send a message, said one of them. One of them said. Recalling the terror of Yang Bufan, they still felt a lingering fear. They felt that they were extremely lucky to be able to come to Crane Hawk City alive. The 2 of them were too shocked by Yang Bufan, so they didn't know that Jiao Wanye and Jiang Chen had also come with them. Therefore, they sent a false message to Yun Tianquang. Sure enough, a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. He thinks that he can look down on everything after advancing to the immortal venerable realm. This is a common problem of young people. Being arrogant will only lead to one's death. Yang Yu has too much confidence in his son. Even Lu Xing has died in my hands. Now, he has actually sent his most beloved son here. I really have no idea where his confidence comes from. Yun Tianquang said Lung Lung. Since Yang Bufan doesn't want to live, I'll take his life. Which one of you is going to bring his head back? Yun Tianquang looked at the experts around him. As the great general and great commander, in his opinion, apart from Lu Xing, no one else was qualified for him to deal with. Not to mention King Fan, even the crown prince of Great Qian Empire was here. I'll go and kill him. An old man stepped forward. He was from Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Now that the 2 empires had joined forces to deal with Great Qian Empire, Heavenly Jade Dynasty naturally had to send some experts to help. This old man was an intermediate immortal venerable. Even in Heavenly Jade Dynasty, he had a supreme status. Even the arrogant Yun Tianquang had to give him some face. Alright, old man Tian Kuei. I'll leave Yang Bufan to you. I'll be waiting for your good news. Yun Tianquang spoke to old man Tian Kuei. In his point of view, Yang Bufan would surely die if an expert like old man Tian Kuei went to deal with him. Don't worry. I'll surely take the head of this arrogant young man. Old man Tian Kuei was fairly confident. With a sway, he vanished from the main hall. At this moment, Yang Bufan was still leading the army to attack the next city. With a blood-stained sword in his hand, he had just killed the general of the city. The people below felt their blood boiling. In their eyes, Yang Bufan had become a godlike existence, invincible and invincible. Just at this moment, a patch of dark clouds suddenly floated over from the sky. Soon after, a pressure that was as vast as the tide arrived. Feeling this pressure, the originally excited soldiers' faces suddenly turned grave. They knew that this was the arrival of the experts from the local region. The dark cloud quickly floated to the sky and an old man who looked as thin as a match appeared. Of course, experts couldn't be judged by their bodies. The might that this old man exuded was enough to make people's hearts tremble with fear. His might filled the air, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. As soon as old man Tian Kuei appeared, his eyes fell upon Yang Bufan. This is old man Tian Kuei of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. I have never thought that he would join forces with Yun Tianquang. This bastard is an intermediate immortal venerable. He won't be easy to deal with, but he may not be a match for me. King Fan isn't a match for him. Jiao Wangye recognized old man Tian Kuei. Immediately, battle intent surged from his body. Hold on. Jiangchen stretched out his hand to stop Jiao Wangye. Don't worry, Wangye. We can only know whether King Fan can fight old man Tian Kuei or not. I don't think old man Tian Kuei is a match for King Fan. Jiangchen spoke confidently. He was very confident in King Fan. One should know that a genius like Yang Bufan could always challenge an expert who was a level higher than him. After absorbing the chi essence of a great sovereign, Yang Bufan had already reached the early immortal venerable realm, which was more than enough for him to fight an intermediate immortal venerable like old man Tian Kuei. Jiao Wangye was skeptical, but he still retracted his battle intent. Since Jiangchen was so confident, he would let Yang Bufan have a try first. In any case, he was enough to ensure that Yang Bufan's life wouldn't be threatened. Furthermore, if what Jiangchen said was true, that Yang Bufan could defeat old man Tian Kuei, it would absolutely be a blessing for Great Qian Empire. It would also be of great help to Yang Bufan's prestige and influence. Brat, you are King Fan of Great Qian Empire, right? Old man Tian Kuei asked in a cold tone. All his attention was focused on Yang Bufan. He didn't pay any attention to Jiangchen and Jiao Wangye. After all, the information he received only mentioned Jiangchen and no one else. If he knew that Jiao Wangye was also here, he wouldn't have dared to come alone. Instead, Yun Tianquang would have brought 3 experts with him. After all, Lord Jiao was very famous. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm, which was comparable to General Lu Sheng. His influence in the Great Qian Empire was even greater. That's right, it's me. Who are you? Tell me your name. Yang Bufan's qi was unparalleled. In the face of an intermediate immortal venerable, there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. Given his current cultivation base, he was confident enough to deal with an intermediate immortal venerable. I'm old man Tian Kuei of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. For the sake of King Fan, I'll let you know who killed you today. But before that, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you kneel down, kowtow, and declare your surrender to Heavenly Jade Dynasty, I'll spare your life. What do you think? Old man Tian Kuei said. He had made a good plan. If even a famous prince of Great Qian Empire surrendered, it would be a huge blow to the empire and the impact would be unimaginable. Old man Tian Kuei, it seems like you can't see the current situation at all. Your Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Cloud Empire have lost their power. Seeing that you are an important figure of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, I'll give you a chance to surrender. I'll consider accepting you. Yang Bufan returned the same words to old man Tian Kuei. He knew that old man Tian Kuei was here to kill him. Surrendering was simply a joke, but since the other party had humiliated him, he naturally had to return the insult with words. Humph. What an arrogant and reckless brat. Since you don't want to seize the chance, don't blame me for being impolite. Old man Tian Kuei harumphed coldly. Immediately, a tidal wave of killing intent surged out from his body. The incomparably dense killing intent had almost solidified and filled the entire sky. Asterisk Kong, asterisk at the same time an enormous chi rushed out of Yang Bufan's body. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky and stood opposite of old man Tian Kuei. The combat sword in his hand was sheathed. His incomparably powerful chi shocked old man Tian Kuei. What a good King Fan. Although this brat is only an early immortal emperor, his chi isn't any weaker than mine, but it doesn't matter. It's very hard to make up for the gap in cultivation base, especially when he has reached the immortal venerable realm. I can still kill him effortlessly. Old man Tian Kuei was surprised that Yang Bufan's chi wasn't any weaker than his, but at the same time, he was still full of confidence. After all, the gap between their cultivation base was still there. Good. King Fan sure is powerful. It seems like he isn't any weaker than this old man. Incredible. I had never thought that King Fan's strength had reached such a level. He's worthy of being the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire. Old man Tian Kuei is simply here to die. I'm afraid that he can't even deal with King Fan. You should know that a genius like King Fan can't be judged by common sense. Moreover, we still have the powerful Xianxia behind us. Each of the soldiers below had a confident look on their faces. They had a strong foundation now. They weren't afraid of an intermediate immortal venerable old man Tian Kuei. Xianxia had given them an absolute sense of security. As for Jiang Chen, in the eyes of many of them, he wasn't even on the same level as old man Tian Kuei. Although Jiang Chen had a great reputation, his cultivation base seemed to be merely at the immortal emperor realm. Brat, die. Heavenly Hawk Palm. Old man Tian Kuei didn't want to waste any more time. He struck out a palm at Yang Bufan, enveloping the entire void. A giant golden eagle claw was conjured out of his palm. The claw was powerful enough to tear a mountain apart. The void was as fragile as a piece of paper under the might of this eagle claw. Milky Way hangs in the 9 heavens. Yang Bufan moved. He didn't want to waste any more time. He struck out his most powerful attack. His body radiated a dazzling brilliance like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. Each of the Milky Way was like a soaring sword that could destroy everything. His powerful chi pervaded the entire battlefield. Hong Long, when the two powerful attacks collided with each other, the resulting impact was unimaginable. That part of the battlefield was instantly smashed and turned into a chaotic mess. Yang Bufan was indeed an outstanding genius. The 9 mighty Milky Way had torn the eagle claw of old man Tian Kuei apart. What? Old man Tian Kuei was dumbfounded. His face was filled with astonishment. The way he looked at Yang Bufan had completely changed. He no longer had the feeling of superiority and disdain for Yang Bufan. At his level of cultivation base, he was very clear about the situation of the battle. He knew that he was no match for Yang Bufan after just one clash. This made old man Tian Kuei very gloomy. His strong self-esteem was also greatly damaged. Haha. Did you see that? Old man Tian Kuei is no match for King Fan. He's at a disadvantage right from the start. Good. This is great. King Fan is indeed powerful. No wonder the emperor sent him here. Such strength is enough for him to stand on his own. Old man Tian Kuei is going to be dumbfounded. He rushed here to kill King Fan, but now he's no match for him. How shameful. Seeing Yang Bufan gain the upper hand, the people of Great Qian Empire became excited. Although they were confident in King Fan, his cultivation base was still slightly weaker than old man Tian Kuei. Now, all of their worries were gone. Good. There's hope for the younger generation of Great Qian Empire now. Xianxia seemed very excited. After all, the rise of Yang Bufan was a blessing for Great Qian Empire. In the sky, old man Tian Kuei was shocked, but he didn't retreat. For someone of his level, face was more important than anything else. He had volunteered himself this time and given Yun Tianchuang such a huge guarantee. If he returned like this, it would be a huge loss of face. He wouldn't be able to raise his head again in the future, and he would lose the face of Heavenly Jade Dynasty as well. Massive killing intent rushed out of old man Tian Kuei's body once more. He adjusted himself to his best condition, ready to launch another attack. He refused to believe that he wasn't a match for an early immortal venerable junior. On the other side, Yang Bufan's mouth curved into a smile. His battle intent soared. This was his first battle with an intermediate immortal venerable, and also his first battle after advancing to the immortal venerable realm. He longed for such a battle. Kong Long, old man Tian Kuei made his move. This time, he struck out with both palms. 2 giant eagle claws materialized from his palms. The terrifying waves of chi were even stronger than before. The chi of an immortal venerable sealed the entire battlefield, completely locking onto Yang Bufan's chi. Yang Bufan was the same as well. His battle intent towered up into the sky. He raised his hands as a miniature world appeared in his palms. This was one of Yang Bufan's trump cards. Both sides didn't want to waste time and unleashed their most powerful attacks. After this clash, this battle was about to come to an end. Rumble, the incomparable attacks once again collided with each other, directly causing the sky to collapse and the earth to cave in. Yang Bufan's attack contained unimaginable destructive power. The crowd below tensed up, watching the battle with expectant eyes. They naturally hoped that Yang Bufan would emerge victorious. The eagle claws couldn't withstand the power of Yang Bufan's miniature world and were shattered into pieces. Old man Tian Kuei was sent flying by the strong impact. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After all, he was only an ordinary immortal venerable. After reaching his current cultivation base, he had exhausted almost all of his potential. It would be extremely difficult for him to make another step forward in his life. In terms of aptitude and potential, Old Man Tian Kuei and Yang Bufan weren't on the same level. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Damn it. How can this bastard be so powerful? It seems like it's impossible to kill him today. If this battle continues, I'll lose my life here. Old Man Tian Kuei felt incomparably sullen, but there was nothing he could do. He was certain that he wasn't a match for Yang Bufan, and it was even more impossible for him to take Yang Bufan's life. It was no longer the time to care about his face. Yang Bufan, the next time will be the day of your death. Old Man Tian Kuei uttered these words before fleeing with a sway. Given his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Ling Ling, escaping wouldn't be a problem for him. Unfortunately, as soon as Old Man Tian Kuei was about to flee, a figure moved. It was Xianxia, who was extremely fast, blocking Old Man Tian Kuei's path. Old Man Tian Kuei, since you're here, don't leave. Xianxia had been paying attention to the changes in the battlefield and was pleasantly surprised by Yang Bufan's strength. However, he could also see that Yang Bufan could easily defeat Old Man Tian Kuei. If Old Man Tian Kuei was determined to escape, Yang Bufan might not be able to stop him. Therefore, the moment Old Man Tian Kuei was about to leave, Xianxia acted decisively. Xianxia of Great Qian Empire. Seeing Xianxia, Old Man Tian Kuei almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He began to curse the two bastards in his heart. This mother f*** curse news was too inaccurate. If he knew that Xianxia was here, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. Not to mention Yang Bufan, he couldn't even defeat Xianxia in a one-on-one battle. Now that Xianxia and Yang Bufan were attacking him from the front and back, and he had also suffered heavy injuries in the previous battle, even escaping had become a luxury for him. Old Man Tian Kuei, with this king here, I really don't know who gave you the courage to come here alone. Xianxia said with a smile. He didn't put Old Man Tian Kuei in his eyes, not to mention that Old Man Tian Kuei was injured. With Old Man Tian Kuei's current condition, it would be easy for Xianxia to kill him. Old Man Tian Kuei's face was gloomy, but he didn't say a word. He knew that he might die here today because of the error in the information. Xianxia, please spare my life. I, Old Man Tian Kuei, will withdraw from this battle. Old Man Tian Kuei said. He didn't want to die, death had always been too far away for him. Pucci. Old Man Tian Kuei, who had placed all his attention on Xianxia, didn't expect that Yang Bufan would suddenly make a move. When he realized it, it was already too late. Yang Bufan's sharp longsword had directly pierced through his body. Caught off guard, Old Man Tian Kuei simply couldn't block Yang Bufan's sudden attack. A loss is a loss. This is a war. Victory or defeat is life or death. You should have thought of such an ending before you attacked me. Yang Bufan's cold voice resounded in Old Man Tian Kuei's ears. Old Man Tian Kuei was in complete despair as he felt the vitality in his body being drained away. Old Man Tian Kuei died with great reluctance. In the final moments of his life, he was filled with regret. He could have lived a good life, but because of a mistake in intelligence, and because he was too confident in himself, he ended up losing his life. As a matter of fact, Old Man Tian Kuei didn't know that he would die sooner or later after joining the war. The arrival of Jiang Chen, Xianxia, and Yang Bufan indicated that a life-and-death battle was about to begin. Not only would Old Man Tian Kuei die, but Yun Tianxuang and the three eccentrics would also die. This was the purpose of Jiang Chen's visit. If he couldn't get rid of all the enemies, then it would be meaningless for him to take action this time. The fact that Yang Bufan killed Old Man Tian Kuei with his own hands and the fierce battle between him and Old Man Tian Kuei was witnessed by everyone below. This had thoroughly established Yang Bufan's prestige and status. In the hearts of countless soldiers, Yang Bufan was the next monarch of Great Qian Empire. Other than Yang Bufan, they wouldn't be convinced if it was any other prince. All hail King Fan. Should we continue to advance and recover our lost territory? The death of Old Man Tian Kuei will surely have a great impact on the morale of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Lu Lang said. Yang Bufan and Jiao Wanyan nodded in agreement, but their eyes still fell on Jiang Chen. After all, it was up to Jiang Chen to make the decision. As long as Yun Tianxuang is alive, the morale of Great Cloud Empire will never be extinguished. It can be reignited at any time. Old Man Tian Kuei is nothing, but the death of Old Man Tian Kuei has opened the curtains for the final battle. We don't need to continue. It's just a waste of time and energy. Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to continue. Little Chenzi, what's your plan? Yang Bufan asked. He knew that although he was King Fan and had never flinched in a battle, there was still a gap between him and Jiang Chen in terms of wisdom. Jiang Chen had always been meticulous and insightful. At the critical moment, it was still necessary to rely on Jiang Chen. This was also the reason why the emperor appointed Jiang Chen as the commander instead of Yang Bufan. Lu Lang and the other generals turned to look at Jiang Chen. They didn't understand why Jiang Chen made such a decision. In their opinion, the best way to achieve the best effect was to strike the enemy's morale and raise their own morale to the peak. Old Man Tian Kuei had just been killed, but Jiang Chen gave up at this critical moment. They wanted to know what was in Jiang Chen's mind. The reason is very simple. Our army's morale has been fully restored after we have recovered 10 cities in a row. There's no need to rely on this method to recover our lost territories anymore. Next, it's time to show the dignity of our soldiers and commander. Yun Tianxuang will soon know about the death of Old Man Tian Kuei. I'm afraid that Yun Tianxuang has already arrived even if we attack another city. The ultimate battle is coming soon. We don't need to recover the lost territories one by one. As long as we kill Yun Tianxuang and those three eccentrics, all the lost territories will automatically return to us. Jiang Chen spoke. With the death of Old Man Tian Kuei, the moment of the ultimate battle had arrived. The goal of boosting morale had been achieved and King Fan's status had been established. What they needed to do now was to kill Yun Tianxuang. If they couldn't kill Yun Tianxuang, it would be useless no matter how many lost territories were recovered. Jiang Chen never liked to take detours or do useless things. He always used the simplest and most direct way to achieve his goal. Now that the morale and King Fan's goal had been achieved, the next target would be Yun Tianxuang. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, all the soldiers fell silent. They weren't fools. They knew that Jiang Chen's words were right. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, they would have to fight Yun Tianxuang in the end. All right. Are we going to attack Crane Hawk City? Asked Yang Bufan. No. It's not suitable for a large-scale battle to take place outside the city. Crane Hawk City is, after all, the territory of Great Qian Empire. The people living in it are also the people of Great Qian Empire. We have to consider their safety. Jiang Chen said, then turned to Lu Lang. Lu Lang, is there a deserted place around here? Commander, there's Black Wind Ridge 3,000 miles away from here. It's desolate and there's a black wind blowing, said Lu Lang. All right. King Fan, draft a letter of challenge in your name and send it to Yun Tianxuang. He will definitely come for the life and death battle in Black Wind Ridge tomorrow. Jiang Chen said. They had to be the ones to issue the letter of challenge. This would make Great Qian Empire look more imposing and not put Yun Tianxuang in their eyes. This was also a way to show the dignity of the empire. All right. Yang Bufan smiled. With a flick of his arm, a golden light emerged and condensed into an illusory piece of paper. Yang Bufan's finger slid back and forth on it. Immediately, a letter of challenge was formed. Then, with a flick of his finger, the letter of challenge turned into a golden light and vanished into the void, heading towards Crane Hawk City. We'll stay in this city for today. Tomorrow, we'll fight Yun Tianchuang in Blackwind Ridge. Jiang Chen said. Commander, Yun Tianchuang's cultivation base is very strong. What's more terrifying are the 3 eccentrics around him. Given our current strength, I'm afraid that we won't be able to win. Lu Lang said worriedly. Not only him, but everyone else had the same thought. Although Yang Bufan and Jiao Wanye had won many battles since they arrived, they were still afraid of fighting Yun Tianchuang. After all, even General Lu Xing was killed by the 3 eccentrics. On their side, they only had 2 experts, King Fan and Jiao Wanye. As for Jiang Chen, apart from hearing about Jiang Chen's fame, they had never seen this young commander in action. Moreover, because they were in the border area, they had only heard about the earth-shattering things that Jiang Chen had done. General Lu, this is an order, not a discussion. All you have to do is to obey. Yes, Commander. Lu Lang was startled and didn't dare to say another word. Regardless of whether it was the army in the secular world or the army in the immortal world, they all had one thing in common, which was strict discipline. They had to obey the orders of their superiors instead of asking for the reason. General Lu, you're worried because you don't know the strength of our commander. You won't have to worry if you've witnessed the terror of our commander. Yang Bufan patted Lu Lang's shoulder and said with a smile. Lu Lang couldn't help but glance at the back of Jiang Chen who was walking in front of him. It seemed like he had really underestimated this young commander. The commander, King Fan and even Jiao Wanye didn't have the slightest hint of nervousness when they were about to fight Yun Tianchuang. Instead, they were filled with unwavering confidence, which could only be supported by formidable strength. In other words, the 3 of them were very confident in their victory in Blackwind Ridge tomorrow. At this time, Lu Lang couldn't help but look forward to the battle. Crane Hawk City. The leisurely Yun Tianchuang sprang up from his seat after hearing the news of old man Tian Kuei's death. His face turned incomparably ugly. It seems like I've underestimated the enemy this time. I didn't expect that puny King Fan to rise so quickly. Not even old man Tian Kuei is a match for him. Moreover, Jiao Wanye of Great Qian Empire has also come. It seems like Yang Yu has taken this battle very seriously. Yun Tianchuang spoke coldly. There wasn't the slightest hint of sorrow on his face, only anger. He had never lost a battle in his life. He had only suffered a loss in the hands of Lu Xing. He had never thought that he would lose an intermediate immortal venerable because of his mistake. How could he not be angry? This was a humiliation to an ever-victorious general like him. Commander, this is a mistake in our intelligence. The 2 of them only mentioned Yang Bufan. They didn't mention Jiao Wanye. One of them spoke. How could they make a mistake in such an important intelligence? Kill them. Yun Tianchuang spoke with a plain face. Brother Yun, do you need us to do it? One of the 3 eccentrics who had been standing at the side of the hall said. Before Yun Tianchuang could speak, the void in the hall suddenly trembled and a golden light rushed out of it. Yun Tianchuang reacted quickly and grabbed the golden light in his hand. When he saw the content of the illusory letter, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a brat who's still wet behind his ears. How dare you challenge me? Since you're looking for death, I'll grant you your wish. Yun Tianchuang laughed out of anger. He was just about to attack Yang Bufan when the other side issued a challenge. Clearly, this was a show of force. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to show their force in front of Yun Tianchuang. The 3 of you, it seems like it'll be hard for you not to take action. Follow me to Blackwind Ridge tomorrow. I'd like to see how that puny King Fan is going to fight me. Could it be that he's just relying on his hot-bloodedness? What a joke. Killing Lu Xing and killing King Fan and Jiao Wanye tomorrow will be a great blow to Great Qian Empire. The destruction of Great Qian Empire isn't far away. Yun Tianchuang spoke. His momentum was powerful. Every move he made exuded a strong superior aura, which made people tremble in fear and couldn't help but want to worship him. He had never put Yang Bufan in his eyes. In his point of view, it was a humiliation for Yang Bufan to issue a challenge to him. However, he still had to accept the challenge because Yang Bufan issued it in the name of Great Qian Empire. Plus, there was no challenge in this world that he, Yun Tianchuang, didn't dare to accept. The next day, the sun shone brightly and the weather was good. Both sides arrived at the Black Wind Ridge early in the morning. The Black Wind Ridge had a radius of thousands of miles. The air was filled with cold black gas, blocking the sunlight. The environment here looked very harsh, which was why it was so desolate and uninhabited. However, such a place was also the most suitable for a battlefield. The army of Great Qian Empire was very strong. There were more than 10,000 soldiers here. Due to Yang Bufan killing old man Tian Kuei, their faces were full of excitement. They didn't show the slightest hint of fear even in the face of Yun Tianchuang, who was like a war god. Even King Fan and Jiu Wangya weren't afraid of them, so why would they be? On the opposite side, the army of Great Cloud Empire was equally strong. Their number wasn't inferior to Great Qian Empire. The leader of the army was Yun Tianchuang. Beside him were 3 eccentrics in grayish-red robes and a dozen immortal venerables. In any case, the other side was the alliance of Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Jiang Chen's eyes swept past Yun Tianchuang and fell on the 3 eccentrics. The 3 twin brothers were Jiang Chen's real target. As for Yun Tianchuang, there were too many of them. Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. Moreover, the reason why Lu Sheng died was because of these 3 eccentrics. If it wasn't for them, Lu Sheng wouldn't have died because Yun Tianchuang didn't have the ability to kill Lu Sheng. I was wondering what kind of eccentrics they are. So they're human devils. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Brother Jiang Chen, what do you mean by human devils? Asked Jiu Wangya. It's those 3 freaks. They are 3 demonic humans. In other words, they have already broken away from the category of humans. In this world, there are always some incomparably evil cultivation methods that do not hesitate to change their own origin in order to obtain even greater power. They have devoured the devil origin, and their demonic nature has already covered their human form. They can already be considered true demons. Jiang Chen's eyesight was very sharp. He had dealt with too many devils, so he knew all too well about the characteristics of the devil race. However, these 3 bastards were different from the devil cultivators. The devil cultivators only cultivated devil cultivation techniques, but they were still humans. These 3 bastards cultivated incomparably evil cultivation techniques. They had directly changed their origin to become true devils, which made them even more ferocious than true devils. I've heard of human devils. They are very scary and ferocious. These 3 have reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with them when they join forces. Jiu Wangya began to worry. Don't worry, Prince. It'll be easier to deal with them this way. On the opposite side, Yun Tianchuang's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. After sensing Jiang Chen's cultivation base, he couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, he wouldn't even spare a glance at a cultivator like Jiang Chen, but now, he couldn't help but pay attention to Jiang Chen. The reason was very simple, he saw the famous Jiu Wangya standing behind Jiang Chen. Even King Fan was standing behind him. This white-clothed youth stood calmly at the front of the army. One should know that the hierarchy in the army had always been strict, especially during a war. The one who stood at the front and spoke to the other side would be the commander of both sides. However, Yun Tianchuang couldn't believe that this young man who was only a late immortal emperor was the commander of the enemy army. Jiu Wangya, how have you been? I didn't think that Yang Yu would send you here to send his own brother to his death. This Yang Yu is really ruthless. Yun Tianchuang no longer looked at Jiang Chen, but spoke aloud to Jiu Wangya. Yun Tianchuang, I'm afraid that it's still uncertain who will die today. Besides, I'm only here to assist you. This young man is our commander. Jiu Wangya spoke. What? Although Jiu Wangya was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked after hearing Jiu Wangya's confirmation. His eyes fell upon Jiang Chen once more. Wasn't it a joke to ask an immortal emperor to be the commander? Judging from Jiu Wangya's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. Haha. This is hilarious. It seems like Great Qian Empire has no one to rely on. They actually sent a young immortal emperor to be the commander. Isn't this just courting death? That's right. Fighting such a commander is simply an insult to our commander. Commander, don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill them. Let your subordinates kill their commander first. The people of Great Cloud Empire began to taunt Xianxia. One of the half-step immortal venerable generals was incomparably arrogant, totally not putting Xianxia in his eyes. A combat blade emerged in his hand. With a sway of his body, he turned into a ray of light and lunged at Xianxia. Yun Tianchuan couldn't help but frown. In his opinion, Yang Yu and Jiu Wangya wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Perhaps this young man really was extraordinary. Seeing the half-step immortal venerable expert approaching him in the blink of an eye, Xianxia's face remained unchanged and indifferent. It was only when the opponent's attack was above his head that Xianxia moved. Xianxia's movement was very simple. He threw a decisive punch. Bang, the punch landed on the saber. Under countless shocked gazes, the royal-grade immortal artifact actually shattered into countless pieces. The fragments of the saber turned into indestructible blades that shot towards the half-step immortal reverend. Arg, the terrifying fragments of the battle saber pierced through the expert's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Along with a miserable wail, the half-step immortal venerable's body was torn into pieces and fell from the sky. The scene caused an uproar. Many of them found it hard to breathe. The ridicule from the side of Great Cloud Empire had vanished completely. Each and every one of them was looking at Xianxia as though they were looking at a ghost. There wasn't the slightest disdain and contempt left. My God! This is too powerful. He can shatter an emperor-grade immortal weapon with just a punch and tear a half-step immortal venerable into pieces. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that an immortal emperor could have such a powerful combat strength. I told you that His Majesty wouldn't choose a random person to be our commander. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so powerful. The people of Great Qian Empire were in an uproar. The gloomy clouds in their hearts had vanished completely. They had never seen Xianxia fight before, so they had been worried about Xianxia's cultivation base. Now, half of their worries had vanished. As the saying goes, it's fine if you don't make a sound, but if you do, you'll amaze the world with a single move. The calmest ones were, of course, Yang Bufan and Jiu Wangya. They were well aware of Xianxia's strength. Even an immortal venerable wouldn't be able to survive a single punch from Xianxia, let alone a half-step immortal venerable. Who are you? Yun Tianchuan looked at Xianxia and Lung Lung and asked. He had expected that Xianxia might be extraordinary, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would be so powerful. This made him pay more attention to Xianxia. Of course, it was just a little. After all, killing a half-step immortal venerable with a punch wasn't a big deal in front of him. Xianxia. Xianxia spoke flatly. He believed that this name wasn't unfamiliar to the people of Great Cloud Empire. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Xianxia, Yun Tianchuan's eyes narrowed. Unlike the soldiers below him, he knew very well about ethereal immortal domain. Therefore, even though Xianxia was only a late immortal emperor, he didn't dare to underestimate Xianxia anymore. At the same time, an incomparably strong killing intent surged out of Yun Tianchuan's body. The name Xianxia was on the must-kill list in Great Cloud Empire. You're Xianxia. You killed the 7th prince. Yun Tianchuan's tone was gloomy. It seems that the 7th prince isn't the only one who has died in my hands. I'm afraid that you, the commander, won't be an exception today. Xianxia spoke flatly. He had already seen through the enemy's camp, especially after he found out that the 3 eccentrics were human devils. He was well aware of the outcome of this battle. Haha. Xianxia, I know that you're arrogant, but there's a limit to your arrogance. It seems like it's not Yang Bufan who has issued me a challenge, but you. In that case, I'll kill you today to avenge those who have died in your hands. Yun Tianchuan burst into laughter. His chi was incomparably domineering. You look so confident. Are you going to fight me one-on-one? Xianxia said with a smile. One-on-one, Yun Tianchuan was stunned by Xianxia's suggestion. He had never thought that Xianxia would propose such a suicidal method. In his opinion, Xianxia should be trying to avoid him. After all, his opponent today should be Jiu Wangya. Xianxia, you're just a puny immortal emperor. What qualifications do you have to fight our commander one-on-one? A man beside Yun Tianchuan shouted. What a joke. Yun Tianchuang is my commander, so is Jiang Chen. Even I have to give him some respect. Yun Tianchuang, if you don't dare to fight, just say it. The killing intent radiating out of Yun Tianchuang's body intensified. Afraid, what kind of joke was this? He was the dignified commander of Great Cloud Empire, a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert, a well-known figure in East Xuanyu. How could he be afraid of a puny immortal emperor? No matter how talented Jiang Chen was, he would never be a match for him. Jiang Chen, I don't know why you are so eager to court death, but since you dare to challenge me, I'll fulfill your wish. Killing you will be considered as getting rid of a great calamity. After that, I'll eliminate Jiao Wanye and Yang Bufan. By then, your empire will be utterly defeated. Yun Tianchuang spoke loudly to Jiang Chen in an imposing manner. Commander Yun, you talk too much. I'm afraid you won't be able to see what you are dreaming about in your lifetime. Jiang Chen shook his head. With a sway of his body, an enormous amount of desolation force burst out of his body. He turned into his half-dragon form, rose to the sky, and opened up a new battlefield with a wave of his arm. Many of them were somewhat surprised and curious to see Jiang Chen's half-dragon form. It wasn't a secret that Jiang Chen could transform, but hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes were two completely different things. What a powerful transformation technique. I can feel that Commander's strength has increased by at least a few times. I'm afraid it's 10 times stronger. I've long heard that Jiang Chen has a powerful transformation technique that can instantly increase his combat strength. Today, I've finally seen it. Sure enough, he's extraordinarily powerful. However, our commander is only a late immortal emperor after all. I'm afraid that he's no match for Yun Tianchuang. Don't make such an early conclusion. I think Commander must have a certain degree of confidence to propose a one-on-one battle with Yun Tianchuang. At least, he must have a powerful trump card. Didn't you see that Jiao Wanye and King Fan didn't look worried at all? That's right. The Emperor will never send a good-for-nothing commander. Let's just wait and see. Maybe a miracle will happen. Although the soldiers of Great Qian Empire were still incomparably worried, they weren't as nervous as before when they saw Jiao Wanye and King Fan's calm expressions. After all, the scene of Jiang Chen shattering a half-step immortal venerable with a single punch had left a deep impression on them. Even now, they were looking forward to the battle with Yun Tianchuang. Yun Tianchuang, come up and fight me. Jiang Chen's voice was like a clap of thunder. Waves of tyrannical sound waves tried to disperse the black wind above Blackwind Ridge. His fighting spirit soared to the sky, and Jiang Chen directly turned into a world-shocking god of war. All right. Let me see how a puny immortal emperor like you dares to fight me. Yun Tianchuang arrived opposite of Jiang Chen in a flash. He knew that even the immortal court was trying to kill Jiang Chen. If he could kill Jiang Chen today, his reputation would surely soar. Dong. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He struck out with the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. This was the true dragon combat technique that he had obtained a long time ago. As his cultivation base continued to improve, the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps grew stronger and stronger. A single step was enough to shake the heavens and earth and even shatter the spatial law. Jiang Chen took a stride forward, creating a huge hole in the void. Although he was only a late immortal emperor, his true combat strength in his dragon form was enough to kill an ordinary intermediate immortal venerable expert. It was more than enough to fight a late immortal venerable expert. What a powerful step. Yun Tianchuang's facial expression changed slightly. It seemed that Jiang Chen's strength was much stronger than he had expected. Dong. Jiang Chen took 2 more steps, creating holes in the void. When he took the 4th step, he had already arrived above Yun Tianchuang's head. Scorching Sun Fist. Yun Tianchuang didn't dare to be careless. He could feel the enormous pressure from Jiang Chen. Even he had to strike out a powerful attack to resist it. Kong Long, Yun Tianchuang struck out a punch that caused the weather to change. A huge golden fist like a scorching sun was launched at Jiang Chen. The power of the scorching sun fist was so powerful that it dispersed all the black qi in the sky above the Blackwind Ridge, illuminating the place that had never seen the sun all year round. This was the combat skill that Yun Tianchuang was proud of. Many experts had died tragically to this scorching sun fist after failing to resist it. Kong Long, however, Xianxia didn't seem to put the scorching sun fist in his eyes at all. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps collided with the scorching sun fist. Terrifying energy burst out immediately, tearing the void apart, creating holes in it. The entire place had turned into chaos. The two of them stood at the center of the chaotic battlefield like two huge mountains, unmoving despite the impact of the violent wind and waves. 5th step. After shattering the scorching sun fist, Xianxia struck out the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each step was more powerful than the previous one. The last step carried the combined destructive power of the previous 4 steps. What? Yun Tianquan's facial expression changed completely. He had never thought that his scorching sun fist couldn't affect Xianxia at all. This was too terrifying. How could there be such a heaven-defying expert in this heavens and earth? How could an immortal emperor have such terrifying combat strength? But now wasn't the time to be surprised, because Xianxia's attack had descended once more. This time, it was much stronger than the previous attack. Even Yun Tianquan felt his soul trembling. All along, immortal emperors were like ants in front of him, but now, he, a dignified commander of an intermediate immortal venerable realm, actually felt a real sense of crisis from an immortal emperor. Yun Tianquan didn't expect that Xianxia would be so powerful. Kong Long, there was no time for Yun Tianquan to think. Once again, he struck out a powerful scorching sun fist. A huge scorching sun rose between the heavens and earth and collided with Xianxia's fist. Kong Long, this time, it could no longer be described as earth-shattering, because it felt like the sky was about to be torn apart. Under countless astonished gazes, Yun Tianquan's body began to fall, and he only managed to stabilize himself after falling 100 zhang. Even so, his body was still swaying and his face was pale, which made him look extremely unpleasant. Xianxia, on the other hand, appeared in front of everyone. His qi was still as domineering as before, which meant that Xianxia wasn't affected in the slightest after the intense battle with Yun Tianquan. In other words, he had gained the upper hand. My God! How can he be so powerful? How can a late immortal emperor have such a powerful combat strength? That's the famous Yun Tianquan we're talking about. Suppressing Yun Tianquan? This feels like a dream. Am I dreaming? Haha. I have never thought that the commander is so powerful. I finally understand why His Majesty appointed him to be our commander. This is simply a miracle of Great Qian Empire. Not even Yun Tianquan is a match for him. We're really confident in this battle. It seems like we have all underestimated the commander. He hasn't fought yet, but he's actually the most powerful one. On the side of Great Qian Empire, the faces of the soldiers were filled with excitement. Some of them even jumped up in excitement. They couldn't be blamed for this. After all, Yun Tianquan was the famous commander-in-chief of Great Cloud Empire, a godlike existence on the battlefield. Even General Lu Xing was killed by him, which made Yun Tianquan a mythical existence. Who would have thought that this mythical existence would be destroyed by an immortal emperor? The fact that Xianxia had suppressed Yun Tianquan had raised the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire. This was the most perfect improvement. The strength of the commander could always arouse the hot-bloodedness of his subordinates. How could this be? Who is that Xianxia? Why is he so terrifying? Even the commander is no match for him. This is impossible. The commander must have underestimated the enemy. It's just a fluke that Xianxia can defeat the commander. That's right. It must be a fluke. Look, the commander is going to get angry. Xianxia is finished for sure. How powerful can an immortal emperor be? On the other hand, the reaction of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire and Great Qian Empire was completely different. Their faces had turned incomparably ugly. All along, Yun Tianquan had been a godlike existence in their hearts, an invincible legend. Even Jiao Wangya was shocked by the situation. As a matter of fact, he was worried when Xianxia decided to fight Yun Tianquan alone. After all, there was a huge gap between their strength and he knew how powerful Yun Tianquan was. In his point of view, it was already pretty good that Xianxia could fight Yun Tianquan to a draw. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to defeat Yun Tianchuang. Amazing. It seems like I have still underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiao Wangya sighed. Ninth uncle, little Chen's scariness isn't something you can imagine. That attack just now wasn't his most powerful attack. Yang Bufan said with a smile. As the evil lord, he rarely admired anyone in the younger generation. If he had to pick one, he would definitely choose Jiang Chen as the only one who could do so. On the battlefield in the sky, Jiang Chen stood opposite to Yun Tianchuang. The commander of Great Cloud Empire is just SOSO. How dare you dream of killing me to avenge the death of your seventh prince? I really have no idea where your confidence comes from. Jiang Chen said in a sarcastic manner. Even a war god in the army was nothing in front of him. Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Jiang Chen, I have indeed underestimated you. I have to say that it's a miracle for a late immortal emperor to possess such strength, but do you think that's all I've got? Yun Tianchuang said coldly. He adjusted his state and released his powerful aura once again. As the commander-in-chief, he had no way out. Once he took the initiative to retreat, his wisdom would be ruined. He had to regain his lost face so that his position in the army wouldn't be shaken. What other abilities do you have? Show them all. Jiang Chen's arrogance was boundless. He wanted to defeat Yun Tianchuang in front of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire and destroy the morale of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire. Jiang Chen, I'll show you my Great Dragon Slayer technique. Yun Tianchuang's chi began to become incomparably fierce. Countless golden rays of light rushed out of his body and evolved into a substantial golden dragon. Then, he performed a hand seal, grabbed the neck of the golden dragon and hurled it at Jiang Chen. This was Yun Tianchuang's unique combat technique. It was his most powerful attack that carried all of his energy. It was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Roar, the mad dragon roared and pounced at Jiang Chen. Yun Tianchuang, how dare you call yourself the Great Dragon Slayer technique with such an insignificant skill? You're simply tarnishing the word dragon. Today, I'll show you the real true dragon combat technique, Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's chi had gone completely berserk. Yun Tianchuang's dragon technique in front of Jiang Chen was like a child's play in front of an expert. Such a half-baked dragon technique couldn't be called a dragon technique at all. Jiang Chen's was the real true dragon combat technique. Roar, the violent dragon of slaughter was unleashed by Jiang Chen. The boundless killing intent carried the mighty heavenly might. The faint heavenly might spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble uncontrollably. The dragon of slaughter was too powerful. It had experienced the lightning tribulation and shouldered the heavenly Tao. It devoured Yun Tianchuang's golden dragon in one gulp. This was a true counter. What? Yun Tianchuang couldn't help but exclaim once more. Blood almost oozed out of his eyes. The battle technique that he was so proud of was so easily destroyed by Jiang Chen. This was a huge blow to him. Hong Long, however, the power of the Slaughter Dragon Seal didn't disappear. While Yun Tianchuang was still in shock, it struck his body. Poo, an arrow of blood spurted out of Yun Tianchuang's mouth. His body was sent flying like a broken kite. The two immortal venerables of Great Cloud Empire were terrified. They hastily helped Yun Tianchuang from the back. Are you all right, Great Marshal? The two of them looked at Yun Tianchuang with great concern. If anything happened to Yun Tianchuang, they were afraid that the battle in Blackwind Ridge would be over. I'm fine. Yun Tianchuang spurted out another mouthful of blood. He shook his head and his facial expression darkened to the extreme. Under the impact of Jiang Chen's Slaughter Dragon Seal, he had been seriously injured and couldn't continue the fight. He had lost the battle completely. There was no chance for him to turn the situation around. Countless eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. He had created another miracle by defeating Yun Tianchuang. Commander. At this moment, all the doubts, worries, and depression had disappeared. Sometimes, to be subdued by a person, all one needed was a hearty battle. To the soldiers of Great Qian Empire, the doubts they had towards Jiang Chen and the emperor, as well as the despair of having such a young immortal emperor as their commander had all vanished at this moment. They knew how foolish their previous doubts were. Now, they knew how fortunate it was to have such a terrifying commander. Defeating Yun Tianchuang was simply a miracle. This was the most important battle of the war. It was a very shocking beginning. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire finally saw the hope of winning this war. Ever since Lu Xing's death, a shadow had been cast in the hearts of every soldier. Today, the shadow had finally been dispelled. Yun Tianchuang, you're just SOSO. It seems that your wish of avenging the seventh prince is going to be in vain. Jiangchen spoke flatly. Why Yun Tianchuang spurted out another mouthful of blood. The dignified commander of an empire, the war god of the army, had been described as SOSO by someone. Additionally, he had no reason to refute Jiang Chen's contempt. After all, he was defeated by Jiang Chen fair and square. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept it. Despite his defeat, he couldn't afford to lose this battle. Jiang Chen must be killed. I'll leave this Jiang Chen to the three of you. Be careful. He's very powerful. Yun Tianchuang looked at the three freaks behind him and said. Having fought Jiang Chen, he knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. At least, Jiang Chen was much more difficult to deal with than Lu Xing, who was killed by the three freaks. Don't worry, brother Yun. No matter how heaven-defying this brat is, he'll still end up the same in the end. Not long ago, a late immortal venerable rogue cultivator died in our lost illusion technique. Jia. One of them let out a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with cold and bloodthirsty light. Despite witnessing Yun Tianchuang's defeat, the three of them still didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes. At best, they only regarded Jiang Chen as an opponent. All right. Thank you. Yun Tianchuang clasped his fists at the three of them. He had never thought that the battle in Black Wind Ridge would turn out this way. Now, he could only rely on the three freaks to help Great Cloud Empire recover its losses. Despite his gloomy mood, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was indeed the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen. Jiang Chen was a peerless genius. Although he had lost his reputation in this battle, now wasn't the time to care about his personal reputation. Killing Jiang Chen was the most important thing to him. Jiang Chen was a great disaster. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he would become a great threat to Great Cloud Empire. Now, he finally understood why the Immortal Court wanted to eliminate Jiang Chen. If the three freaks could kill Jiang Chen, it would undoubtedly eliminate a great threat and they would become the greatest heroes of Great Cloud Empire. Whoosh. Whoosh. The three freaks turned into three phantoms and soared into the sky in the blink of an eye, surrounding Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, the scene fell into silence. The cheerful mood on the side of Great Qian Empire's side faded. They looked up at the sky nervously. They knew how terrifying the three freaks were. They were the ones who killed General Lu Xing. Although Yun Tianchuang had been defeated, the three freaks had become the biggest threat to the enemy's camp. I wonder if Brother Jiang can withstand the attack of the three human devils. Xianxia said worriedly. Don't worry, Uncle Joe. Even if the three human devils are a level stronger, they will still be finished by little Chenzi. Yang Bufan crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face wearing a mocking smile. Back in the evil abyss, he had seen Jiang Chen's means of fighting the demonic devils. Jiang Chen had too many magical treasures that could restrain the demonic devils. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have perished in the evil abyss and wouldn't have the chance to destroy the evil clan. Is that so? Xianxia was skeptical, but he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Bufan's confidence in Jiang Chen. After all, Yang Bufan had a deeper understanding of Jiang Chen than him. Just wait and see, Uncle Joe. Yang Bufan said. All right. Listen up, soldiers. When the battle between the commander and the three freaks begins, we'll lead the army and charge at them. Xianxia's chi fluctuated as he spoke to the people below. Wait. Yang Bufan tried to stop him. King Fan, Yun Tianchuang has been seriously injured. This is the best time to deal with him. Xianxia looked over at Yang Bufan, wondering what Yang Bufan was planning. Ninth uncle, although Yun Tianchuang has been defeated, the enemy's lineup is still very strong. There are a lot of immortal venerables among them. Plus, the three human devils have boosted the morale of Great Cloud Empire. It won't be beneficial for us to engage in a life-and-death battle at this time. So we might as well wait here until Jiang Chen kills the three human devils. By then, the morale of the enemy will crumble completely. At that time, we'll attack them effortlessly. Yang Bufan said. He had a clear view of the situation of the battlefield. Yun Tianchuang's defeat would indeed affect the enemy's morale, but the impact wasn't deep enough. However, if Jiang Chen killed the 3 human devils, the situation would be completely different. What they needed to do now was to wait for Jiang Chen to kill the 3 human devils. As for whether Jiang Chen could kill the 3 human devils, Yang Bufan had no doubt about that. Alright, we'll listen to you. Jiao Wanya nodded. He felt that Yang Bufan's words were reasonable, but this was based on the fact that Jiang Chen could kill the 3 human devils. Now, everything depended on Jiang Chen. Yang Bufan's confidence in Jiang Chen had directly affected them. Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire didn't make a move. Yun Tianchuang and Yang Bufan had the same idea. They wanted to wait for the 3 human devils to kill Jiang Chen before making a move. By then, no one would be able to stop them. However, the morale of the enemy had been affected by their defeat, so it wasn't the right time to make a move. In the sky, the eyes of the 3 human devils were as cold as venomous scorpions. TSK, kid, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will consider letting you die a quick death so that you won't suffer too much. One of the human devils said with a sinister smile. Many people have said the same thing to me before, but unfortunately, they didn't even have the chance to kneel down. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these 3 human devils were his nourishment. The 3 intermediate immortal venerable human devils had formed devil souls in their bodies. If Jiang Chen could refine and absorb these 3 devil souls, his cultivation base would surely advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. What an arrogant brat. Don't think that you can fight us just because you have defeated Yun Tianchuang. Brothers, let's let this brat have a taste of our power. We'll torture him to death slowly. Don't let him die so quickly. The human devil was full of ice-cold killing intent. There was no difference between a human devil and a devil. They were both the most brutal existences. Cold and gloomy devil waves began to rush out of their bodies like tidal waves, forming an enclosed battlefield that enveloped Jiang Chen. One had to admit that the cooperation between the 3 human devils had reached a flawless level. Their combined combat strength had increased tremendously. It wasn't without reason that they could kill a late immortal venerable. Unfortunately, this kind of strength didn't exist in the face of Jiang Chen. Brat, go to hell. One of the human devils struck. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen. A terrifying devil claw stretched out at extreme speed, aiming at Jiang Chen ferociously. Jiang Chen's face was wearing a calm smile. He didn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. He punched out fiercely, creating a huge sea of fire. It was a sea of fire that was the combination of 4 types of supreme flames. Its deterrence was unparalleled, and it was simply the ultimate nemesis of human devils. Chi. As soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding devil chi began to burn, producing sizzling sounds. Sensing the terror of the flames, the human devil's facial expression changed dramatically. The moment his gloomy devil claw came into contact with Jiang Chen's flames, its chi was reduced to half of its original power. Bang. Jiang Chen's strike was as fast as lightning. His fist that carried a powerful flame smashed onto the human devil's body. The human devil let out a miserable cry and was sent flying backwards. A mouthful of black devil blood spurted out from his mouth. How is this possible? Not good. This fellow possesses flames that are specially designed to restrain us. Those flames are too terrifying. Even my soul is trembling. Damn it. This guy is completely suppressing our essence power. There's simply no way for us to fight him. When the 3 originally arrogant demonic human cultivators saw Jiang Chen's flames, their expressions changed completely. They didn't know that Jiang Chen had those flames. What was the origin of this flame? However, they could clearly sense that such a powerful flame was not something they could resist. Under the suppression of this flame, they could only display half of their combat strength. That's amazing. The commander is too amazing. He managed to injure a weirdo the moment he arrived. I can't believe it. The people of Great Qian Empire were excited once more. Every time Xianxia attacked, it would bring them a different visual impact. The three weirdos were what they were most worried about. Now, it seemed like Xianxia had a way to restrain them. Xianxia sighed. He seemed to have become numb to surprises. After spending so much time with Xianxia, he found that nothing was impossible in this world. Guys, this man is too mysterious. Let's not waste any more time with him. Yun Tianchuang said with a gloomy face. Haha. Just three human devils. They are just like ants in front of me. Just use whatever means you have. Jiangchen laughed. The three human devils exchanged a glance and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. In the face of Jiangchen's flames, they had no choice but to take him seriously. This battle might be even more difficult than fighting a late immortal venerable. They had to use their unique skills. Lost illusory technique. The three of them shouted. Then, their figures flickered. Their phantoms were everywhere in the void. A black wave of qi covered the battlefield. Outsiders could only see a blur. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield had turned into a closed area. The surroundings were filled with variegated brilliance, as though they had entered another world. This is a powerful illusory technique. Anyone who enters it will lose themselves and fall into the hands of the human devils. It's very difficult to deal with. It seems like General Lu Xing has died in this illusory technique. Jiao Wangya's face immediately turned solemn. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see how terrifying this illusory technique was. Putting aside Jiangchen's condition, he was afraid that he would die if he was caught in it. The corner of Yun Tianchuang's mouth curled into a smile. He knew very well how terrifying this illusory technique was. So the moment Jiangchen fell into it, he was basically sure that Jiangchen was dead for sure. Lu Xing had died in this illusory technique. In the lost illusory technique, Jiangchen looked at the flickering lights and shadows around him. There seemed to be no end to the paths he liked. This place had turned into a new world. His heart became incomparably heavy after entering this place. Jia. Jia, the sinister laughter of the three human devils could be heard everywhere, but all of them were fake. Only three of them were real. Brat, you will soon lose yourself in here. When that time comes, it will be your death. The sinister laughter of the human devils sounded. Every word was like a pendant drilling into Jiangchen's soul. You want to play with illusions with me? You're still far from being able to do so. A mere lost illusion is nothing before my great illusion realm. Jiangchen's face was full of contempt. He did not put the puzzle in his eyes at all. Although the illusory technique looked powerful, Jiangchen was like a paper tiger that could be broken with a single poke. Jiangchen's great illusion realm was the real ancestor of illusory techniques. Qi. Qi, modeled airflows continuously flew out of Jiangchen's body. These airflows quickly merged with the lost illusory technique and formed a new illusory technique. Very quickly, the great illusion realm was fully formed, and it covered the entire illusory labyrinth. The entire illusory labyrinth began to change and crumble. Only now did the three human devils realize that the illusory labyrinth had changed. They had lost control of the illusory labyrinth, and it was now in Jiangchen's hand. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can this guy control the lost illusory technique without a sound? One of the human devils turned pale with fright as if he had experienced the most terrifying thing in the world. No, boss, the lost illusory technique has disappeared. We have entered the opponent's illusory technique. What a powerful technique. He actually used a new illusory technique to break our illusory technique without a sound. Do you think you can trap me with your illusion? You're nothing but ants in front of me. You won't even have the chance to resist. Jiangchen's cold voice entered the ears of the three demonic humans. They were shocked to find that they couldn't even see Jiangchen's shadow in this illusion. In other words, the current situation had been silently reversed by Jiangchen. The lost illusion had completely turned into the great illusion realm. The sheep waiting to be slaughtered was no longer Jiangchen, but them. Everyone outside was staring at the battlefield. Everyone could feel the intense changes in the illusion, but even powerful existences like Jiao Wangya and Yun Tianchuang couldn't see what was happening inside. They didn't expect that the situation had already changed. But it was conceivable that the current situation in the illusion must be extremely dangerous. I hope Xianxia can break this illusion. Xianxia was incomparably nervous. There was no way he wouldn't be nervous. The success or failure of this battle depended entirely on Xianxia. If Xianxia was defeated, it would signify the complete defeat of Great Qian Empire. It would be an unbearable loss to Great Qian Empire. The soldiers would be devastated and a great shadow would be cast in their hearts. Not good. This kid's illusion technique is more powerful than ours. He also has flames that can restrain us. Even if the three of us join forces, we're still no match for him. We'd better retreat now. One of the demonic humans said with a gloomy face. They knew that if they didn't leave now, they might not have the chance to do so anymore. However, they didn't know that they had already lost the chance to leave. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The three of them turned into light shadows and flew out of the illusion. They were extremely fast. Unfortunately, after flying for a few rounds, they realized that they were still in the illusion. They could already feel that their minds were beginning to get lost and their thoughts were beginning to change greatly. Do you still want to escape after entering my great illusion realm? That's just wishful thinking. Xianxia's voice was like that of the Grim Reaper. The three of them began to feel despair. Xianxia, let us go. We promise not to be enemies with you anymore. One of them said and began to beg for mercy. The road to death is the one you chose. Xianxia's voice continued to reverberate in the illusory realm, causing great stimulation to the three of them. Xianxia, as long as you don't kill us, we're willing to be your slaves and follow you. Another human devil said. Their minds were in a mess, and they only wanted to stay alive. No matter what Xianxia asked, they would agree to it. Do you think you're qualified to work for me? Xianxia said. Soon after, a sword light with terrifying flames suddenly appeared, piercing into the head of a human devil. In this great illusion realm, Xianxia was the absolute ruler. These three human devils could only wait to be slaughtered by him. They didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. The human devil let out a wail. His head exploded, and a devil soul emerged and was caught by a big hand. Without hesitation, Xianxia refined and absorbed the half-step immortal venerable devil soul. It had been a long time since he used this method to advance, because it would seriously affect his foundation. However, his foundation was very strong now. It wouldn't affect his foundation at all even if he used these three devil souls to advance to half-step immortal venerable realm. The death of one human devil sent the other two into a state of panic. They began to flee in all directions. Unfortunately, they had fallen into Xianxia's illusory realm. Everything here was illusory. The escape route that they saw was, in fact, a dead end. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk another sword light rushed out. The sword light was silent and its direction was unknown. It was as if it came from hell, causing people to feel despair in their hearts. Arg! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. The second human devil had also died under Xianxia's sword. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the last sword light killed the last human devil. None of the three of them could escape from Xianxia's clutches. The three devil souls were completely devoured by Xianxia. Under the refinement of the dragon transformation skill, the speed at which the devil souls were devoured was decreasing rapidly, turning them into nourishment for Xianxia. In his GC, new dragon marks began to condense. The boundless GC was like a boundless world. Shadows of dragons were flying everywhere. It was a world of true dragons. Outside, countless eyes were still staring at the sky. They couldn't see what was happening inside, but could feel the terrifying destructive energy drifting in the air. Asterisk voila, asterisk all of a sudden, the great illusion realm vanished. It had been kept away by Xianxia. The situation inside was revealed to them. Three headless corpses fell from the sky and hit the ground with a puff. Xianxia was still hovering in the air. His chi was even stronger than before, and his chi was rising constantly, rushing towards the half-step immortal venerable realm. What? Countless exclamations were heard. These exclamations came from two different camps. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost. Who would have thought that this would be the end of the battle? Moreover, the battle had ended so quickly. Oh my god, the three weirdos are all dead. How did the commander do it? Horrifying, too horrifying. This is simply heaven-defying. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Is he still human? He's a god. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire had gone mad. In their hearts, Jiang Chen's image had become incomparably lofty. It was as if he was no longer a human, but a divine being, the symbol of a true god. Only a divine being could be omnipotent. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yun Tianchuan kept shaking his head. The shock he felt was much greater than the shock he felt when Jiang Chen defeated him. The faces of all the people of Great Cloud Empire were filled with despair. Their commander was defeated and the three weirdos were killed. They had lost everything they could rely on. Kill. Jiang Chen was ruthless. He waved the sword in his hand and issued the order to attack. Kill. Innumerable soldiers went completely crazy. Each of them raised their immortal weapons and charged at the enemy without any regard for their lives. Jiao Wangya burst into laughter. He and Yang Bufan locked onto Yun Tianchuan and lunged at him. As the army charged forward, the dense battle intent and killing intent formed a storm, scattering the black air above the Black Wind Ridge. The Great Qian Empire's side was like a pack of tigers and wolves, while the other side was already scared out of their wits. Seeing this formation, they immediately retreated. Retreat! Retreat now! Yun Tianchuan shouted at the top of his lungs. As an experienced commander of the army, although he was defeated, he still had a good grasp of the situation. Today's defeat was a complete mess and there was no possibility of a comeback. In the face of the ferocious wolves of the Great Qian Empire, the only thing they could do was to retreat and minimize their losses as much as possible. If they stayed here and fought fiercely, it was very likely that they would be wiped out. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to retreat. Jiang Chen had already casted his 5-elemental domain to cover the entire region, turning the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire into turtles in a jar. Uncle Jiao, leave Yun Tianchuan to me. You go and deal with the other immortal venerables. We must annihilate all of them today. Yang Bufan's hair fluttered in the wind. The combat sword in his hand was locked onto Yun Tianchuan. All right. Jiao Wangya didn't argue with Yang Bufan. He knew very well that killing Yun Tianchuan would be of great help to Yang Bufan's reputation. Naturally, he would give this great opportunity to Yang Bufan. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen didn't attack Yun Tianchuan after killing the three freaks. Yang Bufan's combat strength had been acknowledged when he killed Old Man Tian Kuei. Currently, Yun Tianchuan was severely injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was no match for Yang Bufan at all. Therefore, Jiao Wangya was very relieved to let Yang Bufan kill Yun Tianchuan. Wails rang out one after another. The well-trained army of Great Cloud Empire collapsed in an instant. They couldn't resist the frenzied assault of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire. In such a large-scale battlefield, the influence of morale was too great. There were a lot of immortal venerables in Great Cloud Empire, but apart from Yun Tianchuan, none of them was a match for Jiao Wangya. Yang Bufan and Yun Tianchuan were locked in a stalemate. Jiao Wangya's chi soared into the sky. Up in the sky, Jiang Chen had returned to his human form. His face was cold as he looked down at the fierce battle below. His face was expressionless as he watched. This was war, and this was reality. There was no winning or losing, only life and death. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of pity because he knew very well that Yun Tianchuan wouldn't let the soldiers of the Great Qian Empire off if he lost and died in the hands of the three devil men. There was no need for Jiang Chen to make a move. Just by standing there, he exerted the greatest pressure on the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire. He was like a mountain that pressed down on the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire. However, Jiang Chen wasn't idling either. His chi was constantly rising, pushing towards the half-step immortal venerable realm. Just as the number of dragon marks had reached 1.45 million and he was about to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he suddenly discovered that he didn't have enough immortal meta stones. Damn it! Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. Back when he was in Monarch Mountain, he had almost exhausted all of his immortal meta stones. He had forgotten about this matter. Without sufficient immortal meta stones, his advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm would end in failure. Xianxia, King Fan, give me all the immortal metastones you have. Hurry up. Jiang Chen's divine sense was transmitted to the ears of Xianxia and Yang Bufan. Both of them were startled. They immediately understood that Jiang Chen was about to advance to the next realm and he didn't have enough immortal metastones. Without hesitation, they each took out a spatial ring and threw it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to open the spatial ring and found a mountain of venerable grade immortal metastones inside. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. These immortal metastones are enough. Jiang Chen almost wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he had Xianxia and King Fan by his side. If it was someone else, he was afraid that the immortal metastones in his storage wouldn't be enough for Jiang Chen's consumption. But Xianxia and King Fan were different. They were the mainstays of Great Qian Empire and had high status. What they lacked the least was wealth, especially Xianxia. As an experienced immortal venerable expert, no one would believe that he didn't have some wealth. The immortal metastones given by Xianxia were more than enough for him to advance to the immortal venerable realm, let alone the half-step immortal venerable realm. Kong long long, Jiang Chen's qi erupted with a rumbling sound. After receiving a large amount of immortal metastones, his cultivation base broke through immediately. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 1.45 million, which was the number needed to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. The breakthrough from the immortal emperor realm to the half-step immortal venerable realm was incomparably difficult, but to Jiang Chen, this bottleneck didn't seem to exist at all. The dragon transformation skill allowed him to break through the bottleneck. Jiang Chen's white robe fluttered in the wind. He was hovering in the air with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he was in a very good mood. One of the reasons he came to Cranehawk City was to kill the 3 human devils. Now that he had killed them, his cultivation base had advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, one step closer to the true immortal venerable realm. By the time he arrived in Fengqi immortal domain, he would be more confident in helping Nangong Wendian. Below, the battle was incomparably intense. The entire battlefield had been enveloped by Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere. Jiang Chen had become the master of this space. As long as he willed it, all the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire would die tragically with a gust of eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen didn't make a move. Sometimes, he didn't need to make a move to boost the morale of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire. As long as he didn't retract his 5 elemental sphere, none of the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire would be able to escape. Arg, after this battle, the desolate Black Wind Ridge had turned into a land of death. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire were as vulnerable as drowned chickens. Swoosh. On the other side, Yang Bufan's sword shook and severed one of Yun Tianchuang's arms. Yun Tianchuang, you have nowhere to run today. Yang Bufan spoke coldly. Logically speaking, he should capture Yun Tianchuang and send him to the imperial capital to be judged by the emperor. But now, Yang Bufan had decided to kill Yun Tianchuang. The reason was very simple: Lu Xing was killed in this battlefield. Only by killing Yun Tianchuang here would it be fair to Lu Xing in the netherworld. Yun Tianchuang's face was ashen. He had never thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly one day. Sometimes, losing once in a lifetime was equivalent to losing for the rest of his life. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape today. Buzz. Yang Bufan's speed reached the extreme. His sword vibrated the void as he locked onto Yun Tianchuang's qi and thrust it towards his glabella. I've never thought that I, Yun Tianchuang, would lose my life in Black Wind Ridge today. What a pity. But in my next life, I will still be a hero. Yun Tianchuang sighed. He stood there and closed his eyes unwillingly. He had given up resisting. As a war god, he could see that even if he continued to resist, he would still die. Yang Bufan wouldn't let him go, and Jiang Chen wouldn't give him any chance to escape. He was a hero, a god in the army, but he still came to an end. No matter how brilliant his life was, he would eventually become a thing of the past. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Perhaps the death of Yun Tianchuang would make the Black Wind Ridge famous. In the future, the Black Wind Ridge would become a place that everyone knew about. Puqi. Yang Bufan's sword was cold to the extreme. The sharp sword pierced through Yun Tianquang's glabella. The god of war had fallen just like that. Yun Tianquang, you have been fighting General Lu Xing for half your life. Go and accompany him. Yang Bufan said coldly. Then, he slowly drew out his sword and left Yun Tianquang's corpse intact. Even though they were enemies, Yun Tianquang was also a person whom Yang Bufan respected a lot. A person like him should die with dignity. Letting Yun Tianquang die with dignity was the last thing Yang Bufan could do. The commander is dead. We can't escape anymore. Let's surrender. The commander is dead. We've lost completely. Surrender. We don't want to fight anymore. We surrender. The soldiers of Great Cloud Empire roared in despair. The death of Yun Tianquang had made them lose all motivation and hope. This battle was a complete mess. It was meaningless to continue fighting. All of them were going to be buried in Black Wind Ridge. At this point in the war, perhaps surrendering to save their lives was the best outcome. All of you, stop. Yang Bufan's sword trembled. Sword Qi soared into the sky. His shout silenced the clamorous battlefield. Countless eyes on the side of Great Qian Empire were fixed on Yang Bufan. They knew that this was their next emperor. Killing Yun Tianquang with his own hands was enough to make him famous. Jiangchen also retracted his 5-elemental sphere and stood there in silence. The war had ended. The next step was up to Yang Bufan. Great Cloud Empire had suffered a heavy loss. Of the 10,000 soldiers, at least 3,000 were either dead or injured. The remaining soldiers were covered in dust like shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Their faces were filled with helplessness and despair. The air of Black Wind Ridge was filled with the stench of blood. Corpses were piled up like mountains. This battle was extremely tragic. The Battle of Black Wind Ridge was destined to be recorded in history. This battle had made Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan famous. Looking at the defeated soldiers in front of him, Yang Bufan wasn't cruel enough to kill all of them. This was a war between empires, which was different from the war in Evil Abyss. It was a war between races. Lu Lang, bury Yun Tianquang's body with General Lu Xing. Yang Bufan said to Lu Lang. Yes, King Fan. Lu Lang clasped his fists. No one had any objection to Yang Bufan's decision. After hearing this decision, all the generals and soldiers of Great Cloud Empire looked at Yang Bufan with gratitude. Everyone knew that Lu Xing and Yun Tianquang, the two gods of war in the military, had been fighting each other all their lives, but they had a mutual appreciation for each other. If it weren't for the fact that they were on different sides, no one would doubt that they would be good friends. But reality was like this. If they couldn't become best friends, then they would become best enemies. In this world, being able to find an enemy that they both respected was really a happy thing. Whether it was the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire or Great Qian Empire, they wouldn't forget that Yun Tianquang had personally buried Lu Xing in a treasured place in Crane Hawk City. This was a form of respect to the enemy. Therefore, Yang Bufan buried Lu Xing and Yun Tianquang together, hoping that they wouldn't be enemies in their next life. After arranging Yun Tianquang's burial, Yang Bufan's eyes fell upon the defeated soldiers. His eyes were incomparably cold. Although he had accepted their surrender, he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't accept everyone's surrender. People of Yun family, step forward. Yang Bufan spoke. Under Yang Bufan's sharp eyes, hiding was useless. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, 8 people walked out from the camp. Yang Bufan glanced at them. Their cultivation base wasn't very strong. All of them were merely immortal emperors. All of you, sever one of your arms and leave, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. His original plan was to cripple all these people, but they had surrendered after all and their cultivation base wasn't very strong. If each of them severed an arm and went back, it would be a disgrace to Yun family. As a member of Yun family, surrendering itself was a kind of humiliation. Therefore, even if these people were released, they would no longer be a threat to Great Qian Empire in the future. It was impossible for Yang Bufan to accept the surrender of Yun family. If they stayed in his camp, they would become a hidden cancer. What? Their facial expression changed dramatically. They didn't expect such an outcome. I'll only say it once. My patience is limited. Otherwise, all of you will die. Yang Bufan spoke flatly. Pu Chi, after exchanging glances with each other, they gritted their teeth and severed one of their arms. They absolutely wouldn't doubt Yang Bufan's words, because it was too easy for him to kill them. At this moment, they couldn't think too much about it. They had to save their lives first. They severed their arms and left. Watching them vanish into the horizon, the soldiers of Great Cloud Empire didn't feel envious at all, because they knew very well that even if these people returned alive, they wouldn't have a good ending. As for the others, take them into the army. If anyone dares to be disloyal, behead them. Yang Bufan fully exerted his emperor's prestige, just like the representative of the emperor of Great Qian Empire. No one disobeyed him. Xianxia, who was standing on one side, nodded at Yang Bufan with a smile. He could imagine that Great Qian Empire would certainly prosper in Yang Bufan's hands. Seeing Jiangchen looking at him, the general's expression immediately became flustered. After all, he had witnessed Jiangchen's scariness with his own eyes. Everyone worshipped the strong. Even a single glance from Jiangchen was enough to make him feel fear. He knew how terrifying this young man was. If anyone dared to underestimate him because of his cultivation base, he would certainly end up in a miserable state. Don't be nervous. As long as you pledge your loyalty to Great Qian Empire, I believe you will get more benefits here than in Great Cloud Empire. Besides, Great Cloud Empire will be destroyed sooner or later. Jiangchen said with a smile. His words were full of confidence, which seemed to be infectious. It was as if Jiangchen's words would come true. Even the general began to believe that Great Cloud Empire would be destroyed. Yes, Commander. The general nodded. What's your name? Asked Jiangchen. Commander, I'm General Wan Qing. Wan Qing didn't dare to be negligent. Since the other party had accepted him, he had given up on Great Cloud Empire. General Wan Qing, what did Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty rely on to launch a war against Great Qian Empire? What's the background of those 3 human devils? I believe given your identity, you should know about it. Jiangchen asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. It was also what Yang Bufan and Xianxia wanted to know the most. One should know that everyone knew how powerful Great Qian Empire was. Even if Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty joined hands, they wouldn't dare to start a war without absolute confidence. Commander, you're right. There is indeed a Devil Dao expert in Great Cloud Empire. He calls himself Venerable Extermination. He's already a mighty half-step sovereign and possesses unfathomable demonic arts. The 3 freaks you killed are his disciples. Wan Qing told him everything he knew. Venerable Extermination? Jiangchen exchanged glances with Yang Bufan and Xianxia. If Great Cloud Empire hadn't found a backer, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to launch a war. Why does Venerable Extermination support Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty to destroy my Great Qian Empire? Yang Bufan asked in puzzlement. As far as he knew, Great Qian Empire didn't seem to have any enmity with Venerable Extermination. I heard that Venerable Extermination is from the same era as the old ancestor of Great Qian Empire, Yang Junlong. He seems to have suffered a great loss in the hands of Yang Junlong, so he's going to annihilate Great Qian Empire. This time, Venerable Extermination brought his 3 disciples to Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Wan Qing said. So that's how it is. It seems that Venerable Extermination is an existence similar to the heaven-devouring devil ape. Senior Yang Junlong's enmity has now come out. Jiangchen smiled. He finally understood. Yang Junlong was a hero of his generation, but no one knew why he suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went. Otherwise, Jiangchen would definitely meet this legendary figure. A powerful demonic path half-step sovereign can indeed give the 2 empires enough confidence. No wonder they dared to start a war, Yang Bufan said with a smile. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The scariest thing was not knowing the basic situation of the other party. Now that he had figured out the situation of the other party, there was nothing to be afraid of. Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty only relied on a demonic path half-step sovereign. If it was in the past, a half-step sovereign would be enough to make Great Qian Empire tremble in fear. Unless old ancestor Yang Junlong appeared, the empire would be annihilated. But now, the situation was different. Great Qian Empire had the reincarnation of Empress Nine Xianxia. A mere venerable extermination wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. The facts will prove how foolish it is for Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty to start a war because of a half-step sovereign. Jiangchen shook his head with a smile. Previously, he was a little worried because he didn't know the background of the other party, but now that he had figured it out, there was no longer any suspense in this war. Little Chinzi, what are we going to do now? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiangchen. At this critical moment, he still needed Jiangchen to make a decision. First, we'll recover all the lost territories before launching a large-scale attack towards the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. There's no turning back now. This time, we must show the divine might of Great Qian Empire. Jiangchen's chi fluctuated. It seemed that he had decided to fight to the end. Brother Jiangchen, isn't this a little too reckless? After all, the other party has a powerful half-step sovereign. Should we ask Miss Yan for help? Jiao Wanya asked worriedly. With Yan Xingyu's help, Great Qian Empire indeed wouldn't be afraid of venerable extermination, but if their army marched straight into the imperial capital, they were afraid that it wouldn't be enough. No need. This time, I want to meet this venerable extermination personally. Intense battle intent surged out of Jiangchen's body. Under the impact of this battle intent, everyone was moved. They could tell that Jiangchen was going to fight a half-step sovereign. Although Jiangchen had defeated Yun Tianshuang and advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he wasn't on the same level as a half-step sovereign. One should know that there was a huge gap between a half-step sovereign and an immortal venerable. As a matter of fact, given Jiangchen's current cultivation base, it was true that he couldn't defeat a half-step sovereign. If he encountered a half-step sovereign, he could only use the Great Void technique to escape. However, venerable extermination was different. He was a human devil. Just like the 3 human devils, Jiangchen had the means to restrain him. That was why Jiangchen dared to give it a try. Moreover, Jiangchen had already learned about the means of venerable extermination through the 3 human devils. The lost illusion technique must have been imparted to them by venerable extermination. If venerable extermination dared to use the lost illusion technique on him, Jiangchen was confident that he could kill him. Killing a half-step sovereign human devil was too attractive to Jiangchen. The ancestral dragon pagoda could devour it completely. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for it to condense 1 or 2 levels of the pagoda. Not only that, Jiangchen could also benefit tremendously from it, increasing the number of his dragon marks. More importantly, this was Jiangchen's first time fighting a half-step sovereign. His heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. He was afraid that Jiangchen was the only one who dared to fight a half-step sovereign head-on despite only being a half-step immortal venerable. Due to these reasons, Jiangchen decided to charge straight in and kill his way in. Little Chinzi, are you confident? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiangchen. Even though he was very confident in Jiangchen, he was still a little worried about fighting a half-step sovereign. King Fan, there are some things that you don't have to be 100% confident to do. Many times, if you don't do it, you will never know whether you can do it or not. Jiangchen patted Yang Bufan's shoulder. The slap made Yang Bufan's body tremble. A surge of hot blood was ignited in an instant. He was once the evil lord who feared nothing in the heavens and earth. Since Jiangchen wanted to go crazy, he would go crazy with Jiangchen. In his heart, Jiangchen was a man who was good at creating miracles. He was afraid that this time wouldn't be an exception. Alright, I'll listen to you. Yang Bufan nodded. His eyes were filled with long-lost passion. All soldiers, listen up. Immediately recover all the lost territories. Tomorrow, we will march straight into the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Yang Bufan's chi fluctuated as he issued a historic order to the 3 armies. That's crazy. Jiao Wanya shook his head. He felt that this was a very crazy thing to do. With just the few of them, they were going to annihilate the imperial capital that was guarded by a half-step sovereign. If this wasn't crazy, what was it? It was simply impossible. But if they succeeded, the impact it would cause would be too great. For a moment, Jiu Wanye's blood was ignited. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of passion. He had been staying in the imperial capital for so many years and had long lost the passion he had when he was young. Today, he had accompanied Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan to feel younger. I'll really get old if I don't go crazy. Jiu Wanye's chi fluctuated. He was sweating all over. He hadn't experienced such a feeling for a long time. He understood the significance of Jiang Chen's decision. No matter what the final outcome was, this battle would be praised by the future generations. On that day, the morale of Great Qian Empire soared. They recovered all the lost territories without encountering any resistance. The army was finally stationed in Crane Hawk City to recuperate. The Battle of Black Wind Ridge was destined to be known by the world. The news of the victory in Black Wind Ridge spread to the imperial capital very quickly. Yang Yu, the old emperor and the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire were dancing with joy when they heard the news. I really didn't expect that we would win so quickly. Sure enough, the emperor didn't choose the wrong person. Jiang Chen is the lucky star of Great Qian Empire. Incredible! Jiang Chen has defeated Yun Tianshuang and killed the three eccentrics with just a late immortal emperor cultivation base. If this news wasn't true, it would be hard to believe. Jiang Chen has created another miracle. Yun Tianshuang's death is a great blow to Great Cloud Empire. This will greatly boost our morale. The main hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Many of them were still worried about Yang Yu's decision to send Jiang Chen to Crane Hawk City. Now, all their worries were gone. They were afraid that no one else could achieve such a great victory. The news of the Battle of Black Wind Ridge had reached them, but not the news of Jiang Chen's attack. If they knew that Jiang Chen had made such a decision, they were afraid that they would turn pale with fright. The same news had reached the imperial palace of Great Cloud Empire. After learning about the result of the battle, Emperor Yun Tianzuan was infuriated. Venerable Extermination was equally infuriated. Venerable Extermination was also wearing a grayish-red robe. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His attire was the same as his three disciples. He held a walking stick in his hand. At the top of the walking stick was a ferocious skull. It looked very frightening. Jiang Chen, it's that Jiang Chen again. That bastard is a big trouble. Hasn't the immortal court been hunting him? Why is he still alive? Yun Tianzuan gnashed his teeth, his eyes almost spurting out flames. He had never hated a person so much in his life. Great Cloud Empire had suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiang Chen. How dare a kid kill my disciple? I'll torture him to death. Venerable Extermination exuded a gloomy and cold chi. He had come back this time to annihilate Great Qian Empire. He didn't expect that they would suffer such a great loss just as the war began. One should know that it wasn't easy to nurture triplets. The battle had been in their favor, but Jiang Chen had forcefully reversed the situation. I'm going to kill this kid myself, Venerable Extermination said fiercely. Venerable Extermination said fiercely. It seemed that he was ready to take action personally. Mr. Extermination, it's not the time for you to act yet. The war has just begun. As for Jiang Chen, I'll give you a chance to kill him yourself, said Yun Tianzuan. The war between nations wasn't an ordinary one. It had to be carried out on all fronts. It wasn't something that could be wiped out just because an expert went up and destroyed the imperial capital of another nation and killed their experts. As the saying went, as long as faith remained, the origin of the empire wouldn't disappear. It would only increase hatred and eventually lead to a resurgence. This was also the reason why Yun Tianzuan allowed Yun Tianshuang to annex the territory of Great Qian Empire bit by bit. He wanted to change the faith and worship of the people of Great Qian Empire. Very well. I'll certainly kill Jiang Chen myself. I'm going to repay the pain that Yang Junlong has given me in the past. Yang Junlong has turned me into a human devil. Now, I'm going to annihilate his Great Qian Empire. Venerable Extermination was a ruthless person, and he wanted the same result as Celestial Venerable Yun. He wanted the Great Qian Empire to be completely destroyed, and there would be no possibility of a revival. Only then could he achieve his goal of revenge. The next day, under the leadership of Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan, the army of Great Qian Empire headed straight for the nearest city to Crane Hawk City. This was the border of Great Cloud Empire. Due to their ferocious attack and the death of Yun Tianshuang, the morale of Great Cloud Empire's army was too low. Therefore, they didn't encounter any decent resistance. What happened next was like a hot knife cutting through butter. While Yun Tianzuan was still considering which expert to send to the battlefield, Great Cloud Empire had already lost more than a dozen cities. This was a complete reversal of the situation. The generals and soldiers of Great Qian Empire were completely excited. Their mood and morale were totally different from the time when they were conquered by Yun Tianshuang like a hot knife cutting through butter. They were two extremes. Domineering. I've been fighting for so many years, but I've never felt so comfortable. It's the happiest thing in my life to fight behind the commander and King Fan. Some soldiers sighed. This was the real unstoppable force. To the soldiers of the major cities of Great Cloud Empire, it was like the end of the world. Wherever Jiang Chen and the others went, they didn't destroy the peace of the major cities, nor did they disturb the living habits of the people. At the same time, Great Qian Empire wouldn't kill the innocent. Any soldier who surrendered would be accepted as long as they weren't from Yun family. This time, Jiang Chen had caught Great Cloud Empire off guard. Not even the emperor, Yun Tianzuan, had expected this. In the eyes of Great Cloud Empire, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan would surely take a good rest after recovering their lost territory and killing Yun Tianshuang. However, Jiang Chen's action was too fast for them to react. In the following day, Jiang Chen's army swept across half of Great Cloud Empire with unstoppable momentum. At this time, the imperial court of Great Cloud Empire was shaken. This was something that had never happened before in Great Cloud Empire. Not only Great Cloud Empire, but even Great Qian Empire was dumbfounded. No one had ever thought that Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan would be so audacious. It seemed like they were going to annihilate Great Cloud Empire in one fell swoop. However, how could they not worry about such a dangerous move, in the main hall of the imperial palace of Great Qian Empire? They are too audacious. They are invading the enemy's territory alone. Jiang Chen and King Fan are young and frivolous. Jiao Wangya should stop them. That's right. This matter is getting out of hand. They have already occupied half of Great Cloud Empire and are about to reach their imperial palace. This is an unprecedented victory for us. However, I'm afraid that it will be very dangerous for them to invade the enemy's territory alone. I heard that there are formidable half-step sovereigns in Great Cloud Empire. Your Majesty, stop Jiang Chen and King Fan's attack at once. This was a very uplifting matter, and what Jiang Chen and the others did had indeed uplifted the hearts of everyone. It was just that this time, the shock was too great, and everyone couldn't withstand it. Many people began to ask the emperor to order Jiang Chen to withdraw. Of course, there were also people who felt that the large foundation that Jiang Chen had built could not be lost. Otherwise, it would seriously damage the morale of the generals and soldiers. Once morale was lost, it was difficult to find it again. At that time, it was inevitable that they would be disappointed in the imperial capital. I'm afraid it's impossible to withdraw, but I believe that Jiang Chen must have his reasons for doing so. What we have to do now is to go and provide support. The war between us and Great Cloud Empire will come to an end sooner or later. In that case, let's wait for the end to come. A decisive look appeared in Yang Yu's eyes. Since Jiang Chen had turned the war into this state, there was no harm in demanding an end. Just as Yang Yu decided to send experts to assist Jiang Chen, a talisman flew out of the void and landed on his hand. Yang Yu opened the talisman and knitted his brows. Your Majesty, did you get the news from Jiang Chen's side? Someone asked. That's right. It's Jiang Chen who sent the talisman back personally. He asked us to stay in the imperial capital. Yang Yu said. What? Wouldn't Jiang Chen be a bit too confident if he didn't help? I'm very confident in brother Jiang Chen. He was able to defeat Yun Tianshuang when he was just a late immortal emperor. Now that he has advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, I'm afraid that not even an ordinary late immortal venerable is a match for him. Be that as it may, I'm afraid that brother Jiang Chen won't be able to withstand the attack of a half-step sovereign. Don't be so resolute. Don't you think that Jiang Chen has created too many miracles? Great Cloud Empire is guarded by a half-step sovereign human sovereign. According to the news from the battlefield, Xianxia has the means to restrain devils. That's why he dares to invade the empire. I believe that Xianxia won't do something that he's not confident about. All the experts expressed their opinions. No matter what Xianxia was going to do now was an earth-shattering event. Just listen to Brother Chen. Yan Xinyu, who had been silent all this while, spoke. Miss Yan, we're also worried about Xianxia. Someone said. Don't worry. Brother Chen has just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Now, he's going to challenge a half-step sovereign. This is his goal. Brother Chen has always loved challenges. There's no challenge in this world that he can't complete. Besides, with me around, I naturally won't let Brother Chen get hurt. Once Brother Chen can't hold on any longer, I'll go to the battlefield in an instant. Yan Xinyu spoke. In this world, the one who truly understood Xianxia was undoubtedly Yan Xinyu. She could accurately guess Xianxia's goal and had unimaginable confidence in Xianxia. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Since even Yan Xinyu had said so, they didn't need to worry anymore. They were all very clear about Yan Xinyu's strength. She was the reincarnation of the powerful Empress Ninine. With her secretly watching over them, nothing would go wrong. Now, everyone began to look forward to the day when Xianxia would lead Yan Bufan to create another legend and miracle. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall of the Imperial Palace of Great Cloud Empire, bang. Yun Tianzuan's wrath soared to the sky. He smashed his dragon throne. This damned Xianxia. I really don't know who gave him the audacity to invade our empire. In just 2 days, he has occupied nearly half of the territory of Great Cloud Empire and is going to invade our imperial capital soon. This is going to be bad. Yun Tianzuan had the impulse to go crazy. He had never seen such audacious man. Judging from Xianxia's attitude, Xianxia had already regarded Great Cloud Empire as his possession. This was a humiliation to him, the emperor of Great Cloud Empire. We can't let this brat continue to be arrogant. The face of Yun family is going to be tarnished very quickly. An old man stepped forward. He had reached the late immortal venerable realm. He was the supreme elder of Great Cloud Empire, an expert of the older generation. He had long stopped meddling in the affairs of the empire, but now that the empire needed him, he would still step forward. That's right. Elder is right. It's time to eliminate Xianxia. Yun Tianzuan gritted his teeth and said. I'll go capture that brat and hand him over to Lord Extermination. Then, the Supreme Elder vanished in the blink of an eye. Yun Tianzuan clenched his fists tightly. He swore that once Xianxia was captured, he wouldn't let Xianxia die easily. He would torture him to death. Yun Tianzuan would like to see what made Xianxia so arrogant and audacious to fight alone. On the other side, Xianxia was leading tens of thousands of soldiers, preparing to attack the next city. At this time, the morale of the army had reached its peak. Countless soldiers couldn't control their hot blood anymore. Some of them even roared. They had lived for half of their lives, but they had never fought such a hardy war. That feeling couldn't be described with just the word comfortable. Who? At this moment, a gust of wind blew in the sky all of a sudden. A dark cloud emerged from the void and floated above the army in a blink of an eye. A powerful pressure came from the dark cloud. The intense pressure was like a tidal wave, blotting out the sky and earth, causing one's soul to shiver. What a powerful pressure. I'm afraid that's a mighty late immortal venerable. Cur. So what if he's a late immortal venerable? He's still no match for our commander. We're going to kill our way to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire with irresistible force. That's right. No matter how powerful the expert is, he won't be a match for our commander. There was only shock on the faces of the soldiers of the Great Qian Empire, but not the slightest bit of fear. Their souls had been thoroughly baptized by Xianxia's strength. In their hearts, as long as Xianxia was here, there was nothing they couldn't do and there was no opponent they couldn't defeat. It was a kind of deification. Xianxia had become a deified god in the hearts of all the soldiers, an invincible god. Even though the enemy was a late immortal venerable, they didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, as they still felt that Xianxia could kill them. Little Chinzi, it seems like the Emperor of Great Cloud Empire can no longer sit still. A true expert has come this time. Yang Bufan looked at the dark cloud and said with a smile. Just a late immortal venerable? I thought it would be venerable extermination. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. There wasn't the slightest trace of worry on his face. Except for venerable extermination, no one in Great Cloud Empire was worthy of his attention. No matter what kind of experts they were, as long as they came, he would take them all in. The dark cloud drifted with the wind, then turned into an old man. The old man was slightly plump, his face was like a spring breeze, and he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. After he appeared, his gaze was like a poisonous scorpion, constantly scanning the people below. He seems to be an important figure in Great Cloud Empire. Jiang Chen said. That's the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire. I didn't expect him to show up in person. It seems Yin family can no longer sit still. Lord Jiao said. They've already lost half of their empire. It would be strange if they could still sit still. Yang Bufan smiled. Jiang Chen, aren't you being too audacious? Are you looking down on our Great Cloud Empire? The Supreme Elder looked over at Jiang Chen and spoke in an incomparably cold tone. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. He had met Jiang Chen before, so he recognized Jiang Chen at first glance. You're right. I, Jiang Chen, have never put your Great Cloud Empire in my eyes. Your Yin family is doomed to die for going against me. Jiang Chen flew up into the sky with a sway and stood opposite the Supreme Elder. He knew that the purpose of the Elder's visit was for him. If it was in the past, Jiang Chen might still be worried about a late immortal venerable, but now that he had advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, he could still kill an ordinary late immortal venerable in his half-dragon form. Now that Jiang Chen wanted to hone his combat strength, the arrival of the Supreme Elder couldn't be better for Jiang Chen. Boasting shamelessly. You're young and frivolous. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Don't think that you're invincible. In fact, you're still far from it. Jiang Chen, as long as you surrender now and leave with me, I promise you that you won't die a painful death. The Supreme Elder spoke aloud. He had lived for so many years, but he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most arrogant young man he had ever seen. Old man, you talk too much nonsense. There's no need for you to say such meaningless words. Of course, after today, you won't even have the chance to speak. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste his breath on the Supreme Elder. There was nothing to talk about between them. There was only a matter of life and death between them. A violent force burst out from Jiang Chen's body all of a sudden. Jiang Chen's body turned into his dragon form, increasing his combat strength by tenfold. This was his real combat form, which was unimaginable to others. Jiang Chen moved and struck out the true dragon palm. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw blotted out the sky and the earth, locking down the entire battlefield. Then, it clawed at the Supreme Elder. Furthermore, Jiang Chen immediately unleashed the 5-elemental domain. He was going to separate the battlefield from the outside world. Otherwise, this fierce battle might be the end of the world for the army below. What a guy. Sensing Jiang Chen's strength, the Supreme Elder's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be this strong. At the same time, he also understood why Jiang Chen was able to defeat Yun Tianshuang. The Supreme Elder struck out with his palm at lightning speed. The huge palm was over 100 zhang long and was as translucent as jade. No one could tell how much destructive force this strike carried. Kong long, the Great Elder's palm collided with the true dragon palm, producing a shockwave that covered the entire sky. This kind of battle situation made people tremble with fear. Everyone from Great Qian Empire widened their eyes and stared at the battlefield without blinking, cheering for Jiang Chen in their hearts. Dang dang dang. The Supreme Elder was forced to take 3 steps back while Jiang Chen's body only swayed a little. This was the first collision, and the difference between the two of them was obvious. Great. Commander is mighty. Mother Cur. Commander is simply a monster. He's heaven-defying. Haha. I told you that Commander is a legend. Even the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire is no match for him. The army of Great Qian Empire burst into cheers, unable to conceal their excitement. They couldn't help but feel excited when facing an invincible commander. It's really not a good thing to be enemies with such a person. Xianxia shook his head speechlessly. But it's a good thing to be friends with such a person, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. Both of them looked at each other and laughed. Impossible. How can this monstrous genius be so powerful? The Supreme Elder couldn't keep calm at all. He had never put Jiangchen in his eyes from the beginning. Although Jiangchen's growth was worrying, he didn't expect that he would grow to the point where he could influence the fate of Great Cloud Empire so quickly. What was even more unexpected was that he, an expert of the older generation, was no longer a match for Jiangchen. No, he still didn't think that he wasn't a match for Jiangchen. His strong confidence told him that the collision just now was just an accident caused by him underestimating his opponent. The Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire is only SOSO. Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep today, you can accompany Yun Tianshuang in hell. As I have said earlier, I will accept every single one of you who comes to my doorstep. You won't be lonely even if you die. Soon, many people will accompany you in hell. Jiangchen spoke coldly. Although he had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, the attack just now had made him understand his current combat strength. Putting everything else aside, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with this late immortal venerable Supreme Elder. Moreover, since such an important figure had delivered himself to his doorstep, Jiangchen naturally wouldn't be polite. A figure like the Supreme Elder was second only to the old emperor in Great Cloud Empire. Even the emperor had to show respect to him. Jiangchen, you are too arrogant. I will let you know what true terror is. I will let you know how terrifying the true strength of a late immortal venerable is. Killing intent surged from the Supreme Elder's body. His combat strength was still at its peak. The collision just now didn't affect him in the slightest. The Supreme Elder moved once more. Both of his palms flickered with dazzling light that carried the aura of the boundless heaven and earth. All of a sudden, a huge golden palm appeared out of thin air. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than before. Is this the unique combat technique of Great Cloud Empire, the boundless palm? Jiangchen said with a smile when he saw the Supreme Elder's attack. Even though his opponent's chi was incomparably strong, Jiangchen didn't care about it at all. You know about the boundless palm? The Grand Elder clearly did not expect that Jiangchen would be able to see through his palm technique at a glance. Yun Xianxia once used it in front of me. Unfortunately, he died very miserably in the end. Jiangchen shook his head. Back in Golden Horizon, Yun Xianxia had used this move to fight him. Unfortunately, Yun Xianxia was too weak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiangchen. Prepare to die, brat. It's your honor to die under the boundless palm. At the mention of Yun Xianxia, the Grand Elder's anger grew. His killing intent also grew stronger. Jiangchen's hands were truly stained with the blood of the Yun family. This debt must be settled. Rumble, the might of the boundless palm, which contained powerful anger and killing intent, became even more terrifying. A huge palm covered the sky like a dazzling heavenly barrier, sealing off the entire battlefield. It locked onto Jiangchen's chi and launched an earth-shattering attack at Jiangchen. Jiangchen nodded silently. Even though he didn't care much about the opponent's attack, he had to admit that Yun Xianxia's attack and the Supreme Elder's attack were polar opposites. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The palm in front of him was the true boundless palm. Qua la. Jiangchen also moved. Both of his hands formed a powerful seal. A dazzling golden dragon seal immediately emerged. The golden dragon seal was the most powerful seal among the 5 elements combat dragon seals. With the continuous improvement of Jiangchen's cultivation base, the power of the golden dragon seal had also gradually increased. Within the huge seal, a coiling golden dragon was dancing unceasingly. Facing the boundless palm of the Supreme Elder, Jiangchen struck out the golden dragon seal. The seal gradually grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it grew to over 100 zhang long. Then, it turned into a lifelike golden dragon. The roar of the dragon shook the heavens and earth. Its golden radiance covered all the other light in the world. Even the radiance of the boundless palm was inconspicuous in front of the golden dragon seal. The enormous golden dragon was like a real azure dragon. It opened its huge mouth and bit down toward the boundless palm. At the same time, its body surged with mountain-toppling, sea-draining energy, crushing everything in its path. This dragon body was completely formed by the condensation of terrifying energy. Every bit of it overflowed with powerful destructive force. Kong Long, under countless nervous gazes, the golden dragon seal and the boundless palm fiercely collided. Boundless G-waves rolled out. The dazzling golden radiance fused together. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Because of this strong impact, many people directly covered their eyes. They felt that if they continued to watch, they would definitely go blind. Too powerful. This kind of battle was simply shocking. Whether it was the golden dragon seal or the boundless palm, both were powerful offensive battle skills. If there was a ranking, the boundless palm and the golden dragon seal were not on the same level. Of course, the level of the battle skill couldn't decide the outcome of the battle. The key was still the person who used it. The collision this time was much fiercer than the previous one. The battlefield was destroyed. If it was an ordinary battlefield, it would have collapsed. However, this battlefield was enveloped by Xianxia's 5 elements domain, so it was relatively sturdy. At least, the shockwaves of the battle wouldn't leak out and cause harm to the soldiers below. Bang! This time, the Supreme Elder was obviously not as lucky as before. His entire body was sent flying by the powerful golden dragon seal. He only managed to stabilize his body after flying for more than 10 feet. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. His breathing was rapid, and his aura had already begun to become chaotic. In other words, this attack had already caused the Supreme Elder to suffer heavy injuries. Looking at Xianxia again, his dragon body was still tyrannical, and his aura was even more powerful than before. Xianxia was a battle maniac. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Haha, again. Xianxia laughed maniacally. He then unleashed the Great Void technique and appeared in front of the Supreme Elder in the blink of an eye. Before the Supreme Elder could recover from the shock, another strike of the Golden Dragon Seal was launched at him. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Rumble. Arg, the Supreme Elder let out a shrill cry. His entire body was almost smashed by Xianxia. His whole body was covered with blood, but as a mighty late immortal venerable, he was still alive. His life force was still very strong, but his facial expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were full of fear. Perhaps he had never thought that he would have such a day. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire fell silent all of a sudden. They were so shocked that they forgot to celebrate. At this moment, the image of Xianxia in their hearts had risen to an unreachable level. Even the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire is no match for Commander. I can almost see the scene of Commander leading us to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. That's right. Commander's strength is unfathomable. Even a late immortal venerable was killed by him. I can almost see the scene of him fighting a half-step sovereign. It's really exciting to think about it. The Supreme Elder is finished. Commander will never let him go. Isn't that obvious? This is a war. There's no victory or defeat, only life and death. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire were very excited. They couldn't help but feel excited. It was an incomparably thrilling and exciting thing to fight alongside such a commander. On the battlefield, the Supreme Elder finally felt the true terror of Xianxia. His current mood was incomparably complicated. Before he fought Xianxia, he wouldn't even dream of such a scene. Even now, he still felt as though he was in a dream. Without another word, the Supreme Elder turned and fled. The fact had proven that he was no match for Xianxia. If he continued to stay here, only death would await him. As a matter of fact, even if he chose to flee now, he would still die. Xianxia would never give his enemies a chance to escape. Besides, if the Supreme Elder had chosen to flee from the beginning, he would still have a great chance, but given his current condition, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get out of Xianxia's 5-elemental sphere, let alone escape successfully. You still want to escape at a time like this? Xianxia's cold voice resounded, and the 5 elements field tightened. The highest elder was horrified to find that this battlefield had become Xianxia's own battlefield, completely under Jiang Chen's control. He didn't even have a chance to escape. Jiang Chen arrived in front of the Grand Elder, not concealing his killing intent at all. "Jiang Chen, you can't kill me," the Supreme Elder said. "Why not? Is your life more precious than theirs? As long as you're my enemy, you have to die. Do you mean that Great Cloud Empire and Venerable Extermination won't spare me if I kill you? Don't waste your bullshit reason. Even if I don't kill you, they won't spare me." "Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's not that they won't spare me, but that they are begging me to spare them," Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. "Jiang Chen, don't tell me that you're so confident that you can fight a half-step sovereign?" The Supreme Elder understood what Jiang Chen meant. Even at the brink of death, he was still a little surprised. This person was indeed arrogant. He didn't even put a half-step sovereign in his eyes. "As you said, after killing you, I will personally kill my way to your imperial capital and annihilate that venerable extermination." Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably arrogant, but it was mixed with a strong confidence. It was a confidence that came from his bones, and it made people feel that he wasn't speaking without thinking. "Haha. Jiang Chen, you're too arrogant. I admit that you're a rare genius, a peerless monstrous genius, but your self-confidence will eventually harm you. The strength of a half-step sovereign isn't something you can imagine. You're courting death if you want to fight a half-step sovereign with your current strength," said Jiang Chen coldly. The Supreme Elder burst into laughter. He felt that it was a big joke for Jiang Chen to fight a half-step sovereign. "I'm sorry, but it's none of your business. You won't be able to see whether I can fight a half-step sovereign or not." Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with the Supreme Elder anymore. The Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in his hand at lightning speed. With a slash, the Supreme Elder's head was severed from his body. The Supreme Elder could be considered as the most powerful figure in Great Qian Empire. Despite being a late immortal venerable, he still wasn't a match for Jiang Chen and was killed by Jiang Chen. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard for me to imagine it. It seems that if it wasn't for the half-step sovereign in Great Cloud Empire, Jiang Chen alone would be enough to annihilate the entire empire. Xianxia sighed. This time, he had followed Jiang Chen on this expedition. What he had gained the most were surprises and miracles. Now, he was completely numb to it. He felt that he wouldn't be too surprised even if Jiang Chen could really kill a half-step sovereign. Today, not only in the hearts of the soldiers, but also in the hearts of Xianxia, Jiang Chen had almost become a god. Jiang Chen retracted his 5-elemental domain and held the Supreme Elder's head in his hand. He would never show mercy to an enemy who was bent on killing him. "Follow me to the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire." Jiang Chen's combat sword vibrated. He didn't even retract his dragon form as he flew towards the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Seeing Jiang Chen's madness, the faces of countless soldiers were filled with madness. Xianxia and Yang Bufan were also filled with battle intent as they followed behind Jiang Chen. They knew that the real decisive battle was coming. After occupying half of Great Cloud Empire, it was time for the decisive battle. They knew why Jiang Chen wanted to attack the imperial capital now. Because the death of the Supreme Elder would definitely arouse the fury of Great Cloud Empire. Even if they didn't take the initiative to attack, the experts of Great Cloud Empire and Venerable Extermination would also appear. So, it was better for them to take the initiative and strike a deterrent to Great Cloud Empire. This battle was crazy, arrogant, and earth-shattering. No one knew whether Jiang Chen would succeed or not, but everyone was eager for this battle. Even if they were to die, they were willing to participate in this battle. They wanted to witness the result of this battle. To a warrior, life and death didn't seem to be that important at this moment. Jiang Chen's purpose was very simple. Before the news of the Supreme Elder's death reached the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire, he would attack. Just like Great Qian Empire, the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire was the most prosperous place in the entire empire. It was extremely magnificent with all kinds of splendid buildings, which added a sense of nobility and majesty to the entire imperial capital. At this moment, the higher-ups in the imperial palace were still waiting for the good news from the Supreme Elder. There were many experts here. Apart from Great Cloud Empire, there were also some from Heavenly Jade Dynasty. After all, the two empires were allies. Now that the war was so intense, Heavenly Jade Dynasty naturally had to send people to assist them. Venerable Extermination's face was gloomy. He was also waiting with his eyes narrowed, as though considering how many cruel methods he would use to torture Jiang Chen after the Supreme Elder brought Jiang Chen back. Killing his 3 disciples had seriously touched his bottom line. He swore that he would make Jiang Chen pay a hefty price. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The Supreme Elder will definitely take action." An expert from Heavenly Jade Dynasty spoke. "That's for sure. That puny Jiang Chen is too arrogant. Supreme Elder will teach him how to behave." Yun Tianzuan spoke Lung, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his heart. He was too confident in the strength of the Supreme Elder. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he would only be able to kill Yun Tianchuang at most. Report. Just at this moment, an anxious voice was heard. An immortal emperor rushed into the main hall hastily. He was sweating profusely. "Why are you panicking? What's going on?" Yun Tianzuan knitted his brows. "Your Majesty, the army of Great Qian Empire has arrived. They're less than 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital." The man spoke. "What?" Celestial Venerable Yun suddenly stood up from his seat, and so did everyone else in the hall. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. The Great Qian Empire's army had directly charged into the imperial capital. "Yes, Your Majesty. It's indeed the army of Great Qian Empire. The leader is a dragon man, Jiang Chen." That person said in a panic. At this time, he did not dare to lie at all. Jiang Chen was very sure that the dragon transformation had already become his trademark. "Jiang Chen, how is this possible? Didn't the Grand Elder go to kill him? Damn it. What's going on? Isn't this Jiang Chen a little too gutsy? To think that he would dare to kill his way into the imperial capital. He's completely looking down on us. What a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His actions are simply a humiliation to our empire. We must not let him off today." All the experts on this scene were incomparably infuriated. The dignified Great Cloud Empire, one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Profound Domain, had been invaded by someone. This was an incomparably shameful thing. Jiang Chen's action was also a humiliation to Great Cloud Empire. How could they bear this? "Let's go. We won't let a single person of Great Qian Empire go today." True wrath emerged on Yun Tianzuan's face. As the Emperor of Great Cloud Empire, he had never suffered such humiliation. He had never hated someone so much, and he had never wanted to kill someone so desperately. Yun Tianzuan took the lead and walked out of the imperial capital, followed closely by the old emperor and the higher-ups. Venerable Extermination also followed. He was even more depressed now. He believed that Jiang Chen already knew of his existence, but the fact that Jiang Chen still dared to kill his way into the imperial capital despite knowing his existence. It meant that Jiang Chen didn't put him, a half-step sovereign, in his eyes at all. This made Venerable Extermination even more unbearable. As a mighty half-step sovereign, no matter where he went, he would be worshipped. Which one of them wouldn't dare to disrespect him? Jiang Chen's act of not putting him in his eyes had already hurt his self-esteem. 100 miles away from the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire, under Jiang Chen's lead, tens of thousands of soldiers were standing in the wind, covering the entire sky. Such a formation was too huge and the deterrent force was unimaginable. Each of the soldiers of Great Qian Empire had a look of excitement on their faces. They had never thought that they would be able to attack the enemy's imperial capital one day. One by one, figures rushed out of the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. There were dozens of immortal venerables behind them, followed by a large number of imperial guards. These soldiers were the elites of Great Cloud Empire. Each of them was incomparably powerful. On the battlefield, they were strong enough to fight 10 or even 100 of them. The faces of those who rushed out of the imperial capital were full of anger. They had never been trampled on by others, so it was imaginable how angry they were. Everyone's gaze fell upon Jiang Chen at the same time. Jiang Chen was just too easy to be identified. It was hard for them not to notice him. All along, they had never given up on finding an excuse to kill Jiang Chen. What made them depressed was that the immortal court still allowed this lawless bastard to live after such a long time. Is this bastard Xianxia? Venerable Extermination looked at Xianxia and asked. Yes, that's him. Yun Tianzuan said, gritting his teeth. He didn't expect that Xianxia would really come alone. Humph. He's just a kid who knows how to transform. Venerable Extermination harumphed coldly. In his eyes, an existence like Xianxia was just an ant. Long time no see, Yun Tianzuan. Xianxia said to Yun Tianzuan. Xianxia, who gave you such courage and confidence to come to my imperial capital to die? Yun Tianzuan said coldly. Haha, Yun Tianzuan, I'm not here to die. I'm here to die for you. You probably didn't expect this day to come so soon after we parted ways in Genius Prefecture. Xianxia laughed. Xianxia, I don't know how you escaped the pursuit of the Supreme Elder, but since you're here, you must die today. Not only you, but all the tens of thousands of your soldiers will die. None of them will be able to escape. This is the price for ignoring the dignity of my imperial capital, Yun Tianzuan said loudly. Celestial Venerable Yun said loudly. To him, nothing was more important than the dignity of the empire and his own dignity. Escape? I think you're mistaken. Why should I escape? I'm afraid that the Supreme Elder you mentioned isn't a threat to me. As he spoke, Xianxia took out the head of the Supreme Elder and threw it at Yun Tianzuan. Yun Tianzuan caught the head and his expression changed drastically. Supreme Elder. Impossible. This can't be true. The Supreme Elder is a dignified late immortal venerable. How could he be killed by Xianxia? But this is indeed the head of the Supreme Elder. There's no doubt about it. Could it be that Xianxia is really that terrifying? I still can't accept this. Given the Supreme Elder's strength, even if he couldn't defeat Xianxia, he should have no problem escaping. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia is, how could he make a late immortal venerable lose the ability to escape? This is too outrageous. Bastard. The Supreme Elder has a supreme position in Great Cloud Empire. He represents the prestige of Great Cloud Empire. How could Xianxia cut off his head? This is simply a humiliation to us. The people of Great Cloud Empire couldn't maintain their composure anymore. They had never thought or imagined that such a situation would unfold. Even though the head of the Supreme Elder was right in front of them, they still couldn't accept the fact that the Supreme Elder was killed by Xianxia. They could accept the death of the Supreme Elder, but they couldn't accept that the Supreme Elder was killed by Xianxia. Celestial Venerable Yun, it seems like we can finally settle our grudge today. Xianxia spoke in a neutral tone. He knew that the Supreme Elder's head had cast a great shadow in the hearts of countless people in Great Cloud Empire. Even with the presence of Venerable Extermination, this shadow still couldn't be removed. Xianxia, I've said it before. None of you can leave today. I'll make you kneel down and kowtow to the Supreme Elder. Yun Celestial Venerable spoke ferociously. His fury had reached the peak of his life. The death of the Supreme Elder was too much of a shock to him. Yun Celestial Venerable slowly kept the head of the Supreme Elder. Today, Great Cloud Empire must get back what it had lost. Otherwise, the prestige and dignity of the empire would cease to exist. Brat, are you the one who killed my 3 disciples? Venerable Extermination stood at the forefront with his walking stick in hand. His pair of eyes were like a poisonous scorpion, sending chills down people's spines. No one dared to look at him directly. You must be Supremacy Extermination, right? I know you hate Senior Yang Junlong, but you really shouldn't have taken the initiative to start this war. Not only did you cause Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty to fall into eternal damnation, but you also lost your life. As a quasi-emperor, you should live well wherever you go. Unfortunately, you chose the path of death. Xianxia looked at Venerable Extermination. Venerable Extermination was one of the most important targets of his attack on the imperial capital of Great Cloud Empire. Killing Venerable Extermination would greatly improve his cultivation. Of course, Xianxia knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill Venerable Extermination. After all, it was child's play for him to fight a pseudo-sovereign with his current cultivation. If it weren't for various conditions, Xianxia wouldn't dare to take on such a challenge. What an arrogant brat. You are the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. It seems like you are very confident in yourself, but I really don't know where you, a puny half-step immortal venerable, get your confidence from? Venerable Extermination almost laughed out of anger. He didn't care about the death of the Supreme Elder of Great Cloud Empire. In his mind, Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty were merely objects that he could use. However, Xianxia had crossed his bottom line by killing his 3 disciples. There was no doubt that Xianxia would die. It was just that he didn't expect Xianxia's arrogance. After living for so many years, this was the first time he met a half-step immortal venerable who didn't put him, a half-step sovereign, in his eyes. It was simply hilarious. Lord Extermination, in my opinion, we don't need to waste too much time talking to this brat. Yun Tianzuan said. Celestial Venerable Yun, you are so eager to kill me. As the Emperor of the Great Cloud Empire, you have supreme power and status. Do you dare to fight me? Xianxia shouted with a mocking smile on his face. Yun Tianzuan was furious. This bastard was clearly doing this on purpose. He knew that Yun Tianzuan didn't have the guts to fight him, but he still used the excuse of being the emperor to embarrass him. Logically speaking, as the emperor, he had no reason to back down from the challenge of a half-step immortal venerable. Once he didn't accept the challenge, it would cause great damage to his status and dignity as the emperor. However, Yun Tianzuan knew very well that even though he was eager to kill Xianxia, he would only die if he rushed forward. He was very clear about his own strength. He should be on the same level as Yun Tianxuan. Even if he was slightly stronger than Yun Tianxuan, it wasn't by much. If only Yun Tianxuan had died in the hands of Xianxia, perhaps Yun Tianzuan wouldn't be afraid of Xianxia, but now that even the Supreme Elder had died in the hands of Xianxia, how could he still have the courage to stand out and fight Xianxia? That was simply courting death. Compared to losing some dignity, losing one's life was the biggest blow to Great Cloud Empire. If the emperor was killed, the entire empire would be thrown into chaos. I'll fight you. At this time, a loud shout resounded. Everyone saw the old emperor of Great Cloud Empire coming out. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was in high spirits, especially his eyes, which were exceptionally bright and captivating. Old Emperor, let Lord Extermination deal with him personally. That's right, Old Emperor. This Xianxia is too monstrous. We can't act on impulse. Old Emperor doesn't need to care about this brat. Seeing that the Old Emperor was going to fight Xianxia, many people immediately stopped him. The Old Emperor's cultivation was naturally tyrannical, but he was on the same level as the Supreme Elder. Now that even the Supreme Elder had died in the hands of Xianxia, the Old Emperor was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. Great Cloud Empire had already lost a Supreme Elder. If they lost the Old Emperor as well, their foundation would be ruined. Xianxia has issued a challenge. This matter concerns the dignity of our empire, so I must fight him. Moreover, I firmly believe that he doesn't have the strength to kill the Supreme Elder. I'd like to see how he killed the Supreme Elder. After saying that, the Old Emperor's body flickered and appeared at the forefront. He stood alone not far from Xianxia. Xianxia, I'll fight you. The Old Emperor's voice was as loud as a bell. Old Emperor, your Supreme Elder has died in my hands. If you want to fight me now, aren't you courting death? I advise you to go back. Xianxia said with a smile. Haha. Go back. You are no match for our commander. That's right. Your Supreme Elder is already dead. You will only be courting death if you come here. That's right. Our commander is kind and generous. He's giving you a chance to live. You must cherish it. The soldiers of Great Qian Empire burst into laughter. They probably wouldn't forget this day for the rest of their lives. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they would dare to tease a late immortal venerable old emperor. Usually, such an existence was high and unreachable to them. It was hard for them to even catch a glimpse of him. Humph. Xianxia, I don't believe that you have the ability to kill the Supreme Elder. Come on, I'll fight you. If you have the ability, come and take my life. The old emperor harumphed coldly. With a sway of his body, he flew up to the sky. His powerful qi opened up a battlefield. At his level, a new battlefield was necessary. Otherwise, the range of the terrifying energy would be too wide. This was the outskirts of the imperial capital. If an unbridled battle broke out, it would be a disaster for the imperial capital. Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia unleashed his battle intent and came to the battlefield. He was already prepared to fight venerable extermination, but he didn't expect that his provocation would make the old emperor attack him personally. This was the best thing for Xianxia. Killing the old emperor before fighting venerable extermination would cause an unimaginable blow to Great Cloud Empire. Emperor, do you think the old emperor is a match for Xianxia? Asked an elder. It's hard to say, but I don't believe that Xianxia can really kill the Supreme Elder. Let's wait and see. Yun Celestial Venerable said, but his face was still full of worry. Lord Extermination, if the old emperor isn't a match for him, I hope Lord can save his life. Yun Celestial Venerable whispered to Venerable Extermination. Don't worry. With me here, this brat won't be able to cause any trouble. Venerable Extermination spoke confidently. From the beginning, he had never put a half-step immortal venerable young man in his eyes. After hearing Venerable Extermination's words, Yun Celestial Venerable felt relieved. At least, the old emperor's life was no longer in danger. With the assurance of a half-step sovereign, even if Xianxia could really defeat the old emperor, he wouldn't be able to kill the old emperor in front of a half-step sovereign. Countless eyes fell on the battlefield and the sky. The faces of the experts of Great Cloud Empire were filled with worry and nervousness. After all, they had already learned their lesson from the Supreme Elder. As for the experts of Great Qian Empire, their faces were full of relief because they knew how strong Xianxia was. Therefore, they weren't worried about this battle at all. The more relaxed the experts of Great Qian Empire were, the more nervous the experts of Great Cloud Empire became. In the sky above, the old emperor had fully unleashed his chi of late immortal venerable. The entire battlefield was swept away by the whistling wind. His eyes sparkled. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last fought. He had never thought that his next attack would be against a half-step immortal venerable. To him, this was a kind of irony. Xianxia, die. End of chapter 1891. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.